SeatGeek is the ticketing app for...
DK Oldies is back. Why? Because Joey is a man.
No.
And he's actually going to start following Brazio and staring at people to cure them. That's DK Oldies' next grift. Skip it up and that up. So the fever pitch of DK Oldies has subsided. I've moved on to live streaming pastures. Oh, by the way, May 1st. I can't believe I'm just announcing this now. I have no time management skills whatsoever. But May 1st, this Monday, we're going to be having a 12-hour stream celebrating Philip Rennell's 7th anniversary of when he accidentally helped himself on camera. We're going to have pulsating chicken sandwiches. We're going to be watching a whole bunch of Phil. It sounds like torture, but it's actually going to be a good time. My editor is going to be co-hosting with me. 12 hours we're going to be streaming. Link to my secondary channel, RTU Streams, below in the description. It's going to be a pulsating chicken sandwich and shrimp good time to celebrate the incident of May 1st. Philip Rennell, I hope to see you there. He hates that I'm doing this, but that's kind of the fun of it. So, what has DK Oldies been up to, Bird? Well, DK Oldies, look, I'll give them credit where credit's due. They are successful. They know how to market. Joey is a man. He's the perfect spokesperson for a company like DK Oldies. They get, for a small company who resells retro and refurbishes retro consoles, they do well. I even think they passed my subscribership on YouTube. I think that's the right word. And, you know, you would think they would have just moved on to greener, shady pastures. Like, just keep on reselling stuff to people saying it's refurbished and it's not. Well, no. They are still pinning comments and responding to people trying to throw us under the bus. And of course, I'm going to respond in kind. Because I don't like when people say that I'm just doing something to slander somebody. I wouldn't have a YouTube channel if I did that. Anyway, here is the comment. So they have an unlisted video right now, which is very strange that they have it unlisted. It's kind of like they're trying to sweep this under the rug because it's not something that a professional company would do, is pin a comment like this called DK Oldies brings the PlayStation back to life. Shout out to the YouTuber Retro Bro for bringing this to my attention. I will have a link to his channel below in the description. I want to link this video, but it's unlisted. And DK Oldies, I'm on their shit list, so they may say that I'm privacy infringing or privacy complaint, so I probably won't do that. But I assure you, I'm looking at the comment right now on their page. This isn't made up. I actually asked the Retro Bro, dude, do you know what video that's from? Because I just want to verify it first, because Mudahar just said that in his video about the Feature Man, which that's a whole other can of worms. I can't just go by a screen cap, and neither can Mudahar. If I don't see it with my own eyes and I don't see the comment typed out, not just a screen cap, to me it's hearsay. But Retro Bro did send it to me, and I'm looking at the comment right now. And again, it's making it like we're just trying to make them look bad. And that pisses me off greatly. Why the hell would I do that? Anyway, this is what the comment says. All my stuff has been absolutely fine. I think these other YouTubers hating, with quotes around it, love using DK Oldies' name just to get their views up. I didn't even know who the hell DK Oldies was when I first started making videos on him. People just said, oh, I heard mixed stuff about them. So I'm like, let me check them out, might make for an interesting video. And it sent me down a 7-mile rabbit hole. I have no hat in the ring whether to like or dislike DK Oldies. I take their products out of the box as they are, right on camera, and I call it as I see it. And let's keep it real, I actually said the past couple consoles, the Sega Genesis and the N64, were in decent shape. So if I was hating on the company, why wouldn't I have just like thrown the Sega Genesis against the wall, then put it on camera to make sure it looked beat up? If I was just trying to lie about them, but whatever, let's continue. Funny how any title with DK's name in it, they get triple the amount of views. Grammar should be learned here. Honestly, buy something, and if you're not happy, I'm sure it will be returned no problem. This person is an idiot and missing the point. I got multiple products in a row. Like, it wasn't just a coincidence in a row that didn't even seem like they were touched, let alone refurbished. It wasn't like I got one and it was a one-off and I was just cherry picking this. Literally each console that I ordered in a row, I even sent one to a different address that DK Oldies wouldn't know, and that was the Xbox actually I did that with, and it didn't even read discs. It had struggled to read discs. In the beginning, it didn't at all. I guess when the laser warmed up, it started to struggle and actually load something up, but you could hear it was struggling. So what are you talking about? These they weren't doing their job, and after they smelled a lawsuit possibly coming, then all of a sudden the consoles are cleaned, and then all of a sudden I'm getting the N64 and Sega Genesis. We weren't lying about this, so everyone's saying that, shut the hell up. So see for yourselves, but all my orders have been spot on every time. Can only go off what I've seen and witnessed for myself. And although you can't see this right now, I'm looking on my Chrome browser, which has a plugin installed so you could still see dislikes on YouTube. And it is at 365 likes this video and 574 likes. I'm sure that contributed to the fact as to why they unlisted this video. So, this company is amazing. Could you imagine Sony coming out and pinning a comment like that, or Microsoft or Nintendo or Intellivision? Yes, of course a television would. You see my point there? A company who
This video is brought to you by Manscaped. Yuri the Spaceman. One of the earliest pieces of lost media I talked about on this channel was Yuri the Spaceman, an obscure French Cartoon Network show that aired in 2002. Comprised of 3-minute episodes, it followed the adventures of an astronaut named Yuri, who was stranded on the moon. Information about the series was scarcely available until 2014, when missing episodes started appearing throughout the years. And on New Year's Day of 2023, the remaining lost episodes were found by a user named FloorLicking He stated on Reddit that he had recorded the series back when it was still airing on Cartoon Network. The Diamond Brothers, South by Southeast. Originally airing on British children's network CITV in 1991, The Diamond Brothers South by Southeast was a 6-episode adaptation of the third entry in the Diamond Brothers detective book series. While the book series has assembled a fan following throughout the years, this miniseries is relatively obscure and unknown. Fast forward to 2021, when the YouTube channel Dragonarch Productions uploaded the 1-minute series intro. The uploader confirmed that the entire series was in their possession, though refused to release it due to copyright concerns. It wasn't until July of 2022 that the first episode was uploaded in full by a user named Matthew Hopkins. This same user would gradually upload all 6 episodes by January 2nd of 2023, marking the entire series found. Sesame Street, Gymnast, and Dina and Pearl skits. A lot of Sesame Street's earlier content has been lost or extremely difficult to come across, but in January, some of their rare content appeared online. First are the gymnast segments, in which a female gymnast demonstrates various concepts through her performance. Only 2 of the 8 segments were accounted for, until this year when the entire series was found on New Year's Day. Next is Dina and Pearl, a quirky duo that never found much popularity. They appeared in a grand total of 4 skits before being forgotten about. Now, most of them are online, albeit in different languages. A few days after the gymnast segments were found, Dina and Pearl's English skits were also rediscovered. Landy NES. There is absolutely no shortage of modern game emulators around today. but among the very first to exist for the Nintendo Entertainment System was created back in 1996, known as Landy NES. It was created by a man named Alex Kravisky, known online as Landy. Despite only reaching the beta stage of development, Landy NES will later become the basis for the iNES emulator that pioneered the .NES file formats. After this, Landy became lost, as better emulators took its place. That is until 2023, when Twitter user WaluigiBSOD announced they had discovered Landy NES on Jason Scott's Discmaster website. Apparently, the emulator was included in the ISO of a CD called Hacker's Chronicle, though the funny thing is that the ISO of said CD was uploaded to the Internet Archive way back in mid-2020 by a user named Shiva Shah. It just goes to show that lost media can be hiding anywhere. Space monster Wang Magui. Southeast Asia saw a boom in kaiju movies during the 1950s to 1970s, but many of them have become lost. Space monster Wang Magui was among these films. Unlike other lost kaiju films of that era, it was well documented and preserved, being listed in 3 separate film archives and shown at film festivals on occasion. Despite that, this film never saw a home video release. While this movie was confirmed to still physically exist, it wasn't readily available to the public. The only footage online was a short 15-second clip, possibly recorded from a TV broadcast. SRS Cinema, a North American low-budget film distributor, announced that they had obtained the rights to Space Monster Wang Magui in June of 2022. Following this, the movie saw its first official Blu-ray release on January 13th. De Blob DS. Not to be confused with last year's A Boy and His Blob find, yet another unreleased DS game was recovered in January of this year. Also developed for the Nintendo Wii by THQ, this DS version was originally intended to release in tandem with the Wii game in 2008. While an abundance of articles mentioned the upcoming DS ports, no screenshots were even seen, and this De Blob DS was quietly cancelled. The little information given suggested this port may not have been far in development. On January 21st, a video by YouTuber Rebel Taxi unveiled footage of the De Blob DS that came from a debug build they received from an anonymous source. It's fairly short and only features 3 stages. The full ROM was made available by Rebel Taxi that same day. The Jenny Jones Show, Same-Sex Crushes. In 1995, daytime talk show The Jenny Jones Show taped an episode titled Same-Sex Crushes, in which a man named Scott Amador revealed his secret crush to his coworker, Jonathan Schmitz. A few days later, the two ended up going out for drinks, and it allegedly got sexual. Amador left Schmitz a suggestive note, but Schmitz didn't respond too favorably. He withdrew some money, purchased a shotgun, and killed Amador. Shortly after, he phoned the police to confess his crime. Following the murder, Schmitz was sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison, but is currently free. The intensive media coverage encouraged show producers to never air the Jenny Jones Show episode, though brief snippets have appeared on occasion. In 2023, a Reddit user discovered that the full episode episode was available on Court TV's website. It's apparently been there since June of 2022, but no one knew until this year, and no one knows why it's there. Hell Has Harbor Views. Despite being nominated for 6 awards, and winning one of them, the made-for-television film Hell Has Harbor Views was seemingly forgotten about after the few times it aired. The plot involved a lawyer named Hugh Walker, who gets entangled with a journalist named Caroline, while also discovering a scandal within his office. All that was available was a 2-minute clip and a few stills, until this year, when the YouTube channel The Aussie Archivist uploaded the film online. You Can't Do That on Television. You Can't Do That on Television was a Canadian sketch comedy series that ran from 1979 to 1990. Despite despite not originating on Nickelodeon.
Hey, random.
Mega Food is a movie.
The pepperoni on Panera's new toasted baguette is sliced a little thicker to hold.
Games every year.
You know what's interesting you bring that up, MVG? I think one of the reasons that Activision Blizzard and even Bethesda are so interesting to Microsoft is because they can run themselves. So they don't have to be in charge of running them I mean, they have to write the checks, make sure all that stuff's going on, but they kind of go, hey, you guys you put out Starfield when you're ready, you tell us, and it'll be out. And we'll publish it. We'll do all this stuff. But Activision Blizzard, that's the one thing I'll give them. As much as people beat down Activision Blizzard about Call of Duty, they get that game out every year. And it's like, I know people are like, it's Call of Duty. So if you actually look at Call of Duty, for it coming out every year, it's pretty high quality product. If you think about it.
How many hours have we put into it?
I put a lot of into Warzone, and that's just because it's fun.
Yeah.
It's just fun for Warzone. You know,
12.
even Evan played it. That's pretty good, and it's obviously very popular for them. But the campaigns, all right, here and there, it depends. I like Modern Warfare 2's campaign; I thought it was fine, but I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into this. So that's the one thing that Microsoft could say, yeah, we want it because they get it out, they get the stuff out every year, and it would go in Game Pass, it would market every holiday. But I think you cut and move. I do.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, sure, do the appeal, but if that doesn't get anywhere, then you need to kind of just step away at that point.
What a huge L that would be. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to, but the thing is, they wouldn't then be able to turn around and get a Take-Two or something. They would have to step down a bit further than that, even. So
I think L to the point, Gene, where some executive positions may be, made vacant. We'll say, like I feel like some people's positions are kind of riding on this thing to go through.
It does kind of seem like that MVG, the way that they're like, Brad Smith was up at 2 a.m. drawing up stuff, and it's like, oh, yeah.
You should probably go to sleep.
Yeah, well, he's as MVG says, there might be jobs riding on this for all we know. So, especially because there's the mobile division that they're thinking of.
Tweeting like his fucking life depends on it.
Dude, it kind of seemed like that.
Yeah,
the way the memo that was put out there from Phil sounded like, hey, we'll still exist, guys. Don't worry if this doesn't work. So, what's plan B though?
Make games.
Release some games like.
Well, they're making. I mean,
studios.
They're making games. Someone.
Oh, the plan is to release like where's Perfect Dark? Where's Fable? Where's Hellblade? Release games, please. Can we?
They
just
announced those
on
too
the
early.
games?
It was
I know,
Perfect Dark. It was Metroid Prime 4. It was.
Spend the $70 billion
too early.
on getting those games out.
Wasn't it E3 like 3-4 years ago? They're like, we're acquiring like 18, 19, 20 plus different studios. Where are all those names?
They were acquiring studios in like the Xbox One.
Yeah,
era.
they
were
did it
starting
like
acquiring.
XO
But they made this huge thing at E3 saying we're acquiring all of these people. Okay, well, what are they doing now?
They're still working on. They're taking forever. The games are taking forever to make. They're having issues with Perfect Dark, Crystal Dynamics. So it's this. It's some other team. It's like it's management. Some of it's management in terms of how these games are being planned. But there's definitely issues. I can understand like Hellblade. Going from Hellblade to this, like that game Hellblade, the original, that was like a smaller scale AAA game. They called it like a high end AA game.
Yeah,
and now going to like a full scale AAA game. I get that, but like other stuff like Perfect Dark or Fable or all these things, it's like, why announce them? And then at their last show, they're like, oh yeah, everything's out in the first 12 months. And then like all that stuff got delayed out of it. So, but it's like, whatever, like whenever the games come, they come. But like, I just wish that they would, the focus, it seems like if there was games coming out that I wouldn't mind all this acquisition stuff, but it's like the games aren't coming out. So therefore that's the only reason why I bring it up, is because it's like, okay, y'all ain't releasing anything. Like last year there was nothing. This year, I mean, Hi-Fi Rush was good.
Well, this year they have the most. I think this year they have the most first-party games coming out between them, Sony, and Nintendo, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know how good these.
More than Nintendo. Nintendo's had one every month.
How many does Nintendo?
Advance Wars. You got Kirby. You got Tears of the Kingdom. You got Pikmin.
Prime Remastered.
You got Metroid Prime
Remastered.
Metroid Prime 4.
They published Bayonetta Origins. I mean, they don't own the Bayonetta IP, but
that game, just let that game burn in hell.
You got F-Zero.
I see what you did there. Get it? Because
it can burn with Callisto Protocol. How about that?
You got the Switch Pro coming as well.
The Switch Pro's coming? Okay.
I just bought an OLED.
So it'll. I had to look. I thought they had 5 or 6 games coming out this year because they've released.
Check the fucking chat. Jesus Christ.
Does the chat even come up? I can't even see it.
It's in the new thing. It says Spawncast chat.
Yeah, you got to pop. You can pop this video out, then click Spawncast.
Yeah, you can pop
chat.
the video out and hit Spawncast chat.
Okay.
But I figured it out now. But I might need you again. The PS2 resolution wasn't fitting the whole screen. It was going too big. But now I fixed it.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
Playing Tony Hawk 3.
Nice.
What? Playing Tony Hawk 3?
Yeah, it's a good fucking game, John.
And it's a classic.
It's at 4 times resolution. It looks magnificent.
Whoa.
Okay. I'd have to look. I think they have Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo, Minecraft Legends, Redfall, Forza, Age of Empires 4, Starfield, and Age of Empires 2.
Has the studio that works on Ori released anything recently?
I'm missing something.
No, studios.
Yeah,
they're working on something new.
Yeah, they're working on something, and I feel like they're gonna announce something soonish because I feel like there's talk there. But
Ori 3.
Please, such good games.
They are.
Ori was great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also assuming, John, that those games are going to come out.
Minecraft Legends already came out. Hi-Fi Rush came out.
I'm obviously talking about the games that have not come out yet, John.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, I assume Starfield's coming out. It's been dated twice. Redfall is coming out. People are.
They do have more though. I mean, John's correct. It's just it seems like it's definitely like backloaded, maybe.
And then they'll show some more stuff in June once again.
Yeah, they'll probably show. It's just, does anybody have like maybe the confidence isn't there to actually release everything on time because Microsoft is.
I mean, yeah.
Stuff. So I think that's. But I mean, they're doing better, which is good. Hi-Fi Rush. I gotta give them props for that, right? Like that was a really, really, really good game at the beginning of the year. So like that's cool. That was better than the beginning of the last year for them. So
I feel like it's better than last year at least.
Yeah. Oh no, it's gonna be better because like Redfall's coming out. Very like next week, right? Like that's like
it's out on the. Technically, it's weird. That one releases on the 1st at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is weird. So, it's like second. But
that's my favorite.
Right there, yeah, right there. You already have Redfall and Hi-Fi Rush. So that's already pretty good. And then Starfield's coming, and more like you said. So like that's even if they just had those 3, I'd be like, all right, well.
Didn't they announce a presentation for June?
Yeah, they have in June. They have it seems like they're gonna have a 90-minute Xbox presentation and then a half-hour Starfield presentation.
Oh, so they're separating those then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're separating. Yeah, they're separating them.
We'll see what happens with their presentation.
But separate but equal, right. Like Plessy versus Ferguson.
Okay. Thanks, Sean.
Just trying to educate you.
Where's the clap for that? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, where's the clap for that?
Definitely better for the duck.
The duck.
So I don't know if Microsoft leaves this, then tries to make another acquisition next year or something. But
they're buying EA.
I think they go. I think they turn the corner and they go complete what they tried to do years ago.
Also,
and they just
look at the markets right now. Like no one's really in a buying mood right now, are they? Because like people are trying to, not let staff go. Like they're trying to tighten their belts at the moment. I don't feel like it's that time to just open up the checkbook and start buying studios at the moment. So maybe they'll just kind of sit on it for a little bit and try again maybe next year or
they
something.
Can sit on it.
I think next year they turn the corner MVG, they go back, complete what they tried to do years ago. They just pick up Capcom.
I just don't want them to monopolize.
You just buy Capcom.
Why would Capcom
get it done?
I don't think Capcom.
They're not hurting right now.
This isn't early 2000s, John, when Capcom was at their lowest and they could have easily been bought. They're doing very well. Resident Evil is doing very well. Monster Hunter, very well. No, I don't think
Capcom would cost a lot of money. Like
that's when you go to sell if you're Capcom, when you're worth a lot of money.
And on top of that, then you'd have to fight through Japanese law as well, which that's also a whole nother situation. Like you thought buying Activision is hard. Like you'd have to fight the FTC, plus you'd have to probably fight Japanese law, and that's just they have protections against American companies coming in and buying stuff out. Otherwise, Tencent would have already bought everything in Japan at this point. If that was the case, Tencent would have just went up and bought everybody there. But obviously, Tencent, they can't.
Tencent scares me.
2017 wasn't that long
They
ago.
should.
We'll see what happens with them. All right, let's
another Discord question here. We're gonna read some super chats.
Let's go to a Discord question. Evan, what do you got?
All right, I guess we touched on most of this, but Phil Spencer, his job's still secure. We're still good with him.
If Phil Spencer leaves, then I would be concerned about Xbox. Like if he just leaves abruptly, then I'd be like, okay, hold on a minute, what's going on? Phil Spencer, I think people again beat down Phil a lot. If he wasn't there, Xbox probably wouldn't be around right now. Let's be real.
Yeah, for
Plus,
sure.
he has good hair.
There you go. MVG, you're about to say something.
I was going to say, if Phil's not there, then Sarah Bond's taking his place. Don't worry about Xbox. They're going to be okay. They'll be fine.
MVG had took a picture.
Don't talk about my friend Phil Spencer. My best friend.
What's the
Phil
last?
Spencer definitely had that boss room, like when when you're about to fight the boss. It was at that point he had to try to save the whole Xbox. So I got to give him credit for that because without him, Xbox probably would have just been like a dongle attachment for like a TV or something.
Well, he's
like
here.
that.
Phil Spencer's in the chat. He says, "My job is safe. Don't y'all worry about it."
There you go.
That's got to be him. All right.
I'm happy for Phil. Hope he's doing well.
What's the
go ahead, Evan.
What's the last 3DS, DS, or Game Boy Advance game you've played?
Cubic
funny.
Cubic Ninja today, actually.
I just started playing my 3DS again out of nowhere. I was playing like an old mystery dungeon game, and I picked this up like randomly because I had the slipcover.
Oh yeah, that's one of the games I kept in my collection.
Yeah, and I was like, I always wanted this one since launch because of the slipcover, and I found it for like really cheap.
Good version of the game.
Yeah.
I actually played Chrono Trigger the other day on the DS. That is a good version of the game.
I don't know. Let's see. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Rosie,
I played it's called Kuru Kuru Kurugen. It's on the Nintendo Switch Online. It's like a Japanese only game. It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where it like spins around. You got to get it through like the maze. Yeah.
I have 6,757 Nintendo DS games at my disposal here.
Pulled them up on your PC there.
I have 4 versions of 007 Quantum of Solace. Europe B, Korea, and the USA version.
He's a beta, you idiot.
What?
B is for beta.
How do you find? How are you gonna have time to play all those games?
I got the Brazilian version.
You should play the Korean version for a video just to do
When
it.
you have such a large collection of video games, it can't.
As an emulation guy, I'm trying to tell you that if you see the word B on the file name, it's a beta.
Well, some of these aren't betas.
They're alphas.
I'll ask Mr. Sajano.
I mean, she's like, okay.
Sure.
I'm trying to help you.
You have another one, Evan?
Any games you remember that didn't live up to the hype of their first trailers or of any of their trailers?
Dead Island.
Dead Island, man.
Sorry, I'm just.
Assassin's Creed 3 also. That's also.
Yeah, I guess you could say. Assassin's Creed 3. I liked Assassin's Creed 3, but I get what you're saying. The trailer was like.
A lot of people would probably point to Cyberpunk.
I mean, yeah. That's. I'm gonna say
low hanging fruit.
I'll say. Well, I can't say that yet. I'll say Jedi Survivor.
Interesting.
Wow.
Do you want to go into that now? Jordan, you played it.
I've been playing this game.
You didn't do the super chats. We're halfway through the show.
You know what? I will do some super chats now. How about?
And I will talk about the short
Sean.
one.
All right, fine. It's Jedi Survivor coming up. Who played it, by the way?
I played it. I barely got into
Gene
it.
played it. Okay.
I watched a ton of people rage, people like it, people dislike. So I know all about the game at this point. I'm still waiting for my copy, John. But, I'll wait. Like I said, I'll wait. I'll watch other people play in the meantime. So it's all good.
Trip and Fall says, question for OJ: which system was the most powerful in its respective generation, the N64 or the GameCube?
In its respective generation, most powerful. In terms of what I determine power, this is with games and also with the system itself. I'm gonna have to go with the GameCube. So
I think they were just talking about specs, though.
No, that's not what I heard.
Just raw power comparison.
That's not what I heard. Power of games, power of the system itself.
You made someone leave.
Jordan's gone.
Jordan was disgusted.
No.
Also, the wave
Discord
power.
just updated. Discord just updated on me. What the fuck?
You can turn off
Power
auto
of the
updates.
Wavebird. You know, you got this has really low input latency. It's very good. That's powerful. A very powerful controller. So go ahead and go with the GameCube.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's how it works, sir.
Leo says
you don't know how to hold controllers at all.
I do know how to
So
hold
you have a
controllers.
problem holding controllers just in general. So
I hold controllers like a man.
Leo says upgraded my Switch P1 to a Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition OLED today. Just hoping I get a year or two out of it before the next iteration. What do you guys think? Hey, the Switch. I mean, it's a Zelda Switch OLED. You'd be
It's
all right.
very nice. I like
It's
it.
cool.
Very shiny. Looks nice. I don't know. It's
You'll get
cool.
some time out of it. You'll get some time out of it.
Yeah, I'll play it once or twice.
There you go. Adam says, just moved to the U.S. from England. First time listening live. Appreciate you guys. I don't hear enough noise about getting Diddy Kong Racing to NSO. I would like to see that. I just,
I mean,
they need to
according to
modify it, don't they?
Sean, Rare was going to bring more games to the NSO on a video he made.
They are. Yeah, just shut your fucking Banjo Kazooie ass up over there. Go get banned on Reddit again.
Cab says they verified Nate and banned MVG.
Yeah, they did the right thing. That's what we call that.
Yeah, but Nate's friends with the moderator or something.
Inside politics going on over there.
Yeah.
So yes.
Collusion.
Kev says, watching from the comfort of my own home. Gaming says, Josie is being on the cast, kind of like hanging out with your dad and his friends, with your mom occasionally dropping in on the conversation.
All right, man. I'm sorry that I'm young. My bad. Let me just gain 10 years.
Never let you live it down, Josie.
No, it's kind of true though. Like that's the funny.
Bradley says when you buy a game on release, you are paying the most amount of money for the worst version of a game. Okay, Jordan.
And we'll do it again.
Let's talk about Jedi Survivor. First of all, I do want to point this out. Jordan bought it physically.
I
on
did.
The Xbox.
I bought it physically.
Did you?
What kind of install was on that disc versus how much did you have to download?
Yeah.
It was like, it's like what, 20 something was on here, and then the rest was all. It was something like stupid small. It was all download.
It was like 25 or 26 gigabytes,
yeah.
and you had to download 112 or something.
Yeah, it was a very, very big install, and that begs a lot of questions for how the game.
See, people were wondering how would they get Call of Duty on the Switch with that file size. They're gonna sell you a 70 megabyte cartridge. That's what they're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
We're already getting used to it now. So, how much you get to play of it, Jordan, so far?
I've actually played a lot. I don't know how much you've been able to play with it. I don't know how to.
The Xbox says I'm 4.5 hours in right now.
Okay, I'm definitely further than that.
Yes, I would assume so.
All right, so I don't want to give away spoilers, obviously, but this.
I'm joking.
This game is combat-wise, story-wise, great. I'm having a good time. I think the story's fun. I like how it's telling what we've missed in the time since the last game and what it's building up to. It's a very interesting story. I like Cal as the main character still. I like his relationships to other people in this universe. The gameplay, it starts you off with a lot, and I don't even feel like I'm halfway through the game yet or close to it, but the amount of things you just get to do and unlock by the point that I'm at, it feels like overwhelming. There are so many different little techniques and little side steps and wall climbs and grappling that you just get constantly. It's constantly giving you new things to learn and do, and as well as with the lightsaber and how it has these stances to unlock different versions of the lightsaber, and then the customizing. There's so much. It's very deep. It's everything you wanted the first game to have more of, and for that, fantastic. Love it. But the more you play the game, it feels like it's slowly like breaking itself in the background.
Noticed this because I'm already noticing this 4 hours in, 4.5 hours in.
And I will say, as far as game crashes, I always feel like every time there's like a stutter, I'm like, oh, it's gonna crash, and it's crashed one time, but that was more recently, so it was later into the game it crashed. Aside from that, there is a lot of audio glitches where the audio just cuts in and out randomly whenever it wants to, sound effects or the ambience or mid conversation. Things when it tries to go into a cutscene, like a pre-rendered cutscene, it definitely has like a weird glitch about it sometimes, trying to load that in. There's very bad pop in on textures constantly every time it changes viewpoint. It's like little things, like it feels like the game is really nice, but it's held together on like glue and like popsicle sticks, and it's just like one good like gust of wind and it could kind of collapse. And I think that's where we're getting into how terrible the PC port is and all the problems that are coming off of that, because I'm pretty sure it's almost unplayable for a lot of people on PCs. Is that where it's at now?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuttering and people have like these $4,000 rigs and it can't touch 60 and worse, the frame pacing's all over the place and it's just ugly to look at.
And even on console where you can play it, it definitely struggles. Like the second you just turn on the game and you're seeing the logos come in of the like, oh, here's from Respawn and here's Electronic Arts, when it's saying those names, when it's stuttering just loading that, and there's slow motion and stuttering on there, then you know there's some issues going on. I feel like the polish, like I get why they had that little delay, right? I feel like there was just a little bit more time it needed baking to hold this game together, because there's a lot of great, but there's also a lot of bad. And I think that conversation goes into, well, here's an example of a AAA game that came out 3.5 years later past its other game and didn't take 8 years to come out, which seems to be this generation's trend. When was the last Gears of War? I don't know. The next one will be in 8 years, so yeah. It's like, sure, they did it. They got this game out in a timely manner, which is nice. I like having the next game, but at what cost? Is like, what are we sidestepping here? Where's the cookie cutter parts? Because this game it's definitely not optimized, put together as well as it can be, but it's a pretty game at some points. Give it that. It's a very beautiful looking game.
Sean had a bit of a rant. I think, was it on Twitter? You had a rant, Sean, about this?
Yeah, I really have a two-part situation. First and foremost, this generation sucks ass. The fact that there's games coming out for the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X that are not at the bare fucking minimum 1080p 60 frames per second is a travesty. Fuck your 4K, fuck your 8K, fuck all this bullshit, fuck your performance mode, fuck your graphics mode. Make games that have baseline specs across the board, bare minimum specs across the board. But secondly, and not even, my question is, how did this game score better than its predecessor on Metacritic?
This is a good question.
If there's so many issues, and it's not just the PC version, it seems like console players are having it too. I watched Jermaine play the game, and he played it at midnight. He was very excited. He was a big fan of the first game, and he's playing it, and he's like, this doesn't feel, that's a next gen only game.
Yeah.
And he was like, it doesn't feel like a next gen only game. And it seems very strange. And I think my biggest problem is you have people, and I know this is no reflection on Gene, but you have people out there like Jason Schreier who are like, you're wrong if you're saying there's performance issues. It's the best thing in the world. Go fucking read my article where I talked about how it's amazing that they made this game in 3-year turnaround time. And it's like, well, no, like people are having genuine issues. Both people who have played it. What did you play it on, Jordan? What system?
I'm playing it on the Xbox Series
X. We're both playing on the Series X.
Okay, so they're both playing on the Xbox Series X. They both had problems. So, yeah. I mean, how are you going to say that problems do not exist within this game? Something just seems, everything, I shouldn't say something, I should say a lot of things seem very off with this game, from the reviews to the performance issues to this, that, and the other.
The problem is like the game itself, if you look at it gameplay wise, story wise, this so far is a very enjoyable experience, fixing a lot of the stuff or adding in a lot of stuff that the last game didn't have. I think it is definitely an improvement on the combat, the fighting, the handling, the flashiness. There's a lot of reused animations, but that's another thing for in this game, not just like, oh, they just copied and pasted from the last game. You keep seeing the same finishers over and over again. And it's like, all right, we can maybe do something different. Other than that, it feels great. It's a fun game to play as. It feels tightly controlled. There's even a few moments that really test to make sure you know how to use everything. And it's like, okay, there's a lot going on all at once. But it is held back because of the issues. And I feel that it's going to take a lot more than just a patch to fix these issues. Because it is playable.
You know what gets me
but
about
not on PC.
This should be a game right now that we should be sitting here talking about as it scored like 90 something on Metacritic, because when you're playing the game, it's really good. Like the
It's
game
great.
is great, but
Yeah.
dude, oh my gosh, you start it up and Coruscant is where they start you, and there's stuff all in the background, and I'm like, I'm gonna go performance mode. I'm gonna mess around with this quality mode, right? I want the 60 frames experience, and it is just all over the place. And it's so clear that this game just was not ready for release, and it shows further because they put a tweet out before the game released, and they're like, "There's any patches coming to fix performance and
Isn't the game
bugs
like not
and-"
even 900p natively?
It's supposed to be 1440p in performance, but when you swing the camera around at times and your character is there, his hair is like in dithering and dots all over, you know, like it's breaking away from it and stuff. I'm like, I don't think that's 1440p.
Didn't they also like post out a giant paragraph basically saying like
PC gamers
even
are wrong,
for PC support, yeah, like people with high-end graphics cards but low CPU and
These
vice
people
versa.
using Windows 10 out here. I don't know what this is. This is
I hate
ridiculous.
Windows 11, dude.
Windows 11 sucks.
It sucks.
Why
But
would
that's
that
every
be
time
standard,
Windows makes a
though?
new one.
Windows 11 broke
'Cause
that
it's-
PC you guys told me to buy. Like that I bought in
It breaks my
2021.
PC, man. It sucks.
Completely
I hate it.
Broke it.
Damn.
So
And it's forced. It's forced.
But the thing is, it's pretty obvious they just, the PC, which by the way, these PC releases are, man, it's been tough for PC recently. I don't know what the deal is, but
you need a
a lot of
PC
these
Pro.
games coming out and they're just busted. It's really weird. But the thing that gets me though, Jordan, is if this, in a perfect world, this ran as advertised, let's say 1440p 60-ish, well, you expect, okay, at some point in the game, a bunch of stuff's going to happen. It might drop from 60. Whatever, okay.
There's specifically one major fight that I witnessed where it was like definitely trying to catch up with it, and I feel that's where everyone's going to notice a very big hit, because there's literally you have to be perfect or you're going to mess up the whole thing. It's movement,
man.
jumping, running on walls, hitting stuff constantly for like a 5-minute stretch, and you cannot break or else you mess it up.
Because
it's a lot.
I'm coming from Horizon Burning Shores, and that game performs really well. It looks awesome. I'm going into this, and it is night and day. And it gets me because, like, the first impression the game makes, they obviously heard people with Fallen Order, because the first thing you do is just hack up stormtroopers. You, like, cut their arms off. They're flying all over the place. You're like, oh, okay, the lightsaber is actually deadly in this game. And it's pretty vicious at times, which is great because back with, like, Force Unleashed, you basically had a baton. Like, you're just slapping people with it,
This
right?
feels like there's weight behind it. It feels like there's power, and with how you can swap in and out the stances that you unlock for the different types of lightsaber things you can do. Don't want to spoil it. There's some really cool things that happen.
Dude, the first thing that happens is
and
like
it changes from like, okay, well now I have a regular lightsaber, but think if you were playing a different game and you went from a regular sword to like a giant sword like Cloud, and how that would handle versus the two-bladed lightsaber.
Jordan,
like there's
how hype was that though in the beginning, where they're like, yeah, go ahead and turn that other side of the lightsaber on. You're like, what? Psh,
no,
both
it is
immediately. You're
and
like,
how
oh, wow.
and how you unlock other stances sometimes, either instead of just finding things just naturally through gameplay, a moment happening, is really nice, and how things are unlocking and progressing. There's a bunch of Zelda-esque dungeons at one point.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. If you went like earlier on, I went through a door and it's like, there's this Jedi like temple.
You don't have
thing.
to do this, but if you want to check it out,
what do you mean? And I go through it. It's like a 15-second elevator, 10 seconds, something like that, right? And it's teleporting you basically to and it's a Zelda shrine. I'm like, this is for Breath, because you have to move these magnetic orbs around basically.
I will say those challenges are a little repetitive and annoying, but they're very easy to do. They don't take more than 5 to 10 minutes at max for how complicated they've been, at least thus far.
Okay.
I do want to say the beginning of the game, that whole opening sequence, for someone who has been heavily invested in the story of Star Wars 1313, this is the closest we're ever going to get to that game ever being represented. Now, while it's not exactly the same as the gameplay that got shown off for that game years ago, there's a lot of little instances that are very similar, and I felt that was like a nice nod to like, okay, we can kind of build that into the story for a moment here at the opening. And just seeing, Coruscant in this much detail and learning more lore about it, it's a very good opening. It's a very strong opening, and it leaves a bunch of mystery to like, who are these people, what's going on, where are we at in the story. I believe it's 5 years. It's 5 years since the last game story wise, and you start learning quite a bit. And I would say again, the story is fairly interesting, and they don't waste a moment getting you right into some pretty big battles and getting really used to the.
It's just
lightsaber
frustrating
again.
because I should just be telling people to buy this game, even if not Star Wars fans, because it's just a fun game. But I can't recommend it to anyone. I can't tell them to buy it. So
it's got a great Metacritic score.
It's just it's so messed up right now to where I'm just trucking through it because I liked Fallen Order. I like Star Wars. I'll live with it for now. But I bet you in 6 months, if they do fix it, that's when it's a good recommendation, because then it'll probably be even cheaper. But the other thing, Jordan, real quick, and then I want to see what Gene, if you said you've played some of it, Gene, just to see some of your thoughts. The platforming is better. The wall running and like this Mega Man X climbing mechanic where you're basically just kipping off the wall over and over again. You know what I'm getting vibes of, Jordan? Vibes of Prince of Persia.
Yeah, no, there's specifically certain things in this game that will remind you of Prince of Persia, and the more that you're unlocking, the more you're getting. It feels like it's taking all these little things from other games that are known for them and just putting it all into what your character can do and unlock. And there's even times where it's not as, right in front of you, okay, you got to jump to that ledge and run over there and do this. It's like, hey, figure it out. How do I get over here and over here? Okay, if I combine these powers, I can get to over. It starts making it feel like I'm figuring it out rather than saying, oh, there's a yellow ledge over there. I guess I can grab that ledge and climb to that yellow ledge. There is a lot of that, but I think as the game's gone on, it's cut back on a lot of those. And I'm just like, wait, hold on, what am I looking for? And then I'll notice something in the distance. I'm like, I'm supposed to get there. And then you're like, oh, I can. And it's been a lot of fun exploring it. So,
Gene, what are your early thoughts on it?
Yeah, I already got past Coruscant and just a little bit past that. It did feel like even the animation blending just feels like a little janky. And I actually played in quality mode. I'm one of those weirdos who actually played in quality mode, and it was like okay, but like you can definitely tell like the dithering and everything like that. I'm glad that you mentioned that it was Prince of Persia, because like it's like Prince of Persia, because that's how I felt Fallen Order was, and that's why I like Fallen Order so much, and that's why I was like so shocked that it got like so, like it was like a 74 Metacritic or something. I don't understand why people.
I think Fallen Order is lower than it should have been. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I like it was a weird mix of Dark Souls and Prince of Persia, which is an amazing concept. I would love that. And I can't believe that they put that on Star Wars. Frankly, I'm actually pretty tired of Star Wars, and I think the fact that I didn't just power through Fallen Survivor is a testament to how much I don't want to see any more Star Wars.
I think it's just releasing after like Mandalorian. I feel like it is a lot of stars when you go from okay, I just watched Mandalorian and now there's a Star Wars game, and I feel like after I'm done with the Star Wars game, another Star Wars show is going to come out or something. It does feel like there's been a lot.
Mandalorian game coming too
recently.
Thanks, Disney.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's a 79 on Fallen Order for Metacritic.
Yeah, that feels like something I would expect in the 80s, but nah.
I would feel like 83, 84 on that.
Yeah.
Well, lucky for them. For them, Breath of the Wild will come out, so people will forget about this game, get distracted, and then when they finish Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild 2. I still call it Breath of the Wild 2. Am I the only one? Anyways.
I call it Breath of the Wild 3.
Then they'll come. Okay.
Wait, Click, you're going to play Jedi Survivor?
I haven't played Survivor yet, no, but also I play on PC. So
okay,
why would I mess with it on PC right now? Yeah, exactly.
It did get an 81 Fallen Order on the Xbox with 33 reviews. So it is. I mean, it was right around the 80s for Fallen Order.
That's what I played on. I played on the Xbox. That's why I got this one on the Xbox. But if I knew Jordan,
I played it on PS5 for me.
Okay, yeah. If I knew Jordan was getting on the Xbox, I would have just got on the PS5, just get a different experience for it. But
I played the last one on the Xbox, so I figured.
Yeah, I was going the same way.
Apparently the what's it called, the DualSense stuff in that game is really good, so I'm surprised you didn't get it on
I thought about it, but because I already been playing Fallen Order so much on the Xbox, I was already kind of used to the layout for the controller, the asymmetric sticks, but I mean, I honestly got Fallen Order on the PS5 as well, so I might Jedi Survivor down the road when it gets heavily discounted because people dislike it so much, then I'll pick it up again on there. But the only thing I can take away from this is I don't know. Hopefully, people just become more aware of how busted some of these games are when they come out, and
it's a great game that is held back because of technical problems not being fully addressed.
The problem is you can't trust reviews anymore. It seems.
I think reviewers, from the reviews that I read, some people did note that there was some issues, but they still had fun with the story. They still felt the upgrading was good, because you guys are all saying really good things about the game. It's just there's some stuttering and stuff. So that's what it seems like from the reviews that I read. It seemed like most people mentioned the performance issues, but still said the game was fun. So
it's interesting because this is like an inverse of what happened in Cyberpunk. Because someone said, "Oh, this is Cyberpunk all over again," but remember, the Cyberpunk PC version actually was pretty good, and that was the version that they released for review, and that's why a lot of the reviews didn't really mention all of the cross-gen like hullabaloo, because we just didn't see that at all. Yeah, we played the PC version, and I played it on 2017. It was fine, for the most part.
This game, if it had come out better in terms of its performance and all, I honestly think this might have been like a Game of the Year contender, but.
Early on, I would say it could have had a chance. I still think
it's still gonna get nominated. What do you mean?
I think it could be up there for action game or something, but
Jeff's gonna put that in the noms.
Fallen Order
get nominated.
Struggled to get any kind of nominee when it came out.
I really have to see what else comes out this year. There's still some big hitters,
No,
But didn't Fallen Order come out like really late?
It was like
it was a November 15th game, like something like that.
It was like after the cutoff.
They might have the actor who plays Cal as getting like maybe a nod for something performance, but like the game's just busted.
That guy's gonna show up at the Game Awards.
Just packed, but this year's just packed though. It's already like
that's true too.
There's just a lot of big games.
But like I could have seen this actually breaking the 90s if the performance wasn't so obviously an issue, which is it's a shame. But they should have delayed it again.
It'll be better later. It'll be better later. Then you'll probably be able to get a discount. So this might be a good thing.
Buy one, it's cheaper.
Because you get it later. It'll be patched and it'll be cheaper. It'll be less than 70. So
I think they're going to have to discount it just because they've lost so much goodwill now. So
it might be a good thing. You don't got to always rush out and buy everything day one. Not everything is a rush out buy day one purchase. For everybody. So
if anything, at least you have to avoid it on PC at this point.
Which is ridiculous to me.
Some people can live through what it is on consoles now, but PC is just there's some crazy stuff going on there. People are getting locked out of the game if you log into it like twice or something crazy. I don't know.
It's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe that.
It's wild.
Is the story canon?
It is.
The Star Wars universe.
Yep. You have it fitting between episode 3 and 4. There's obviously a large gap, and they can fit it.
Now it's what is it? It's 9 BBY. So before it's before the Death Star run. I think it's 9 years before then.
I don't know how people keep up with Star Wars nowadays. Like, there's just so much fucking shit and side things and Lizzo and Jack Black. It's like
I'm over it.
I think if you were someone who was really obviously with it like early on, or even a couple years after, but
there's a lot of good and a lot of bad Star Wars stuff that like is happening now. It's like Jedi. Like this game has a awesome story so far.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
genuinely interesting, and just as much as I liked where the other game left off, and I like this game really so far feels like it's Cal's big, hey, I need to be this hero protector. I can't be in the hiding anymore. The Jedi have to come back, but at the same time he struggles if he's giving up his life for a cause that's dead, and should he, himself deserve his own life? And I'm like, this is like good introspection during this time in the universe when the Jedi are being hunted and most of them are in hiding for what's left. And I think it's genuinely cool stuff, and they tackle it in a very cool way. But at the same time, there's like so much Star Wars, and some of it's interesting, some of it's not, and I feel like we're not even tackling the interesting stuff. We're stuck in this whole like late Skywalker phase, and we're not expanding. We're not going back in time. And I know future shows and movies plan on doing that, but I feel like the more we try to fit stories in this timeline, okay, here's this spin-off character that was over here that fits between these stories, and we already know his fate, but here's his story over here, and at the same time this story's happening, and there's also a game, and then 3 books come out. It's too much to fit in this time. Like, expand. I think if we separated and we got out of the Skywalker saga era, just a little bit, I think things would be a bit better. Because right now it just feels like everything revolves around the same thing, and we're getting too much of it. And some things are great, and some things aren't. And I say this game is great so far, but there's a lot of problems with it, and that's not Star Wars' fault. That's game development. But
Josie, did you get a chance to play Fallen Order at all? You ever look at that?
I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale, I think, because I feel like it's a game that'll go on sale fairly quickly. I'm super interested because I love Star Wars.
Oh, well, there's like Jedi Survivor, which is one now, but did you ever play Fallen Order, the first one?
Oh no, A little bit. My brother had it, so I played it with him a little bit. And I love the mechanics and stuff. I haven't gotten into it really. But I definitely want to play it, and I love like the High Republic era of Star Wars. So I hope that they sort of take something in the direction of that in the future.
There's a lot of, if you like that stuff, there's a lot of cool stuff in Survivor.
Okay.
There's a lot of cool references and tying back into there. So I would say that's why I like the story, because we start talking about some stuff from then, and I hope we actually get some movies or some shows about then soon, because I'm tired of where we're at now in the universe.
I would recommend Fallen Order though, Josie, if you kind of check that out a little bit. It is even in EA Play through Game Pass as well.
Okay.
So,
Definitely do Fallen Order first. Like the story is really good, and like you kind of need to finish it before you get to this.
and it works now.
It's good. Yeah, it runs really well.
Yep, they have a patch I think for the Series consoles now. If you have like a Series S, I think it even runs at 60. So
Oh, perfect. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll check
I
it
remember. Yeah, I remember when John bought me that game. He bought me Fallen Order, and I played it, and it was good. 'Cause John bought it for me. I'm just saying. I remember when you bought it for me, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, Jedi Survivor, you might be picking that up for you in like 6 months when it's $10. There you go.
Black Friday deal.
Honestly, that actually might be one that's gonna be on sale around that holiday time period. Yeah. But Evan, we have Discord question over there.
Let's go with the announcement of Inspector Gadget going everywhere except for Xbox. Do you think it was
Gosh.
marketing decision or a Sony anti-Xbox deal?
I'm sure Sony had that up on the whiteboard, but the dart through it.
Had to
They're like,
have
we
it.
got to keep this off Xbox.
Can't let Gadget. I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time.
Sean was actually hyped for that game.
I think it looks cool. I like the art
Yeah,
style.
yeah.
Reminds me of the
style's
cartoon.
great.
Mike
Yeah,
was
those old dudes who grew up with Inspector Gadget are super hype about it.
Yeah.
I'm not hyped. That game looks like shit, but I mean, it's Inspector Gadget, so I mean, it's cool.
What's wrong? You've seen 4 screenshots, and it's all representative of the art style of a cartoon.
It doesn't. It's a licensed Inspector Gadget game, bro. Nobody gives a shit about Inspector Gadget anymore. They don't care about it. It's not going to be a great game. You guys know it's not. It's just you guys like the show, which I like the show well as well.
Nobody's saying it's going to be a great game. It's just it's going to be, first off, it's going to be a budget title because it's a microids game. So I mean, we're not expecting something fantastic here. It's just a nice little complimentary game.
How do you think? How much money do you think Sony paid to keep it off Xbox though?
They're probably 20 billion.
Millions.
$10.
$69 billion.
I
High
think
five.
publisher decision. So that's what I'll say about that. You have another Discord question, Evan?
In related news to how Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection sold 1 million within a few weeks, while Mega Man 11 sold 1 million after 4 years, any theories on why RPGs are the most favored genre in Japan, like how shooters are favored in the West?
Battle Network's just goated. Sorry.
I think there's a lot of value in Battle Network anyway for people who looked at it, because there's a lot of playtime there. I mean, X is great because it's an older platform and all of that platformer, but Battle Network is it's pretty popular series.
Battle Network wasn't re-released though. Mega Man games have been re-released a million times.
Right.
Battle Network was never re-released. It's something fresh. They added online play. It's just better than if you're looking at it like pound for pound. It's just better in terms of what they did with this. So that's why it's just people rushed out and bought it. Yeah,
it's time to drop the Mega Man Legends Legacy Collection. All right. So here's how they do it: Legends 1, Legends 2, Misadventures of Tron Bonne, and the Mega Man Legends 3 demo that they pulled.
Your Capcom's not going to do that, but you know that'd be
probably not going to do that.
Yeah,
Get Phil Spencer on the phone. We're going to buy Capcom, and then we're going to put out Legacy Mega Man Legends Collection. That's how we're going to do it. First one.
There's an engine that will run all those games.
Is there?
Unreal. It's Unreal Engine.
Yeah, Unreal Engine, exactly.
Yeah, with data and shader compilation.
Right.
Hell yeah.
Have fun with that.
Legends with Lumen.
Better than the alternative. That's all I can say.
I think that's I don't know where else they go with their collections, but that would be kind of cool just to do Mega Man Legends. Those games are still really expensive. Or hey, who knows? Just a new Battle Network game. There you go.
I mean, I like that whole era of Mega Man. So,
which is Mega Man 12 for fuck's sake. Mega Man 12.
There it is.
No.
X9. X9.
No.
X9. Hell yeah.
It's okay.
A new
Battle Network
AA Mega
7.
Man Legends, Mega Man Battle Network would be super cool. Like I think that would be really good. And
I think it would do extremely well. Yeah, I think
Battle
so.
Network 7.
Mega Man Legends would be amazing too.
No, Mega Man Legends would be great. It's just Battle Network. I think right now Battle Network's like people clearly want Battle Network. Like that was really fast for an old game collection.
That's really fast. I was super surprised at that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's really fast. It shocked. I think Capcom's even shocked about how fast that's.
There's this certain nostalgia for that. That 2000s Mega Man time. 2000s anything, but that 2000s Mega Man, it's hitting from the anime, from the manga to the games for Battle Network.
And people are actually playing it online. Like people are like, there's people that are like playing online and strategizing and trading. It's kind of crazy how popular the game is. You know,
it looks great, by the way. The game looks
great. 2 copies for some reason. I only pre-ordered 1, and they sent me 2. So maybe that's why it's selling so well. They're just sending random people 2 copies, like an extra piece of Popeye's chicken tenders, because you didn't give a shit. You know?
They just really wanted to make sure you're happy.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's 2 copies of it.
Hey, new battle. Go, Gene.
I got 2 biscuits today. Amazing.
Hey, nice. New Battle Network game and RE Engine. Let's do it.
Oh my god.
You're kind of crazy.
A little overkill right there.
No, they did an RE Engine.
Monster Hunter Rise.
Ghosts and Goblins.
Yeah, also like if they made it look like what was it, Monster Hunter Stories 2, like that style with Mega Man Battle Legends, Mega Man, yeah. Oh my god.
Battle Network, yeah.
Phoenix right into RE Engine. That would be
Phoenix right.
Yeah.
Go for hyper realism too. Don't just go back.
Let's do it.
Realistic,
Let's go over to the PlayStation 5 sales. We got some information from Sony to close out the week for the PS5, which sold a ridiculous 6.3 million, or shipped a ridiculous 6.3 million PlayStation 5 consoles. This would have covered their last quarter for the fiscal year, but for the calendar year, January, February, March, 6.3 means that it outsold the next best system in that time period of a calendar year, which would have been the PlayStation 2, I think in 2005. And now it brings the PS5 up to 38.4 million, which means less than 2 million behind the PS4 when you launch align them. And they're looking now to sell another 25 million consoles this fiscal year, which would be the most that PlayStation has ever done in its history. And selling at $400 and $500 for these systems at that.
You hit the D and C at the Watergate. You are White House employees. Don't get caught.
And the amount I was earning began increasing to about $10 to $20 a day. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of my videos got magically blessed by the almighty YouTube algorithm, and in a single day, I made $171 in ad revenue. So of course, I continued, and during my first full year of posting videos in 2017, I earned—
What's hilarious is the guy was obviously already rich. Look where he lives, right? He lives in this mansion-like house. He's got all this shit already, so he already was set up. I mean, I don't know if that's his house or his parents' house or whatever, right? But it's obvious he already had a bunch of shit in order to make these kind of videos, so. He cheated. He's a fucking cheater. A blatant fucking cheater. 100% blatant cheating.
The views, and that translated into a higher income. And throughout the entire year of 2018, the channel made $170,940.
My YouTube channel has never made $170,945. Not even fucking close. Like, not even close. like, holy crap. Holy freaking crap. That's only his second year he had a YouTube channel he made that much money. So, here's the thing. If you watch a video like this, listen, I'm not saying anything negative about this guy or his content. I don't even know what he does, okay? But you cannot take this story as a case that is something that you want to do. Like,
Hey, random self-sustaining.
Me time.
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. We have a very special video for you today. A lot of pranks, a lot of fun times with the boys. It's amazing. We also dropped some new merch, selling like crazy, you know, a nice new Frick Vape pattern. You guys are loving it. I asked if you guys wanted it, so of course I delivered. It is now live on BalenLevine.com. Enjoy it and enjoy the video because it's a great one. Luigi's right now. Luigi's coming through. You do not have my consent. Oh, there we go. Dude, all right. Oh, where's Mario and Luigi? Oh boy, am I excited to see this movie. Dude, I can't wait, man. Oh! 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 Oh, my knees! Oh, little help. Oh. Help me out, man. Help me up. Oh! Oh! Dude! What am I gonna eat during the movie now? Oh my God. I don't even want to see it anymore. I'm done. I'm watching the new Creed. Oh, it's gonna be a bitch to clean this up. But we do it because we're good pranksters. We're not barbaric. Watch out right here, you don't want to slip. I just took a tumble. Oh, hey, Bowser. We're cleaning it up, don't worry.
Big spill. Mamma mia.
I know. No, I got it. No, I made the mess, I'll do it. I took a tumble. You know, like when Mario hits the banana peels? We're at Universal because we're in a Mario phase. You know how I rotate through phases? Me and Kyle got a Switch and have just been grinding out Mario, so we entered into phase, and yeah, there goes the music taking over everything I say. I'll just tell you guys what we're doing in a second.
Super Mario Galaxy!
That's not exactly like them. Oh, they're playing tag. We gotta tap in. No, tap me in. Who's it? All right, you gotta get me. Oh. Shit, I didn't put the Crocs in sport mode. He's playing too. What? Their parents like, now come on over here. Don't play tag with the grown man. What's up, man? Nice Hawaiian shirt, dude.
Thank you.
You know, I just made Hawaiian shirt merch. It's not out yet. Tell me what you think. Honest opinion.
Bro,
it's nice, right? How are you?
I'm doing good.
Could I get a 1, 2, 3, 4 tickets? We're trying to go to Mario World.
God.
I don't know what we need for that.
So for 4, the general admission, your total is $616.
Okay, thank you. $600. We better meet Mario himself. Thank you so much. Universal Studios! Is there a Shrek ride here? Not anymore. They took it off.
Yeah,
Who the hell's idea was that? I don't know who got rid of the Shrek ride. Fucking dumbasses. Shrek 40 is the greatest ride of all time. It's so funny because I would make my parents do it when I was a kid and they were like, dude, this is the worst, shittiest ride ever.
The 4D is like blowing mist in your face.
Yeah, I know.
It's so fun.
Thank you. It is fun.
It is a good
I remember everyone's like, it's not even a ride. All you do is sit there. It's the greatest ride of all time. That's Baron right now up there. Anyways, as I was saying, is we're in a Mario phase. We're playing Mario Kart every night. And then we just saw the Mario movie. I'm chilling in Georgia and I'm like, we gotta go. Where'd Baron go? We gotta go to the Mario World ASAP because they just made a new Mario World. So got the tickets and here we are in LA. The movie was such a W, man. That poor dude. No! Shrek! I literally have dedicated my whole life to you. Like, I owe it all to you. You are my life. You are my love. No! One picture. No! Shrek, one picture, dude! Shrek, have my babies! Remember when you asked fuck? Yeah. I didn't get to see Shrek!
He loves you, bro.
I know. Dude, this shirt's sick. Thank you so much. Thank you, dude.
Hey, if I'm off, can we get a video?
All right, we can get one right now.
I'll get fired.
They won't. Who are they? I'll tell them fuck you. You want me to take one and email it to you? So then you don't miss it. Yeah, you know I got you. See, around here, we don't let fans ever miss out on a moment.
Dude, I appreciate you, Bailey.
I appreciate you. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. You have a good day.
You too, bro.
Love you. Do you know which way Mario World is?
Gotta go downstairs, bro.
So we went the opposite way? Damn, thank you. Funny shit ever say Mario instead of Mario. Like, we've been trolling everyone in our group recently. We'll be like, dude, you see the new Mario movie? And they're like, dude, it's Mario. And we're like, fucking stupid, it's Mario. Dude, my favorite character is Wario. And Waluigi. You know that's gonna become the new fucking Sean instead of Cena. Everyone's gonna walk up to me saying Mario now. There's always like a Range Rover Sports truck, or a fucking Kenobi, or a Scene, or a Mario.
I'm just sad for you. I can't stop thinking about it.
Oh, Shrek?
Shrek.
I know.
Like, that's just insane.
Yeah. Fucking egoed me.
Like, actually.
But that ain't the real Shrek, bro.
What's
up, dude? How you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm great. Oh, I like your accent.
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
That's fucking sick, dude.
Hey, Bailey.
What's up? Hey.
You like
like vapes or not?
Huh?
You like vapes or not?
No, I don't like vapes.
Can I get a photo?
Yeah, of course, dude. No way, more Australians?
Hell yeah.
Dude.
We're everywhere.
Aussies! Shout out to the fucking Australian fans. I bet you fuck bitches with that accent.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Jimmy Dean Simple Scrambles Breakfast Cup. Eggs, sausage, bacon, and cheese, all included in one simple cup.
A perfect coffee? With Phillips Latte Go, it's easy. From freshly ground beans and with a
How is Mario music so peaceful? You know Yachty sampled a Mario song from 64. So good. Run my circle. DJ Khaled. That sounds like Mario. I want to find my old DS. Me and Kyle, when we were kids, would always just play those, what was it called? The battle on New Super Mario, where you like battle for the coins. And I would toss Kyle's salad every time.
That's not true.
No, Kyle does have me in video games. Why isn't it the coin sound? This is the Mario Kart ride?
Yeah, straight through.
Okay, sweet, thank you. Dude, if they make a second movie and Yoshi's like a big part of it, and then Wario, what's his real name? Wario? Waluigi. I keep all this Aereo shit is fucking me up. Like Wario is the main villain.
I like how they did Donkey Kong. He's like cool.
I think they should have made Mario and Luigi gay for each other. If it just ended with them making out.
It's no one.
Dude, Bowser's actually you. Me and Kyle, Mario, and Luigi know it's fucking Bowser. All right, bro, I can't do all these lines. My ADHD gets fucked up right about now. No, I can't. Mario Kart Wii! You guys are fucked! You guys are done for, man! You guys are done for! Red shell their ass! Red shell their ass! Bowser! Bowser! Rainbow Road! Rainbow Road! Shout out to the LGBTQ community! We won! We won! How do we win that, dude? I was literally just mashing buttons. Dude, the key's stuck! His stocking stuck! My friend! He's actually stuck. Yo, you guys need help? You guys need help? Yeah. Bro, imagine they can't get him out. It's real life Bowser. Dude, this is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. He needs one of those fucking mushrooms that makes you small. What is it, the blue one?
The blue one, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
He shut down the ride!
You think that I could keep it as a souvenir? These shirts kill me so hard. Please wear one of those. Absolutely not.
It's like Sebastian.
Like Sebastian would rock this. Gotta get into the fucking drip. Dude, we look so funny. Oh my god. Bro, oh my. Oh my god. That is insane. Mario! Mario! Oh, when can I meet him? Mario! Mario! Oh! I'm out here with Luigi. I'm out here with Luigi right now. Luigi's right now. No, I'm here with Luigi. I'm here with Luigi. Dude, these fuckers are like celebrities. Mario!
No, there's a line.
Where's the line?
The line's on the other side.
I've been waiting all day.
It's actually closed now. I'm so
It's
sorry.
closed?
Yeah.
No, just one, please. I'll literally do anything. I'll Venmo you 500 right now.
I'm so sorry, dude.
Oh, will I get another chance tonight or no?
No, that's it. They're done for you.
Oh, no! They won't let me, Mario. Am I allowed to just look?
Yeah, you can look.
Okay, sweet.
Sorry about that, man.
No, it's all good. I mean, I understand.
All day, dude, and
I understand. Who's your go-to character in Mario Kart?
Always just Mario.
Really? I'm a Luigi guy.
Yeah?
Tall and skinny, just like me.
Of course, of course. See, a lot of people would sit there and still harass them, but we're not about that here at LME. If you guys want the good IG lighting right down there, like it glistens so well, it already boosted my analytics up like 10%.
What are you talking about?
For IG, I saw you guys getting the gram post. The lighting over there is like so good.
Is it?
Yeah. Do you know where I could refill my shell?
Probably Toadstool.
Toadstool?
Probably.
Okay, thank you so much. Dude, we should fucking fill this shit up with some vodka, dude. Get fucking lit. They'll never know it's vodka because it's a closed cup. Ha! Ha! I need me one of them collars. You're on that freaky shit. Where'd you get the collar from? Is it true that Mario actually lived here?
That what?
Is it true that Mario actually lived here?
Yes, in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Wow. Because I don't have a wristband. Yo, you think I can borrow your wristband? Real quick, I just want to hear it. Thanks, man. I'm kidding. Oh, there we go. What the fuck is this shit? That's not real cafeteria food.
You remember how bad the lunches were at ZCA?
Yes.
They were horrible.
Our middle school for real had the worst lunches of all time. Dude, it was mac and cheese and salsa. No, everyone packed their lunch. No one was buying that shit.
Everybody packed their lunches.
And like middle school lunches aren't bad. But we went to like this weird, it was like a private school, but you didn't have to pay for it. It was like a charter school. Could I rip a quick fucking Bud Light? Just kidding. We'll take the Powerade and the apple juice. Our eating habits, you have no idea. Like we literally eat like gummies, chips. I ate Sour Patch Kids for breakfast the other day. Like I said, I'll say it once, I'll say it before. We don't drink or do drugs so we can eat like shit. No, can you help me carry it? It's so hot. Stop, 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 stop. I'm serious, dude.
I couldn't let go.
God, immature. Don't be like him. Dude, I was actually gonna get mad. Dude, hands off my fucking meal.
Alright, it's gonna be nice. Let me get it.
Dude, do you ever not touch things?
Sorry.
Stop! This guy. Hide your plate. He'll try to get it. Let's get this shit going.
Bro, that is so obnoxious.
Rock hard.
Oh shit. We're at UCLA, we're about to do a Mario lecture prank. You know how we did it with Spider-Man and Cobra Kai? We gotta do it every movie. So we literally got a Mario Kart, we're gonna ride in there.
There's no way we have all the right shit.
Yeah, so if you wanna go ahead and put this on.
I'll put it on when we get inside.
Noah thinks that he's gonna walk in there, because me and Kyle are gonna drive in after Noah's already in. So Noah thinks that he's gonna walk in as Bowser and be like, where's Mario and Luigi? And then we just don't fucking walk in.
No, we definitely
If y'all do that, I swear to God, I'm not doing another clip.
No, we're not gonna do that. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, right.
Oh, fuck.
I know I'm gonna walk in that bitch, make a scene, and then y'all are just gonna dip. And I'm gonna be standing in there alone.
All right, let's see what you look like in it.
I'm not putting it on.
Dude, why?
No, we gotta see how it looks.
We gotta see if you fit in it. How fucking hard would you laugh there behind the camera if he says, where's Mario and Luigi, and then it's silent, and then we don't come in?
That's a belt.
That looks so
Oh my God. I didn't see what it looks like, dude.
This walks in, says the lines. He walks in, says the lines. No one shows up. You're sitting there.
Oh my God. 3 seconds to come in or I'm walking out. We're not gonna build that. I promise there's no way we get that built.
Dude, I'm sorry. We drove like 5 hours to that shit. We're building the Mario Kart. No, you gotta go nude. All right, 3, 2, 1, try not to laugh. Oh, dude, that ass.
Like, this is so dumb.
Oh my God.
Hey, what the fuck?
Oh, look, there's screws and shit.
Oh, there's a charger.
Oh,
There's
God.
Definitely not have to be charged.
Oh, are you serious?
Number 1, screwdriver. Release the screw and remove the cover of the engine portion with a screwdriver. Gotta put a battery in as well. Oh, and we need a wrench. Nice. Oh, would you look at that? We need somewhere to plug it in and charge it.
Oh, wow, how are we so dumb?
Would you look at that? Takes up to 8 hours to fully charge.
All right, looks like we will see you guys.
You need 2 AAA batteries.
We are the world's worst planners, so we're gonna go home, build this thing, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
On Monday.
We're gonna get the screwdrivers to build the car. Get groovy, get groovy,
yeah.
get jiggy with it, get groovy, get groovy. Oh! Woo! Dude, this is like futuristic. Yo, Noah, I know you're probably gonna need these.
No.
You know that one clip?
I don't remember.
This clip right here, bro.
Don't.
No, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
I don't recall. No, it's one of them AI videos.
You know where I could get a wrench around here? Like a screwdriver and a wrench? Trying to build a Mario Kart. Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Dude,
Wait,
that's a sign. How do I get on one of these? Excuse me, how do I get on a star? Can we just do it? Can we do the star? Why is she ignoring me so hard? Are we allowed to put our name on it? Are we allowed to do the star thing? I'm so fucking confused. Are we allowed to do this?
Give you any consent to post me on any
No, we're
video
not. We're just-
website. I
No,
don't
are we
give you
allowed
any
to do
consent.
this?
You have no consent to post on any social media.
Hey, you're posting me.
No.
You're posting me.
You need to leave from here. I don't give you any consent to post
I don't give you consent to
on
film
any
me.
video.
I don't give you. We're literally just trying to do this. Can we pay you to do this? You gotta stop filming me because you don't have my consent. You gotta talk to him. I'm not even the one with the camera. I dare you to do it. I dare you to do it. Hey, you can't film him. Two wrongs don't make it right. Yo, you do not have my consent. You do not have my consent. You do not have my consent. You do not have my consent.
Somebody told you you have no rights to video.
No, literally, we literally just want to do this.
You need to walk away.
We just want to put our name on the star. How did that turn into that? Like, I literally just wanted to pay her to put my fucking name on the star. What's wrong with people?
I'm sorry I say it so much, but this is awesome.
It's so big. That guidance counselor ass.
Do we just buy this because it has wrench and screwdriver?
All right, let's do it. Boom.
Okay.
Thank you, man. Thank you. We're with the weather.
You what?
The weather.
The weather, that's it,
Yeah,
bro?
yeah.
Nah, I have goofy personalities, so.
How'd you know?
I'm the H man.
No. He like goes around town and twerks. Bust it out. Bust it out.
Nah, don't do
No,
it.
no, trust me. Trust me. Trust me.
Damn it.
No, you're gonna want to see it. It's crazy. Yeah, go for it.
I'll give you a little something. Like, hold on.
He got in the Guinness World Record book. Biggest
Swear.
ass for a male.
You swear?
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. I love to see it. Support. Most people be like, ew, it's gross. Walk away.
I used to think I was a player, but I got a fine ass girl.
Okay.
And she likes my cheeks.
You want to
Girls
twerk?
Like that shit. No.
Oh, I was just saying. Can I get on the mic?
Oh, no, I can't.
Come on. I just want a shot on my IG. Real quick. One sentence.
Dude, come on. Get a normal job.
I just wanted one sentence. Show the camera. Real one, bro. Real one. Sub. Hey, you gotta turn notifications on. You don't have my consent! Yo, ready? Who am I? This is our trip to LA. We're making a video about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You guys want to say anything to it? We're out here. Just made some new friends.
Nice to meet you.
See you guys. Hurry. We've been playing this game lately. You know, in Wimpy Kid where Roderick drinks the milk and like you try not to laugh. We've been doing this game and it's so fucking funny. All right, ready? Fill up. We gotta do it to the brim.
I got the door.
Just ready?
Thank you. I got 3 picks, so that'll make y'all laugh. All over my bed again.
That's impossible. That's impossible. Every single picture we show, we can't even show the fans. You know those inside jokes that like you just can't put out there?
Dude, all right. Stop. On the
I'm not even trying to. All right, there needs to be like a reward.
Who's supposed to build it? Bro, stop with the fucking bed.
Bro, I can't hold my laugh. This is the hardest game of all time.
Spit it on the fucking
I will.
floor.
All right, sorry.
Stop spitting on the fucking bed.
All right. I think the phone's cheap. Just you in the flesh.
Dude, my bed's literally fucked.
No, it's not.
Feel how wet that is.
No, it's fine. All right, last one. Final boss round.
Where's Mario and Luigi?
When he actually has to say the line tomorrow, when he walks into the classroom in the suit, where's Mario? Bro,
Dude, his bed's not that wet.
We bought the cart though. Oh, dude, you can drift. Yo, Noah, you wanna hop on in here?
Yeah, let me get on.
You excited?
Oh yeah, man. I'm like excited to just get this the fuck over with.
Really? Dude, should I drive my cart in there? Luigi's in town. Watch out, Luigi's coming through. I'll only be a second, guys. It's me, Luigi! High five, man. Yeah! Yo, watch where you're driving, man.
Do I walk to the very front?
Yeah, like literally you gotta, and then you get in the front and you go, where's Mario and Luigi? And then if we don't hear it the first time, do it a second time.
No. So then, like, what do I do while I'm waiting for y'all to ride down?
Just roar at the crowd, maybe. I've never seen Noah so unenthusiastic about a prank. Watch this drift. Oh!
I laughed by myself out there.
I guess I'm laughing. All right, guys, so it's become such a meme that Noah's like, you guys are gonna leave me when I do the prank. Like, I know you guys aren't gonna come in when I say, where's Mario and Luigi? And he's like so mad about this prank. Like, he's so embarrassed. He doesn't want to do it at all. He's gonna go in there and say it, and then we're just not gonna like it.
This is like the funniest thing ever.
No, this is like funnier than the actual prank.
Oh, by far. Like,
Oh my
this
God.
is so funny.
Like, dude, he hates getting in the Bowser costume.
This is some like jackass shit.
No,
where
this
it's like,
is. You know he's gonna say it, and everyone's gonna be like, and then he's gonna be like, I said, where's Mario? And that's our cue to come in, and we're just not gonna come in. At like 3 a.m., Kyle's like, what if we actually didn't show up? And I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, that shit's so funny. We're like, all right, fuck it, we gotta do it. You ready, bud? All right, you gotta really self-fire. You love this outfit, huh?
Oh yeah, man. Fucking A, bro. I just hate that I'm the first one to go in. That's so annoying.
He's so nervous. Dude, he's gonna be so mad. I'm gonna give him money or something after this. He's gonna be so pissed.
Fucking A, bro.
All right, go. They're gonna see me go. To the walk.
Where's Mario and Luigi? Where are they? I'm trying to find them. Where are they? I know they're in here somewhere. Where are they? I'm trying to find them. They're in here somewhere hiding. Where are they? Take a picture all you want. They're coming in eventually. They're in here somewhere. Nah, fuck y'all, bro. Fuck you, bro. I knew y'all were gonna do that, bro. You know what's crazy, bro? You put it in our head. Like, you kept being like, I know you guys are gonna leave me. If you didn't say shit, you're so annoying. Oh, I feel bad. I was standing there, and everybody's like laughing, and then the teacher's like, I said it like 4 times. The teacher's like, all right, dude, I don't know where they're at. Probably just go. What was going through your head? No, by the 3rd time I said it, I was like, all right, they're not coming. I knew y'all were doing that by the way you were acting. When you're like, dude, just go. All right, take your stupid ass mic. Fuck y'all. I fucking hate y'all. Noah finally gets to be done with this prank. Stupid ass outfit. Every single comment on your pictures on every video now is gonna be like, where's Mario and Luigi? Apostrophes, it's awkward silence. It is so funny.
You know, and I'm sure I'll. Emery, that is how I get the ladies. So, how long will I stay on? I don't know. I know there's an AI video. Wasn't it with Joey? DK Oldies Joey. Isn't it sexy? That's how I get the women. It's not my physique, Emery. It's how powerful my ass is. Obviously. Oh, stop saying what caliber she looks like. That's fucked up. Yeah, I think Dead Island 2 is pretty fun. I'll stay on for a little bit. Just a little bit. Tomorrow night I'll do a normal stream. You have a fart fetish? That is weird. I know you're kidding. I think. Yeah, so I know I said I wouldn't buy it, but I'm like, you know what? Can I get Jedi Survivor to run on the integrated graphics of the Steam Deck? Why am I sounding like I'm tired? I'm on my sleeping med. I just wanted to do this experiment. I'm glad it actually went. It'll be interesting to get someone who truly I know Emery doesn't despise me. She doesn't dislike me. I'd love to get someone who hates me on, because maybe there's something there that I need to hear. You never know. You know? Yeah, it's gonna be $700, dude, with an amazing SoC. I was about to say AOC like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's pretty hot though, so that's fine. Oh, dude, review China would be interesting. Would be really interesting. Yeah, so if a 4090 is having a tough time, what's happening? What does JFC stand for? Dojangles from the Real Weird Sickos podcast just saw my Jedi Survivor tweet. Yes, we can watch that. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Gee, why is everyone saying Jesus fucking Christ? What happened? Well, dude, yeah, that's the thing. A lot of Rich, holy shit, Streamlabs bat. Why is it not doing anything for the Streamlabs? Bro, Emery should check out Daniel. He is like Chris Champ, but obsessed with singer Grace Vanderwall. He is like he likes him underage and is a homeless bastard begging for money. Just go waste him on stocks. What is with all these dudes liking fucking underage girls, man? I'm on my sleeping meds. I'm not even high. I was just like, let me do that. I was like, we'll just do this tomorrow. But I'm like, I'm not even sure. There's like an 80 to 90% chance I'm going to visit my daughter tomorrow. But there's a good chance I'll stream tomorrow night, even though we're doing the May 1st burst stream on Monday. I'm more inclined to stream tomorrow night because I know my boys are going with their other grandparents. So I kind of have the flexibility to get more sleep in. So yeah, I'm a little lit up right now. No, it won't keep me up, Danny. It's Klonopin. It's Klonopin. Something that you need after what has happened with me. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a late stream. I don't know why. I was just like... Oh, they're so fucking fun. Isn't that Mudahar's wife? Or am I going crazy? We'll watch West Side. No, you do not mix benzos with alcohol. I don't really drink alcohol. It's Xanax, but it's slow releasing. I never go up beyond my dose with the Klonopin. Never. Purposely, for that reason. You heard what's bad. No, I kept him. I thought that was the morally right thing to do to kind of prove a point. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I'm stoned and saying it wrong right now from the benzo. Yeah, because he started taking benzos like Skittles. You don't go past your max recommended daily dosage. Do not do that. No, I'm sure I'm physically dependent to a degree. I'm also a realist. But would I ever go, oh man, I could have 2 pills today. I'm just going to have 4. It's fine. Hell no. Yes, and that's exactly what I'm doing, Chris Dennis. There was a time where I was going through a real dark place. I mean, this is what happened with my daughter was the worst thing that's ever happened in my life. And if it wasn't for the anti-anxiety meds, and at the time it was Xanax, I just switched over to Klonopin. It would have been a much rougher time. Someone on Joe Rogan, when I still watched it was a comedian who said this: just because drugs are overprescribed, they are, doesn't mean they shouldn't be prescribed at all. You know. No, I didn't start benzos that long ago. I also take a mood stabilizer, not to Jesus Christ review TMI USA, called Lamictal. But anyway, I should get to bed because I do have other shit that I have. This is the strangest stream ever, but I think it's kind of good that it's short because this is the kind of thing people want to come to that's short. Tomorrow, I'll do at least like a 2 or 3 hour stream. Maybe more. We'll see what happens. But Monday, the May 1st burst stream, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Eastern Standard Time, whatever, till 12 midnight Eastern Daylight Time, Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be crazy. Now I'm going to go back and probably play some more Elden Ring half asleep. All right. I should go to bed, though. Oh, God, the 10 is that... Oh, man, yeah, a different time. Yeah, we could react to that. I did that with my friend Sean. Yeah, 100%. Remind me next time. How much till 3? Dude, I took my sleeping med already. I'll be on the floor by 3 a.m. Save your money for tomorrow. Tomorrow I may take you up on it because I can still get my sleep in. Wait, no, I can't. Because I got to still drop my kids off at school. That's a lie. We'll see, though. We'll talk tomorrow. Have a good night. And I'll see.
And now I'm gonna masturbate.
Damn. Scullin's nipples. Hot damn. Scullin's nipples. They are firm and have 2 dimples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. They are firm and have 2 dimples. Skip dip 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 dip. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. They are firm and have 2 dimples. Skip dip 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 dip. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. They are firm and have 2 dimples. Skip dip 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 dip. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. They are firm and have 2 dimples. Skip dip 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 dip. Breasts.
Boobs.
They are firm and have two dimples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. They are firm and have two dimples. Dip, 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 dip. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. Matthew Scullin has nice nipples. They are firm and have two dimples. Dip, 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 dip.
Breasts.
Boobs.
And now I'm gonna masturbate.
Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip.
Breasts. Oh, wow. There's more people here earlier on than usual, probably because it's a... Is the song really playing in the fucking background? Please tell me they're pumping out another update for the Stream Deck. You could hear it. You hear. I hope this boxing match goes down. Intro guy will have to fly in from Cali to train you. You'll have to channel your inner bird to. Well, okay. I'll explain it when we, you know the deal. 500 people. My son will beat you soon with his washboard abs. Well, no, you know, well, I'll explain it here. I'm sure I'm going to explain it 60 times in this fucking stream anyway. Not sure how long I'm streaming tonight. To Nicholas Diorio, I'm sorry. I know I said I would have came on your show tonight. I got busy. We filmed the top camera of the Sega Genesis, taking it apart. What shape is the Sega Genesis in from DK Oldies? You'll have to watch the video and find out, but I was filming that, and then I knew I needed to come on and stream, and I knew I wasn't staying on super late. And I knew this was something that... Why is everyone talking? So I too always get banned. It was such a stupid thing. Like, dude, you said like the same thing a whopping 3 times. Dude, could you imagine if I banned Abby for him saying something the same thing 3 times? I'd have to ban Abby every fucking... He'd be permanently banned.
Winnie's got a thirst on May 1st. Who's gonna burst? Philip Burnell.
Well, the strangest thing is... Alright, so let me explain it. And I'll explain it again at 500 and 700. I just put stupid shit up on Twitter. Okay, I'm a 41-year-old man-child on Twitter. I treat it as a joke. I think that's why I enjoy Twitter. You should do a raw trading Rocky-style montage. I got some ideas. You know, speaking of Nintendo, have you noticed they haven't really went after other emulator sites for a while, which is good. Maybe they actually learned that something hosting a 15-year-old game doesn't hurt them? No. They'll get to, they just don't know about them yet, even if it's a bigger site. So, that's all I do. I just fuck around on Twitter. I don't have a lot of followers. I mean, compared to other people. So that's it. I just shitpost. Maybe I'll get a couple hundred likes on something. Like, I'm irrelevant on Twitter. So I'll fuck with my editor. I'll put up like a poll, who eats ass better, me or Jay? And obviously Jay does, so it's a stupid poll. Omar, you follow me on Twitter. And like, that's it. Dude, I pissed off Scott Baio on Twitter, asking if he like wears American flag underwear and farts in his wife's face. Farts in his wife's face, I mean. And he got pissed off that I said that. So that's what I do. Point being, okay. So it doesn't matter if I like you or dislike you. I know Pat hates me. I may add him one day and say, hopefully Frank doesn't rest his balls on your hair, because they may never come off, because Pat's hair is like a Medusa from Castlevania. Dick now. Anyway. So if I like you, if I dislike you, it doesn't matter. I just fuck around on Twitter. If I'm thinking of something random because I can't sleep at night, you'll probably be in my crosshairs. Doesn't mean anything. So everyone was talking, I think what made me think of it, I think it was either last night or the night before, it doesn't matter. Everyone was talking about, I don't know what happened with Alana Pierce with Creator Clash. I think it's stupid. Okay? So keep that in mind as I'm saying this, but I'm down to do it. So as a joke, as a stupid fucking joke, I don't know when I actually went to bed fairly early last night, but when I went to bed, I put up a poll, should I box the quartering? And that's it. I've added the quartering with other stuff. Usually he ignores me now. Or he responds in 20 minutes, which means he ignores me. So, meant nothing by it. I was just kind of like fucking making fun of the stupid creator. I'm like, oh, who's someone I would box the quartering? Needless to say, he responded back and said he would do it. There's some asterisks to that, though. Not on the mic is here, not on my end. I won't. We DM'd a few times. He's been cool. He's been respectful of the quartering. My caveats are this, though. I don't know anything about promoting a match. Have Keem start promote it. I know you don't like Keem. Jeremy, get over it. Like, oh, he's like, let's just us do it and promote it. I'm like, dude, I'm not fucking fighting in a dive bar where it smells like piss in like the basement, like we're a middle-aged fight club. Like, nah, dude, we're doing it legit. And for some reason, Jeremy's not starting. Now, apparently, he may get Sam Hyatt to train him. Okay. He made a weird statement and like, hey, if you're ready, 8/1/23, man, I'm already going. I went today to the gym and started. Like, hey, Jeremy, if you're ready, but August isn't that far away, but all right, cool. Let's go. You know? I don't know, man. I'll just, I mean, again, like I said, I'm doing it through a venue. I'm getting paid for this. I don't even, like, I did it as a joke, but hey, if you want to go in, I'll go in. Let's go. So that's really it. That's where it is right now. I'm going to talk to some people, getting some people on the phone. You know, I'm going to actually find a trainer and not just lift weights like a fool and do cardio. You know, I have to know how to throw down. I don't know. I'm down to do it. Ball's in his court.
Breasts.
Getting punched in the face really sucks. Thank you. So that's a thing. Let me open up Streamlabs, because if I don't open it up now, I'll forget to like 75 times. Dude, 2023 has been a bizarre year in horrible ways and in interesting ways. Listen, Richards, I put up the idea of a VTech USA versus the quartering. I was one with the idea. I should at least get front row seats of this fight. I will have Phil's fat face on a sign and get it on TV after you knock Jeremy. Like, look, man, I'm down. I don't know anything about boxing officially. Like, the height is a thing. This is what I think Jeremy actually said this to me, because he's 6'5". I didn't know I knew he was taller than me, but not that much. I'm 5'10". Bust a Mike Tyson and bite his nipple. Oh dear God. No, I won't punch balls. I'll keep it above the waist. Butterbean USA. I like that.
Can we get a Rocky IV like workout montage with you while you're oiled up like the Olympian man god that you are?
Could you imagine I oiled myself up now? But no, man, I'm not playing. I'm going to drop my kids off at school, go to the gym every day, or at least during the week. It's something I needed to do anyway. So this is a good incentive to do it. Yeah, I mean, look, man, obviously I've changed my diet too, literally over the past few days. I've kind of went back to like how I ate in 2019. The drinking, I'm sure he's like, I'm not talking shit about you, Jeremy. I'm just keeping it real. The drinking is going to be a problem for you. I don't care if you get Mike Tyson himself to train you, if you actually do this. Get Andrew Tate to trade me. Could you fucking imagine? I didn't see Mr. Medicare. What happened with Mr. Medicare? Is he still around? Like, I hope he's not gone. Dad can KO General. Well, I got to train, man. Yeah, we need to order you. That's it, Toy 2. You're banned. You said something I didn't like. Like, I've known Rennie, he's been severely ill for a while. I knew that. Yeah, and it was something that, like, dude, you were actually asking him. Hold on. You know, you were just asking him something about the creator clash thing between me and the quartering. Like, what was... Like, he just doesn't even want to, like, mention me. He's so weird. He's so bizarre. To mud wrestling? Yeah, no thank you. I don't want to be skin on skin with that large man. No. Throwing hands with gloves on, that's different. And a mouth guard, I'm down. But I don't want to be nipple on nipple with Mr. Hambley. No, thank you. I can't wear nipple tassels shirtless. I'll get fucking bad that I wouldn't anyway. My scrotum is moist. Good. I don't have an I just peed in my basement. I replaced it one with
boobs. Boobs. Boobs.
Nipple on nipple. Yo, did you ever see a Turkish bath, dude? We've watched it before. I'm not going to watch it again, but you get the shit beaten out of you. Seriously. Mother of God. You get the shit beat. They like slide you around and slap you around. Your herb dealer went to jail, and I don't know why. Well, probably from illegally selling herb. Mine's good, minus lack of herb to chill out with. How's your day going? I hope she's getting better. She is. The last, like, the doctor said usually, like, the skin progress with healing, she's healed. Her healing is the equivalent of what it should take 3 to 6 months. She did that in like 5 weeks. So, Rich, I got the bagels. Check my previous super chat. Let me see where it is. Whisper, I received the bagels. Clean my hole, inspect my logs, Father. I received the bagels. And clean my hole, inspect my logs, Father. No, that's slapping shit. I don't know, dude. That's just stupid. All I'll say is that it seems like he's leading in that direction. And like I said, I just put up that poll as a joke because everyone was talking about Creator Clash and I thought it was stupid. But then he said, I want in. Okay, let's go. I mean, all right, yeah, Jeremy, I get it. You're 6'5" with longer arms, but you're not fucking Muhammad Ali, dude, and neither am I. I don't really think it's gonna make a big difference. You know. Yeah, I don't understand. And then like it was funny, like Phil, because he was talking about me, that's what pissed off Phil. Toy, The Legend of Toy, Toy 2 featuring Toy 4, co-starring Toy 3. You asked 10 times, and it was like everyone's like, no, he asked the same thing 3 times, and it's something pertinent. So what's the big deal? Like I said before, could you imagine I banned fucking Hobby every time? I'd have to ban him every fucking day. Dude, we'll see. The ball is in his court. I said to contact Keemstar. That's on him. I'm not doing no crazy ass venue, man. I'm not doing some like homemade sketch venue. This is what Keemstar does. Why not do it through him? Makes no fucking sense. You know? Imagine Snort Hogan was the walkout song.
Post nasal drip is a constant. It keeps going. It's like a faucet that's dripping.
Yeah, man. Kappa Tank. Yeah, I have too. And so, you know, this was like the perfect kick in the ass because I was already like about to get back to the gym, and I'm like, nah, fuck that, dude. I'm going back today. Even if the quartering bails out, I need to. It was fucking great, dude. I did 30 minutes of cardio. I did back and biceps. I did sit-ups or crunches. Review Butterbean USA. You were the second person that said that. Thank you. Why am I wearing this hoodie? Why? Look, there are weights there. There are free weights there. There are weight machines. Why avoid Planet Fitness? They don't do the pizza shit anymore. And if the pizza's there, don't eat it. Like, I get it. Keemstar even said too, it's sketchy that they've had documentaries, and it's true. They did the pizza thing to keep people chunky, to keep going back to the gym. But no, not really, dude. I've quit memberships there before. I've never had an issue. If I sound like I'm like white knighting and advertising for Planet Fitness, I don't fucking care. You hate Planet Fitness, hate Planet Fitness. I can give a flying fuck. But it's not like they have people like force feeding you a slice of pizza as you're doing like the row machine. Imagine with like each rep, take a fucking bite. No, I don't want it. Put it in your mouth. Oh, okay. You know? Yeah, and it's 24 hours too. So if I'm doing something bizarre or working on, like, not with my kids here full time until my daughter gets out of the hospital, but I'm sure there'll be times I'll fucking go there. Yeah, a gym is a gym. If it has weights, if it has machines, if you eat the fucking pizza, that's on your stupid ass. You know what I'm saying? Phil burst on May 1st, and he burst bubble. Yeah, now he just does bubbles. You know what's funny is that he was self-aware in that shower video. Not only was it kind of funny, except when he started talking about, like, picking dingleberries out of his fucking cracker. Like, it looked like he was, I should say. But like I said to you, I don't care he made the video, but he talks shit about me getting shirtless and kissing birds. And that video is, I would say, on par with or maybe worse than anything I've ever done. Okay. Their slogan, judgment free, is a contradiction because they judge people that make noise while working out. Nah, dude, I work there. They don't, like, there are some people that sound like they're getting power fucked in the ass, and it is distracting. They don't care about, like, you're obviously going to do like a, like that. That sounded like I was busting a nut. But you know what I mean, though. But if it's like, there's some people that it sounds like literally someone's getting murdered. Like, nah, you can't do that, bro. Rich, how are you? And how's your daughter feeling? She's on the mend, man. You know, her skin is healed incredibly. The last thing is that, like, there's adhesions on her eyes. So they're like kind of like, it's weird that the ophthalmologist, but a specialist in the ophthalmology field, he came in and said it's not as big of a deal as, because they had to like, he's like, there's someone really like, because they really wanted him to look it over. So he's saying it's not as bad as he was told. So he may not have, I don't know, but that's like the last hurdle. And how much for wearing a mullet for the entire this week and next week with a tank shirt? Dude, Rocksteady delayed their Suicide Squad game to February 2024. Probably needed it. 6 random sounds.
And now I'm going to masturbate a very intelligent brain.
Boobies?
Boobs.
Breasts. Breasts.
Before I get angry. Hand jobs all around.
She is recovering. She absolutely is recovering. Like, the eyes are like the last thing.
So after you knocked Jeremy out by TKO in the final round like a Rocky movie, I have another idea for Keem. A mud wrestling match between Wings and EDP 445.
I love how it's said 445. Man, that would look like... That would be interesting. It would kind of look like half frozen. Oh. Vanilla and chocolate pudding getting smushed together. I just... Not saying I'd look any different, but hey. I don't know. I don't know what's good. Like I'm gonna talk to Keemstar. We'll go from there. And again, we'll see what happens. My laugh track helped in a random drunk video I sent to my friend. Thank you, Rich. You're very welcome. I don't know what the fuck I did, but also, I'll glad play Don King for this build-up. Did I miss your super chat, Lone Star? If I did, I'm sorry. I seriously hope you take his head, Rich. Again. I am too sexy to fight. Well, obviously, too, if you do it above the belt, you got to get things like a physical, which I'm going to do. Stuff like that, so. The soundboard is just a stream deck, dude. It's all it is. It's just a stream deck. Holy shit, Mari. Hey, Rich, I'm glad your daughter is feeling better and getting stronger. Hope you're doing well, too. Rich, well, since Sexy Coco hasn't done this yet, I think I should. Off with the shirt with the snort song. That is an interesting mix. Chat, you can thank me later. Thank you.
Post-nasal drip is a constant. It keeps going. It's like a faucet that's dripping. I can't turn it off. I can't make it stop. Then I'm like, damn, my post-nasal drip is going. My sinuses are inflamed. My throat is gunked up. What is going on here? Damn. Snort. Code. Drip. Snort. I got the drip. Go. Snort. Code. Drip. Snort. I got the drip. Go. Damn. I got the drip. Go.
Filming, and I was like, I'm like, why the fuck am I wearing the poo hoodie? It's like 95. I mean, the air conditioner's on in here, so it wasn't unbearable, but whatever.
Breasts.
I'm just gonna go.
Have
to bed
you watched
naked.
that new Sunny V2 video? What a way for a YouTuber to out themselves as a transphobe. DSP butt fucked and that hurts.
Thank you, Christian. It's okay if I say your first name. I didn't even think.
You don't want to be butt fucked. Trust me. Oh, it hurts.
Oh. Yeah, people have been talking about this Sunny V2 video. Sure, I'll take a look at it. Yes, I'll switch the screen. Let me just get the video up on here. So, yeah. Oh, wow. There's 756 of you. So let me explain what happened again, and then we'll get into that video. Let me look up the Sunny V2 video so it's ready to go. Yes, I am on Twitter at the Real RTU. I think it's in the description. I even think in Planet Fitness also serve. They still serve bagels. The fuck you serving? Whatchamacallit bagels? Carb-filled bagels? Seriously? Wow.
The Chris.
So if they see it's tons of carbs, man. A bagel has a shit ton of calories in it too. I mean, look, I haven't seen this yet. Let me look at the liked dislikes, because even though it's hidden, there's still a plugin opened, at least for now. $60, 127,000 likes, 60,000 dislikes. All right, so I mean, it's anyway. Why Chris will soon be a nightmare for Mr. Beast. So let me explain the story. So last night I shitpost on Twitter. Almost forgot. It's all I do. I act like a 41-year-old, soon to be 42-year-old man child, and just fuck with people. If you like you, dislike you, it doesn't matter. I just shitpost. You can't take it personally either way. It's what I do. I'm an asshole. I'm fairly obnoxious. I'll just keep it real. So, just jokingly, because everyone was talking about Creator Clash, I thought it was stupid. I think Creator Clash is dumb. You know, boxers are athletes, YouTubers are fucking YouTubers, but whatever. So I just, as a joke, put up, should I box the quartering? And he responded. A bunch of people said yes, of course. He responded and said, all right, I'm down. Okay. Wasn't serious, but fuck it. 2023 has been a weird ass year for me in horrific ways and good ways, so I'm just coasting. So yeah, don't eat the bagels at Planet Fitness. I don't think they serve pizza anymore because they got too much flack for it.
The Chris Tyson situation could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast's brand. However, it may also provide some unique
Stop.
benefits. So the Chris Tyson situation could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast's brand. However, it may also provide some unique benefits. So let's begin by going over the drama before explaining exactly how this will impact the Mr. Beast channel. In mid-2022, fans began to notice that Chris Tyson was changing. In the early days, he represented the quintessential southern gun and truck loving dude. Yet beginning in March 2022, Chris began to display increasingly feminine traits, making tweets such as "I finally got my nails done at a nail tech." Additionally, Chris would highlight that his facial appearance had changed significantly since the start of the pandemic, which accompanied another post reading, "Okay, so in 4 different customs I had to prove I was myself because I quote look nothing like my passport pic, so much that I'm considering updating my passport. Do you see any resemblance?" Prompting replies such as "You went from man to boy." Chris responded by stating, "Nah, to be honest, I just really started taking my mental health seriously and eating better." Yet his Twitter photos kept insinuating that Chris was becoming more feminine, with this same kind of look showing up in his Mr. Beast appearances. For example, on the 6th of January 2023,
I strapped a GoPro to a fish. I think that's the most bizarre thing here. Why lie about it at first? You're watching a video as to why. Because they knew it was probably going to become a shit show.
Beast Reacts uploaded a video titled "I strapped a GoPro to a fish," in which Chris dressed in a way that prompted...
Yeah, well, stop backsliding. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Comments such as, "Chris has been adopting more and more traits that remind me of my grandmother." Okay, so some people just gonna ignore Chris's nails? Chris had to have lost a bet. The look is getting wild. The response to the video then prompted countless viral TikToks, such as this one with 700,000 likes, stating, "How did Chris go from this to this?" While others even made the claim that Carl had turned him gay. Now, this was pretty ridiculous as Carl isn't even that feminine, and Chris had come out as bisexual years before he and Carl had even met. The true catalyst for Chris Tyson's feminization instead seemed to have come from his marriage. In January 2022, Chris would post a photo with his wife to his Instagram, yet after this, the family photo stopped altogether. Fans also noticed...
Yeah, you notice that on Facebook all the time. Yo, what's up, Pescatore? How are you, man?
Removed his wedding ring, with the ring's absence correlating perfectly with the very first post in which he'd painted his nails. Chris confirmed the split in a post from March 2023 reading, "For a little over a year now, me and Katie have been separated," with this also confirming that Chris's transformation began as soon as his marriage came to an end. Chris went from lighting campfires and raising a family with his beautiful wife to now trying to be a wife with his man buns and long nails. As the criticism continued to pile, Chris announced that he'd be taking a break from social media. And while there was a possibility that Chris would make efforts to return to his father, do the opposite and double down on his...
The fuck was that edit? The hell happened there?
His feminine image, showing up to the Kids' Choice Awards looking like this before making the announcement that he'd been doing HRT for approximately 2 months, which according to a quick Google search is the medical process for changing genders. Chris would expand on this by stating, informed consent.
Listen, strap a GoPro to a shrimp. Leave it at Phil's neighbor's doorstep. Watch the footage in the top bunk with Jay with a 6-pack of Royo's Everything bagels.
Put the shrimp in the bagel too. Hopefully remove the GoPro.
And HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles GNC people have to jump through to get life-saving gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies, which received a positive response from both Carl and Mr. Beast, who wrote, "Got you, I did one more heart than Carl because I'm a better friend." While his co-workers expressed positivity, others weren't so welcoming. There goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to look up to. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. Weak man times. Chris responded to this comment.
People are fucking savage and ridiculous.
By stating, "This is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and GNC folks aren't safe around kids. Tucker begs for me to come back when I leave for like 2 days to film. He is so loved and happy. Kids aren't born with hate, it's taught by people like you, and my child will only know love. I know I'm going to be a great parent, and so is every other person who puts the love of their child before everything. I made this decision because I wanted to show up as my best and happiest self for him. In a way, this was for Tucker." Chris's response received some positivity such as, "I'm convinced you're an amazing father. Tucker is lucky to have you and also lucky to have all of those who surround and support you in his life, as well as I adore that, I'm glad you made that decision. It's so much easier to be a parental figure when you're not struggling with dysphoria."
At the end of day, who gives a rat ass that Chris is transforming to a woman? As long Chris is happy with it, that all that matter.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, it's his or their body to do what they want to. If they went through, they did it the right way, which I'm safe to say they did. It's their choice.
Yet he'd also receive an equal amount of backlash. You ripped
Don't even compare this to Chris Chan.
apart your family and took a father figure away from your son just so you could paint your nails and act zesty. Pathetic.
Oh, dude, people break up and divorce all the time. Shut the fuck up. Whether it had something to do with it or not. What is the
Hey
divorce?
Rich, you didn't answer my question. How much for wearing hairstyle mullet and no shirt except tank shirt for this week and next week? I mean, come on, it's getting hot. Also, there is rumor about Jeremy that he farts every time.
There's a rumor about Jeremy that he farts every time someone tickles his... tickles his what? His balls? Hey, Jeremy, I'm going to tickle your balls as a secret weapon. I just don't... Like, what... Oh, yeah, this is what I was looking up. What's the divorce rate in the United States? Divorce rate in America. Here we go. Whatever, America, United States, same shit. What is this data from? The CDC follows divorces? Ah, shit. Okay. All right, I'll look some marriage rate 6 per 1,000 population. Let me look up something better than this, though. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Divorce. If I could fucking spell today. Divorce rate in America 2022. It's 2.3 for... Yeah, but I don't want to know 2 point... What is the percentage? I'm not just losing my mind. Remarriage increases the risk of divorce. No shit. The average length of a marriage is 19.9 years. So let's just go with... In the United States, between 35 to 50% of first-time marriages end in divorce. Almost half. Oh, there it is. That was the stat that I was looking for. Because I knew that was, and that's by World Population Review. So to say that they could have gotten divorced if he didn't transition and was still a man. 35 to 50%. So to say, you know what I mean? It's just so stupid to use transgender. Like that is the... They would have probably gotten divorced for some other reason.
He will get torn apart at school, won't want to have friends around his house, a life full of difference and being alone. Must have missed the point in that tweet. How's this for him when you're depriving him of a father figure? Although Chris wasn't altered by these comments, as he'd once again reiterate his certainty in a new post reading, "It's never too late to start being yourself," which received praise from Mr. Beast as well as Nolan and Carl. However, these comments also added extra fuel to the fire. In a few years, look back at this thread and remember they were never your friends, only yes men cowards. Hope you come out of this safe. Mr. Beast responded to this with a simple opinion irrelevant ratio, to which the original commenter would state, "I have 30 followers, so go ahead and ratio me. I'll still rest easy knowing that I'm not a coward who idly sits by watching my friend ruin his own life." In some ways, it was nice to see the boys standing up for Chris on Twitter. However, the situation has already begun to change the dynamic within the videos. For example, in a recent livestream titled "Opening 1,000 Mystery Art Boxes," Chris would once again dress in quite a feminine way, and while everybody participated as usual, the energy and vibe didn't feel nearly as smooth as it normally does. It felt as though there was an unaddressed elephant in the room, and therefore everybody was in their head, as opposed to being in the present moment enjoying each other's company. Maybe everybody was simply too busy opening packages, but Chris did make these bizarre jokes about Jimmy being female, making him incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh my god, Jimmy, look, they drew you. Jimmy, they drew you so well. It looks just like you.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god, it's Jimmy.
How did fan art? This is what we were looking for. Be brave, be honest, be kind, Mr. Beast. That is my tagline.
Becoming even weirder when each member started to pay each other compliments.
Hey, nice shirt. Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Hey, nice shirt.
Thanks, dude. Nice shirt.
Thanks. Nice shirt.
Nice shoes.
For the most part, the livestream was devoid of awkward moments. However, it would act as fodder for another 100 million views worth
That was a weird one.
of drama and criticism. Chris likely believes that people will slowly adapt to his new appearance over time, but is this really going to happen? Well, maybe. It's difficult to say as the situation is fairly unique, especially when considering Chris's reputation and influence. However, if Chris continues to transition, would it be unreasonable to say that he could jeopardize some of the personality traits which made him a successful member in the first place? Perhaps the opposite will happen, and he'll instead pick up new personality traits that better resonate with the current Mr. Beast audience. This was put forward in many comments supportive of Chris, who implied that there'll be millions of queer kids who look up to him, although this doesn't necessarily mean that it'll add any value to the videos. Mr. Beast has likely cultivated a massive LGBT audience, all of whom are already watching anyway, and if we've learned anything from Hollywood in recent years, it's that adding over-the-top LGBT characters for the sake of relatability rarely works as intended, and is often nothing more than a distraction from the premise of the movie or video.
But it was already someone like, so what are you insinuating, that Mr. Beast is like, yo, become transgender? Like, what is that? They didn't write him in on a script, Sonny. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's not a fucking script.
On top of this, it can be uncomfortable and unrelatable for the silent majority, although as we have seen, a situation like Chris's does have the potential to create an otherworldly amount of discussion, which could be seen as a benefit for the MrBeast brand.
I mean, it sounds like that is what he was insinuating.
Drama is good for growth, 100%. That would be an easy way to up my views if I got it.
The problem is this type of situation is probably the last thing that MrBeast wants to attract, as he's forced to agree with Chris's position, as he has no way of manipulating the situation without being painted as the bad guy. It's a lose-lose situation for MrBeast. I think Jimmy is in an inescapable situation. If he kicks out Chris, cancelled. If he don't, his channel will die for real.
His channel won't fucking die. And people are so weird with change is what the problem is. And to be quite frank with you, if by some extreme ridiculous reason because of this it did, does MrBeast really, I think he'll be okay. At first I was like, this isn't that. I think people were just being too harsh on Sunny V2. It just kind of seemed like he was just, but now it's, yeah, okay, now I see it.
Inescapable situation is a pretty good way of describing the
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, who cares? Let her be what who she wants, exactly. Did I miss your last two chats? Missed my last. You missed my last, Daddy. Did I? What did I miss? As a doctor, I answered that one. Did you? I'm not seeing it, bro, unless there was another one that I missed.
Drama, which is also why it deserves the harsh label of being a nightmare. Jimmy has no option but to publicly express acceptance of Chris's transition, as silence or even worse, disapproval would come with obvious severe repercussions. However, in accepting Chris's transition, Jimmy implies that this will be the new normal within the content, thus annoying a different group of people, many of whom will never express their true feelings and may rather simply click on fewer MrBeast videos. If this is the case, Jimmy has no option but to accept this fate, as removing Chris from the videos in any kind of way,
yeah, I agree,
could create an even more severe media firestorm. The only clean solution, should things go south, might be for Chris to resign himself, and even then rumors and bad press will be unavoidable. Whether it be arrogance or ignorance, Chris seems oblivious to how this whole thing might impact Jimmy, forgetting that he achieved his current level of success by avoiding this exact type of drama.
Oh, wow, there's an interesting stream to watch. Yeah, that's fucking bizarre, dude. Philip Burnell. What happened? What did he want? Lil Wayne? Why? Who the fuck talks about Lil Wayne anymore? Why is he talking about... Later. Google fish. Later. I'll tell you, though. Yeah, exactly. Lil Wayne, in, like, the late 2000s, was on fucking fire. He's a rapper. Not early 90s. No, he was, like, I'm talking, like, 2007, 8, 9.
Oh, okay. So there's one interesting piece of info. I was alluding to this earlier, and this is something that I'm interested in, and we got to figure out how we want to do it. Are you ready?
Phil transitioned to a B. Yeah, like 06, 09, Phil Chernell, you're right. But okay, Lil Wayne is still around, but he's not, so is fucking... Granted, he's more relevant than Draco. Can't think of his fucking name right now. Soulja Boy. But not like he was.
On Thursday...
Yeah, he never needs to work another day in his life anyway.
April 20th. That is one week from today. At 3 p.m. Pacific time. That would be 3 hours from now in 1 week. Capcom is doing a digital 1 hour long presentation on Street Fighter 6. During this presentation, they are finally going to reveal details on World Tour, Battle Hub, and Fighting Ground.
Yeah, it's such a weird, like, why Street Fighter 6 and Lil Wayne? Why? Of course, Phil loses his mind. Oh, yeah, dude. I'm sure he did. It feels like, honestly, it feels like I'm driving like a Beamer. It's very sporty. I don't know if I sound like a boomer saying that, but it's the truth.
Now, do you know what those are? Those are all the offline style modes or the non-competitive modes. This is what we've wanted information on for a long time. How will the story mode called World Tour work? How long will it be? Will it have a ton of content, or will it just be a short tacked on mode? Battle Hub. We already know in Battle Hub, this is where you wait for your multiplayer matches, correct? But
Lil Wayne is MAGA? That is quite bizarre. Why is my voice like this now? Because I have a slight cold. It's part of the reason. Minus that I've been taking care of my boys. That's part of the reason why I haven't been to see my daughter, because she's not on the immune suppressant anymore because her skin is now just healing. I guess the sulfur-based medication is out of her system. Her immune system is no longer reacting to it, but it would not be good for her to get a cold.
what else will happen in Battle Hub? Will we have opportunity to play other games? A lot of people have been speculating maybe we'll be able to play Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo in there.
DSP's famous finish. Here's my buy-in. Dude, it's a bizarre situation. But whatever. I did that. The intro guy bullet, I see it. I just put up that poll as a joke. That's all I do. I fucking clown people and fuck with trolls on Twitter and just post stupid shit. But, all right, Jeremy. But I'm not doing no half-ass venue, dude, where we're like 3 people are there. People are already fucking going crazy wanting to interview me about this. I was supposed to be Nicholas. I'm sorry. But, like, I'm sorry. I had to finish. How long have I been talking about that Sega Genesis DKLD video? 17 years? I had to get it done. I'm like, yo, Dad, you got to... It's such an easy console to take apart, though. But like I said, I was sitting there while my dad was taking it apart. And I was filming. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, they're all uploaded. Okay.
There, and or other retro games, retro Street Fighter games, while you wait for a match, or maybe you could just play those games.
Yeah, no, let's not go too far. DSP's famous finish. But I just wanted to be like, all right, it's promoted properly, all the paperwork's in check, you know, things are discussed. I will not be doing it for free. And you may think I'm a dick. I ain't doing it for charity. If I am doing something awkward like boxing the quartering, you're fucking right. I'm leaving with zeros in my pocket, man. Nah, he's having his own show right now, dude. And I don't want him to think I didn't ghost him. I sent him a message. Yeah, Nick, okay, cool. He said he'll run by a different day for me. Yeah, Mr. Beast wrote, yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare, meaning she transitioned. He's my fucking friend and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off. Oh. You know it's going to happen, though. I don't agree with it. I'm 150% on Mr. B's side. But unfortunately, it should be expected. It is what it is. I don't agree with it. Chris was a grown-ass man and decided to transition to a woman, and into all the people saying to her, oh, that's the reason you got divorced. 35 to 50% of marriages end in fucking divorce. Get over it. What happened? What did Cliff Blazinski say? I get scared. Like, you're sending me... Oh, wow. That's kind of video worthy. Even though no one watches me for news anymore, they watch me for reviews. It's so weird. Your daughter is a badass after listening to what she's been through. Mad respect. I think back to the day where she wasn't feeling well, and initially I first thought she had the flu. First off, the day before, perfectly fine. We just thought she had pink eye. Perfectly fine. Ate dinner. That was it. Put drops in her eyes from the doctor. Didn't think anything of it. Then she kept, and I'm like, then I'm thinking overnight, she's like saying I'm itchy. And I know, like, getting the flu and stuff, sometimes if you're starting to get a fever, like, you could get, like, a reaction on your skin. So again, I was like, oh, I guess she's getting the flu. Then she woke up the next day, man, and her lips were puffy, and it was like literally a transformation overnight. It's 10 is no joke, dude. TEN. Taking my driver's test soon. I'm not itchy on her eyes. She was itchy on her skin. Oh, it's a long time coming. My John Leone. No, what do you mean by select few? There's a select few of people in every group that are bad. You know what I mean? And thank you, Gathering Whole Live. A 2023 Honda Accord, you're going to enjoy the fucking of that car. So, John... No, and like I said, John, I answered you before. I think it's ridiculous. How much... Dude, my dick is small. You be playing penis pong with a belly button. Yeah, your 50 just went away. Yeah. It's a mess of a fucking shirt to put back on. I left and came back with Phil on the screen. Of course. I mean, the store. Oh, wow, we're almost at 900 people. I think we were at 900 before. Final time I'll tell the story. I ship post on Twitter. My Twitter's linked in the description if you want to watch a grown-ass man-child ship post on Twitter. I put up a ton of jokes, whether I like you or hate you, I'll at you, and like I'll at Jay. Jay's a very close friend of mine. He's also my editor, and I'll say, hey, do you think who eats ass better, me or my editor, Jay Hooft? And then I'll put up a survey because that's important. My point being is that's what I do. I'm a fucking asshole on Twitter. It's part of my brand. Whether it's detrimental or not, I don't care. I have fun. When you can't sleep, it's nice. You could just shit post. So my shit post last night, actually I did go to bed early, but I still shit posted, was we were talking about Creator Clash. I think it's stupid. I think it degrades the sport. But as a joke yesterday, everyone was talking about it. Something happened with Lana Pierce. I don't know. I'm not going to comment on it. I don't know the whole situation. I barely know the situation. As a joke, I put up, should I box the quartering? He responded, let's go, let's do this. Okay. I don't know, but he's being like, oh, I'm too tall for you. And why don't we just... Anyway, I won't go. He was actually cool in the DM, to be honest with you. He wasn't rude or anything, so... Who smells better, DSP or Chris? DSP. DSP actually... I don't think DSP lacks hygiene. Has Rich been e-begging yet? I don't know. You tell me.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am completely pissed.
Boom.
I was going to write a script for this video.
Breasts.
Why am I still getting
Breasts.
paid?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Breasts.
It's Scares here. So from
Breasts.
now on, I am
Breasts.
going to
Breasts.
report
Breasts.
the news. Let's
Breasts.
go inside the
Breasts.
story.
Exposed. 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 Exposed.
What are you? Wait, gory photo? I'll look at that later. Glad someone agrees. My younger brother. Well, dude, there's a lot of people. You know, it's like anything else. Look how long just simply being gay was demonized. God, go back to, you couldn't come out of, it would be almost a death sentence. If not a death sentence, you came out of the closet in the 50s and 60s. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, back then they had TV shows where the husband and wife slept in two separate twin beds because they didn't want to have them sleeping in the same, because that may insinuate they're having sex. I would hope to fucking God they're having sex, their husband and wife. DSP Boxing Tevin, never. Juicy Booch with the stealth super chat.
Games in general, right? So what else will be available in Battle Hub? Finding Ground, I don't even remember what that is. I know they announced that at some point. I don't even remember what it is. Okay? So we're all kind of like, well, what are these? We want more information on these modes. We're finally going to get our answers. Okay? And some other stuff. They said there's going to be a big announcement at the end of the show, like something no one, I guess, had been expecting is going to happen at the end of the show. I don't know what that's going to be. You know, usually when they announce something like that, it's kind of like, it's probably going to be something stupid, like DLC skins or something, right?
Yes, dude, separate beds, like, but that's how it was. So they didn't even want to insinuate that heterosexual couples were fucking, let alone, God, if you were gay, forget about it.
Right, something's dumb. But anyway, this is happening 1 week from today, and ladies and gentlemen, it is hosted. Are you
By Philip Burnell.
ready for this? No, I don't think you're ready. Okay, everyone, if you didn't hear the announcement yet, you got to calm down. I got to prepare you. We have to temper your expectations here. You have to prepare yourself. Okay? So, first of all, before I make this announcement,
Dude, I watched a GM at like how they had video brochures back then, like for their cars, like that, and it was like 1950 style. The men were sitting in the front, the wives were in the back. Everyone was straight and everyone was white. Make America great again, right? No, thank you. Dude, it's up to him. I'm down to do it. The ball is in his court.
make sure you're firmly seated in a safe position. Make sure there's no dangerous things around you. Make sure you have a radius to move and flail your...
Yeah, the good old days where it was perfectly fine to be homophobic and racist. Make America great again. I'm working at listening on Bluetooth earphones. I dropped one in the bowl, taking a piss. I flushed and hoped all the goldfish in the local area can hear the stream. Haha, stream. Dude, I bought... And it sucks because I love the sound of them, even though I kind of like my Sony headphones better. I bought the AirPods Pro. One of them bounced out of the case. My rug is clean. There's no shit. I can't find it. Have no idea where the fuck it went to. It went to the moon. It went up Bill Gates' ass. The height difference could be a big deal. That's what people are saying. But would it really with him, though? God damn, it's a long nose hair. Sorry. I know that's disgusting, but geez, I went to go itch. Yo, this shit. I'm sorry. This is disgusting. Bro, can you see that? I just went to scratch my mustache. That is disgusting. That is. I gotta no trim my nose again. What the fuck? I'm 5'10". Oh God, those meant where they were giving people lobotomies. They were handing out lobotomies like candy. But yeah, all right, dude, I don't know. Yeah, if he ain't no Muhammad Ali, you know what I'm saying? He ain't no Mike Tyson. Neither am I. Okay, I'm self-aware. I assure you. So would it really? I don't know. Not Siri. Fuck off, Siri. Review the nose hair, dude. That shit was like 30 inches, or 2.5, but same thing.
Your arms and enjoy at what I'm about to tell you, because so much positivity.
In the year 2025, Rich changes from birds to lobsters and ends up in a sunny beach. Yeah, everyone was angry because I went over to lobsters.
Excitement is about to hit your body all at once. That you need to be ready to be safe. You don't want to have any loved ones near you. Make sure you have no pet. If there's a cat near you, put the cat away. Push it away. A dog.
All right, Phil, you're going way too far with this. It's not that big of a deal. Jesus Christ.
Dog, no. Rover, go over there and play with your bone. Because
go over there and play with your bone, Rover. Stay away from my bone.
I'm about to make an announcement, and I don't want to hurt anyone inadvertently with my explosion of satisfaction.
Nah, fuck that. We need that right now. I can't. I usually wait and then I end up forgetting. There's so many banger sounds I probably just simply forgot. I know. Nah, this is too much, man. Explosion. Phil just said explosion of satisfaction. Explosion of satisfaction. I can't know. I am not moving on from that. God himself would punish me if I did. Explosion of satisfaction. I know exactly what I could get rid of too. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, open up this folder. And then we will open this up. What is this?
Boobs.
Oh, yeah, that's Beavis. Anyway, let me close this down. DSP Wines. I want an explosion of satisfaction. All right, let me get rid of this on the soundboard. You got my nipples up in a tizzy, Phil. God damn it. I hate when you do that. That's a duplicate sound anyway. We need our... Let me put it over here so you guys can see. All right. Now I'm going to masturbate with exactly. So it's about here.
You have no pet. If there's a cat near you, put the cat away. Push it away. A dog, no. Rover, go over there and play with your bone. Because I'm about to make an announcement, and I don't want to hurt anyone inadvertently with my explosion of satisfaction. With my explosion. With my explosion. My explosion. My explosion. My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction.
I can get rid of that. All right, so copy, paste special, paste the new. Put a teeny tiny little fade here so that pop goes away. Process, fade out. That should fix it.
Of satisfaction.
Yep, there you go.
My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction.
Your anniversary for that's coming up. All right, yeah. Fill explosion. Oh, wait.
My explosion of satisfaction.
Love it, man. Yo. I love it. I love it. Stream Deck soundboard. Phil. I gotta look up Phil. Phil Explosion. Phil Explosion Burnell. All right, so we'll overlap it.
My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction. And now I'm gonna masturbate. My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction.
Getting the volume. All right, there we go. Boom.
Okay, you ready? All right, I'm gonna warn you. This Street Fighter 6 presentation is going to be hosted by none other than, I'll announce it in 3, 2, 1, Lil Wayne.
I'll give this to you.
Boobies, 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 boobies. Breastfeed it.
That actually kind of, I should make a beat with that.
Lil Wayne! Street Fighter and Lil Wayne!
What the fuck?
Two, 1, Lil Wayne.
No, 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 no.
Street Fighter and Lil Wayne.
No. The fuck?
Wow! My explosion of satisfaction.
What the living? No, I would clip that for what, dude? Well, how often would we use that fucking ear-piercing nonsense? I gotta watch it.
1.
Yeah, let's slow it down.
Lil Wayne.
Try to relax your anus.
And we'll do 1 point. I'm fucking dead, dude. Devour, yes. Devour. Thank you, K-Huck. I appreciate it.
Wow!
Yeah, we got to do that one more time.
And I'll announce it in 3, 2, 1. Lil Wayne.
Quantum TV, Stolen Valor. I ain't high enough for this either.
Wow! Who the fuck is Lil Wayne?
Oh, God. Lil Wayne is a man. Yo, there is no speed. that is not absolutely amazing. There's no fucking speed, bro. What's up, NYT mom? Sounds like Phil is drowning in a digital burst.
My explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction. And now I'm gonna masturbate. Boing.
But that's, again, this goes into Phil's self-awareness. He says, I make a fool of myself on stream. I don't care that he does this. That was funny, not for the reasons I think he thinks, but that was fucking hilarious. Breasts.
2016 on May 1st. Despite Phil's attempt to make a redaction, he wasn't looking at a spider or having organ failure. It was his explosion of satisfaction.
Yo. In the beginning, his thing was, he was itching his foot. I often look itching his. I'm like, damn, that is the most satisfying itch I've ever seen. Do you realize that we talk about Phil masturbating once on stream back in 2016 almost every night? Mad Gray Fox. Dude, even when I lowered the volume, that was ear piercing. That was amazing. Thank you, Phil. You made my night. It's been a long fucking day. Not in a bad way. It's just a lot of shit to do. A lot of driving. Worked out. It's been a long day. Rich, I needed this tonight and I almost spit out my tea. Dude, that was DSP's anointed faith oil. That is this is why I talk about Phil every day. And the thing is that he's in that right spot of where it's dumb and he's a dumbass, but it's not like malicious what he does. He's just, look, if people get manipulated, I'm just going to take off my shirt and not even fucking look at Sexy Coco Super Chat yet.
Breasts. Breasts. Breasts.
Bill is an American hero. Bill took one for the team. What he did was bound to happen eventually. Phil went out of his way to masturbate so he could suffer with the consequences because he is a man. He deserves a Medal of Honor for his actions, and I agree. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I was tone deaf with that.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Breasts. 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 Breasts.
Phil is an American hero. Phil took one for the team. What he did was bound to happen eventually. Phil went out of his way to masturbate so that he could suffer with the consequences because he is a man. He deserves a Medal of Honor for his actions, and I agree.
Try to relax your anus. Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders.
Breasts.
That music fit better. Thank you. Get Hassan Piker to give you a Turkish bath and give your burnt bagels and put Carlos up where... No, put Carlos up his ass. Can you not say ass in the super chat? Damn, you've been a member for almost 2 years, dude. Thank you. Even if you've been a member for a month, I genuinely appreciate it. But to see people almost support me for 2 years is just hurts my fucking head. It's crazy. I thank you. I mean, I do agree with Phil. But his reaction... I mean, it got people watching. I'll give him that.
It baffles me. It baffles.
When Phil dies, he should be buried with full military honors. He is and always will be a man with an ass. Now, for those wondering, the requirement is still there. If you want the shirt off for 50, I do sound like a stripper. Fuck me. I know I always say that every time too, but it's still. It's sexy Coco. I just know he's gonna be like, yeah, tits out. Okay, cool.
Tells me that we're in 2023, and these games.
His lighting looks a little bit less terrible. Did he actually listen and get another light? I don't think so.
Companies have not figured out yet that we don't need celebrities to present video games. We just were watching the Crow B Cat video making fun of E3 2016.
Crow B Cat? I've never heard anyone call it Crow B Cat, but then again, people talk. Well, no, Phil pronounces words all the time wrong. He's like my editor reading super chats. Yeah, I just know it comes with the territory. My pants are up really high. So I'm just like, yeah, sexy Coco. Jeremy Rubinstein, he wants the tits out. It's just... Mama, aren't you proud of me how I pay the bills?
Do you remember in E3?
I got to get a seat cover for my car if I'm going to be going to the gym on a regular basis, which I am going every day after I drop off my kids. Because I don't want my new car to smell like my taint. Because it doesn't matter even... Like, it's sweat, man.
2016, it was Battlefield 1 from EA. And they hired all these celebrities.
He is right about this, but...
Like Zac Efron, right? And all these... Snoop Dogg.
You could say, Rich, you could have the check ready and the money in the bank, and Rich, I'll give you $5 million to Box Phil. I can give you $10 million to Box Phil. I'll give you $50 million. I will give you $100 million, and Elon Musk will suck your nipples. He won't box me, so it doesn't matter. Elon may still suck the nipples, though.
Wow. My explosion of satisfaction. Coming in to play the fucking game. Did that sell a single copy of the game? No. None of them knew how to play it. None of them knew what the fuck.
That's so true. Like, yeah, no one cares, man. I'm going to send that sound clip to my editor. My explosion of... Listen. Enjoy my explosion of... here.
My explosion of satisfaction. What was going on? They were literally standing around doing absolutely fuck.
So point being is you could offer me the GDP of the United States. It doesn't matter.
Nothing. Getting paid.
Game Boy Color? You're making a DSP Game Boy Color?
These game companies are fucking asinine idiots. Why the fuck would you pay Lil Wayne, a rapper, to present the Street Fighter 6 hour-long presentation? Are you fucking stupid? Here's the answer. You ready? Whoever made this decision, yes,
the fuck?
You are fucking stupid.
Again, he's right. It makes no fucking sense.
Who's going to buy this fucking game because Lil Wayne is presenting it? There's not one person who will care that Lil Wayne is presenting it. You are moronic. You've wasted your time and money, and you're probably going to waste our time because you think that Lil Wayne is going to be the most informed person on this game, or you're going to have him dancing around probably saying catchphrases and dumb shit. It is the most stupid thing ever. These strategies don't work. We're not morons. I'm not going to run out and buy 8 copies of Street Fighter 6 because you got fucking Lil Wayne for this presentation. You're dumb. Good lord. Yeah. It really irks me if you can't tell.
Yeah, you ever see like From Software doing shit like that? Let the product sell itself, man. To me, it kind of shows you sense weakness with what you're developing.
That these companies treat us like we're fucking dunces, right? How stupid do you think we are?
Yeah, but Phil, yes, you're right. It's stupid, but they do that. with everything, man. Like, yeah, I mean, celebrities do sell shit, but it's so how they try to shoehorn it in with gaming, and this is where he's very right, is always so out of touch. Balchinian? I think I've seen that before.
I mean, you could literally have anyone else presenting this. Literally anyone else would present this and it would be better. I mean it too. Like you could have picked a guy walking down the side.
I'm still nervous. Balchinian, I'm sure that's safe for work. I could look at it on the secondary
Sidewalk I've never seen before, eating an ice cream cone that's dribbling. I would rather see ice cream cone dribbler guy present the presentation than Lil Wayne. I would care more. So anyway, and by the way, this has absolutely nothing negative to say about this guy and his quality as a musician. I have no idea. I don't know what kind of music he really makes or if it's any good. I'm not a judge of that. I'm just saying stay in your lane and do what you do. No one cares about you presenting Street Fighter.
Well, you could have taken 30 seconds to do a Google search, but this is the same man that refuses to update. He would still be on Windows 95 if OBS would work from it. He'd have if it had the horsepower, he'd be streaming from a fucking Pentium 900 megahertz Pentium 3.
This is the dunce moves, dunce level stuff. Again, this is the equivalent of them. They're hiring people now to do the commentary tracks in the game, right? We got a pro wrestler, and we got this, and we got that. It's like, no. Just focus on the game being good. Please. We don't need enough of the periphery shit. You've had a hard enough time, Capcom.
IDK. His popularity waned, but he might get eyes on the product. Look at WWE with Logan Paul and Bad Bunny. Imagine Jeremy Sent.
Imagine Jeremy Sent? Oh, God. All right, let's look up Balchinian. Balchin. Yeah, I have seen that before, dude. That's kind of not safe for the screen, but yes.
Game's good. Please just focus on that. Let's make the game good first. Then you worry about the nonsensical periphery shit. You don't do that first and before.
Dude, I could go through that Saga Turbo Express like once a week, just so ridiculous. I refuse to watch it again.
Before the game's out. Make the game be good, then do the extra. Okay?
All right. That's actually a good episode of that. Missiles in. Oh yeah, they in Japan. Yep. These are both. This isn't long. We won't finish this tonight, but fuck that. Yeah, this is a crazy one. Yeah, let's watch Heat. I totally won't get copyright slammed for that.
August 2017 at approximately 5.
Yeah, you guys know about this case?
15 p.m. 21-year-old Savannah.
It literally looks like testicles on the chin. If I showed that here, I probably would get banned on the street.
Gold left her parents' home and drove to San Jose Boulevard in Jack.
I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure how long I'm on for. I'm not going to stay crazy long. Because, like I said, I got to drive my kids and I'm going to the gym.
Florida. She had a 5:30 shift at the Bonefish Grill, a casual seafood restaurant where she worked as a waitress. But on this occasion, she never showed up. It was a fairly quiet Wednesday afternoon at the diner. Her absence wasn't too much of a strain, so the on-duty supervisor simply took her hours off the roster for that day and thought nothing.
No, he doesn't use that's just his voice.
Else of it. Suspicions only arose roughly 1 hour and 15 minutes after Savannah had left the house, as her father received a text message from her phone number.
Bonefish was owned by the same company as Outback Steakhouse, I think. No, I ain't streaming until 1 a.m.
Savannah's older brother also received a text 43 seconds later.
There is an hour I have to make up. I'll probably do that tomorrow night.
Although both texts came from Savannah's number, her family knew right away that something wasn't right. She had just left the house in what appeared to be very high spirits, but now proclaimed to be running away with an unidentified man without packing so much as a change of clothes. Not only that, but the text messages were riddled with errors and composed in a completely different way to how she would normally write.
Yeah, because people write in a pattern. I'm sitting on a toilet for 45, terrified of wiping, had Kobe beef. It was explosive on the way out. Yeah, because there's more fat in the more fat marbling. Well, you know, Union Jack. It's life. Life can be horrible.
Her phone was switched off when they tried calling just minutes after receiving the texts, so they immediately called her place of work and found out that she hadn't shown up. It was at that point they called police and filed a missing persons report. Savannah had been gone for less than 2 hours. Roughly 40 minutes later, her car was found unlocked and abandoned in the Bonefish Grill parking lot, and the only thing missing was her
Damn. That's a red flag, too.
phone. Her wallet, ID, and a number of other valuable items had not been taken. Investigators went through the parking lot surveillance tapes and discovered what would then become the primary piece of evidence for the case. The majority of footage...
No, that's a known thing with Kobe beef because it has the fat marbling that it blows up your ass if you have too much of it. On the day of May 1st... hold on.
What is up,
No.
ladies and gentlemen? I am completely...
On the day of May 1st, Mr. Brunel had to burst. He made sure he had traction and exploded with satisfaction. And was able to satisfy his thirst.
My explosion of satisfaction.
He really does say the AH, action.
remains
Everything.
undisclosed to the public, but a detailed description of what occurred has already been released.
Yeah, my daughter's doing better. It's
What we know is
very
that
well.
Savannah parked her car and stepped out of the vehicle at exactly 5:31 p.m. She then walked over to another vehicle and conversed with the occupant for 14 minutes through the driver's side window. She then got into the back seat of said vehicle at 5:45 p.m. 14 seconds later, the car began to shake sporadically as if some type of struggle was occurring inside. The rear door swung open 3 times, but was immediately and forcefully shut each time. It appeared as though someone was attempting to get out, but couldn't. This lasted for 49 seconds until the vehicle suddenly stopped moving. A male figure was then seen getting out and proceeded to walk over to Savannah's car that was 20 feet away. The surveillance was grainy, and the person could not be identified from the footage alone. All that police could ascertain was that he had short brown hair and was roughly 5'11". The
I don't have bubbles to blow, man. I did, but I got a bubble machine, but the thing is that it would fuck up equipment in here.
Identified person reached into Savannah's car and took out what police believed was her phone. He then slashed the front tire with a knife before walking back to his own vehicle. He got in and drove away from the scene at exactly 6:04.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, you would think they'd want a higher quality camera, so if, God forbid, something like this happens, you could see who the suspect was. You know?
4 p.m. Savannah was never seen exiting the car. This was a crucial piece of evidence, and essentially all investigators had to go on. They had to find out who the man was in the video, and fast. But they also had to be careful in how they conducted their investigation. They couldn't let anyone find out they had this footage in their
the suspect is a potato.
possession, as knowing this information could allow a suspect
The suspect is the fucking Running Man from in television.
to alter their alibi to fit with the evidence. This would take a significant advantage away from investigators during interrogation and would hinder their ability to build a case to a considerable degree. Over the following 2 days, investigators briefly interviewed all the staff at the Bonefish Grill. For the most part, these encounters consisted of just 3 questions. When was the last time you saw Savannah? Do you know where she is? And is there anything you know that could help with our investigation? Within 48 hours, they had 3 potential suspects, whose names were then ran through the motor insurance database. The first suspect didn't have a license. The second suspect owned a bright red 2001 Jeep Cherokee, while the third suspect was registered to a 2012 silver Chevy Malibu, an identical match to the vehicle seen on surveillance.
Yep.
His name was Lee Rodarty. He was 28 years old and was both the manager and head chef at the Bonefish Grill. Coincidentally, he was the first person to be interviewed at the diner about Savannah's disappearance, where he told investigators that he hadn't seen her in about 3 weeks and knew nothing of her current whereabouts. It was only from his co-workers that police discovered he was having an on and off relationship with Savannah for the last 8 months, despite it being against company policy. From what investigators could gather, this
guy looks like a fucking douche, huh?
was a very popular individual, rising fast through the ranks of his chosen profession. He was known for his charm and charisma amongst his colleagues, and also had a lot of success when it came to the opposite sex. On all accounts, his life seemed to be going
Yeah, it's amazing how they find people, man. 8-bit toaster.
very well. But he was now the prime suspect in a kidnapping investigation, and the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office planned their next steps in meticulous detail. At around 5:15 p.m. on August 5th, police arrested Rodardi while midway through his shift at work. They told him it was for an outstanding traffic warrant and took him to the JSO Police Department.
Will you do me a favor? I'm gonna have you take that apron off too, just to kind of get it right there. I'll say it right here. You can go ahead and have a seat for me real quick. I'll be right back, okay? Yes, sir.
The officer said he would be right back, yet Lee was left to sit there for 90 minutes with nothing but his own thoughts to keep him company. Now, think of yourself in his position, and presume you were guilty of whatever happened to Savannah, and that whatever happened was something truly horrific. In the present moment, you have just been arrested for an outstanding traffic warrant, yet you were interviewed the day before about your co-worker's disappearance. 1,000,001 things will be running through your mind about what could happen next, and as each second ticks by, the anxiety this will cause will begin to fester and slowly intensify. However,
Yeah, and they do this on purpose.
the
Let them cook.
optimism of uncertainty would still be
100%
present.
Union
There would
Jack.
still be hope, but this hope is about to be dashed. The sound of the door opening would have been a pleasant relief from the monotonous cycle of Rodardi's own thoughts, yet this brief moment of alleviation would have instantly converted to shock as Detective Ray Reed
Yeah, there are some people that are straight up sociopaths and don't give a fuck. I won't spoil this for you, but I assure you this guy is not one of them.
Reeves walked through the door, the same investigator who had interviewed him about Savannah the day prior.
Hey, man. How you doing? Good, good. You remember me from the other day, Detective Reeves? Okay.
It would have been at this moment that Lee realized his situation was far more severe than he was hoping.
JC, yes.
The relative optimism he would have felt during the initial 90 minutes on his own will now be gone, which in turn will greatly magnify the contrasting sense of fear he will now be experiencing.
This is my partner, Detective Saley. She was interviewing some of the other folks, waiters and other staff people the other day, so she didn't get you.
Yeah, don't Seymour 100%. Don't just fucking speak to the cops. It's crazy.
To come in at the time. I wanted to talk to you, or actually we wanted to. You want some more water?
Please. Actually, would it be all right to use the restroom one more time?
Yeah. Come on, you bet. I'll walk out there. You want some water?
Please. That'd be all right.
Yeah. You got water?
Yeah, she's playing WWE champion.
And now I'm going to masturbate my explosion of satisfaction. My explosion of satisfaction.
I think I may have the sound too when people become new members. Yeah, she's kicking Phil's ass in WWE.
Like I said,
He's getting the rare polls, I think it's called.
talked the other day just for a few minutes and had some concerns about a couple
Yeah, she's
things.
watching
And,
porn, Googlefish.
Oh, okay.
With the camera right on her.
There we go. I wanted to talk to you about Savannah. So I just had a couple of things that came up that I wanted to ask you about specifically that didn't seem to line up. So I wanted to
Yeah,
come
Phil's
down and talk.
pulling Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have you drank any alcohol today? Any drugs today?
I took an Adderall that my buddy gave me.
Okay.
Because I was there so late last night. I
Yeah,
came
yeah.
in and was super tired. Like, here, take this.
Okay. Adderall?
Yeah.
And do you normally take that?
Nah, I've taken one a long time ago.
Why do you do the dumb voice to like that's like, oh, it's his fault. Like, dude, you knew you were taking an Adderall.
So, like, I wouldn't say high school, a little bit after high school, but it's been years.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. I appreciate that. All right. So, Savannah, you said that you knew her and you guys had, you knew her from work. I mean, just kind of fill me in with that. How long have you known her?
Like I said,
The detective starts off with an open-ended question. This gives the suspect total freedom and flexibility in how they wish to respond. It's commonly believed that people with nothing to hide are likely to give a short and concise response to these types of questions. For example, if Lee was completely unconcerned with what was going on, he could respond in...
Yeah, see, don't worry, I'm not just typing and not paying. Yeah, like if I was innocent and someone thought I was a suspect, you asked me these things, like, yeah, I was at work. This, like, just get me the fuck out of here. What is this?
In three short sentences.
When you're guilty of something, you try to, like, over-explain to seem innocent.
I met her from work. I've known her for 2 years. We dated for a bit. To the contrary, if an individual does have something to hide, they are more likely to give a lengthy and detailed response. The simple reasoning behind this is that they are seeking approval. Imagine yourself in a job interview and you're asked an open-ended question, such as, "Tell me about yourself." You would feel the need to be thorough in order to please your potential employer. The psychological premise is exactly the same with regard to police interrogations, albeit under completely different circumstances.
Yeah.
Guilty subjects will see the interrogator as an imminent threat and will therefore attempt to appease this threat to prevent further aggression.
You could say he probably studies and does research on the detective's playbook. Of course, you could say he's speculating about what's actually going through the suspect's head. Of course, I get that.
Truthful subjects will have no fear nor concern with regard to the same element. They would see the interrogator as a mere inconvenience as opposed to a threat.
I've known her obviously since she started working there. I would say probably about 8 months ago or so. We started hanging out outside of work. And at the time I had a girlfriend. But I kind of, we kind of connected, me and Savannah. So we hung out a little bit here and there. Got pretty close. We come from, I guess, somewhat similar.
He was a manager at Bonefish.
Backgrounds, I guess you should say.
Okay.
She didn't have it the best growing up, neither did I. So we kind of connected, hung out for a little while. And then she started using drugs a lot.
Okay.
Now, I used them with her, not the same drugs that she used all the time, but I did them with her a couple times, and then she started to get heavy into them. And
oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I kind of just.
All right, we'll finish this tomorrow night when I stream longer. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be up at the ass crack of dawn. So tomorrow night I don't have to be. So I could do like a 3-hour stream. All right, guys. Regular chat, super chat. I appreciate all of you guys for a short stream. It was really, thank you. A lot of support. Oh God. No, I will not use the word support because I sound
My explosion of satisfaction.
But thank you though. Again, this is why videos like the upcoming Sega Genesis video from DK Oldies can happen. Have a good night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll have some fun. And hopefully I won't accidentally fap with the camera on. Dear God, could you imagine? Oh, the camera's on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spawncast, episode 313. We have a special returning member of the Spawncast tonight. Miss Click is back.
Byro! What up, guys? Hi! Hello, I've missed everyone.
It's good to have Miss Click back. People have been asking when you're coming back, so it's good.
Yeah.
Good to have
like
you
you had
here.
anything important to do.
Excited in the chat, I'm sure. Miss Click's been very busy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, seriously, John did it, no problem.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No problem. Click.
That was me, just me.
Lazy ass. It was cool when they do it.
It's good to have Click back. It's good to have. How's everything been, Click?
Good. It's been a lot, but we're doing much better now. So I've missed talking about all the trivial things with you guys. So thanks for having me back.
Good to have Click here. Good to have Click here. We also have Josie, who is basically a member of the Spawncast now, joining us again tonight. How are we doing, Josie?
I'm good. Thank you for having me on again. I appreciate it.
You had a new video actually went out earlier. Was it this morning or last night?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video. 12. I have some words about that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not mad. Actually, I actually really no. I really actually liked the video you put together because it was. I thought your take was good. I only feel like you probably should have scored it a little higher, and you didn't talk about the music, which is one of the best parts of the game.
That's what I got a lot of comments about that, but I forgot. It was.
I watched it. It was trash.
See what?
Damn. Dang.
I'm joking. I like the video. I like it.
Tackled Super Metroid.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
a
was
big
ready
Super
for the
Metroid fan.
feedback from it, so.
It's interesting perspective because a lot of people who probably watch that grew up with it. So I think it's interesting to see people playing it for the first time now, just to kind of give, especially since you played Metroid Dread first and then you played Super Metroid.
Yeah,
that's why I made it, because I thought it'd be like interesting to have a different perspective like that.
Mm-hmm.
Some people appreciated it.
No, Dread's better. Overall, Dread's better. Like, you can't even freaking wall flip. Like, who can you wall flip in Super Metroid? It's so difficult.
That's what I talked about, and all my comments were like, "Get good," and I was like, "My bad."
No.
Come on, OJ. Let's be serious. Super Metroid is better than Dread. Dread's a great game, but it's not.
It's not.
Dread is better.
Dread is better. Dread's ending crushes Super Metroid's ending. Like, it crushes it.
The music alone in Super just destroys Dread.
I agree. The music is better in Super Metroid. I agree.
Okay. Well, good video. Make sure you guys check it out.
Thank you.
Over on her channel. We also have Jordan. Jordan's back with us tonight too.
Hi, I'm back. I was here last week. I'm back this week. That's 2 weeks. That's a new record. It's been a while. We're here. Look,
going for the high score.
This place
Look at it. Jordan was here last week.
There's so many people here now.
Just missing Nate.
Yeah.
Where's Nate?
He's been kind of sick. Like, yeah. So he's having a hard time the past like week or so. But sometimes he just randomly pops in. So I don't know. Maybe he'll just show up halfway through.
I find it hard to believe that Nate gets sick. I feel like if the virus walked up to him, he'd be like, "Fuck off and go suck a hot wiener," and then whatever. Okay, feel better, Nate.
Got Max Dreamcast guy here.
Yo.
10 times so far through Resident Evil 4?
Yeah, I have now beaten Resident Evil 4 10 times. I have to take a break, I'll be honest. I sped run it multiple times. Yes, I beat it 10 times. You need to do like 6 playthroughs for the platinum, but I also beat it 4 times on Xbox. I'm ready to take a break. I've done everything.
Done with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We have Sean RGT here, despite the Almond's best efforts.
I'm just not gonna eat after like 9 o'clock anymore.
You got fruit and almonds working against you.
Well, I don't know. Like I felt nauseous this morning, and then I drank some Pepto, and I was like, nope. And I just threw up the Pepto in a bunch of water, and I was like, okay.
All right. So no food after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I ate 3 pieces of bread and some applesauce today. It's been great.
Wow. All right. We got OJ here, Player Essence, holding up the pre-show.
Man, dude in the retirement home already, bro. I feel bad for you. I'm all right, man. Thanks for having me. I've only beat Resident Evil 4 twice, so I'm definitely lagging behind Dreamcast guy. So I'm here.
Yeah, we got MVG.
Hello.
With us.
I'm doing well. I've beaten Resident Evil 4 times, and I think I'm about done with the game for now. It's fantastic. But I've played it enough now.
Okay, had to have you on because of the we got the emulation stuff, of course, to go over, and the center of that with your videos. So,
did you not play the mercenary stuff?
I may dip into it. I know we're going to talk about it later, but I may take a look at the mercenary stuff. I'm just kind of waiting for the VR patch, I think, for now.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. And then we got Evan. Evan's here.
Yep.
Good to have Evan here. Okay, we as I mentioned, we did actually had more than I was thinking as we got through the week as stuff started to happen. Like midway through, we do, of course, have the Super Mario movie to talk about. I don't know how many people here saw it. Let's see. OJ saw it.
Yep.
I'm gonna assume Jordan did. Actually, I'm just gonna assume. Big movie go over there, Jordan.
Yeah, I saw it.
French. Okay,
Did you say it was cute?
Yeah, it was my review. I said, "Hey, Mario movie is cute."
Okay. Okay. Cool. So I saw it. OJ saw it. Jordan saw it. I don't know if anyone else saw it. Josie saw it. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Cool. So we got enough people.
Next week.
Go over.
Next week.
Awesome. Awesome. So we're going to be discussing that. Also, again, the Xbox emulation stuff with MVG over here. I also wanted to get into some of the Xbox Square Enix stuff that came up, especially after the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. But then we had a article from Windows Central and
MVG, you bastard. You don't know what you're talking about.
MVG's under fire. He might be banned from Reddit twice now. I don't know.
Come at me. Come at me.
Come at me, bro.
Come at me.
And we got some of the stuff around, or the rumors now around Sony and their very weird sounding emulator, but is it real? I don't know. We'll discuss that too. And we also have a sponsor tonight. That's Factor. Factor been with us for a while. Shout out to Factor. I'll get more into that later on. Evan, you want to start with the Discord question?
How hard is it really for a company in any media to credit all their employees or any original sources that were involved with a project or notable through the years?
Not hard at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on with this, MVG? I saw there was some talk about the DK rap that was in the Super Mario movie, and Grant Kirkhope wasn't credited for that. And we see Metroid Prime, that remaster where they just said they just put the credit as the original team.
Yep, just
those guys.
It kind of felt like you seeing the article or people talking about it. It kind of feels like, like when you're doing like a report in like middle school or high school or something, and like you have to like do like the credits, what do they call it, like at the end of your report, like
source,
where you having to say everything, and it's like from Wikipedia or like from information.com.
Hey, you guys can use Wikipedia.
Like, can't do
the
that.
internet.
We were not allowed to.
I was not allowed to use Wikipedia. I would have used that shit all the time.
That's literally what it felt like seeing those credit screenshots.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Citations, yes, thank you.
No, you said it felt like it was like Wikipedia. They're like, oh, just this,
you think there's a reason, MVG, as to why this keeps happening? This happened more. It's been more and more recent, right? Like I've been seeing it come up a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's different reasons. I don't think there's one overarching reason as to why. I think different studios, different companies have their own rules about it. Like I hear stories about if you haven't worked at the company for more than 6 months, you don't get a credit. I've heard stories about contract positions. No matter what they're doing, they don't get credits. I mean, in the case of Grant Kirkhope and David Wise, I mean, I can only assume it was an oversight, but like even that is a little strange to me because obviously those guys, did amazing work back in the day, and they're very, very well known. So I don't really know, John, what the overarching answer is. I think different companies have different rules about crediting people in their own way. But I don't really feel like there's any harm in just going back and just crediting everyone that was involved, whether it was the original piece of work or if it's a remake or whatever it is, or a movie based on a game or something.
Right. Okay. All right.
But so let's go on, Sean. I know you hate my take, so let me have it.
No, you're fine. It's just it seems to me that people are making it a bigger deal than they like. Does anyone really care? Do you sit there and read through the credits of every game that you beat? Because I sure as fuck
I mean,
I like to skip past them. Like I get why the people involved can be upset, but all this other commotion around it just seems to be getting angry just for the sake of getting angry.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that, but I mean, when you got Grant Kirkhope basically tweeting saying, "Yo, what the fuck?"
Yeah,
that's kind of a big deal.
Well, there also have been cases in the last 2 years. It keeps popping up, thankfully, since we have the age of social media. But there's been times where somebody they worked on a game for 3 years. It took 5 years to make, so they left the team 2 years before launch. It came out and they're not in the credits. And then they try and get the next job and they're not accredited. And it actually makes it harder to find their next job. So I think that's part of the reason people are defending it. Says you do see those posts where it's like, hey, I made Uncharted: The Lost Legacy collection, and now I am not in there, so it's hard to even claim this credit. So it's hard to get that pay boost to the next job. Minor stuff like that.
Okay, that makes
sucks.
sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's wouldn't they just contact the HR person and be like, did this person work at this company?
They can, but it's definitely, and it does still work, but people in the industry have spoken about the fact that if you're in 10 unaccredited projects, it makes your whole portfolio look more weird than when you can point at, here's my body of work, I made those trees, these squeal marks in Forza are because of me. Like when you're unaccredited, it feels weird that you're unaccredited. It makes it like more minimalization of all the work you're doing.
Okay. Let's actually get into the first topic here. We're just gonna go right for this Sony handheld, like immediately, because this people got real excited for a minute and then it got real disappointed right away, because this is coming from Tom Henderson, who seems to have the report on all the Sony hardware. Who's noticed this? You're talking about a PS5 Slim with attachable disk drive, a PS5 Pro, and now what's codenamed the Q Lite. It's a PlayStation handheld that is going to focus around remote play for the PS5, as in you need a PS5 for this thing to have any kind of real functionality for you. So it's going to stream, I assume, over Wi-Fi, but they do mention the need for internet. I don't know if they necessarily mean it needs to check in with Sony as it's doing this, or if you just have everything connected on Wi-Fi, it can run through your local network. But 8-inch screen, 1080p 60 FPS, what they're shooting for, and it's basically going to look like a tablet with a half of a DualSense on each side. So a DualSense with a big screen in the middle. And that's kind of all the information we have, other than it's going to come out before the PS5 Pro. They're saying a PS5 Pro end of 2024 holiday. So I know we'll discuss the idea of this actually being a thing after getting into the idea of this existing in the first place, because I feel like a lot of people wanted a Vita too when this cropped up for the first time. Is anyone interested in a remote play device? And if so, what's the price got to be?
But why would people be excited for a Vita 2 when you saw how Sony treated the Vita as far as a platform? Like, I don't understand where the confidence in Sony producing a handheld. Like, I love the PSP, I love the Vita, but the PSP definitely had a stronger shot at success than the Vita did, because Sony just kind of abandoned it like pretty quickly, and it was, it ended up becoming more of a niche JRPG machine towards the end of its life, trying to make it work. So that's kind of first and foremost to me, is like, I'll say JRPG, fuck people. To me, I would be, if this was a dedicated Sony handheld, I would be leery regardless of anything. But the fact that it's this weird sort of thing, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of weird, man.
I mean, we did buy PSVR too.
Hey,
Sean and I.
It's a write-off, though.
The internet says everything's hype, and then the sales numbers come on. It's like, oh shit. Well,
but
I thought it was gonna buy it.
I 95% agree with Sean, and I did a video talking about this, in that I think this is an interesting idea of a system, because my biggest concern is when Sony splits stuff up. Sony development cycles already seem so long, so if they were going to have a mobile division making handheld games and first-party big stuff, I feel like it would mean even bigger gaps between games. I like the idea of it streaming a PlayStation 5 onto a tablet, but they already have remote play. The weirdest part of it, though, is that it does sound like it's local network only, as you said, John. Like, it sounds like it's something where, like, in your house, if somebody's playing on the TV.
It just sounds like a Wii U a little bit.
Yes, it does sound like a Wii U. And man, I would buy it because I do game around the house, and I'm not completely opposed to the idea, but it'd have to be under $200. If this thing costs like $300 for a tablet, no way.
I mean, how much was the PSVR?
$700.
Well, it's $550 or $600.
This thing is over like $150. Like,
well, how much was the Logitech G Cloud? That was $300 when it hit, right?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Now it's down to $250, I think, but that was technically an Android tablet as well. Like, it had that entire OS that you could use, so it wasn't necessarily you turn it on and it only contacts your PS5. There was at least added functionality.
You can run emulators and shit on there. I got friends that do that.
I'm guessing it'll be $199. That's what I'm guessing. This thing's going to be $199, and it's going to work like, if it worked like a Wii U, that'd be good, right? Because the Wii U had pretty good, if you're close to it, it was pretty much instant. There wasn't really any lag or anything like that.
I don't think we're insulting the Wii U. Like, I like my Wii U.
I'm not.
I think a lot of people, seriously, even if they didn't have one, like, just roasted the heck out of a Wii U. So the fact that it's like a Sony form of a Wii U, and people be like, oh, what? It's
an add-on, right? Yeah, it's an add-on, so it's not required, so it's an add-on.
It has to be hooked up to the internet too. You guys were saying, like, it always has to have constant.
It mentions in the article that it would need internet connection to function. Yeah, so
It would need it because it needs to check if you own the game, right? Like if you're going to download, it needs
streaming
to,
from.
Yeah.
The
Well,
thing
no,
that's weird
yeah,
about
it has
this
to pull
is
from your console.
you can already do this with your phone, a tablet. You can actually, people don't know this. You can do this with your PC. It can remote play from your PlayStation. You actually plug in a DualSense controller and I mean, you can use a PS4 controller for PS5 only games, by the way, through it. So that's the weird thing to me. The only thing I can figure here is they're thinking, one, we have our own hardware that can help push the PS5 by doing an add-on to it, I guess, and two, we know that it's going to have all the default controls from the DualSense attached to this thing, so it will have that functionality. But Josie, you were shaking your head at this remote play thing.
It feels pretty pointless to me because we already have like a phone to do that, like you were saying, and then if we're gonna pay for this thing and there's not even gonna be like specific games for it, like it's just gonna be games that you would be playing on a better screen on your TV at home, which you are already at because it has to be connected to Wi-Fi. I just feel like there's almost no point. And like maybe to like super hardcore Sony people, like that's something that they want. But people like on the outside are just gonna see no value in it. It's gonna turn out to be what the Wii U was and just fail.
Well, if you could choose games, right? Like you get approved that you own this game and then you could take it with you. And you could play it on the go. Like it's saved like onto the device and then you don't need to be in your home to play it. I could see a little bit more because then that's like a Sony Switch. You know what I mean? But if it's something that you always have to be within a certain proximity or always within a certain network, And then, I mean, even if you wanted to do like the 5G, you know, you're still gonna be paying for like service charges and subscriptions and stuff like that. And that's a whole other mess too. So it's like, I think I understand why they're doing it though, is because they still want people to buy the PS. They don't want to like have you choose between. Like this way makes it sound like, well, you still need a PlayStation. So there's no either or. It's kind of, you have the PlayStation or you don't get anything else. So business wise, if they feel like it's viable, that's fine. I don't know.
Well, part of the weirdness of it is that we all remember the PlayStation TV or the PS Vita TV, where Sony got this idea. It was a little teeny tiny box, like the size of a slice of bread, and you'd plug it into a TV and connect it to your network. It would turn on your PlayStation 4 and mirror the image. So you could have a PlayStation 4 upstairs and play it downstairs. And it actually worked pretty good, but it was a total failure. Best Buy was actually giving them away. They just literally could not sell them. I got one for free and played it quite a bit. And so it's weird that they're trying that again with the next generation, but now with a little screen. I'm curious. I kind of hope this is real, but to me, it seems kind of outlandish.
The buy-in to it is also super expensive because if you if you don't have a PS5 already, you got to get the PS5, then you got to get this thing on top of it. So I just don't think it's viable.
We'll see. And that's part of that's a good point. And I feel like that's part of Tom Henderson's other reporting is that the PlayStation 5 Slim is going to be maybe $100 cheaper, like $400. I think maybe that's part of what Sony's plan is to sell this cheaper PlayStation 5 with an external drive you can plug in if you want for disc games. Maybe that'll incentivize people to buy PSVR 2 or this weird tablet. It's a weird, they're trying to do the Switch thing a little bit, it feels like, which is the Switch family of systems. I feel like they're trying to have the PlayStation 5 same family of gadgets.
But the difference between it is you don't need one to access all.
True. Yeah, well, that every Switch is completely freestanding for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
The interesting thing is mobile technology has come a long way since the Switch even launched. And I almost wonder if in 5 or 6 years, Sony could legitimately just make a handheld that plays the PS5 or PS6 games, just not as high resolution frame rate, any of that. It'll be cut down, but that's the only way I'd approach it if I was them. I would not try to stand up another hardware platform like they did with the Vita, because Nintendo doesn't even do it anymore. So I don't know why Sony would all of a sudden think we can do it with our 8-year dev cycles, but MVG.
It's all bullshit, man. This isn't real. Tom Henderson, I think you're a nice enough guy, but whoever's feeding you these bullshit stories, they're just making fun of you, man. Like, detachable DVD drive, are you kidding me? You really think there's a PS5 or a PS Vita portable 2 thing, whatever it is, streaming device? Doesn't make any sense. PS5 Pro, it's not happening. So I think this is ridiculous, honestly.
Listen, he paid good money for that information, MVG.
Well,
did he pay?
He probably needs to get a refund on that, because whoever's feeding him these stories at Sony is just laughing at this dude, because they're all made up. None of it's real.
I am a little curious as to it is, because usually like a story like this will come out and I'll notice, because I'm trying to keep up to date with a lot of this stuff day to day. Usually I'll then see, oh, this place has also been able to corroborate this story. I don't know if I've seen that for any of this hardware stuff.
No one else has corroborated these stories. Like usually when there's a story about hardware, there's usually different sources that come and, like validate some information. We're not getting that with this at all. And even though it's, he wants the exclusive, and that's cool, and I respect the hustle, but no one else has come forward and said, yeah, this is a thing at all.
Oh, and wait a second. Did not Jeffrey Grubb say he had heard something similar?
He was quoted in the article.
I don't know, but if he has,
now the plot thickens.
Okay.
Let's see.
It's real now.
Thomas
real.
Jefferson Grubb. Let's see.
Yeah, even the chat's saying Grubb did. Interesting.
Grubb just bandwagons. That's what he does. He just waits for something to happen, and then he's, oh yeah. And then if it doesn't work out, he's like, whoa, I wasn't the first one. It was somebody else. It wasn't my fault.
You got really nice hair.
Yeah, would you type Jeff Grubb into Twitter? The first two autocorrects or finishes are Twitter and haircut.
Apparently it's in the prototype QA phase right now, so it's even possible it doesn't get out of that if they determine it's not even viable for them to produce. I'm not really sure what Sony's doing right now with something like that, but the VR2 just seems to have its own problems currently anyway, so they might want to get that worked out first.
What's the problems, John? No games? What's the problem?
True.
Doesn't seem like it's selling the way they want it to.
Says who? You got any stats?
Good reputable Apple insider who seems to be mostly focused on
Apple insider. What does he know?
Oh, because Apple's going to unveil their own headset, probably I think over the summer. And they're people saying that might be the last push for VR. If that doesn't work, VR in general might be in some trouble.
John, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, bro. I'm just saying.
All right, MVG. Well, hey, you know what? We'll see, because I think that they're mentioning that slim disk drive optional system is supposed to be out by this holiday.
Okay. Well, if that drops, then I'll eat my words. I'm already banned on the Gaming Leaks Reddit.
You are.
What else? What else?
You out.
That's a good ban to Twitter.
What did I miss?
It's a good ban. Damn right.
Hey, well, we just need Microsoft to announce Banjo, and then you're back in, right?
I don't want to talk about that. Let's move on.
I feel like there needs to be a statute of limitations on that, though. Because, like, if somebody says, oh, there's going to be a Banjo game, and then, like, 10 years later it comes out, it's like, that's, what the fuck? Like, it's like saying,
it's like you guys with the Switch Pro.
It's going to be a new Mario game. Hey.
Get him, click.
Hey. Talk to Wall Street, talk to Bloomberg, don't talk to me.
Hey, even if you get something right, though, people forget about it pretty quick. Remember when that one person took to YouTube and said that George R.R. Martin was going to work with Bandai Namco and FromSoft to make an open world Souls game?
Yeah, that was a fat L.
Those were the days.
Reset Eric came for you.
They came looking for me. a lot of apology DMs, though. Shout out to Reset Eric for that. Let's Evan, we got a Discord question over there.
Yeah, and people are saying audio sync issue. It's Discord. There's nothing I can do about this, so we're just along for the ride. But just to make sure with this remote play thing, we're all pretty sure it's just dead on arrival, right? Like, that's one of the questions.
It's all bullshit.
Hey, they're gonna sell at least one. Because I will buy it.
If it's real, it's going to be pretty much just the tiniest little thing. I think it's going to be a little tiny gimmick thing that they maybe even box together with a PS5.
If it's priced at $200 or less, I think they'll have a shot. If that thing comes out at $300 or more, it's over. It's just it's not even worth it. So, but the Backbone controller right now for your iPhone is $100.
Listen, if it's over 200, if it's
Whoa, Sony's already on. Oh, wow.
So Sony out there.
What the fuck, me? What I was gonna say is, if it's over $200, it better be a fucking TV remote. Excuse me.
Okay.
I'm gonna beat my freaking lights out.
Just leave it down. It's fine.
No, I cannot.
It's chosen its path.
No.
Wow.
Triumphant return.
Evan, do you have a Discord question over there?
What do you make of the internet theory that mainstream outlets are holding off Last of Us PC reviews as a favor to Naughty Dog?
Oh, I haven't even heard that one. I think some just legitimately can't play it.
And that's it. Some of them I follow a lot of the major reviewers for IGN, GameSpot, and stuff, and they have said that straight up the game is just so broken. And also, what a lot of the major websites have said is that right now, while they're rolling out hot fixes, in the like 4 days, 5 days it would take them to edit together one of their videos, it's going to be a different performance. So a lot of them have said once they come out with a couple of these planned hot fixes, then they'll drop a review.
4 or 5 days to edit a video.
But why? But hold up here. Hold up. Time out. Why are they waiting? Why don't they just review it like every other game gets reviewed with flaws?
I agree. That's why I drop my video, is because a lot of times what I do is I'll start a video with saying I'm reviewing the game as it currently is. I think they should drop a review in progress. I think 1,000,000% they should. Buyer beware.
You can't play
it. Yeah. You should say like this is an unscored review because the game apparently is still in development. I 1,000,000% agree with people that they should. I don't think there's like a conspiracy. I think it's that these websites are just inept, don't like to edit reviews.
They're not inept when it comes to other stuff. Not all of a sudden they're inept when it comes to a Last of Us. They were on it with those movie reviews. They were on it with The Last of Us remastered on PS5. They were on it with everything else when it comes to The Last of Us. But now this, we gotta wait for some hot fixes.
There's a quote I love that says, "Do not blame on malice, which can be attributed to ignorance." And that's what I try to do. Is I assume that they're dumb and not that they're like trying.
All of a sudden they're ignorant.
I always say they're ignorant.
Magically ignorant. They were fine with everything else.
I'm glad they're not putting out videos. My video keeps getting great views because there's no videos by IGN or GameSpot, so I'll soak up all
that
those.
Feels like something they should be like covering and warning people on, because that's not like a cheap game.
Yes, they haven't even covered the glitches or anything. So my video, I did a separate video talking about the glitches, and they're talking about the update, and all my videos been blown up about it because all the major websites are not talking about it for some reason. I think PC gamers talking about it and nobody else.
Okay, you have another Discord question, Evan?
Are we gonna go into the Super Mario movie next?
We are. We're about to go into that next.
Do you guys think Super Mario Bros. Movie has the chance to surpass Warcraft and become the highest grossing video game movie?
How much did Warcraft do?
Yes,
over $1 billion.
I think Super Mario movie is going to do over $1 billion.
Oh, it's $1 billion easily.
The Warcraft movie sucked. Okay,
it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa,
I mean, that's obvious.
I liked it.
Broke my heart.
It's like barely a movie.
As an avid WoW fan, I was offended.
It was so bad.
I read
As a
all
movie fan, I was offended.
I remember the behind the scenes. They were like, "Yeah, this is the easiest movie ever." They told us just stand there and read our lines. So when you watch the movie, they just stand there.
I'm seeing it right now. The worldwide box office for Warcraft, unless I'm mistaken, is $438 million.
Worldwide? No. Because China it made like something.
Yeah,
crazy
that was the big thing. Was huge in China. Huge.
In China, it made so many hundreds of millions of dollars. I believe I read they actually CG'd a couple of extra scenes just for the Chinese DVD release.
Oh.
So I'm looking at this. There's different facts that are going around, John. I don't know which ones you have, but it says Stealth put up that it's the biggest worldwide launch for an animated film at projected 368 million. That's over Frozen 2, Lion King, Toy Story 4, and Incredibles.
Then that's just for right now. That's just for the launch. This isn't like its final total from what it earns in theaters around the world.
It's not in Japan either, so it hasn't launched in Japan.
Right.
So
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers.
Yeah,
it says $438 million for Warcraft.
I'm seeing that number too. Yeah. Huh.
I mean, the Mario movie is going to come in at like there's estimates that's already about 300 something million. Yeah.
Yeah. So worldwide, it did that. That's the number it did worldwide apparently, like for Warcraft. So yeah, comparing it to Warcraft, it's going to beat Warcraft probably 3 times what it earned. I'm guessing. I think about 1.2 billion.
Yep. I think you're right, Jordan. Yep. Yeah. I think right around there. And it's going to beat Illumination's other stuff like Despicable Me. It's a successful project. But the Super Mario movie. Came out this past week. I saw it in theaters. Jordan saw it. Josie saw it. OJ saw it.
Saw it in IMAX with my wife. It was good.
Yes.
I saw it in Dolby Digital.
I went to that Newark theater, Evan. First time going there since Spider-Man 2.
The one by me.
Spider-Man 2. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes, they redid it and everything in
Wait,
there. And
John, you said it was the first time going since Spider-Man 2
for the Newark, the Newark one.
Oh,
and that was
okay,
before they redid it because they renovated it. So it's been 20 years since I've been there, and it's very nice now. There's like other theaters around me that I'd go to. That one in particular, I was like, let's check this one out because they had it in Auditorium 1, which is like massive.
Yeah, they do
you're
have.
You're like 5 feet from everyone around you. It's crazy.
They do half off on Tuesday, just so you know. It's good.
That's how they got me. Yeah.
It was the first time that I've ever went to a movie theater in like a decade plus. The last time I went I was like in college. The worst
way.
I forgot what movie I watched though. I haven't been in a movie theater more than a decade.
You remember what year? What time of year?
Yeah, it was when I went.
Yeah, your last time.
It was spring 2010. Spring 2010.
Spring 2010.
Yeah.
Tangled.
Interesting.
No, I saw some. I don't want to get into it, but
you saw some what?
Huh?
You saw what?
I saw this. I forgot it was this movie, but I don't remember. It had Janet Jackson in it, but I don't remember. I think it was like one of the Tyler Perry movies. I was dating this really ghetto chick, and we went to go see the movie. And she was loud as hell throughout the whole movie, bro. It was a horrible experience. But anyway, it was a Tyler Perry movie. Janet Jackson's in the movie. That's what I remember.
Okay, the Super Mario movie's out. It was. I have some thoughts on it. What everyone think though? What we got? Jordan, Josie, OJ, you guys jump in.
Yeah. As I'll give this my enjoyment of the film as a Mario fan. It's very cute. It's fun. There's a lot of references. It's a lot of like, oh, that's nice. Some music cues in there. There's a lot of stuff that just makes you smile. It's a good time, right? It's fast, it's harmless, it doesn't do anything wrong, but at the same time, it doesn't do anything too special, right? It is just a very cookie cutter, very clean family entertainment film that doesn't offer a lot of substance. I think the music choices are weird in the film.
I got a license for those songs, right? They just have them laying around. They're like,
here's 80s rock music.
Yeah.
Take on Me was so
rock.
weird.
Didn't it come out that they wrote stuff for parts and then they were like, nah, fuck it, let's just use regular music?
There was some Donkey Kong song that they had set up, and I guess they changed it out or didn't use it.
Well,
or something.
it was the part 4 Take on Me. Like, so there was apparently something written like properly made for that scene.
I don't know.
And they just let's use this instead.
I guess they figured, hey, this is gonna be a wide appealing movie. Let's just take the most generic, obvious songs. We'll just put them on there. Like I feel like they just have licenses. Yeah, I feel like they just have licenses.
I personally feel like that's like Hollywood's influence a little bit of like, this original piece that you wrote. No, I don't think so. And then everybody else just kind of had to agree and go with it.
I agree. That's really my only issue.
I think they played it safe. I think what happened was because of how fast it was and how so many things were like resolved or jumped to. Like, and without spoiling anything, there's just major things that just do not get explained, and it's like, all right, and we're moving on.
Let me ask this, Jordan. There's a scene where it's definitely a character's backstory that they introduce, and I'm like, oh, that might be interesting. And they're like, all right, now we're on the next one. I'm like, whoa, okay, we're just going right past that then.
So like it happens a lot. It happens whether it's a small thing or it's the big, resolution. It just kind of jumps with little explanation afterwards, which is fine. It just feels like there was maybe a longer cut of this that was severely cut down to just play it
That's
safe.
what I'm thinking too. I think there's probably like 100 some odd minute episode, like version of it out there, and maybe that's on the Blu-ray.
There's no major story that's like, if you get told the story, you go, oh no, you've ruined the movie for me, because it's very basic, it's very simple, and just the whole nature of what one character is at for just like most of the story. I kind of wish that they weren't there and they were a part of the movie a bit more. But yeah, it's fine. It's like I said, it's I don't know, it's fine. Watch it for yourself. I don't think you're gonna hate it. I see people just adamantly hate this film, and I don't get that. It's very colorful. Really? It's very cute. It's fine.
Oh,
it's a fine movie.
I know anyone really people hate the movie. It seems like it's hard to hate because it doesn't really waste your time either.
At a fundamental level, and it's the same way I feel with the Sonic films, right? It's the same way I feel about the Sonic films. If you're a fan of the property and you have some attachment to the characters in it, you're just going to enjoy it for what's there, right? You're just going to take in that.
Kids going to like it.
Kids are absolutely going to eat this up. It's quick, it's fast, it's colorful, it's Mario. It's stuff So if you're into the character, if you're into that kind of stuff, of course you're going to have a good time. You're going to have a connection to it. You're going to want to always, like, oh, there's Mario. I love this, right? But as a movie, there's so many structural, like an unplugged Game Boy. If you start breaking it down, like fundamentally, what makes a great movie, if you start looking at every aspect, whether it's the score or the pacing or this or that, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues. But at the same time, I overlooked a lot of it because I still was like, hey, it's cute. I had a smile on my face, plenty of it. I wouldn't say this is a great movie. I would say it's a very enjoyable movie.
Is it a good Mario representation though? Because that's the way I look at it. Is people like are saying, oh, it's like a shallow movie. I'm like, most Mario games are super shallow. Like there are probably like 2 that aren't, and it's like Paper Mario. You know what I mean? It's not even like a super like mainline game. And so it's just like, for me, it's like, I don't know. Maybe the standards are really low, but it's like, if it ain't Halo, is it on par with Sonic? But also at the same time, is it just a good representation? Like, is it not going to make a fool of the franchise? Does that make sense?
It doesn't make a fool out of it. It takes a lot of the traits from the series that are very, nostalgic, or at least true to the characters for the most part, and just tries to have a good time in the sandbox that it gives you. And it tries to expand on a few more things than you would think. And I see people in the chat kind of throwing up the argument that a lot of people like to give. It's like, well, it's a kids movie. Who cares if it's bad? That's stupid. You know how many kids movies are like good? Like growing up, just because it's a kids movie doesn't mean you have to show your kids crap. A kids movie doesn't have to just be bad. Do you as an adult look back at Toy Story, and go, yeah, Toy Story was a crap kid movie. No, it's not. It's an incredible film.
It's a great movie.
And that's not to say that this film is either crap or the best thing ever made. But giving it the excuse like, oh, who cares if it's bad? It's a kids movie. It's a bad argument. And I think you need to recheck yourself on cinema, like, and just in general, like, oh, who cares if it's bad? It's for kids.
Jordan, I think your opinion's valuable here because you're big on cinema. And, and I come from the where I don't give a shit what anybody says about any movie. I'll just watch whatever, and I want to know if it's authentic to the source material. I was there with that '93 Mario movie. I was excited, and it was ass. It was complete ass. I don't care about its pacing, about whatever the case is.
What the new excitement around that '93 movie is online. That movie is terrible.
there is an interesting level of nostalgia for kind of crap things. It happens a lot, and I'll be the first to admit if I enjoy something that I know is crap, but I still can enjoy it, right?
Yeah.
So, do I love the original, the 1993 Mario movie? No, I think it is not a good representation of Mario. But here's why I do like things about it. It's weird. It's different.
Leguizamo carried the shit out of that movie.
It said, hey, here's what Mario is, and let's just make whatever we want. So if you look at it like that, there's fun to be had. You can have fun games based off of it. You can cringe at it. You can have a good time.
No, man, I'd be
the first to admit it's a solid 4 out of 10. It is not a good movie.
I think you can do that now at this point. But if you were watching it, if you were someone that was playing like Mario 3 and was excited and you went to go see that, it wasn't a fun time. You can do that now. And I do that now with the movie. It's still ass, but I can do that. But back then when I went to go see that movie, I was legitimately upset. Like me, my brother, my sister, we came back like, that's not fair. And that was our one movie for the damn whole, my parents never took me to shit. That was our one movie that we got, man. And we wasted it on that, So for me, it was rough. But I see what you're saying though, Jordan. Like this movie, I'm not a big movie guy. I went and watched it with me and my wife. I thought it was cool. I was like, hey, look, it respects the source material. It's fun. It moves from thing to thing. And they even actually added some story that's not there. With some of the stuff at the beginning, which I'd never seen in any Mario game. So that was cool. But I agree with Jordan's stuff, like in terms of like, the pacing and stuff like that's kind of all over the place. It's really fast and sometimes it slows down, but then it speeds right back up. But I just love all the references. That's the thing for me as a longtime Mario fan. I've been playing since the OG, and it was dope to see all that. It was dope to see all the references, all the different franchises, like the characters they put in there. The Mario Kart section was freaking sick. Loved it. I just loved all the power-ups. That was what's fun. It respects the Mario franchise, and that's what I'm looking for in any video game adaptation. It respects it. to me even better than the Sonic movies, because who the hell are the people in the Sonic movie? What the hell is going on there? They're not in Green Hill Zone. They're not doing, like, what the hell is the Sonic movie about? And I like Sonic. I know you don't like Sonic, but I like it. And they're just random people, random couple in Wyoming or wherever the hell they are in. So to me, it didn't respect them as source material.
Green Hill.
It's a random shit all over the place. Sonic's flossing, riding in a truck.
This question, Jordan. And I want to make it very clear. I am very adamant about, like, I really don't want a Nintendo cinematic universe. Okay. Sure. As someone who's kind of been let down by Marvel and Star Wars, all that stuff, like, I don't need a cinematic universe. But if they are thinking about it, right, if they're going to kind of do this like Sony's doing things, is it at least a good foot in the door to say, hey, we can trust Illumination with future projects that can then go into more in-depth, where then maybe they can warrant more critique in future projects? Because I feel like from what I'm hearing and from what the numbers are saying is that it definitely is a good foot in the door. Would you agree?
Yeah, at the bare minimum level, yeah, it's a good foot in the door. I think animation quality wise and what they were trying to do, all that there, it's impressive. There's a reason why people are going to enjoy this film, and just visually, at a visual aspect, this is the best looking Illumination film they've done. Like Nintendo, I feel like Nintendo really made sure that's okay. It has to look like this. We have to stick to a certain guideline. Don't try and head more towards the Despicable Me look, or for the other stuff like the Secret Life of Pets that they do. Just kind of very much make it unique and have a style that fits for what Nintendo is looking for. And whatever they do end up connecting it to, if they do or do not, sure. I don't necessarily want a connected universe either. I don't think it needs to be all leading up to like an Avengers level Super Smash Bros. Brawl movie or anything. Yeah. But for what this is and what the future is teased for it, it seems like it's just kind of Mario focused, and like that's fine. And I would like to see what else they can do. There's a couple different teases in direction of what a sequel could be that it's throughout the movie, and I'm like, okay, either of these ideas I'm pretty fine with. I think that's interesting. So yeah, I think it's a good foot in the door for whatever they want to do going forward. And I also want to say with this that like opinions on this, I don't care if you love something or hate something. I think everyone should have their opinion on it and not be told they're wrong or this or that, right? Like it's not. I see a lot of people fighting about this, and this also ties back to the Rotten Tomato watch that we were all on, right? Everyone's like, "Oh no, the reviews are coming in and they're horrible," and then obviously, of course, the fan number score was going to be really high versus the critics one, because that's just how it is. But don't. You can't look at reviews like this. You can't just take a number and go, okay, this movie's good because number high or number low, right? And I'm not saying, oh, just go see it for yourself. And reviews at that point, like, you have to look so much more into them, or you already are aligning yourself with reviewers or people who kind of already have your similar tastes. So if this certain reviewer said they like it or don't like it, and you usually are kind of in the same with your opinions, then you'll probably either follow suit with that. But don't worry about the numbers. I don't care if my favorite film has a 2 on Rotten Tomatoes or 100, and whether it's the critics or the fan side. It does not matter. It's all subjective. And that's the whole point of being a fan of any entertainment property, right? You can make the distinction for yourself. You can take place in the conversation, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's not that serious if it has a 40% from the critics on Rotten Tomatoes. It's not something to go, oh man, Hollywood, the critics, they don't get it. It's like, I don't know. It just got really weird when the movie came out.
Can I ask a question of the panel? So I'm seeing it tomorrow morning. My biggest question, before it came out, all the criticism towards Chris Pratt and stuff, do the characters seem like the characters, or did it just sound like Chris Pratt being like, hey, Mario?
So, I was going to say for the voices, they didn't get in the way or knows. And actually, I will say this. I feel like Jack Black kind of took Bowser to another level in this, and I really liked what he did there for the voice. I think that was the standout in terms of voice actors, actresses, and everything. I think it was Jack Black. He was very good as Bowser. It was fun. He made Bowser kind of like multi-dimensional. It was interesting. But I do want to give Charlie Day. Oh, Charlie Day. Okay.
I was surprised. I was like, I really like his voice for Luigi. That was my like super plus. But the whole Chris Pratt thing, it's like completely fine. It was I think he's fine in the movie.
I mean, I think people were just wanting to go after Chris Pratt to go after him. So
sure.
Who knows?
The trailers didn't do him justice though, because he like sounded a little bored in the trailers, but in the movie he has like this like Brooklyn accent, and it's actually really good.
Oh. Yeah, they either cut the worst takes for the trailer, or they just chose like the worst moments to show in the trailer. It's I don't know. It's very weird.
I'm just seeing a bunch of like tweets all over Twitter saying like, we owe this man an apology. I'm like, you wouldn't owe someone an apology if you weren't a judgmental asshole to begin with. So maybe just like wait to see it before you go off on the timeline.
Well, I said he'd be fine.
I'm not saying
but you said he'd be fine before seeing it. That's also a judgment. Just see it first.
No, I'm
Don't
just saying I said it'd be
good
fine.
or bad.
I just said let's just wait. It'll be fine. I don't think it'll be terrible. I think it'll be fine. That's all I said. People were making it seem that he needed to speak like freaking Mamma Mia! Oh my gosh, pizzaroni, pepperoni! The whole time. That's gonna sound fucking stupid. People don't realize that.
No, but I guess a lot of people were defensive of Mr. Charles Martinet, and like I get it. The dude is like a national treasure. Like even just getting like, I'm gonna plug myself because I don't do that very often, but on my channel I literally did like an hour-and-a-half interview with the original voice cast. I literally got to talk to that man, and he is just, I got to see him when he came to Tampa a little bit ago. He's just like the coolest person. So like to see a movie finally come out and him not to get to be the voice, it's like you understand why, but also like you are defensive for him. But damn man, y'all were mean on the timeline. Not y'all. I'm saying like if you whatever, you know what I'm saying. Shoot.
Well, see, that's why I was rude. I was one of those people on Twitter that I thought that initial teaser trailer was terrible because of Chris Pratt. So I'm glad that I'll be honest, I'm glad to take the L. I'm glad that he came out great. I was afraid that he was just like, it's me, the Avengers guy. Oh, how about this Mario? I was legit afraid. I'm glad he did good.
A lot of the characters he's played in the past too have mostly just been himself.
Yes.
And he did character work for the Lego movie, and he was like the main character Emmett, but he was just completely Chris Pratt. And so I think for me at least, my apprehension with him being Mario
you were thinking
was
of
like,
Emmett.
Yeah, I was like, is he just going to talk exactly how he did? And in the trailers that we originally saw, he was kind of, his lines were like, Mushroom Kingdom, here we come. Like,
here
it was
we
just like,
go. I read that line.
Super special. But actually seeing the movie, he does a very good job. So
the voice that kind of threw me off the most wasn't any people that it was like Cranky's voice. That was the one that's just
yeah, I didn't love that one.
But he wasn't in the movie enough, I guess. I don't know, but it was just kind of weird.
I saw someone on Twitter putting like casting that if like Larry David was the voice, it'd be pretty funny for that. Which that would have been pretty fun. I did like his character though.
I like the DK franchise. I've been playing a lot. They definitely took some liberties with the war with Donkey Kong and Cranky. They took a few liberties.
Seth Rogen laugh made it in too.
So that was interesting, but no, it was fun. The DK part is awesome. You guys have seen the trailer because I'm not ruining anything.
Wait, this is important. How was Toad's voice? How did he do?
Very good. Very funny.
If you didn't know it was Keegan-Michael Key, you wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
Yeah,
actually,
I was surprised because I was like, I don't remember it sounding like this high pitch when we first heard it, but it definitely sounded like more Toadish in the film.
Really?
Yeah, it was very funny.
It sounds like the marketing team needs to get fired because y'all didn't do.
What happens with trailer cuts is like the trailers are made by trailer houses most times that just are given what they're given early on to make a trailer. So a lot of stuff that is not in the final cut, different takes, other stuff just gets in the trailer because that's all they're allowed to have. So it happens sometimes.
Really?
That's why
Because
it's hard to judge off a trailer.
I feel like some trailers that we see for movies though, like I feel like you watch the whole movie in the trailer. Like I feel like that's the whole movie.
On the trailer companies that have to do it. Yeah, sometimes they're the ones who edit it bad, and the studio's just like, all right, we put it out.
Yeah, or sometimes they're just given literally nothing. I have seen times where they're given like, all right, we have 10 minutes of this. It's an action movie. It's like, well, we got to cut up this conversation as action packed as possible.
I do want to give a shout out here to Scarlet Vixen with a large super chat. It said people keep claiming the Mario movie is just a kids movie, but it's really not. There was way too many references that dug deep into Mario's roots that only adults that grew up with the NES would get. And then they followed up with a question asking, anyway, what did you guys think of how they changed Peach's representation?
They did not change.
They did not change Peach's representation. Damn it! Me and Jordan thinking that they did not.
I'm so tired. I literally put out a video. I was talking about Super Princess Peach, a game from 2006 where she is the one saving Mario and Luigi who are captured. Every time we have seen Peach after Super Mario 64, every time after that, Peach has been involved in some way of being
Mario
a tough
2
character. Or even in Mario 2, that's true.
Do you think maybe they just mean that they're not like, oh, Mario? You know what I mean? Like she's kind of like.
But
I feel like
she hasn't always been that. Look, Mario 2, she's a playable character and she's kicking people's ass. Super Mario RPG, she's a playable character and she has a frying pan. She has a golf club. She's kicking people's ass. Smash Brothers, she's kicking people's ass. She's been kicking people's ass since the 80s, guys.
Yeah.
Like, this is ridiculous.
But I feel like
Super
maybe
Mario
because
3D
she's
World.
actually getting like a voice though. I think is what's probably also throwing people off though. Like you see her kicking ass in Smash Brothers. You see her, tearing up the freaking track on Mario Kart. The people who are, calling political alliances because they don't know the Mario series, that's one thing. But I feel like as how we've heard Peach for so long, you're like, Mario, you're like, that's very different than how she is in the movie.
That should be the same for all the characters because every character has always had a couple words.
Two grunts. Yeah,
right.
no, I understand.
Donkey Kong doesn't even speak.
Personally, I think Anna was like a really good call for Peach though, just because I feel like she's
such a baddie in the movie.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think it's really cool, but I feel it's just exhausting when people like argue over Peach. She's literally been like the most prevalent female character in like any video game franchise. So like to see people like fighting over it when they probably
it's annoying. It's annoying because Peach has been fighting and has been sometimes she don't feel like dealing with the bullshit, bruh. Koopa be coming, he be threatened to toad the kingdom, so she just rolls. She's like, all right, Mario will come around, I'm good,
I do wish Daisy was featured because I really feel like they would have a really funny dynamic.
Maybe the next movie.
Yeah.
Let's see. I guess that's everything. We'll see. MVG's gonna see it someday. Sean,
I'll see it eventually.
Streaming services. Max will see it tomorrow. I'm sure he'll tweet something about it. So we'll hear from him then. But hey, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. The kids enjoyed it. They thought it was amazing. So there you go. It was a good time for. I will say. You also mentioned the references. There were some legit references back to Mario's like beginnings. So it's definitely targeted towards adults who maybe remember being a kid even and playing the original.
But a lot of kids animation or just PG rated things in general do have a level of things for an older audience usually sprinkled in there. So you can also have a good time in general. Just stuff in almost any like. I don't see this as a kids movie. I see this as a family movie. Is how I
definitely
the family movie. Yep. So, Evan, we have a Discord question over there.
Yeah. Retro game collecting is expensive, but within that, those of us that collect text-based adventures from the early 80s, specifically by a company called Infocom, have been paying hundreds, even thousands for their big box releases. Do you think the collector market for retro games will ever cool off?
No.
Ooh.
No.
I used to.
Okay.
I'll be honest. About 8 years ago, there was a lot of rumblings. The bubble was going to pop, and here we are 8 years later. It is not.
I mean, for this type of thing, it requires the people with money to lose interest, and that doesn't seem to be the case. Nostalgia is king still. So
I was going to say, are you asking for nostalgia to stop existing? That's kind of what it comes down to.
I am.
Yeah, I mean, even the 3DS is like blowing up right now, so I feel like it's just going to get bigger and bigger.
Okay.
Yep.
I do need to segue over though, because everyone heard of Sean's troubles with the Pepto and the almonds fighting back, grapes, fruit. It was all over the place, right? Well, I gotta let you know, Sean, it might be time to make the switch to tonight's sponsor. That's Factor.
Could be.
Make meeting your nutritional goals easy using Factor. Spring is right around the corner, meaning you might be too busy to spend time cooking. If you're out and about more often, Factor will deliver fresh, never frozen meals directly to your doorstep, and you can prepare these meals in just 2 minutes. Factor offers tons of options for a menu of over 34 chef-prepared, dietitian-approved weekly options. You'll always have something new to try. There are also over 45 different add-ons to pick from for those in between snacks. It's cheaper and faster than takeout, and to me, that's the best part. Having a meal ready in 2 minutes lets me plan out and get on with my day in no time, and there's less time spent at the grocery store, which with current food prices, that's probably a plus. Head to factor75.com or click the link below in that description and use code SpawnWave50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. That's factor75.com, code SpawnWave50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. Thanks again to Factor for sponsoring the video to this podcast tonight.
All right, I'm going to try to fix the video real quick.
Thank you, Evan.
That was the smoothest transition. Good job, John.
Hey, Sean, although I don't know. Hopefully they like the idea of introducing them with Sean throwing up, but we'll find out. They'll send me a letter.
Yeah, legit good. I've had Factor. I love it.
We got you, Sean. I'll talk with the people. I don't know. I don't think they do almonds. So let's go over. I do want to talk about the Xbox emulation stuff, MVG, and then I'll go into some of the super chats after that. See what was going on there. But MVG, what's going on? I have my Xbox here. I turned it on and I wanted to play PlayStation on it, right? I know it sounds weird, but there were emulators. I had them in retail mode and it came up with a message. It's unavailable now.
Well, the jig is up, man. Microsoft finally decided to pull the plug on it. But it's not really like the end of the world. I made a video about it yesterday, so check it out if you want to learn more about what happened. But, you can still switch over to developer mode, which is essentially where this stuff was meant to be in the first place. So I think the way that games ended up on retail was through some type of loophole, which is tied to an email address and something. I never was one that advertised that on my channel when I did videos on it, because I always felt like eventually Microsoft would just come in and just like disable it, right?
You know how I knew that was going to happen? Because they kept pulling the pages down. So the way it worked, because I got them all on my Xbox, it actually took about 3 weeks, because there was a Discord and they would occasionally post up a link that you would go to from your Xbox. You have to type it in, a like tiny URL, and then it would initiate the install on your Xbox. So I had DuckStation, I had Dolphin, I had an Xbox, Xenia, the Xbox 360 emulator on there. So I could play games that were not technically backwards compatible on there. And they came in and they disabled it, even though I have it on my Xbox, which is weird. I thought I had control in the digital future.
But you do. Just use dev mode. I think a lot of people have hesitations about using it, but it's a one-time fee. I think it costs $20. In fact, I think I was reading reports about if you log into Turkey or somewhere or some European country, you can get it for as low as $2 or something like that. So just get dev mode and switch over to that. Put everything on an external USB drive, and you should be good to go. Nothing has really been lost except for convenience. And obviously, there are people that are unhappy about this, but I also feel like, again, this was only a matter of time before this was going to happen. And I don't really know why they decided to do it now, but if I was to guess, John, I think it's probably because of Xenia. You're kind of flying a little close to the sun when you're emulating 360 games that aren't part of the backward compatibility program. So that's just my guess, though. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
There was that email that was kind of floating around, the copy and paste email. It seems like that may not be 100% now, as people are questioning and throwing it around currently. So I think more information is needed there, because they did bring up a bunch of reasons. One was security.
Yep.
One was Nintendo. and there was another one that was, I want to say it had, I kind of feel like it had to do with Xenia, like you're saying, in a roundabout way. Hey, we're going to try to figure out how to get some of these emulators on there.
Yeah.
We're going to talk with the developers on those emulators. But it's not hard to believe that Nintendo would say something. But security is interesting. I didn't even think of that necessarily.
Yeah, there was some rumors about maybe getting high elevation access to parts of the system that you're not supposed to. And I mean, that could well be the case, of course, but look, at the end of the day, like I said, it just go to dev mode. Nothing is slower there. In fact, you get more power on dev mode than you do on retail mode with these apps. So just jump over there and you'll be good.
Dev mode it is. Okay. They did say, at least again in that email that's circulating, is that they're not planning on taking it away from dev mode because it's sandboxed.
Yep.
at least for now. I mean, I assume they're going to leave it.
They'll leave dev mode in. I mean, I think the only thing they may consider is the next generation or the next system that comes out. They may do away with dev mode, but like for now, on the Xbox Series and the Xbox One line of systems, it's there to stay. It's not going to go away.
You know what's interesting though is this. After all this, I did kind of have a little realization once again, reminder maybe, that if the company wants to, they can just, even if it's on your system, they can just take it away from you. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
That's the scary part. They can just remove licenses for pretty much anything and block anything.
Right. So if there's a game that gets out there that has some issue in it that they deem, okay, we got to unrelease this game, they can just take it back.
Wasn't there like a discussion about that with like PlayStation Store stuff a while ago? Like,
yeah, I mean, they're delisting old PS3 games right now, Xbox 360 games. They kind of just do them stealthily sometimes. They'll grab a handful of like 10 or 15 games and just start delisting them. So you can't, even if you like own them, if you want to try download them on a new system, in some cases they won't even let you do that. So yeah, the listing of games is kind of an ongoing thing that obviously is not very well liked in the industry, of course, but yeah, it's definitely a thing.
Okay.
Well, I think about that was what you talked about, because I watched your video, MVG, and I didn't get it at first of like, okay, emulators being banned makes sense, but then when you said like, yeah, now they could just deactivate stuff, I was like, oh, that's the red flag. Because yeah, I think about these games with like music license and stuff. I play a lot of games with like, big poppy soundtracks, and I do think, oh, what if they don't want to re-up that soundtrack in 5 years? I guess I just stop owning the game.
I don't know. I'm curious about that going forward. If we see this pop up with something that was paid for or even a free app, because I know YouTube gets pulled off of platforms at times and it's like, okay, this app's just not available anymore. But it does make me think about that future where there's no physical copy. It's all tied to servers, digital, and they just decide that you don't have this anymore.
Well, I mean, didn't it happen this week? It's Quantum Break is going away for a couple days where they forgot to renew some license. So
it's on Game Pass. If you still own it, technically, you can play it, but it's pulled out of the subscription service technically. Yeah. But I get what you're saying with that one. Technically,
it's weird to have the idea of having a game and then it disappears for like a week while they like redo some paperwork and it comes back.
I don't know. I feel like it's just so weird, and I'm sure people who are hardcore physical gamers right now are like, I can do it. But it's just weird to me. Like you pay a full amount for something, all of a sudden it's like, no, never mind. You can't have it. But I think physical gamers are praising a little bit right now. They're like, haha, the paranoid paid off.
Weird. The government does that shit to us all the time.
Yes.
We should be used to it.
I'm not touching it.
Let's let me go to Evan. You have a Discord question. I'll pull up the super chess.
Do you expect Mortal Kombat 12 to be announced this month, and what features or improvements would you care to see?
This month? Interesting. I kind of feel like that might be a Jeff Keighley Summer Game Fest Productions thing, maybe.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, he had the reveal for Mortal Kombat 11 at the Game Awards, I thought, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a big stage. You see, Ed Boon has just been tweeting about it subtly as a joke, and then finally on April Fool's Day, he was like, "Should I go ahead and release? Should I announce Mortal Kombat 12 on April Fool's Day?" He's just
well, they just the CEO or whatever at the company just put it out there during an earnings call one time. It's like, yeah, we got Hogwarts Legacy's good. Mortal Kombat's coming out this year. It's good stuff. And it's like, well, we didn't announce that yet. So whatever. I think that's Jeff Keighley's.
Mortal Kombat's awesome. It's got that historical clout to where people don't give a shit. They'll just buy it, play it for like 4 days, and be like, all right, I'm done. But I still
do all the fatalities and then
people sort of see all the fatalities and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's got that. It's like I'm not playing it competitive. I'm not going to play it for.
It's just like all the Budokai games. You just want to see the supers, and then you're out.
I love that though, because Mortal Kombat should do well. Like it should. Like all these fighting games have been, it's been tough for a lot of fighting games, but Mortal Kombat comes out and sells like crazy.
I wonder if they would come up with a new concept similar to remember when they did the X-rays, right? That was awesome. That was like game changing. I don't know if they're gonna have anything that feels like that game changing. I mean, they've surprised me with that. So,
dude, I was surprised with the last Mortal Kombat because, like, listen, I don't have a problem with like the violence and all, but it seemed even like crazier to me.
I agree. They're getting away with a lot, and I'm wondering if they're able to push the envelope much more.
My stomach physically turned when I first I couldn't watch it, and then once I got used to it, it was fine. But there was a period in between. I was just like, dude, this is nasty, man.
There was some where I'm like, oh, they actually got away with that. Interesting, because eventually you can get.
Talking about the one where like his testicles get smushed.
I'm talking about the one where they rip like from like their fingernail, like they rip in like half, like they pull from the fingernails.
Like one, I was like, oh, I'm not even
they get close because you can get an adult rating for violence. I don't think people realize this. You can get one in video games for that.
In Japan, like the game can't be sold in Japan. Like
no, it doesn't sell in Japan.
It doesn't sell in Japan. There's certain countries where the game just can't. Yeah. Yeah, Japan doesn't allow any adults only. If it gets an adults only rating, I mean that's the same thing for here too. But in Japan, like any adults only rated game is just not.
Well, even that like mature. Like I remember Resident Evil 4 had to get censored in Japan.
Yeah, they'll censor games to make it to hit the 0 rating. Yeah. So it'll get censored and then just barely make the 0 rating. Yeah. But there's nothing that you can do with Mortal Kombat. Like you would have to completely butcher the game for it to even make the 0 rating in
half the
Japan.
game's in mosaic. It's just pixels flying around. All right.
Like silhouette goes black and white, so you can't.
That's what they did with No More Heroes. Like they turned all the blood like black and like weird.
Manhunt. Remember Manhunt 2?
It's better than white.
See over some of the super chats here. Khalil says bought Octopath 2 for my Steam Deck. Great game. Jeffrey Tucker says no troll and no cap. Resident Evil 4 remake is a 4 out of 10. Y'all already saying it's good. Well, then Bad Gamer followed up and said Jeffrey might have a head injury.
4 out of 10.
4 out of 10?
No, I have never seen a person who needed to touch grass more. Like I have no idea what your scale is, brother.
That's a well-timed super chat though, my bad.
You the homie. You the homie, Jeffrey. I like you, man. But 4 out of 10? That's like when a game's like broken, like a 4 out of 10.
No, it's slightly below.
Yeah, it's only slightly below average.
Yeah. Oh, Sean's the scale.
The Sean scale. I like the Sean scale. I prefer the Sean scale.
I kind of do too because I know what kind of wars is going to start online. Hey,
4 out of 10
first scale coming up for Tears of the Kingdom.
Right? 4 out of 10 is hot trash.
Man, I legitimately think, as a person who beats a lot of horror games, I think this is legitimately the best horror game ever made. So
I think it's a horror game.
It's more a survival and resource management.
It's more of a horror game than the original release was.
I agree. It definitely is now, yeah.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I never felt horror throughout the whole time.
Hardcore, OJ. You just don't get spooked.
I do. I got spooked by Bloodborne. So that's the thing. I get like I got spooked by Bloodborne at times. When that pig in the tunnel, that pig scared me.
This is a super chat for Evan, actually from Tijo, asking for any tips for new and returning Genshin players to help catch up in terms of progression and deal with the many long grinds the game throws at us.
Oh, you just got to pick characters and focus on making them better. That's pretty much it. Just pick characters to make 2 teams work, and that's about all.
2 teams.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Banana says, here's to hoping Jordan does not speak like a parrot. He must be a silent accessory to the podcast. I want him there, but not talking.
Absolutely.
Seen but not heard, like all kinds of children.
This is a back and forth Jordan has with Necro Banana.
Yeah, last week it all hit ahead. As everyone's like, I'm either not talking enough or I'm talking too much.
It's a joke. Jordan, it's an inside joke.
Jordan,
I just gotta deliver something. All right.
You should talk more.
Okay, I'll talk less. Got it.
Yeah,
this is from the Sony Pony Poacher. All right, we'll see where this goes.
Go on.
Glad to see Josie and Click on the cast. Spawn and OJ, what's your favorite Dragon Ball moment? Gohan turning Super Saiyan 2 against Cell always will be goated.
Oh, that might be. I'm a Team Gohan's my favorite character. Not Gohan, just Team Gohan, just him in the purple with the get up like Piccolo. So that's one of my favorite. The father son Kamehameha is one of my favorite. Moments is when he just blew his ass away with Goku and the looking on. That was great. So
going with the proud Prince Vegeta's sacrifice against Boo. That was a good ending to the episode.
You're trolling.
No, that was really good.
One of the more legitimate
awesome.
moments in that series.
But it was all for nothing.
Because no one expected it at all in that moment.
It was all for nothing. He blew his ass up for nothing.
It was so well done though. That episode ending.
Okay, you're not trolling though.
And if you have kids and it hits different, that is a really good moment in Dragon Ball.
You're right, because before that, like when he blows up half the stadium because he's like he really wants to fight Goku. That whole setup was awesome because he truly felt he was like the most powerful at the time. He's the only one that can stop Boo. So yeah, I see what you're saying though.
I mean, he asked Vegeta if he was going to heaven or hell, or he asked Piccolo, and Piccolo was like, I mean, you look at what you did. He's like, all right, well, that's that.
That's my favorite thing about that, is that his sacrifice gets him to heaven. I love that. That's such a good gift.
Yeah, technically they did, because they turned it around and he came back. So
yeah, that was good. No, you're right. That
John Bob in his head, remembering.
Oh, so good. Yeah. Awesome. Pickle juice.
Pickle juice. You said Piccolo or Pickle juice?
Piccolo juice. Yeah.
That's a good episode.
Don't milk Piccolo.
Peak says, "Did you see the Spawncast AI parody video?" We did.
That's the millionth time.
No, there's two videos.
I know. There's another
one.
Yeah, there's two now.
Jesus.
I subscribed.
We're replaced.
The same guy?
Yeah. Subscribe to the channel.
I'm gonna watch it. That first
Bro,
one.
Between the AI videos and oh god, was it Ted? He would make the parody videos, but he would like go through like actual episodes and like remember they would like take clips of us.
Spawncast Odyssey. The Spawncast Odyssey. Yes.
I think the favorite one where he made it look like we all hated each other and he just edited all the awkward silences together. Yes. It's like here's Philip Mewson and Sean's just like, what are we doing this for?
Bat says, Click and Josie of Spawncast finally getting some women representation here on the show. When is Mrs. Cass and Mrs. Essence joining the Spawncast? Probably.
Did you just assume our gender?
Ever for a long time for Mrs. Cass. What's that?
Mrs. Essence, she's very outgoing and she's very nice and likes to talk, but cameras she's just all of a sudden shuts down. She's not a what's it called? Photogenic or camera shy? Camera shy. She's very much that way. So she refuses. She won't even come on my stream. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm just. Why was the rest of us not asked about our significant others coming on? Spyro.
Okay.
What? No, I'm just in general. It's like, why? Everyone has relationships. We can bring people on. Thank you.
Is there someone?
I've been married for 10 years.
Damn.
You were 15.
You're 15.
I'm 15 now.
I don't see Jordan as a married person. I'll be honest. I don't see him as like a married dude.
I just don't wear my ring.
Not now. Maybe later when you're older, but not now.
Ruffle says, I would love to see Fire Emblem Three Houses filmed similar to HBO Last of Us.
That would not work. That would not work. No, Fire Emblem is too long. It's too drawn out.
I think it's more enjoyable as a game. I don't think it needs to be like maybe in like some kind of universe, but unless I don't know. Last of Us was so good because it was literally like sets looked identical. Like the only big difference were like a few story changes that I don't necessarily agree with, but then like the lack of bad guys, because they wanted it to stay scary.
Does he mean live action Fire Emblem?
It doesn't. I mean,
I'm gonna say no. An anime series would work, like an anime series with like Castlevania Netflix. That would work.
Yeah,
but
the Castlevania was good.
But like, I'm not even sure if that would be like incredible. Like, maybe it could, but Fire Emblem Three Houses is too dense.
It would need to be in a universe. I don't think it could be Three Houses.
Yeah.
Devil says, welcome back, Click and Jordan. Can you say Spyro loudly?
Peter
Jordan.
He muted himself.
Spyro. Is that loud enough?
Or can Jordan say Spyro loudly?
Oh, hold on. Is that good?
That was good.
It's a good soundbite.
Roland says, first time live listener, really love Dreamcast guys' opinions and views. I've only seen him on Griffin Gaming's channel. Nice to finally hear him live.
This is how I actually talk when I'm actually talking.
Wait a minute. He's actually normal when I'm not being portrayed in some type of weird edited way?
When it's not 10-second clips. Yeah.
M says, do you guys think that in a few years Nintendo will start putting their movies on Nintendo Online as part of the expansion pass?
No.
Probably not.
Hopefully not.
It's gonna be funny that you could watch the Mario movie on your PlayStation, your Xbox, but not your Switch.
Oh yeah, because they don't have the streaming apps. Oh, yeah.
No, there's no no Blu-ray.
And they signed a
Yeah.
10-year deal with Xbox.
Yeah. That's
Remember when we thought Netflix was gonna come to the Switch?
Yeah, that was like a rumor. It's weird that
I
that's like a
remember.
rumor. It's like this hyped up thing. It's Netflix.
It's weird that it's not true. It seems like such an easy, like, why would they not?
Well, bro, we had it made during the Wii era. Do you remember how many different channels were on the freaking Wii, bro?
On the browser.
We've
There was an actual
backtracked.
web browser.
I do not like the Wii era. I'm sorry.
I do remember the
I have the
Wii.
Netflix DVD somewhere.
I actually hate the Wii era, so that's just me though. The games was just everything was motion. They never they had a Pro Controller. They never used it half the time.
Coordinated. Damn.
I'm coordinated. I can play basketball. I can use both hands. I'm coordinated. But the Wii motion era, man, it was too much.
Yeah, then we had Travis with a cool sticker. Cristobal says, great faces tonight. Super Mario Bros. Movie was an 8 out of 10 for me. Was Mario foreshadowing a potential future game in his room during movie? Oh, I know which game we're talking about. Maybe. Oh, that'd be an interesting way to tease it.
Nope.
Adventures says, loved when Mario came out and said it's Mario time. Oh gosh. Orb says, can you talk about the absurdity of Monster Energy targeting indie devs and now the Pokemon Company and Monster Hunter over the use of the word monster? That's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard, by the way.
No one's confused about a Pokemon and an energy drink.
Apparently that happened a while ago, right? And it's just coming up again.
We
because
own the
it happened
patent to the
previously.
question mark.
But now they're going after some indie dev because they just have monster in the title. Apparently, Gods and Monsters, people were mentioning it was changed because of Monster Energy.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
That is isn't that weird? I don't know. That gets in the vague territory for copyright stuff and trademark.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to copyright one word. Like that's not supposed to be a thing.
What were you saying?
Well,
what were you
it's
saying,
a
Josie?
word that's so common.
What were you saying,
I
Josie?
said, why are they even going after the Pokemon Company though? Because their games aren't like Pocket Monsters. You know, that's it.
Right.
I don't even think most people know it stands for Pocket Monsters.
Yeah.
Right. But so exactly. So why are they even going after them? That's so stupid. Nintendo's going to obliterate them if they even try.
I think they had gone after them, and that's at least what they were mentioning. There were I guess filings and stuff they found that was like, oh, they had tried this. Oh, okay. I guess it didn't work, but now they're looking at smaller indie devs who are probably not interested. Yeah, they're not interested in going against them in court or.
It's just fake publicity for their shitty energy drinks.
Well,
I mean, to me.
It's that, but the other part of it is that if you ever actually read into copyright law is built on enforcement. So you have to do like slap suits. So it's this type of stuff. It's not like they're trying to change the name of Pokemon or change the name of Monster Hunter. They're just doing it because it enforces it so other people can't make a drink called Monster something. It's a stupid thing where they have to do lawsuits that they know they're going to lose. They're not trying to win.
That's why Red Bull's better.
True.
Zach says, what is the best platform to play Diablo 4? PC, Xbox Series X, or PS5? Which one is the best and worst?
It's not out yet, right?
No, but I put a lot of time into the beta, and I got to play the beta, multiple betas in the alpha. I still say it's best on PC, but I did enjoy it on PlayStation 5.
I have to imagine PC is going to be the
Did
the
they
place
keep
for
in
Diablo.
the trick between PC and console, where on console you have like the dodge roll you can do? Did they keep that as a difference, or did they take
It's
it
on
out?
all of them now. The one thing that people are really asking for is controller controls are fantastic on all things, but there's no WSAD. If you play it with the keyboard and mouse,
Well,
you
it's
have
like
to click
MOBA,
to-
right? It's click.
But then why is it not a twin
It
stick
is, but-
shooter? It could just be played like a twin stick.
Exactly. Since it's playable as a twin stick with a controller, people are asking for WSAD so you can move your character and then click items.
That's so weird, man. I guess I get it because like not everybody plays a MOBA, but for me, it's just so MOBA-like. It's anything else feels really weird to me. I don't know. Include it. Why not?
Yeah, when you play it, this one feels much more like an MMO. Like I've played a lot of Blizzard MMOs.
What
and it
about like
feels
Lost
so
Ark or
much-
something?
To me it feels much closer to World of Warcraft to me, in that there's like living cities
Really?
and lurking for group and guild chat and stuff. It feels
So
much more.
the top down doesn't affect that at all.
No, it feels like merging Path of Exile and World of Warcraft. People are even calling it an MMO light, which I didn't know was a term. So it's apparently where like you can play it by yourself, but it's very able to, while you're just running around, you'll randomly have people join your party and stuff.
Let's talk a bit about Resident Evil 4. It came up earlier as 4 out of 10, but this is about an update that took place. The Mercenaries mode was added, right, Max?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that. And they also added in microtransactions, which it's always interesting when these things get added after the review period has ended.
And they also fixed the Xbox version with the dead zones.
Yes, the dead zone, and I checked it. It is much better to where fine tuning or moving the reticule around for sniper shots stuff. It's just better now. So good news there. I was told I was crazy. Turns out, I guess I was right. Anyway, we do have microtransactions now, and the microtransactions, from what I can see, is basically for accelerating progress with tickets.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the tickets are very weird. So you can buy them. They're 23 separate shop items, and basically what it is for the 23 guns in the game. I bought one to see how it worked. Basically, whenever you max out a gun, you buy every single upgrade for a gun. It upgrades a final tier, which will do something like 10 times damage or infinite ammo. It does like a super ability attached to the gun. By buying these microtransactions, you can get that instantly. So the Chicago typewriter or hand cannon get infinite ammo. The Blacktail does like 10 times headshot damage, so you can kill bosses with a pistol. But you can also sell the ticket to the vendor for 80,000. So if you have one particular gun you like, you could buy the microtransact, like 2 of the tickets, and then max out your gun at the very start of the game with a fresh file. I tested it. It's very pay to win. It is, because every time you start the game, you immediately get the ticket in your inventory. So right at the start, you can choose to instantly max out any one weapon of your choosing for $3.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And I made a video talking about it. And what's really kind of surprising to me is my video kind of blew up, and it started a lot of people saying that this is, to them, good microtransactions because it is a single player experience. A lot of people in my comment section saying, okay, at least you're not buying a gun that's stronger than your opponent. There is no online leaderboards. It's you just playing against yourself. But I still don't like it because this stuff used to be cheat codes. Like, maybe give me that ticket for free for each playthrough. Like, if we're going to act like this ticket system is intended, incentivize it beyond just swiping your credit card.
It does feel like that's what they're charging for cheat codes, Max. You're right. 'Cause I kind of feel like this would have been a button combination in the Xbox, GameCube, PS2 era, as opposed to swiping a credit card for extra credits. And I guess that's just where we are. The thing that's still interesting to me is they added it in after launch, as in it feels like they were trying to avoid something with it.
In their rating, did it say that there would be microtransactions? Because I thought there used to be legal issues with this where you keep them out at the beginning and then you put them in later, because some countries just don't like that in general.
I think that was for loot boxes specifically.
Just loot boxes.
But, yeah.
Can't you unlock all the stuff in the game that's available for microtransaction?
Yeah, you can play it and unlock it.
I tested it out. So the thing is that this is stuff, these are the end game unlocks. At the very end of the game, you get the master ability to defeat the strongest enemies, to survive the island and stuff. By paying $3, you immediately get the end game unlocks. So I'm not saying that it completely destroys the game, but it is very weird that a person who pays $60 is going to have a very different experience from the person who pays $63 and gets one ticket.
I feel like people who pay $63, though, maybe they don't get the intended experience, but that's like on them. I feel like when it comes to, again, if it's single player, you're not affecting anybody else but yourself. I feel like for the most part, though, like if you're going to speed run, like, is that something where it's a requirement that you have to buy the best gun for that run? Or is it something that you're not allowed to, and it has to be like a fresh vanilla run? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what it would affect more than anything, is like speed running more than, you know, like who cares if someone just wants to save time and play through on easy mode because they bought the OP gun? You know what I mean? So it's like, if it was a multiplayer, I feel like it'd be a completely different story.
Or if it was stuff that you couldn't access in the game, period, and it was only available via DLC, like, I'd have an issue with it. But I mean, if it just saves you some time and you don't feel like doing all the requirements needed to unlock it, I don't think it's a problem.
I'm annoyed with it because Ubisoft has done this in the past with their time savers system, where it's like, all right, here's a grind, but you can buy an XP booster, and that is my
double
fear.
XP. Was it? Yeah, I remember that.
That's my thing, is that I'm not saying that this is the end of the world. I'm saying that this is, to me, a slippery slope to something that would suck.
Because it'll affect the structure of the game, because you feel like you have to develop with the idea of an artificial grind and then told basically to bypass it.
Yeah, if you're told like, hey, you're stuck on this boss, if you pay $3, you can beat it right now. That to me is bad game design. And that's what I feel like this is the first tiny step towards. And to be fair, after I posted my video, people actually sent me, they apparently did this with Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake as well, which is a month after launch. They made it where you paid $2 and you'd unlock all the super weapons.
I think people forget Capcom's been doing this for a while. I remember Devil May Cry 4 had microtransactions in it, and it would I think they just give you orbs. Like, here's currency for the game here.
Back in 2008, right? Back in 2008, 2000. Yeah, back in the
360. I remember that.
Yeah, they did, and people didn't like it back then. It's just that now at this point, I think people are more. It's more tolerable now, I guess. Maybe.
It's just, I think we've just been beaten over the head with it so much that it's like, well, all right. That's kind of the sentiment I see now. Is, you know, we've seen many more egregious examples that this is like, whatever.
I think it affects game design though. I'm with Max. I think sometimes like when you're thinking, hey, I can get a buck off this instead of being able to unlock it normally. I'm going to program it this way. I'm going to do it this type of way, and it can be dangerous heading forward in the future if developers say, not cheat codes, not something that you earn, but just do it fast. Like, hey, look, it takes forever. You got to grind in order to get this, but if you just pay, you can do it quick. So I think it does affect actual game design, like for people just want to play the game that already spent the 60 or 70 or whatever.
Do you think there's anything to them adding it later through an update? As in, like, they were trying to avoid potential publicity or bad publicity, or do you think it just wasn't ready yet and they're like, it'll come out?
No, Capcom's been doing this. They let us know, like they did this with the DLC with RE7. They're like, oh, everything's complete. Then all of a sudden, a week later, hey, there's DLC. You know what I'm saying? There's extra stuff that's added on. So they don't say things purposefully. You know what I'm saying? And like it's like a little unlock, right? Like you just download a little megabyte unlock in it. So they've been doing this, but I mean, Capcom's games are really good. People like them, so
it's fine. Also, what's weird is that by doing the Mercenaries mode, they also unlocked simultaneously is great. It's super fun. It's like an arena thing. 150 enemies drop down. You got to kill them, get a high score. Very fun. By even doing the 3 maps, you immediately unlock the best weapon in the game, the hand cannon, in the normal story, and it's free. So it does feel like in a weird way that they had this plan all along to release the game and then make it 20 times easier 2 weeks later. The whole situation is just very baffling to me. It's like those of us who beat the game initially are getting a totally different experience from the people beating it now.
It kind of reminds me, you remember WoW? When they kind of made it to where you basically can just buy like a caught up character versus doing the grind.
The character boost.
Yeah, no, it's kind of the same vibe.
I can see the rage on Sean's face right now with that. Definitely.
Oh, he seems like a total WoW player.
Definitely a WoW guy there.
He's looking at a picture of grapes on his screen right now.
He's writing hate messages.
Just writing loser
Screw you, you damn grape. I don't like you. I want corporate's number.
Sorry, Click.
No, I was just gonna say he seems like a fury warrior kind of guy. I don't know why.
There it is.
True. That's a good joke. Someone in chat's gonna get that. That's a good joke, Click.
So yeah, Resident Evil 4 microtransactions now. Excited for what could be with Street Fighter 6. That'll be fun.
Oh, there's gonna be a ton.
We have Discord questions over there, Evan.
Do you guys worry about finishing games before moving on to the next one for the creation of content, since we are YouTubers and reviewers?
I imagine that's got to be what Max thinks about constantly.
Yeah, well, I have the terrible treadmill, which is that I can never go back. That's part of why I beat. Sometimes people will ask, why did you beat Resident Evil 4 10 times in a week? And it's because when I stop playing it, I'm never going to get a chance to play it again. I have to go on to the next one. I actually am already working right now on the next big review, and I'm done with Resident Evil 4. I can't go back. So yeah, I'm sure you guys have that too, where it's like, well, I have to move on to the relevant content, you know?
Yeah. I don't think that's not that severe, but I do feel the need to at least check out and play games that come out that week for whatever system is in front of me at the time, even if it's not a genre that I'm like super into, but I'm like, I'll check it out to have some sort of conversation on the podcast and stuff. So.
I think that's why I have so much respect for you guys and like your type of content, like having to stay on top of the ball and like also have to, you know, like have experience with what you're doing. That's why like sometimes I'm behind like a week or two well, before I took a break. But it's like I feel like the difference with live streaming is like your people are watching you experience it for the first time. So it's like you kind of get that leeway, you kind of get some more time, and if another game comes out, you can like divide half your time to each of them. You know what I mean? So
I mean, somehow MVG's over there developing games, beating games, times faster than me, and then still putting videos out.
I don't play anywhere near as many games as you guys do throughout the year. I usually have like 10 games, like 10 quality games that I just kind of like to go through.
He showed up one night and was like, I beat Resident Evil 4 times. It's like, what when?
Last week.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He crushed that game. He's like, I got the infinite rocket launcher. I'm already through it.
Once you get the rocket launcher, you can just blitz through that game in about 4.5 hours.
Yeah. You beat those Far Cry games? That surprised me because I'll play through them. Like, these are pretty long games at times.
I thought you were about to say you beat the Far Cry games. That's why I thought you were about to say that. Yeah.
That's why I know MVG's is going to be in Redfall with me because he's. Oh yeah, that sounds like Far Cry. So
yeah, we're doing Redfall.
We'll do Redfall. All right, good.
I went in on that squad.
We'll do Redfall. But hey, good stuff there. Good stuff. We'll talk about that, I'm sure. There was a video that got downvoted pretty bad on IGN, but I don't think we have time to really go over that right now. Let's. You have another Discord question, Evan?
I guess we'll backtrack a little bit. What are your favorite instances of playable Princess Peach? This is for the Mario movie stuff.
Super Princess Peach on the DS.
Yeah,
there it is.
Is that
Mario video on it recently?
Mario 2 was great. The fake Mario 2 and Super Mario 3D World was awesome. And Super Mario RPG that's probably my favorite because she's actually really good in that game. So very fun to use her in Super Mario RPG.
Bro, it's gotta be Smash Brothers. Come on.
She's incredibly good in Smash Ultimate. I used her in Smash 4. I did not use her as much in Smash Ultimate, but she's like a top 10 for sure character in Smash Ultimate. She's very, very good in that game.
Okay. Let's no, I'm gonna hold that for me. Go, Evan, any other Discord question?
Last one. How are you folks gonna feel if the Tears of the Kingdom ends up being the same map structure and mechanics with very little change, but instead has 160 brand new shrines and new 900 Koroks?
No thanks.
That's not the game. So
no,
it's not all that. That's not the game. They already showed us. So
in a hypothetical world where that's a thing, I will have a lot of questions.
They added the floating islands. It's a lot more room for the shrines.
I will have a lot of. I'm sure people online will have a lot more questions than me based on some of the speculation and analysis videos I'm seeing now. But I imagine that's not a world we're going to end up. But we'll see in a month.
If that was a reality, I would do only what I needed to do to progress, and I would do nothing more. I'm not much of a completionist, to be honest, so that's already not been a thing for me. But I would just keep my head down and just.
How many hearts you need to get the Master Sword, and then you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And okay, this is from Chris says, the Mario movie was terrible, went in with low expectations, still disappointed. Don't get positive reception from fans. The critics were right.
Damn.
If that's how you feel.
Yep. How you feel. I saw one critic, she was like, why is Mario wearing a cat suit?
Oh, gosh.
When does he ever do that? Oh, this movie's terrible.
Hey, those are the Grace Randolph has a very bad reputation in the movie pundit industry. So
I've read some people.
I don't
it's not
think
like a Trisha kind of thing.
No, based on. I'm not going to talk ill of them. Okay. I'll just say, not a very informed take. Let's do that. Let's say that.
She has like every 2 years a clip goes super viral of her. I think she's just one of those people that like lives in a cave and comes out and watches a movie. It says it's bad. It goes back to the cave.
This is from Tijo, who says, to be fair, there's another song from Bowser's Fury that was similarly uncredited. Also, the Mario movie was overall a good time for me. Let's see. Hole says, thank you, MVG, for getting me into emulation. Or thank you, RGT, for getting me into emulation. Sorry, MVG.
No problem. I'm glad that I can help.
Oh, what?
Damn. Dude.
That's the swerve right there.
Disrespect. Wow.
That's a good swerve.
I have an emulation video going up tomorrow.
There it is.
What?
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
They're not
I'll be critiquing that. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to be in the comments being like, actually, this is not true.
I kept it very simple.
I saw this video.
Did you
I was like,
steal
here are
any
the
more footage
options.
from
I don't.
MVG?
No, this is all my captured footage.
Just
I like
stole
that.
my
That's
footage
nice touch.
again.
That's nice touch. That's nice touch.
Captured from the MVG video.
He just said stolen from MVG is what he said. That was
I
great.
can't. You just Steve Harvey'd him.
T-Joe says, never forget the Vita memory cards that made the PS Vita prohibitively expensive. $400 with 32 gigabytes, which I believe is what ultimately killed the thing. Well, it didn't help. I'll tell you that.
It was a combination of things. It wasn't just that.
Gregorio says audio does not match your mouth movement. That is correct. Luis says, shout out to Josie. Love the new Spawncast inclusion. Also, when is Nintendo announcing their cinematic universe? Yeah. Hey, live action Zelda, what could go wrong?
No, stop, John.
They cast Tom Holland. Nothing.
Oh,
no. I want live action Metroid. Are you kidding me?
No,
Live
are
action
you
Metroid
kidding
would be
me?
good.
No.
What's wrong with that one in live action?
Would be great.
What do you mean?
I'd rather have that for that one.
Come on,
Bro,
Yoshi's
Lara
Island.
Croft-
Let's go.
Laura
Yoshi's
Croft got
Island,
ripped apart
live
because she
action?
wasn't this, she wasn't that. She didn't sound like this. She didn't look like that. Her boobs weren't big. Bro, we don't need that discussion.
Samus doesn't got to deal with that.
it's
She's
gonna
wearing a power
happen
suit.
Regardless, it's gonna happen
Bro,
regardless
no.
if it's animated, if it's not
People are gonna be like,
animated.
she talks too much. She doesn't talk enough. She's too much emotion. She doesn't have enough emotion. Bro, it's already a thing within
But
the
people
game.
are doing that right now with the Mario movie. Where's my story at? No fucking Mario game has a story. They're complaining about having a fucking story.
We must make it animated.
They're going to announce a Metroid movie, and then they're going to cast Brie Larson, and everybody's going to be mad and unhappy.
No!
And I'm going to watch
Better
it
not do that. They better not do that.
Newtonian says PSVR 2 is only on website, no demos or hardware in store. Well, we'll see when they get that in the stores. I don't know. Something tells me Sony needs to drop some games.
That's
on that thing.
disgusting. Do not ever put on a PSVR headset in the store. You've got problems if you do that.
Savage says, I met Miss Click the other day, so glad I did. Glad you're back on Spawn Wave. Glad you guys are my connection to gaming with toddlers around. Haven't had much time to game anymore. Much love all.
Yep.
You meet.
Yep. I was grocery shopping with the baby, and it's like, yo, you're Miss Click. And I'm like, I'm Miss Click.
There you go. Okay, there it is.
Cool.
It was nice to meet you.
Shout out to Savage. And Saint says Josie N64 versus GameCube.
Oh no.
Didn't we
She answered this before, but
Yeah.
you know, they might be just double checking just to make sure.
GameCube, because I
There
think
it
the
is.
games hold up better.
My girl.
There it is. There it is.
That's the facts.
All right, I'm gonna stop holding off, and we're gonna move to the topic that's gonna get MVG and Sean in trouble.
Whoa. What do we do now? What do we do?
Well, MVG's already banned off Reddit. So it doesn't really matter now.
Can I get in trouble?
We leaking DMs?
No,
be
Xbox
in
and
trouble.
Square Enix.
Oh.
I know, man. I got in trouble there. I had a guy who blocked me, responded to something that I said. I can't even see his response because he blocked me. But he responded to my comment.
So there was a lot of this really blew up online after Windows Central. Jez Corden wrote up an article about this, and there's still some information we're missing. I mean, there's a lot of information we're missing on this thing, but it essentially goes over the idea of Square Enix snubbing Xbox for Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, which we already knew it wasn't coming to Xbox because they already announced the two platforms. But I guess, hey, we got the release date. There's trailers. It's out in 9 days or 11 days, so it's relevant and in the news again. But it was mentioned in the article that there seems to be something strange going on between Microsoft and Square Enix, specifically with the functionality of their relationship. Something's wrong, as he says here, with Square Enix only been offering Xbox a very limited selection of titles from its catalog that includes Stranger's Paradise, Diofield Chronicle, which I think there are definitely people who on Xbox who didn't even know it came out on Xbox. I noticed that one as well. So it also wasn't marketed much. Despite Octopath Traveler launching on Xbox, even into Game Pass, the sequel is nowhere to be found and likely isn't coming. So Xbox, Square Enix, having a hard time here getting some of these games onto the platform. MVG made some comments on Twitter, got in trouble. Sean said some stuff about Xbox before.
Was that wrong?
I don't know. All I know is I don't know.
You know
There's
what's
a lot
funny?
of Xbox haters on this podcast. That's
You know
all
what?
I know.
You know what's funny? Out of all of my retro systems, because this is what I'm keeping. Out of all of my retro systems, my Xbox pile is one of the biggest. I'm keeping more Xbox titles than I'm keeping NES titles. I'm keeping more Xbox titles than Super Nintendo titles, which is 0.
Throw one up, Sean. What do you got? Name it. Name
Indigo Prophecy.
Good game.
Okay, keep going.
Simpsons Hit and Run.
There it is. All right, that's a good one. Like that. That's a great game on the GameCube. Go on, keep going.
Burnout 3. Burnout 3.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Good set.
50 Cent Bulletproof. It's a guilty pleasure game.
Let's go.
Shenmue.
Okay, that's good. Okay, there you go. You hit it. Okay, good one there.
Just some decent titles there, but I hate Xbox.
I understand why people are upset, but this hyper focusing on Square Enix is dumb, and I think it's clouding people's minds because Square Enix is bigger. But Falcom, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, and many other companies skip Xbox on AA games or even pixelated RPGs. John, you pointed out the Mega Man Battle Network collection.
Yes.
Classic games isn't coming. Let's talk about the Atelier series. None of them AA RPG. Falcom, they released Legend of Heroes games that are classic games. Those aren't coming. Like the list goes on and on. Like it goes on and on. So it's really like MVG said, it's an ROI. It's a return on investment. They're looking at the sales of classic games. They're seeing that they're not selling this type of game, but maybe if a game has like better graphics, or if it's more of like polygonal 3D, like Crisis Core or like DioField or like Star Ocean, those games have a better opportunity to sell on Xbox. So those games come out on Xbox. But the stuff that's like more of the, hardcore Japanese type of titles or more of the pixelated games, or those games don't do as well. Microsoft provides no sales numbers. Okay. Square Enix, they provide no sales numbers for anything. We see how bad the Xbox sells in Japan. It's really just a business thing. It's not anything more than that. If there's an opportunity to sell, trust me, they will. Like Crisis Core came out, right? That was great. It was on the Xbox, and there's other games. Yeah, Star Ocean came out. That wasn't on the Switch. Star Ocean was on there. But like something like Neo 20, which is more stylized, that type of game probably isn't going to sell as well on Xbox. So they didn't release Neo 20 on Xbox. It's just a business thing. It's nothing more than that. Because if there's a big, I don't know, game that's not Sony doesn't poach, like let's say Final Fantasy 16, they're going to get that. But if it's another big RPG like Monster Hunter, right? Monster Hunter from Capcom, that's on Xbox, right? Final Fantasy 15 was on Xbox. So it's really going to be based off of if they feel the game's going to sell, right? It's not based off of they hate for some type of thing against them or anything like that. Now, I'm privy to some sales numbers. I've seen some stuff. And from what I've seen, the Xbox sales in classic AA RPG is pathetic. It's very low compared to Nintendo, like Sony, and even PC. It's like really low.
But
it's pathetically low.
Like it's in the hundreds or like in the tens of thousands. How low are we talking?
Depends on the game, but the classic games, Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, those all came out on Xbox. Okay, those all came out, and there's no downloads. It's not selling anywhere near as well as what you would see on even PC or what you'd see on Nintendo or PlayStation. And once again, you got to look at it in Japan as well. Look at the Xbox Series sales in Japan, guys. They're atrocious. Like they're selling 1,000 units a week. There's no retail presence. It's not Square Enix is out to get them or something like that. It's not that at all.
The interesting thing is that Jez Cord mentioned many times on Twitter through responses that it's an ROI issue that's kind of on Microsoft's side even. Like he's sort of alluding to the idea that there is quite a bit of fault even to put on Xbox when it comes to this.
It's just how it is. It's not Microsoft's fault. It's the fans that buy a certain type of game. It's like like I've said this before with like certain big AAA third-party games and like Nintendo. People got mad at me for that, even when I was saying it back around the 27. I'm like, listen, it's not going to get everything. The system itself, the fans who are buying things, some developers are going to opt not to spend the money to put their games on Switch. That's fine. Some developers are going to say, hey, that's a better business for us. It's all about, for the most part, the business and what they can do. It really is about that. I don't think it's Square Enix holding some type of grudge against them, or they would have never put Star Ocean and DioField and Crisis Core. Those are all recent games that all came to Xbox One and look great on Xbox. So,
well, I'm still confused about stuff like I really got addicted to Final Fantasy Theatrhythm Curtain Call. It's like a stupid rhythm game, but it's really
it's good.
fun.
It's good.
And it only came to Switch and PS4. It never came to anything else. And something like this, it's pretty much moving backgrounds with tempo beats. I mean, it's hard to even call it a game. I mean, I feel like this was run on cell phones, but it's not on cell phones. And it seems weird. The question I have for MVG, because I saw MVG really in the replies of his tweet talking about that, like, if it's not going to make the money back, they're not going to do it. How expensive something like these games in VG, like these super retro, I mean, this seems like it would cost nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really talk about all scenarios, but like I can talk about, my experiences with Xbox. And look, I think doing the Pixel remaster is probably about a 6-month job to get an Xbox version up and running. It's not a mammoth task because I mean, they're very small games. I mean, but I think even that alone, realistically, how many copies do you think would be sold on the Xbox of the Pixel remaster series? I think it would be pretty low, right? Like
double digits.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't speculate, but like
I can give you some sales info, MVG, because we really don't. You're right. We really don't have a lot. We did get one, and that was kind of came from the Capcom leak. So, it technically stolen information that was put out there by websites. So if I read it from a website, whatever. But it's the information came for the Ace Attorney trilogy, which you remember they had a follow up to that, and it didn't go to Xbox. And people were wondering why. Well, the sales figures: Switch 462,000 units, PC 245,000, PS4 103,000. The Xbox was 4,800 units.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right. Look, at the end of the day, OJ mentioned it. I tweeted about it the other day as well. There is, even though it's Square Enix and they have a lot of money, people say, well, they can afford that. There should be no reason why they can't do an Xbox version. Look, these big corporations, they never want to lose, ever. Like if your cost center is losing money, then your cost center will be eliminated and replaced with someone that can actually turn a profit. So look, I think that's the underlying reason here why they just passed on an Xbox version. They felt like it wasn't really going to make them money with that particular version, whereas a Switch version and a PS4 version, especially with the digital with the physical collector's editions that are out as well, it's going to turn a profit. A lot of people want to play those. I mean, I know some of us have pre-ordered the game. I want to say we've all pre-ordered the Switch version, right?
I got the special edition. I got the Switch version.
I mean, it says it all right there. Everyone's jumping on the Switch version. Some people are going to get the PS4 version.
I'm going to pick out a couple on the PS4 because I want to get 6 and I want to get 4. Then I'll get them digitally separate.
Yeah. So look, the thing that Jez said about the ROI problem is on Microsoft's side. I don't really know what he's alluding to there, but one thing I will say is Microsoft and Xbox have to figure out a way to make these games desirable on their platform again and actually have people invested in their ecosystem and purchase these games.
That's a lot of time and money. Sometimes it's more money to try to convince people to try something new.
I just think it's the type of people that like to play.
Yeah.
They don't Xbox, the way that they built the foundation of what Xbox is about. That's who you're going to attract, right? The foundation of Xbox is online, is multiplayer, is shooter, is Game Pass. That's the foundation. These type of games aren't going to appeal to people who like that base foundation. Listen, Microsoft has went all out in RPGs. And how many of those survived? Where's Blue Dragon? Where's Lost
Odyssey?
They spent a lot of money, and that the result was 2 sequels on the Nintendo DS for Lost Odyssey, for Blue Dragon, and Lost Odyssey was killed. It was never brought. So they tried it, and with high budget, super high quality RPGs, and it didn't work. Now
games are good,
and they're very good. I love those two. And they tried it with lots of. They did Star Ocean. They invested into Star Ocean. They invested into Eternal Sonata. They invested into all these different things, and it didn't work. So if those aren't working, why are they? It's not on Microsoft. They tried. It's just the fans. It's just what the fans play and what they buy. A lot of people listen. Persona Game Pass, right? It went to Game Pass. Was it at the top of the charts? Were all the it wasn't. Persona 3, 4. These are some of the greatest RPGs of all time. And people were like, okay. And how's the sales for those? Like, are people buying them off the Game Pass? I don't think so. Most of the sales are from PlayStation and Switch with the Persona games. So it's just, guys, let's just.
It's numbers. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, let's be honest about it. That's all.
That's what I'm most curious about. Sorry to cut you off, John. I think I'm most curious about the Game Pass problem is what I call it, because in my comment section, I've been talking about the fact that games have not been coming. I love Square Enix stuff a lot. I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. I wish this stuff was coming to Xbox because I want more people to play it. Do you think that it does feel like people wait for stuff to come to Game Pass more and more, especially indie stuff. Do you think if that Microsoft footed the bill for porting Pixel Remaster and put that on Game Pass, do you think anybody would even play it?
Yeah, some would. Yeah,
we can't even be sure if that scenario didn't actually happen. Like maybe Microsoft has tried to negotiate a deal and get it either on Game Pass or on Xbox, and Square Enix just turned around and said, we don't really want to do it. I mean, we don't really know if there were those things happening, but look, I think, not every game belongs on Game Pass, right? Like, everything doesn't have to be there. And, Square Enix are probably thinking to themselves, well, we don't really feel like this game belongs on Game Pass, at least not in the beginning. Is it something potentially that could get there later on? Maybe, but I think, like I said, not everything needs to come out on the Xbox if there's no good ROI that the publisher thinks they're going to make on the game.
Square Enix is also kind of crazy, John. They're kind of crazy with the Final Fantasy games. Are they not?
We kind of know that. Yeah,
they're kind of nuts with they're really kind of nuts with those games. So go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I mean, I was gonna say the Pixel Remasters is an interesting situation because they're technically all separate products and they're sold as a bundle. So they could actually say, hey, we're gonna put 1 through 3 on Game Pass, and 4, 5, and 6 will just be separate. You have to buy them. It seems like there are avenues that if Microsoft wanted to make it happen, they could. And maybe that's what the ROI thing that Jez is referring to on Xbox side, where they're just like, is it even worth us doing this?
Bro, I'm telling you, if Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, if all of those did really well on Xbox, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I 100% guarantee you. If those did well, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It would be, Pixel Remaster's on there.
Here's the question. Is Josie going to play any of these Final Fantasies? And if so, which one does she play first?
Crisis Core looked cool.
That's a good one. That is a good one.
And Final Fantasy VII Remake looked cool.
Also good.
Once I eventually get the PS5, I'll be going through them.
Okay. Well, we have the Pixel Remasters coming up. Those are from a long time ago, but they're for the most part across the board good games, but there's some standouts. You could go to 3 or 6 or 4. Those are all good.
I heard really good things about 7 Remastered, so that's why I'm
7 Remastered is really good.
Oh, okay. Hold on. You haven't played 7 yet.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't played any of them.
Well,
I've heard of all of them.
Okay.
I know about them, but
okay. Perfect.
I'm super obsessed.
No, this is good. This is good.
Play the 7 remake and then Crisis Core, and then if you're wanting more story, play the original, the remastered version of FF7 because it's great. But I think going into it knowing the characters and kind of already being emotionally invested actually heightens.
You can play the Switch version on like 3 times the speed.
Yeah,
Josie, so you can just breeze through it and just kind of almost button mash. So.
Don't even read what they say. Just go.
I'm gonna give you a suggestion. I think doing a review of Final Fantasy VII would be really good.
I agree. I think
your perspective on that, because we all remember it from like the PS1 glory days. I'd be real interested to see what someone thinks about it now for the first time.
I will retweet.
I think that'd be really interesting.
Well, especially if you called it something like playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time in 2023, I'd watch the shit out of that video.
Yeah, I'd definitely watch.
I wouldn't. A modern take on old junk.
Sean loves Final Fantasy VII. Don't listen to Sean. He loves that game.
I wouldn't watch it.
He loves that game. He'd watch it. There'd definitely be a lot more controversy or comments though if it Super Metroid doing that, but that'd be good. I don't know. I think that's a good entry point there. Just go for 7. It's even on the Switch. You play through it. It's on the Switch.
On the Switch.
It's on everything.
I think it's like it might even be on sale right now actually, because I think Square was having a sale and I feel like it was
$10. Oh really?
I think it's like $10.
Snag it, then I didn't know it was on Switch.
Yeah, FF7, it's on everything.
They have, because the Pixel Remasters are going to make it so that Final Fantasy 1 through 12.
Except for 11, but yeah.
Or 11's MMO, but like up all the way through 12 is all available on the Switch.
Okay, I'll literally get it right now.
Yeah, 7's a good one to go with. See what you think. I'm curious. And then after 7, you can play Crisis Core because that links to it.
Crisis Core is fantastic. Very good.
That's what I've heard. That's why I was looking at that one.
It's pretty good. It's not fantastic. It's pretty good. It's pretty
What? Crisis Core is not fantastic?
That's fine. I gotta give it a name.
I played and beat it. I thought it was good. I wouldn't say it's fantastic.
You could tell it was a mobile game originally, right? on the PSP.
Yeah, that was a PSP
you could tell.
game, yeah.
You could tell it was a PSP game originally. I think
I really like the remaster. I thought the PSP game was just good. But I thought the remaster was.
Well, the remaster solved a lot.
It was incredible. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I platinumed the remaster. I thought it was the new combat completely remakes the game.
Yeah, it feels so much better to play. I played the PS5, beat the PS5 version, played the Switch version portably. I thought it was great.
Josie, if you love the original FF7, when you beat it, do FF9 next, because FF9 is also a badass. I'm just gonna fill up your to-do list.
I'll DM you guys after so I can get like a list.
Yeah.
That's like the hardcore Final Fantasy fans, like best Final Fantasy. It's like
you guys are gonna do to Josie what you did to me with Resident Evil.
And
you're
then
gonna
start
bombard
Resident
her.
Evil
play that one.
You're gonna bombard her with information, and then you're argue about which one to play in which order, and then she's gonna be
the
like,
PS5, and she's playing Final Fantasy VII Remake after the original.
I don't feel bad about doing that to you either, Click, because you needed to hear it. It was important.
Yeah,
you know what I did? I stuck my head in my shell, and I didn't touch another
You better
one.
hope
after
those
two.
Metal Gear Solid remasters don't show up at, well, it was going to be 3 Click Summer Game Fest.
Rest in peace.
Okay, if those Metal Gear Solid remasters show up.
I hope so. Shit.
This is. Let me go through. We still have some super chats left here, and then Sean does have an after show. He's going to fight through the almonds. Okay. He's going to hold it up for a little bit, as long as he can.
Run for a little bit.
Okay, cool. Tijo says, when you brought up Mario making more than Lion King, OJ, did you mean the live action one or the 94 original?
I think it's the animated film. So the animated one from the 94 for that one.
Yes. Yeah.
Technically, they're both animated, but yeah.
Well, I meant like cartoon animated.
The
cartoon one. Yeah. Not the.
Joel says movie was a good 6 out of 10. Sly says Sony is afraid of Microsoft making a broken port of COD for PlayStation while at the same time releasing broken ports of one of their biggest IPs. I didn't even touch on the Activision Blizzard stuff. I think this thing's done, and I feel like we're just kind of waiting for that final go ahead at the end of this month into May. So I feel like that's where we are. Sony's just going to keep saying some wild stuff, just hoping.
I made a video laughing about that because Sony is throwing out so many ridiculous accusations.
They just keep doing it.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Jim Ryan, crying Jim Ryan.
Yeah, crying Jim Ryan, man.
Got a lot of catchphrases for him. Ruffle says, I bet they're going to be an uncut version of the movie. I think we're going to have a lot of deleted scenes on that Blu-ray. Jazzman says, love y'all. Spawncast episode 420, $420.69. Thanks, Jasmine. Scarlett, shout out to Scarlett once again. Mac Mega says, wish they would have touched bases on Mario's Bros origin story in the movie. They're just super and give no reason whatsoever. They were moving so fast through that movie. I wouldn't mind seeing some more info about some of the backstories.
The movie they weren't. No, they clearly explained that
some dude.
The power-ups is what makes them.
Oh,
yeah.
But
they
like some of the origins around the characters, maybe those are deleted scenes that are on the Blu-ray.
You know what I miss? It kind of reminds me of like a Bug's Life and stuff and Toy Story or whatever, like bloopers, the animated bloopers. I really wish they'd do that. I think that'd be really funny.
Yeah.
This one's from John O. Shout out to John O with the big super chat. Saying good to see Click back and the full crew minus Nate. Hope my favorite Nintendo YouTuber is feeling well. He's hanging in there.
I'm alive.
He's alive. Love the emulator info. MBG thought Jordan was going to be silent, but guess he's taking over again. JK, love y'all and hope y'all have a great evening. Also, shout out to John O. Did send that the last week's donation over to Josie. I got that over to her yesterday. So well on the way to the PS5. Okay, we're making headway.
We'll get there.
Yeah, people check out Josie when she streams. She's been streaming a couple times this past week, right?
Yep.
Yeah, people need to check her out when she's streaming. She's playing Breath of the Wild, and hey, soon gonna be playing Final Fantasy 7 apparently. So there you go.
Yeah.
I spoke too soon. Said what? That's a good game.
So good.
Come on.
So
ending.
To anyone who has seen the movie, did watching it make you want to go back and play one of the games? If so, which one? I kind of want to play Galaxy.
I wanted to play Mario 3.
Mario 3? Okay.
Yeah. I played the e-reader levels after when I got back. I was like, let me just check out these e-readers. I just played them and they kicked my ass. I'm terrible. I need to get better at the classic games.
Those were tough. I was trying to play those on the treadmill and I actually couldn't. They took too much focus.
Yeah, no. So I played some of the e-reader stuff. It was dope though. I want them to do another one so we can see some of the different suits like from like Mario 3. I think that'd be super cool if there's like a swimming scene with like Frog Mario. That'd be dope.
Hellman says Captain Lou and Danny will always be the voice of Mario and Luigi for us old heads.
I just did a video on that on the Super Show.
Let's go.
Mac Mega says, do you think the PS5 Slim will be backwards compatible with PS4 games? Usually revision of Sony systems cut back on it a bit. I don't know, MVG. Think that detachable disk drive going to end it all?
Yeah. Can't wait for that to come out.
V says, is the brunette from New Donk City in the movie?
Yeah. You gotta watch it.
Spoiler alert.
No, it's
Spoiler.
Yeah. Jenna says, I saw the Super Mario movie at Universal Studios. The Mario Kart ride was not that great at Super Nintendo World. The Toadstool Cafe was great. There you go. I still have not gone to it. CJ says, what upcoming games in the first half of this year is everyone looking forward to the most? I feel like most people are about to say Zelda, but I will instead choose Jedi Survivor, which is out in 3 weeks.
Also true.
Zelda.
Let's go.
Zelda. Yeah, I knew Zelda was going to be the name. Yeah.
Both.
Is June part of first half? Can I say Final Fantasy 16?
June is. Yep, there you go.
I am more excited for Final Fantasy 16 than I feel like I've been excited for a game in a long time. I think that game is going to be really, really groundbreaking.
I'm excited for it too. I feel like if you asked me that in like May after Zelda comes out, I'd be like, yep, Final Fantasy. That's the next one. I'm excited. There's some recency bias with me. That's why I'm like, Jedi Survivor. It's right there. Ready to play it. And then Nexus says, just got my Platinum Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, collections were a nightmare. Yeah, they did pile a lot of those up on you towards the end. Still have some more super chats here. I want to check Streamlabs as well. Let me start going around here as we finish up. Let's start with returning Miss Click. Click, do you want to let everyone know where I can find you? Any future plans or anything? I know it's hard to put any kind of timeline in place here. But.
Yeah, no. I'll be back to streaming. I was hanging out with my Patreon earlier today and talking about we'll be getting back to a schedule, but I'll probably be like 3 days a week for a little bit. I unfortunately have a very cuddly baby, but it makes it very difficult to just let her do her own thing. So it's good to be back. It's been a crazy 6 months, but we're here. So when I am back and live, you'll be able to find me at twitch.tv/missclick_live, or you can find me on YouTube as Missclick Gaming. You can check out that Mario panel. It's there and I love it. And to be honest, I feel like you should go listen to them because they have a lot of words of wisdom and Mario's relevant right now. So why not? Other than that, you can check me out on Twitter, Instagram. It's just Missclick. So good to be back.
Let's go over to Jordan Fringe.
Hi, I'm Jordan Fringe. I talk a lot or I don't. Either way, I have a channel. It's my name. It's Jordan Fringe. I talk about animations, games, cartoons, Mario. Go check it out if you want. If not, I understand.
Joe says, I recently got an OG Xbox, Halo 2, and Jet Set Radio Future. Any other games I should get? Jade Empire. I'll go with that one. Jade Empire.
KOTOR.
There you go. KOTOR it is.
Jade Empire.
Oh, Panzer.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah.
16-bit Retro says, what's your favorite anime? Got to go with Dragon Ball.
Recently, I think Dragon Ball because of how long it is. But if we're talking like just short and sweet, I'm obsessed with Cowboy Bebop. I think that's got to be one of the shortest, most perfect.
That is a Dreamcast guy anime.
It technically doesn't end there, but it's good that they did. Yeah, Gun X Sword because similar thing. It ends. It's done. Okay. And it's just great.
No, short, sweet, to the point for me. It's got to be only season 1 of One Punch Man.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm basic when it comes to Death Note. I love Death Note unabashedly from the manga to the anime. I love
you like
it.
the live action that Netflix dropped?
No, we don't talk about that. Willem Dafoe, great casting. Other than that,
it was good casting.
But I want to say,
confused too.
From an aesthetic point of view, something with from the theme song to the look to the outfits and styles and how fresh it was. Yu Yu Hakusho is such a good show.
Such a good show.
It's such a 90s like infused like
the fashion.
Yeah, the fashion.
The different outfits. It's so unique and so stylish. I love that.
I love how Tenkaichi 4 got announced, right? The new one, and MVG was basically his message was, "What's going on?" Because I'm just thinking about that now with this conversation going on, and Sean's probably upside down right now. Who knows?
Just lost on me, man.
Yeah, I'm so basic. I like Naruto a lot, so that's my favorite. You know,
OJ, during my time away, I've been watching Naruto. I'm like, I just got to the war.
You can watch like the last 10 episodes. One of them's a full season, like a full recap of the whole story, and then you're just done.
I like that, but I'm a huge fan of Hunter x Hunter. That's probably like neck and neck with Naruto. Hunter x Hunter is incredible. It's so good.
Can we give Boruto some props now?
No.
Yes, we can. No, I caught up.
Do you see what just happened? That was good. Incredible. It was worth the build up. Okay.
Yes, it was slow.
That was.
I'm not gonna spoil anything, but look, I was a Boruto hater, and I like it now. It's good. It's good.
I think it sounds like a great topic for Sean's after show. All right, we're gonna go through some of these super chats here as we finish
Let's
up.
talk about raisins.
Bryson says, "Happy Easter, Spawncast." Thank you, Bryson.
Happy Easter.
Andrew says, "Shop 412, copyrighted 412, then tried to sue Pitt." Enrique says, "How did Spawncast start and everyone meet? Curious about the lore." We've gone on a few times. Evan and I knew each other from way back in the day at a store where we repaired and sold video games and consoles and stuff, and then it kind of went from there and just slowly brought people on. So
pull these guys off the streets. Don't listen to anyone.
I'm trapped here against my will.
I was at 40,000 subscribers when Spawnwave was at 30, and he was like, "Come on my show," and I just kept coming on, and so it's crazy now. You're like getting close to 1 million.
Bro, John and I were on a different podcast together, and John poached me.
John told me, he was like, "Man, there's a lot of white people here. Let me go ahead and let me add a brother." You know,
we did have to spice it up.
John was like, "Damn,
this was all very vanilla." And,
I was gonna say, it's like
mayo is
about to have some complaints. Bringing in Josie now. It's about damn. We're gonna have some complaints here.
I'm not in danger.
J2 Blue says, "Welcome back, Miss Click. What were your thoughts on the gameplay from Tears of the Kingdom?"
Still haven't seen it actually. You know, a kid and everything. No, I've kind of been waiting to even like sit down and record. It's just kind of one of those things like I really don't have much time for myself. So the only thing I've really had time for any future questions is literally been me with the baby napping, rotating between dad taking care of her, and then when she's finally asleep, grinding WoW. That's been it. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
MTS said, play through the PS5 patch of Fallen Order. It was rough. Last 2 hours had terrible audio desync and it stuttered a lot. Yeah, that's why we got Jedi Survivor coming. We can hopefully get Respawn's better funded projects, what I'll say. Banana says, Miss Click calling Diablo a MOBA like is sacrilegious, and I will do the low tier God lightning on myself.
I'm sorry. Don't do anything to yourself. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to play with controller. I don't know.
Lee asks, is the Sony Z9K TV good for gaming on the PS5? I would like to know more about that TV before I recommend it, Lee. I just know the ones that we know now, which are the LG. So I'm curious though, the Z9K. I might look into that just because I might need another TV soon.
The little tiny bit I've read is that those things are overpriced for the quality. They're way too.
I've noticed. I don't pay attention to TVs unless I need to buy a TV soon, and then I'm like, let me start paying attention to TVs again, and that's kind of it.
Isn't that funny how it works? Because like you normally just like walk. Like if I'm in Costco, I walk past so many things, and when I need it, I'm like, wait, this section's been here for how long? No one? It's just me? Okay.
Yeah.
What? Andy says, Josie and Dreamcast guy shop for some LEDs together. Oh, for the backgrounds. Got it. Cheat codes are for losers. I like cheat codes. Big L microtransactions in a game like tattoos on a girl, red flag, next, and then, I don't know, just trails off. It keeps going. Thanks, Andy. Yum says, imagine Emma Watson will play Samus.
That'd be phenomenal.
That'd be cool.
I disagree, but this is what I'm talking about.
Hey, it sounds like some really good after show talk. Crow says, I wonder if anyone will attempt a video game on stage musical. I know they have Persona 3 to 5 in Japan, but a video game musical in the West would be cool. Tommy says, personally, I blame the undeserved praise of HBO's The Last of Us for why critics are stingy towards the Mario movie.
The undeserved praise.
Wow, that's a good show.
Completely different things. Two completely different.
Evan says, thoughts on game reveals years before we get the game. I've been looking forward to Dragon Quest 12, but hard to stay hyped with no news for so long. The title card one is what always gets me. It's exciting to know, and then it's like, oh yeah, that's still a thing. But
I wish they would show it a year before it's ready, and then we get a bunch of reveals. Because I've been thinking about how weird it is that we have pretty much a leaked release date for Spider-Man 2, but zero gameplay. That game is maybe coming out in 3 months, and we have literally 0 seconds of gameplay. So I want something between title card 5 years out and flooded with gameplay. We need to find that happy medium.
Max, where can everyone find you?
I am youtube.com/Dreamcast guy. I'm working on a big secret review right now. If you saw what this is, you'd probably not freak out too much, but I promise it's a good game. So go subscribe to my channel.
Okay, there you go.
You are youtube.com.
Let me go over to Josie. Where can everyone find you?
Find me on YouTube at Josie Well. I talk about the Nintendo Switch.
There you go.
And Super Metroid.
Super Metroid.
And
Good
Super
video.
Metroid.
Go check it out.
Final Fantasy at some point.
We got a link down in the description with everyone else. Make sure you check her out there. MVG, where can everyone find you?
You can find me at Twitter at Modern Vintage G and YouTube Modern Vintage Game. I have a video coming out on Monday and hopefully Nate the Hate next week. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, we do need Nate the Hate to come back.
Whoa.
Light says, would Mario's parents be considered Super Mario makers? There you go. I like it.
That was a Bob Wolfden joke.
What is your opinion on old Microsoft RPGs like Age of Empires, Age of Mythology? Would like to see another game in Black and White series. That was a time long past. I'll tell you that. Oof, man, those are the days. I'd like to see another one. Sure. Let's see. Let's go to OJ. Where can everyone find you?
Hey, find me right here on YouTube, Player Essence. Got some cool videos coming up about RPGs. I also stream daily. So yeah, check out the channel. Appreciate you guys.
Omar says, thinking about the Fire Emblem 3 House suggestion from earlier, I'd like to see that done on HBO with the pacing of the first few seasons of Game of Thrones. Strawman said, oh, there's a cue for Jordan quickly. Video review of Spyro show when?
This Spyro show, you talk about if you talk about the Skylanders show with Spyro, already have. If you're talking about reviewing Spyro the games, I did it on my game channel. There's an hour-long video over there. Keep up. Where have you been? All right? That was last year I did that. Where are you at?
Truly Epic says, anyone picking up those new deluxe arcade 1-ups? Sean, are you picking it up, and where can they find you?
You can find me on RGT85, and no, they're a waste of money. They need to release new games and better games.
If only there was a video on that could explain why.
Ruffles says, nice to see Iwata in the credits of the movie. Yes, that was nice. Nice moment to see that there. And T-Joe says, you guys getting the Xenoblade soundtrack sets they announced. There's a set with all 3 game soundtracks, including expansions, except for one where only definitive edition tracks are included.
Pre-ordered.
Rolling with the crew.
Nope. Evan, where can everyone find you?
You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube at Kimmerix Project. We just finished up a pretty hefty sized painting project over on Twitch. Took a couple weeks, and we're gonna start up on a new one coming up. But yeah, tons of stuff coming out, tons of fun stuff. You can check me out there.
And just double check Streamlabs. There's 2 or 3. Yuck says, good show as always. Let's see. And then Next Gen says, hey friends, I hope everyone is doing well today. Thinking about the gaming industry today, imagine if movies came out without the special effects finished or a music album missing instruments. It's a shame that gaming gets away with these practices today. They can patch it later. Or
movies have had patches recently. It's weird.
Have the community fix
Pawn
it, right?
shot first.
Homebrew community?
Cats.
Homebrew community can fix it. Then Jen says, newswave.com when? Oh, you never know. Never know
when it's not a money sink.
JJ says, hey, Spawncast, have you all read the Super Mario Adventures comics for Nintendo Power? It also adds on to the point that Peach has been awesome for years. Have a good one. I have not read those.
There's several different comics, a lot of just manga in Japan that depicted Peach being a badass way before this was even thought to be a discussion. So
then Jen asks, for everyone in the cast that edits their content, what tips can you give to keep yourself focused and efficient when editing videos? Just want to hear your perspective on the task. I love procrastination.
Adderall.
Something on the side screen and crushing depression.
For me, breaks, I think I'll edit audio edit green screen and then edit gameplay. Doing it as 3 separate passes.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
And take a break. I definitely
sounds a way to quit to me.
Watch
What's
it
a
with
break?
fresh eyes. I think if you make a mistake in your editing, sometimes you can't see it till you step away. So sometimes I'll
That's
literally.
true.
That's
take
why
a lunch
Sean
break
leaves them all in. He's a hard worker.
Exactly. Yeah. You ever see the times where Sean's making a video and he's just like, "We're gonna do this," and then he sits there for a second and starts talking again? It's because he doesn't. He's like not taking his proper breaks.
Banana says all the Spawncast missing is a Puerto Rican. I do it, but I have a face for radio and opinions for the underbelly of the internet. Thank you.
I got a radio face too, brother. It's all right.
Thanks to everyone for joining us tonight on the Spawncast. We are going to, well, Sean's going to have his after show going. I'm going to go over there because I need to finish editing a thumbnail. But we'll continue on over there. We'll be back next Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We'll see you guys then.
Kill them all. I'm going to
Challenge
kill them.
authority.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spawncast, episode 301. I have some pretty fun stuff to talk about tonight. I think OJ will probably pop in randomly as we go along here, but I did assemble actually basically the entire crew for this. So this is going to be fun. We got Max over here on my left. Start from left to right. How we doing, Max, Dreamcast guy?
I'm here to hate on Callisto.
Good. Good. Then we have Jordan Fringe.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good to have Jordan here. We have Miss Click.
Hi, I'm here.
Miss Click is here. Exciting stuff. We have MVG.
Hello. It's great to be here.
Got RGT. Sean.
Hello.
Sean here. We have Nate the Hate.
I am here.
We got Evan.
Yeah.
And our guest tonight is Randall Thor 19. Rand, how we doing?
Hey, thanks for having me on again. It's been quite a while. It's always good to be on the show, though.
We wanted to have the Xbox event announced that everyone was like basically throwing out there as it's probably going to happen in the first 2 months of the year.
Well, maybe you should have waited the 2 weeks, and I could have been on here to talk about what they actually showed.
No, maybe we can have you back on after they do their showcase, and we can go back over everything. I need Rand here to back me up, all right? Because some of these Xbox haters on this podcast, all right?
You know, it's funny because whenever RGT makes a video hating about Xbox, there are people that DM me saying RGT's talking smack about Xbox, and I'm just like, whatever, it's fine.
Every week.
I've said plenty of positive things.
Yes, you were quite
there's a little known secret. A little known secret about but I mean I slapped around Pentiment too. A little known secret about RGT is his most played system
is my Xbox Series.
It's his Xbox Series X, and no one knows that about him. That is his most played system.
Yeah, it is.
It's really funny. But hey, you know what? Been there since the beginning. Excited to see Xbox get rolling again in 2023. So we'll be talking about that Xbox Direct. We'll be talking about Ubisoft because they were in the news for not positive stuff. They kind of seem like they're in actual trouble, like legitimate trouble. Sure. So we'll talk about Ubisoft there, and we do have that the achievements trophy conversation that was going on. Specifically, a developer for achievements, I think it was Mirror's Edge, said that they believe that they were bad for gaming. So I had some questions about that one, and we'll also talk about Callisto Protocol because not looking too good for that one either. And I'm actually shocked at some of the numbers getting thrown around that I have to imagine are incorrect, but I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We do also have a sponsor tonight. That's Factor. Shout out to Factor. We'll talk more about them later on in the show. Evan, did you want to start us off with a Discord question?
Have you ever played a ROM hack / heavily modded game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. There were Pokemon ones I used to play way back in the day on my PC. That was fun. Like the people would do all kinds of stuff to those.
People make new games. This last year I played through multiple Pokemon hacks that are, I mean, they feel like completely new full Pokemon games. They're great.
I guess would you consider a translation where they actually have to go in and change the graphics and different things in the game itself outside just the text? Because sometimes they'll have to do things with speech bubbles and all of that. Would you consider that a substantial ROM hack?
Personally, yeah.
I know they split them up.
It makes it playable.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because otherwise, there was one I used to play way back in the day. It was an old Dragon Ball Z game, and the text was all messed up, and it would go outside the speech bubbles, and it wasn't set up for going from Japanese to English. So I don't know that you got to go in. You got.
It's not a fun one though.
I guess you got to tool around with all the different graphical stuff. It seems like it's almost there, but like they're not. I guess they're not changing out like assets or characters or building a whole new game.
The best ones were the No Mercy hacks back in the day. Those were where they would do texture packs and they would have move packs and all that sort of stuff. Back in the day, this is a little known secret. I used to simulate matches of No Mercy with like all the texture packs, and I would be a commentator. I would never show my face on camera, but I would commentate the matches and upload them onto YouTube. That channel's long fucking gone.
Wow. Yeah. That's interesting. That's actually a fun concept for a channel, though.
Is it still up? Because we have a lot of people in chat who could probably deep dive that.
I'm pretty sure it's not up.
That's a good. That's a very original idea, actually.
Can you give us a sample of what it sounded like? I'm kind of curious.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Just imagine me doing a Max voice, and that's pretty much what it sounds like. Like the voice for radio.
I'm Max.
The voice for
just
radio.
doing like, oh man, from the top rope, here it comes, Undertaker.
There you go. There you go. It's perfect.
You have another Discord question for us, Evan?
Which do you prefer, PvP or PvE?
It depends.
Always depends
PvP.
on the mode.
Yeah, depends. I like PvP.
I love PvP.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I get PvE is that fun thing because they throw it into where it's more like an adventure overall. But I don't know, something about just. I mean, absolutely wiping somebody out on the other side and just making them consider quitting or anything like that. That's it right there.
If it's like a ranked reward to where you feel like not only are you doing better against other people, but you're also doing better against yourself in the PvP, sure. But other than that, like, and I'm saying this like getting back into WoW too, like I'm having a lot of fun just doing the PvE like Mystic raids and stuff like that with the new stuff. You know what I mean? So I think it depends on like how the reward system plays out. But for the most part, yeah, I love PvP.
God, Click's all about World of Warcraft right now.
Man,
it's good.
It's addicting.
Sean, why did you super chat $50?
That wasn't me.
It wasn't him.
He needs to come back to the after show.
It says RGT 85.
Just suck account.
There's no space.
It just says RGT.
You think I'd give you money?
I don't think you can. You can't impersonate people online. Doesn't make any sense.
On the internet? Whoa.
Well, shout out to RGT 85.
Thank you.
Let's talk about this Xbox developer direct. Rand, you guys. I mean, it was basically over. Jez, I know, put it up on Windows Central. You guys had alluded to it quite heavily, by the way, in your own podcast, Xbox 2.
Yeah, we had heard about it literally the night of the Game Awards.
Okay.
That something was in the works for the end of January, and we heard more strongly about it like middle of January, and then Jez got all the info basically that Monday, and I argued with him not to do it. I said, don't you dare leak this. Don't do it because they're going to announce this in 2 days. But Jez decided to leak it. So here we are, right? Well, they announced it 2 days later anyways, but yeah.
Yeah, they put it out there. Apparently, it's going to be just over 40 minutes, I believe is what Aaron Greenberg said on Twitter in a response to a person who was just kind of asking about the duration of it. But they also gave us an outline of the 4 big, I guess you'd say, pillars of the presentation: Elder Scrolls Online, Forza Motorsport, Minecraft Legends, Redfall, which is good because we're just expecting release dates for, well, Elder Scrolls Online's, I guess, some kind of expansion, but Forza, Minecraft Legends, Redfall, are we just expecting release dates for all 3 of those?
I mean, I would hope so.
I would hope so.
Yes.
If we don't get them, there's a problem.
I mean, Jez already put the
Redfall.
Yeah, Jez already has put the date for Redfall out there, which is May 2nd, with early access on the April 28th, I believe. For people, I don't know if it's for people who buy like the more expensive version, but that's supposedly the plan.
I mean, Microsoft's been doing that for a long. I mean, they were doing that like Forza Horizon 3. I remember selling. We had the $100 version that would come into the store, and if you came in, you'd be able to get it 4 days early if you pre-ordered it. So that's been going on for a long time. It wouldn't shock me if there was like a 4-day instead of Friday, it was Tuesday, for example.
Gears 4 and Gears 5 both did that as well, and I did that for both because I'm a Gears fanatic.
Yeah, so like that wouldn't shock me if they went that route, and I'd actually expect it. for something like Redfall. And out of these games here, okay, so Minecraft Legends, Forza, Redfall, sure, I'll throw Elder Scrolls in. Which game is everyone most interested in seeing then? We can go around.
Forza. Most
Forza, okay.
Redfall.
Okay.
Out of those four, Forza.
Yeah.
Redfall.
Something about Redfall, the more I look at it, the more I think Redfall is actually going to be really, really good. And I think it's going to be in a lot of lists of like 2023 surprises. So I'm really curious to see a bunch of that.
Hold on a minute. Everyone just turned around to Redfall. I'm the one over here like, yo, Redfall might be something. It could be good. It's Arcane. All of a sudden, everyone's
I was never hating on it. Well, but also they said in that interview like a week ago, and people were talking about it, that it was.
I wasn't hating on it.
Like Far Cry.
Yeah, it's more like Far Cry. So they had that interview, and maybe they talked about it because everyone was thinking it was Left 4 Dead, or it was like Left 4 Dead, which I guess we were thinking it's instance based, where you set up a room, people join in, and then they put you through a mission, and then you go to the next mission, and it sounds like it's going to be more like as they said, Far Cry, a little smaller, I assume, because Far Cry 6 was pretty big. I think it's gonna be that big because they're talking about walking and running to each place.
I think they specifically mentioned Far Cry 2 though.
Okay.
In the interview, so
which is the best one, by the way.
Can you light stuff on fire and watch it spread to things? Because that was awesome.
That was pretty impressive back then. Yeah, Far Cry 2. What were you saying, Click? See, you were saying PvE. This is like right up your alley, right there.
I feel like MMO is a little bit different. Like I played was it Back 4 Blood that just came out? That was the latest thing.
Yeah,
Like,
that one
okay.
was trying to be Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, and it was kind of forgettable.
It was Left 4 Dead, technically.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, it needs memorable aspects to it. You know what I mean? Like, I understand they're giving us pre-existing things to kind of give us an idea. I think now that they've tried to make those analogies, I think now I'm a little bit more interested than before. But I don't know. I need to see something memorable to keep my attention, because otherwise it'll feel like more of the same to me. That's all.
Okay.
I'm hoping Redfall has good AI. Like that's something that crossed my mind. Is I feel like if the enemies are actually smart and have cool abilities and magic, because honestly, I think art style wise, I think it looks good. The island looks great. I just think that, man, if those vampires are as dumb as zombies in Left 4 Dead, I do think it's going to just be like it's going to become real paint by numbers.
There's very few games that get serious with AI because they want to try to allow everyone to be able to play it. So I mean,
How was the AI in was it GTFO?
It's GTFO's AI is extremely basic. It's just the fact that you're underwhelmed. I think in some of the first-person shooters I've played, I think Rage was still some of the best AI since they interacted so much with the world around them to try to fight you. It was one of the first games I saw where someone with a shield would have people run behind him to get into cover behind the characters that moved forward. Like, it was just cool stuff like that.
A lot of confidence in Arcane for this one. I've been thinking about it more and more with what they've turned in with Prey and Dishonored, now moving to this online multiplayer aspect, PvE style. I think they can pull something off here. They talked about Diablo as well, kind of throwing that in there. Like, I guess they want to have loot, character progression, all these different things with it. But Rand, is that out of these, which one is the one you're most excited for, or to see more about, or even play?
I mean, it's Redfall, because Redfall has kind of had that cloud of Left 4 Dead hanging over it since the reveal. And I think it's kind of an example of poor marketing when you need to come out there and be like, no, it's not that game. It's this other game. So I'm excited to actually... The developer direct is kind of exciting because I want to see more gameplay, because CGI trailers really don't excite anymore. So I'm really looking forward to getting a deep look at the game and having it explained by the developers about what their goals are, what they're trying to accomplish. And I mean, Arcane hasn't had a miss, in my opinion, from the 2 Dishonored games to Prey. I know some people are iffy on Deathloop, but I really enjoyed it.
Deathloop was good.
But I've been looking forward to ever since the announcement, and I can't wait. Hopefully, I think the big thing everybody wants, and I know you guys want it on the panel, is you want release dates for all these games.
Yes.
Xbox had a very lackluster, some would say worst first-party year in the history of Xbox last year. And they need to, sort of make up for that this year. And what better way to start the year than taking a deep look at their games and being like, by the way, Minecraft Legends is March. Redfall's May, Forza Motorsports June, and off we go to the races, right?
Well, we're missing something, Rand.
Yeah,
where's
Starfield?
Starfield was mentioned in this presser as we're going to talk about it at a later date, and that makes sense. You could easily fill up 40 minutes with just Starfield, I'm sure, but it was supposed to be first half. It says right on their website right now, first half of 2023.
Yeah, Nate, where's Starfield? What's up with Starfield, buddy?
What is up with Starfield? That is the million-dollar question.
Tell me MVG and I are right. Tell me this thing's holiday 2023.
What do you wait. Why did I get excluded from that? Because I've been saying that just as long as MVG has been saying that.
Yeah, but you're the Xbox hater. Everyone figured you were going to say 2025.
To be fair, Sean has been saying it.
That's a weird thing because just earlier this week, MVG said it wasn't going to be holiday 2023. He actually said it would be very likely come out in October, in his opinion. So
2024.
It sounds like you and Sean might be all alone in that holiday release.
No. I was saying that it was not going to be, but before June. I said September, October. Go back and watch the tapes. I've been saying that the whole time. Watch the tapes.
I like November release. That's fine.
Was Halloween not a holiday?
It's the best holiday. So
that's fourth quarter, right? You could say that'd be holiday season for releases.
I would like a Halloween release date. I'm so excited for Starfield. I just want the sooner the better, honestly. As soon as it's ready, fucking mail that bitch out.
Rand, when do you think Starfield's coming out?
I think June at the earliest. At the very, very earliest. But probably if I had to put money down, I would guess September or October.
Okay.
So a lot of people are saying it's going to be in the second half of this year. So why is the message still first half?
No, there's no. So we ran a poll on the Xbox 2 yesterday, and I said, hey, when do you think Starfield's coming? And I said first option was before June 30th. Second option was, July or August. Third option was September, October. Fourth option was November, December. And we had 800 votes, and 60% thought it would release before June 30th. So a lot of people do think it's coming. People have DM'd me and it's like, hey, I'm hearing rumors that Xbox is going to have a Super Bowl ad for Starfield.
That'd be big.
Announcing that the game is releasing 3/23/23. Because apparently Todd loves numbers, right? Which, hey, like Dreamcast guy said, I would want it as soon as possible, but I also want the game as polished as possible, because I did watch RGT's video about him being concerned about the game. I do think Xbox knows that. No, I actually gave it a like. Actually give it a like. I actually never dislike videos.
I do all the time.
Sean does all the time. That's why I asked that, because Sean, you'll just hear very quiet. He'd just be like,
because I think Xbox knows that this is the biggest game, biggest new IP release for them since basically the OG Halo. Like there's nothing bigger than Starfield, like new for them, and they know that all eyes are going to be on them. Right, over this is like the big Bethesda game. Todd Howard, they can't launch it in a broken state or in a buggy state.
Thank you. That's my point as well.
Yeah, Jez basically has been beating the drum that you delay the game as long as you possibly can, so it comes out as perfect as possible, because you need to give people an impression that, like, this is how we're going to do it. I do think if Bethesda was independent, like if they never were acquired, I think we'd all be playing Starfield already. I don't think they would have delayed it the first time.
I think it would.
Well, we'd be playing it to the best of our ability.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think because we have Game Pass in the mix now, shit has to be rock solid day one, because you're going to lose your audience like very, very quickly if it's a buggy mess, a typical Bethesda game that has a lot of bugs. they have to polish that shit and get ready on Game Pass. So I think even if they weren't acquired by Microsoft, but it was still a day one Game Pass release, I think that'd still be using the same timeline.
I don't think it would have been a day one Game Pass game. I think
probably not. It was.
It would have been on PlayStation exclusively for a year.
Yep. Yeah, it would have been time exclusive.
But the point is, they can't fuck this up. Like, this has to be polished day one. It can't be broken. It can't be Fallout 76. It has to be polished, and that's why I think it's coming out in the second half, because they're taking all the time they need. Like you said, if there's an issue or if the game is still not quite right, then they just go back to the lab and polish it until it's ready.
Yeah, but the thing that people are going to come at Microsoft is they sort of promised it would be out before June, because of their E3 press conference where they said everything was going to come in a year. So they set themselves up against the wall in the corner. Nobody forced them to do it. They did it to themselves, and people are going to be like, hey, you said it was coming. So if they delay it, people are going to be upset because you delayed it a second time. But
you see, I feel as though it depends on how lengthy the delay is. If this is just a strategic marketing delay due to Redfall coming out later than originally, intended, and they say, we know we're going to get Starfield out in, let's say, September. That's not that significant of a delay. We're only talking a couple of months. It's reasonable. Now, if this game falls all the way to November and we're looking at a full year delay, that's where you have to start. Yeah, that's where questions start coming in of, how did you ever figure that you were going to get this game out in the first half and now it's 6 months late to your original window? That would be bad optics. Yeah. But if we're talking a September window, anytime in the summer, I think that's within that reasonable range.
In that interview with that Todd did a couple weeks ago, he did say they could have released the game on 11/11/22. They easily could have released it. So they probably could have released it in the first half of the year. I mean, I don't know the release date. Maybe my instincts are wrong on this, and it is coming on 3/23/23 with the Super Bowl ad. But I just have a feeling that it's not, because they want it to be as good as it possibly can be. Because first impressions do matter.
I'm just gonna say, is it worse that it gets delayed, right? You gotta wait a little bit longer, but then the game runs well, like people actually can play it the way it's been advertised, and people enjoy it, and they take away a package. Yeah, people might get concerned about oh, this has been invested in, where is our result? But at the end of the day, I think at this point, if it ain't a Cyberpunk, I'm okay with the delays. If it ain't a Fallout 76, I'm okay with the delays. So the delay might look bad, but if it comes out after it's been delayed for, Lord knows how long, and it's still not running well, that I think is when the cause for concern comes in. Because then it's like, okay, well, what have you done with this time? And if it's needed this time and it's still not ready, what did it look like before? What is the root issue behind it? So I don't know. I don't. Yeah, it's Bugthesda, as Chow was calling it. I like that. I don't know. It's one of those things. I don't care. I'm just gonna assume it's gonna come out the latest as possible. That's just my thing now. As long as it runs well, I don't care.
It was probably gonna launch with a bunch of bugs, but Bethesda is used to, people just view them as, like they say, Bugthesda, to where it's more, people look at it as more endearing almost. It's like, look at my character flying up into the ceiling and doing all this. It's it's Bethesda.
This is Game Pass, man. There's Game Pass now. People can just unsubscribe like that if it's a broken game. So they can't afford to fuck it up.
Yeah, after 76, you don't think that they kind of.
Oh, I think 76 that one was really bad. So that might be why they're like, maybe we'll pull it back a little bit here. I don't. Why put the release date on it though?
Which one?
I think November? That was Todd's decision. That was Todd's decision. He wanted it there.
Yeah, they had confidence that they were going to hit that mark.
And that's the thing, is I felt like Microsoft felt like they were doing a lot of chest pounding to be like, yeah, we didn't have games in 2022, but 2023 is going to be super jam-packed. My hope, honestly, Nate's theoretical date of August or September, sometimes people call me an Xbox hater, but if this thing just got the tiniest bit of a delay, I'd be thrilled. Honestly, I want to see that game. I want to make sure it plays. I am a little bit nervous about all the people that speculate the game's going to be hard locked at 30 FPS, even on the Series X. I would, I'd deal with it, but I would not be happy.
Okay. Were you following up with something, Click, before?
Well, I was going to say, I feel like with release dates nowadays, I feel like they kind of take on the mindset of it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission a little bit. So I feel like they give this date and then they delay it. And then, sorry we delayed it. But if it runs well, people are going to be like, oh, it's okay. I love it. It's my favorite thing ever anyway.
But isn't it?
So I don't know.
Isn't it a little bit concerning that Todd Howard said they could have released it last November?
Listen, Todd Howard, he's got nice leather jackets.
He was just setting up one of the best magic tricks he's ever shown anyone.
Yeah.
I had the pre E3 press briefing in June last year, and he said that they're putting the final and finishing touches on the game. So I mean,
interesting. I think that may have been true at some point, but I think Phil took that trip over there and basically just said, "No, we can't release this game. You have to delay it." So keep an eye on Twitter. If Phil's making trips out to Bethesda, buckle up.
There's also another wrinkle to this story potentially. If they were targeting June for Starfield, there's also another game called Diablo 4 sitting right there, which Xbox may or may not actually own by the time it comes out.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Which they could really put in the Game Pass on day one. It's like, would you really want Diablo 4 and Starfield releasing a week apart or 2 weeks apart? Maybe it's just better to just give Starfield extra time.
Diablo 4 in Game Pass would be pretty big. I think that would get a lot of signups. Yeah. So that's
and it does really hurt Microsoft to push Starfield out of the fiscal year. Their fiscal year ends June 30th. They were probably hoping would be out either last year or before June to hit their targets for Game Pass and revenue and all that stuff. And pushing it to the next fiscal year probably really does hurt.
Well, conversely, it could also be that they could be viewing that quarter for the fiscal year to be strong, and they need something strong for the next quarter in the fiscal year where they want to report something, and that's where Starfield is being strategically positioned to lead to subscriptions for that quarter. Because companies do that. They will delay a game out of a fiscal year if they think their year's already strong and they need something to start their new fiscal year on a high note.
Oh, well, I mean, they still have GoldenEye to announce, right?
Yeah, that's going to drive a lot of Game Pass
Drop it in. Here we go.
It's free on Rare Replay if you own it.
Hey, if you have Game Pass, you don't got to buy it. There you go. So we think it's the order, Rand, is what you're thinking out of these. What were you saying? Minecraft Legends is first?
Yeah, I think Minecraft Legends is around March.
Okay.
Redfall's May. Forza's June. Starfield, I'll just say, is September.
Sure. Next second half, basically. Yeah, second half of the year. Okay. And Sean, you were most excited for Forza.
Yes.
All right. Why are you most excited for Forza?
Because Gran Turismo 7.
I knew you were going to say Gran Turismo immediately because you were very disappointed with Gran Turismo.
Still am.
Okay. Well, you have a nice steering wheel. You got the whole thing, right? You're ready to roll. You got
an Xbox One. I got a PlayStation 1. PlayStation 1 isn't getting much use lately, so hopefully this game will quench my racing thirst.
So that's the game you're looking for. Is that the car damage, the realism, the looks, the visuals, all that? Okay. All right. And hey, maybe you'll be able to sell a car. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some next gen stuff there.
Seriously.
Do we think there's any more surprises at the show? Because I know Aaron Greenberg is setting expectations pretty
yes. GoldenEye's getting shadow dropped. Let's go.
He's basically saying it's only 4 games and it's 43 minutes long, but people are still out there being like, are there other things that could potentially show up?
What if it was 30 minutes of Minecraft Legends?
I mean, where's Silksong?
Sorry, Rand, go ahead.
I was going to say, because the Xbox Game Pass family plan test page is now up in the US. I would imagine that could get an announcement sooner or later. Ubisoft Plus store tags are on the back end. They did announce Ubisoft Plus for Xbox a year ago, so that seems like it's coming. I don't know if he's listening, but my favorite gaming journalist, the Grubster, Jeffrey Grub, he did say that he had heard that Tango Gameworks was going to reveal a new game at this event.
That's right. Pentiment or level game, right? Is the idea like that kind of makeup, or it's not like a huge budget game?
What was rumored? The Reddit rumor, Nate. It was like Hi-Fi Rush or something.
Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush. It was the arena shooter.
I thought it was a rhythm brawler with the art style of Jet Set Radio Future.
Yeah, something like that. And it would make sense. Bethesda is one of the developers showcased here, so you could see that be announced here. But at the same token, that's something they could easily wait till June. If the intention, I believe that game was intended to come out in November of this year on the original internal docket. That could easily have changed, obviously. But let's say that is still the intent for Microsoft and Tango to have the game out in the second half of this year. You can wait till June. Is there really any benefit to announcing it now with these big first quarter games if this is something coming out in the third quarter?
Do you think they shadow drop something here?
Just GoldenEye
in the Game Pass. Other than GoldenEye.
They should just delete GoldenEye.
Oh,
whoa. Damn, man.
What the hell?
Damn.
I'm sorry. I will die on this hill, but your nostalgia is playing a big part on this. People don't realize that when they're going to load this game up and play it, they're going to delete it in 10
played
minutes.
GoldenEye. I played GoldenEye last year.
I mean,
played through
you're not wrong, Rand.
That was the build that got leaked. I played that one. That was good.
I want to play it with you specifically now, Rand. I want to play it just to see you have a bad time. That sounds very entertaining.
The Xbox version doesn't have multiplayer.
Oh my God!
Well, play on the Switch version.
My Nintendo Switch isn't hooked up. Sorry.
Come on, Rand.
It doesn't have to be plugged in. It's portable.
What are you doing?
Waiting for the Pro?
I've never used my Switch portable.
Wait, what?
Yeah, and I've never used the Switch portable. I always hook it up to my TV.
You know,
Okay, but
here's
you've
one
also
for you,
booted it up
Rand.
A total of like 7 times, right?
I have a theory that
haven't
Rand
really
is an
played
AI. Rand is not a real person. Rand is just an AI that leaks things for Microsoft.
That's what everyone thought about Nate.
I don't leak anything, sir. I never leak anything. That's not me. That's other people.
How about this one, Rand, as a potential shadow drop at the show? The return of 1 versus 100.
Ooh.
Damn.
I like that. I like 1 versus 100.
You can push Starfield to next year. Then we got that. It's all good.
that is the week they would announce the second drop of Game Pass stuff, and I mean it's always possible they could have some sort of montage or something. I mean, Age of Empires 2 is hitting console. What is it like the night? Right. Is it next week? I forget.
Month? Or is it February?
No, Age of Empires 2 is this month,
isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was this month.
Wow.
They're gonna have more. I mean, they already said they're gonna do more Game Pass stuff, obviously for the month. So that's kind of what I was thinking. It coincides with the 25th with their show here, where they put some stuff on screen and they're like, "Hey, it's in Game Pass right now. Go check it out." And you could probably throw it like they were saying indie games. I don't know if you see Silk Song. That seems pretty big, but you could have some smaller stuff. Maybe just get thrown in there. You know what? You might as well just go ahead and shadow drop Minecraft Legends.
Really?
Anyone, I'm actually curious. Everyone's talking about Forza and Redfall. Is anyone here looking forward to Minecraft Legends?
I want to see it because I still don't understand it.
Jez played it at Gamescom and he said, imagine Brutal Legends like RTS battles where you had the bands or whatever, and it was like an RTS thing. So like imagine that. You like control a character that goes around, and
I feel like if I was more into Minecraft, I'd be excited for it, but I never got in. Minecraft, I just missed the boat on that whole thing.
Yeah.
We're too old.
Maybe. Although I did beat Pokemon, so maybe I'm not too old. I don't know.
Too many corners.
Too many corners.
Too many corners.
Hey, you know what? I mean, Minecraft's big. I gotta acknowledge that. So it's we'll see how that one does. But that's what I'm saying. You just go make that live. It's fine. We'll just get that done and out there. And let's hear about Redfall and Forza. So anything else we're expecting out of this? Oh, you know what? My question is, it seems like everyone is kind of formulating their own direct style now, with obviously Nintendo Direct, State of Plays, and Microsoft's thing now. Developer Direct. That's what they're saying. Sounds more like it's Treehouse versus a presentation. What do you call, or what would people call Microsoft's actual State of Play or their Nintendo Direct? Because I assume Developer Direct would not be their final.
Inside Xbox.
Yeah, I was gonna say Microsoft mixes.
Yeah, but those weren't very good.
You're not talking about quality. You're just asking for a brand.
Branding. Yeah, I guess. Inside Xbox.
I like Inside Xbox. I think is a great name. Like they just got to make the shows not suck.
They could probably bring that back and revamp it a bit.
What?
I like that this one.
I love the 10 people they pay to be at the front and just have their lives.
I do like that this one isn't. I guess isn't gonna. It's not gonna be live or anything, pre-recorded, and it'll be no hosts or any of that. And they don't really need a stage or host or live event, any of that for this kind of thing. So I guess Inside Xbox would be fine. And you have Developer Direct as like their treehouse where they just play games and showcase it. I like Direct Xbox. You could do that. Just play with the logo so it's like their original code name for the first system. I'm looking forward to it. It's good to get things rolling in 2023. Good that Xbox is going to have some games and release dates to talk about. I was trying to think, Rand, was Halo the last release for Xbox that was like, for first party wise, that was like notable for the big release that would push Game Pass? I'm trying to think if I missed something.
Pentiment was first party, but that's of a smaller scale.
Yeah.
And Grounded was also Obsidian, which is first party, but that was a 1.0 release, and it had been in early access for 2 years. So yeah, it would have been Halo Infinite in December of 2021 with the release of the campaign, I guess.
Jesus. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So if we go to, I guess we're thinking March when something like a Minecraft Legends releases. Although I already know a lot of people online will be like looking towards Redfall or Forza. If that goes to May, as we're kind of anticipating now, that's a year and a half gap. That's pretty. That's like Wii U like, I guess, for that regard. Although they have a lot of third party stuff going on, so that does help them. But at that point, you would assume they'd get on track, because then they'd have Forza, and then we go into the holiday for Starfield, and maybe Hellblade 2, maybe something they haven't announced. But it seems like I said 2023 is the year that Microsoft gets moving, and I think they're going to start off strong with this developer direct. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. Redfall. Oh, and you know what? I will say this. Saw some talk about this. You know what? I wouldn't be shocked if Redfall is the highest rated game from Xbox this year.
You think it's gonna be higher than Starfield?
I kind of do.
Maybe.
Forza higher than Forza?
I don't think it's gonna be. It's gonna be below Forza.
Forza's gonna get that 92 or 93 or something like that.
I could see Redfall getting higher than Starfield.
That's true. Okay, let's go Starfield. Yeah, okay. I think it could rate higher than Starfield. I think it's possible.
I guess it depends. Because I could see Starfield being rated very highly, but then also, if it's not good, being really hit hard.
What is Fallout 4 rated?
Like, isn't it like a 94 or 95?
Yeah, it's up there.
And like Skyrim's like a 96. But then again, reviewers don't really. They're not as generous with the 10s and 9s anymore. So
yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, Forza, you're probably looking at like RGT said, like 90, 91, probably right around Forza Horizon 5.
Fallout 4 is an 88 on Xbox One.
88, okay.
I think on PS4 it was an 87, and then on PC it's an 84. PC I think was kind of pretty buggy though. That's I'm thinking. I think you might see an 88 or 89 in a Redfall. I think it's possible. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's possible just because Arcane has that track record, and they're getting more time for it. Whereas maybe you're right about Bethesda. They might have just pushed that game out in the last year. So, but we'll see what happens. See what
Bethesda just has a hard time hitting dates, don't they? Deathloop delayed a year. Ghostwire Tokyo delayed.
Yeah.
Redfall delayed. Starfield delayed. That's like all their games all delayed.
Deathloop definitely benefited though. Even though we saw it 18 million times, like every presentation, it was like, "Here's more Deathloop." I thought it turned out to be pretty good. Ghostwire Tokyo, on the other hand, average.
I like Ghostwire a lot. Like, it definitely could have been better, but
I like it a lot too. It's a good game.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's not a bad game. It's Tango's worst game.
It had some really creative elements to it that I liked, but it just. The open world, the collectathon, it's kind of a bit of a slog at times.
Felt as though they had more ambition than the end product ended up delivering.
Yeah, like certain parts of that game look crazy next gen, like the hand motion, the animation with all that. That looked really cool. But then you'll be walking around and you're like, I've seen this building 83 times already.
My major criticism is that they made you do you had to do the side quest to unlock more of the map, and it felt weird when the story was good. You would have to stop and just start doing like random shrines. It felt almost accidental of like, why are you dragging out a story that's so tight?
Evan, we have some Discord questions over there.
When will Xbox external storage get cheaper?
Oh,
never.
That's a good question. That is something that was brought up when all this went down with next gen and PlayStation went one way and Microsoft went another, and it's kind of starting to show that now that the NVMe drives have continued to fall in price, and even during Black Friday, Cyber Monday, you're getting a 1 terabyte that would work in the PS5 for 100, 110 for a nice one. Yeah, is there some sort of deal with Seagate where it'll run up and we'll see other companies release their own storage drives for Xbox?
That's what Xbox sort of insinuated when they first started talking about these, that eventually other manufacturers would come in and just give their own sizes and whatnot. But we haven't seen it. It's been 2 years. The prices are outrageous on the SSDs. So I don't know if there's still an exclusivity agreement, like as you know, Seagate has like a 2-year or 3-year agreement or something. But I also don't know if is it even worth for another manufacturer to come in and compete to drive down the prices at all? It definitely, in hindsight, is a decision that seems to PlayStation definitely looks like they made the right decision on this one, even though it wasn't available at launch, giving consumers the choice and then cheaper options. Because what is it, 2 terabyte for the Xbox One's like $360?
It's very expensive. Yeah,
it's absurd.
Unfortunate. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's gotten there. So hey, just need more people making them, more competition. Hopefully, lower prices. Let me go through some of the super chats here. We have Travis with a cool little animated sticker there. Thanks, Travis. Yum says, guys, I have at least 1,200 physical games on my shelf, and it fell because of the weight. What shelf can you recommend to hold 1 row of 50 Switch games? Most IKEA shelves are sold out both on store and ship. Your shelf collapsed too, right, Sean?
My top portion did, yeah.
Okay, so don't buy whatever Sean has.
No, it wasn't because of that. It was because when it moved, I kind of messed it up. And
didn't we break your shelves when we moved your first time too?
Oh yeah, all those broke because I had the genius idea of saran wrapping all of them with the games on them, and I was like, this is fucking perfect. They will just stay completely in place, and then when I get to the new place, I'll rip the saran wrap off. And I remember when my dad and I were unloading that truck, he was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was like, I thought it would work. He's like, these fucking things are breaking. The games were, because it was dark as shit out when we got there, and the games are flying all over the place. He was so mad. I was just laughing though.
Are we doing an after show, Sean?
Yeah, we'll do an after show for a little bit.
Okay, because Liam had a super chat here. I'm gonna save it because MVG, out of respect for MVG, but they asked about the limited run games controversy. So we can talk about that on your after show, Sean.
Oh, so MVG's not doing the after show? Interesting.
MVG is gone immediately and is like Warzone, boom, gone.
Me and Nate are playing Warzone after.
Fuck Warzone.
Damn.
Warzone 1 or 2?
2.
Warzone 1 is up?
I thought it was still up, is it not?
Oh. For some reason I thought they Overwatch 2'd it. I thought they just murdered the original.
Oh, I don't know. Travis with a nice little sticker here too. Thanks, Travis. Riley says, hey everyone, hope you're all doing well. Thanks, Riley. Then we have RGC85 in here. Super chat. Johnny says, I'm revisiting the DS after 15 years by using an R4 card and absolutely loving it. In your opinion, what is the best Nintendo handheld? Best Nintendo handheld. I mean, I feel like I want to go DS Lite.
I'm going to say the DSi because the screen is like the best.
Yeah, the DS Lite has that Game Boy Advance card.
And the DSi games, yeah.
Okay. We're talking OG. Can I say Analog Pocket?
Nintendo.
You can say whatever you want.
I'm super obsessed with the Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advanced are like my favorite.
Okay.
But purely because of nostalgia and the fact that all the Final Fantasies are on there.
Sure.
So playing them on the Analog Pocket is insane.
The Analog Pocket is a really good handheld. Yep. Zoob says, Sony, please buy Ubisoft. That is probably not a great idea.
I don't think anybody's
We'll talk about
buying
that soon. John O here. The big donation saying, make them consider quitting. John is ruthless. Hope everyone is having a great start to the year. Yeah, that's kind of the way it goes with PvP games. You gotta break the spirit of the other team, right? You just gotta break the will to play.
And sometimes your teammates will break your spirit.
Sean does his best.
Damn, Sean. I was W's and you still bitch.
I was very mad last night.
We got a W.
Because I was mad. And I just focused, and I didn't want to talk or anything. I just wanted to win.
Did we get 2?
No.
First game and the last game? I think we did.
Yeah, didn't we get a W?
We got 2. We got
the first. They were both from Tariq Hill, weren't they?
So many W's.
Sean won 27 times.
Yeah, because we're so good, we keep getting W's now. We can't remember all the
Wow.
All the ones we get.
See, no, we finish in second place, and Sean throws a temper tantrum and gets all pissy and eats his animal crackers while looking at the other bitch across the screen.
Animal crackers.
Sean screams when he dies, and halfway in, his microphone cuts out and clips, so he just goes silent after screaming. And one time, he just turned his Xbox off. So every time that happens, I think he just turned his Xbox off, and I'm like, he's gone. All right, whatever.
But really,
caused
animal
him
crackers?
to quit that time?
Yeah,
Well,
he was
we
eating
had
animal crackers last night too.
I think he landed and someone just punched him to death, and they just turned his Xbox off.
We both had animal crackers. MVG was singing the Shirley Temple "Animal Crackers" in my Souk song,
which I don't really get because that would be disgusting.
Sean refuses to stream Warzone, even though I think it would be some of the comedy gold on
Maybe
YouTube.
one day.
So everyone in the chat has to bully and peer pressure him into streaming.
That doesn't work.
All Sean does though is he just talks shit the whole time he's playing the game.
Yeah,
that's probably why he doesn't
No,
want
this
to.
is what you do. See, if you die early while playing, then you can commentate their gameplay.
No, but I had to yell at them and tell them to revive me.
No, but here's the best
Go to a
part.
fucking store.
You
Quit
can do
dicking around.
Your WWE announcer comeback. You're like, yeah, we got MVG. MVG loses another 6 shots off the top rope. Undertaker himself's going to be digging this bitch up because his career is dead.
See, I think that's what pissed you off last night, Sean, is that John is about one corner away from a store, and what's he do? He gets in a car, drives halfway across the world to another store where he fails spectacularly at trying to get me back, and I just want to come back to life. And you finally just said, fuck it, I'll go to the store myself. You brought me back, and what happened? We got a W. All because John was pussyfooting around because he's too cheap to spend $4,000 in the game.
How many kills did I have in the win last night, please?
7.
What did you have? I think
was that, MVG?
776?
7.
Okay, thank you, Zach Fournier.
What was on there?
What are people in the chat telling you didn't kill anyone that you hid the whole time?
I said I had 7 kills in the win last night, and Zach Fournier said I did not. I fucking did.
Is that a lot for you?
I mean, it's a good number.
That's all right.
He was trying to get shadow banned.
Yeah, if you get 10 kills at a thing, you supposedly get shadow banned.
Why?
Okay. And he won't stream it. So
maybe one day. I still haven't set up my Series S. Once I get that set up,
is that thing still in the box?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's right.
Wow.
It's right next to the.
Well, how come you don't just hook up your controller to your computer?
Ew. No, that just sounds complicated and weird. I'm not downloading a video game to play on my computer. Come on now.
Okay. Hawk says, almost didn't buy Callisto Protocol because of negative reviews. I finished it and enjoyed every minute. Don't understand the hate. 8 out of 10.
Good man.
Jeez.
Spot on too. Good score.
Good game.
7.5, 8. Good score.
Mediocre.
Rig says, can we all give RGT a hand for quitting smoking? Love you guys.
High in life better.
This has been terrible.
There you go. There's MVG. There's something for you. High in life is better than Callisto Protocol.
Ooh, there it is.
No. Come on. No.
Leo says, let's see, never judge anyone for believing in Santa because there's still people who think Xbox will release a quality title.
Damn.
Wow.
Hey,
roasted.
Hey, they got. I'm telling you, Redfall is gonna surprise some people. I'm telling you, people are gonna be surprised by Redfall. I got a good feeling. G-Man says John was so sure Halo would be nominated at the Game Awards. Got robbed. Sonic says Ubisoft. Where? Oh gosh, Beyond Good and Evil 2. Well,
fuck that game.
We'll talk about that too. Free Metroid Hat says, do you think Metroid Prime Remaster or Prime 4 will look anything like UE4 Fan Showcase?
No.
Also, Mega Man Battle Network on Analog Pocket is amazing. No, I gotta see. I gotta see what this remaster looks like. That might give us an indication as to what 4 could look like. But who knows? Everyone said they were primed and ready, and then the person deleted their account. So there you go.
How's that everyone if it was one person?
It was one person.
Was it you?
100%.
It was all of the one
You know
person.
what I was thinking about for the Prime 1 remake? You know, I enjoyed the Prime trilogy on Wii. And then on Wii
I'm just gonna go
U.
ahead and message Alex Hunter and see what they said about it.
But do you think they would have motion control as an option?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so.
Because like to me, that was way more fun than playing on GameCube controller.
I realize Rand hasn't played Metroid Prime before.
Wait,
Yes, I have.
seriously?
Oh,
I
you
love
have?
Metroid.
Oh, okay.
I love Metroid Prime.
Okay.
Trying to start.
I love the
problems as
Metroid
usual.
games.
You almost just threw this man under the bus.
I've
under
only
the
played.
train,
I've only
under the-
played one Zelda game though. So
Which
one was that?
Phantom
the very
Hourglass?
first one.
Oh, bullshit.
Oh, wow.
On the Nintendo?
Yeah,
The
the
original
NES.
one? You didn't
I
play.
didn't,
Wow.
I didn't get a Super Nintendo. I didn't own a Super Nintendo or an N64. So I never.
Okay.
The 7 times.
Oh wait,
you
no, never mind. I did play Wind Waker. My bad. So I played 2.
Okay. I was gonna say, out of the 7 times you've booted up the Switch, you haven't tried Breath of the Wild.
I own Breath of the Wild, but I've never played it.
You're a psycho. I'm telling you, this guy's an AI.
I feel like we had this conversation.
Well, hold on. We have, but one of my biggest pet peeves in all of gaming is weapon degradation and losing your weapons or having to like repair it.
Yep.
And I hear that's a big focus of Breath of the Wild, and I'm telling you, I know myself, I would despise that mechanic. It would make me hate the game.
Just once you get the Master Sword, it never.
Yeah, it doesn't break. Yeah.
It doesn't break.
It's just gonna take you a while to get there.
Well, I mean, it decharges. That's how they say it. So if the weapon breaks, you just can't use it for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, that is a thing though.
It just encourages you to keep finding weapons. Is I guess the thing.
And there's
That's the
weapons
grind.
everywhere. You're never without a weapon. You always have tin swords.
I'm not trying to justify it. It can be annoying.
I was like, this weapon is awesome, and I'm never gonna use it.
Yeah.
In my inventory.
I'm gonna hang it up in my
This
house.
looks
and
really
look at
cool.
it.
I would hoard the laser weapons, and then when there was a fight, I had to like get out the laser weapons every time.
Man, I'm telling you, they just need to add like a freaking like a Monster Hunter whetstone or a blacksmith.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Steve says, "Hey John, waiting for that Spawn Wave studio tour." Yeah, we'll do that at some point. I'm still setting a lot of stuff up and getting things together. We'll get there.
We had to one for MVG too. Look at that room.
MVG did one 2 years ago. MVG a year and a half ago.
That was at my old place. Yeah. I'll do one eventually. Maybe over the summer.
Yeah, there you go. You compare them.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. Okay. Let's talk about Ubisoft. Ubisoft is in some trouble. So this was, man, Ubisoft canceled 3 games. Apparently it's on top of other games they canceled before. And there are a few reasons apparently for this. Specifically, people started pointing out things with live service games and their sole focus on trying to turn most of their larger franchises into live service games, and how development is taking, I don't know if longer than expected or what, but they're not rolling out as fast seemingly as they would like them to. So we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of asset, basically depreciation write-offs. It looks pretty bad for Ubisoft now. There was one thing that was kind of put out there. I think if Jeff Grubb's listening, I think it was something he put out on Twitter that I don't know if it was more or less hearsay or just, hey, this was a thing that did happen and it didn't work out. Ubisoft even seeking out potential buyers or someone to acquire them, and it didn't work out for them. It seems like Ubisoft is in a pretty bad spot right now. Skull and Bones, that got delayed again. And the only reason they're doing this is because they have investment, almost an agreement with Singapore to release the game. So they're kind of locked into that. And am I missing something with Skull and Bones? Does that game look good or anything? Like, am I missing it? Because that game just looks boring. I don't know if it's just me, but they show gameplay for it, and I'm like, I don't get it.
This is the game where they took the ship combat from Black Flag, right? And they tried to make a game out of it. This game looks terrible. There's no reason for this game.
I played some of it. It is a confusing game.
Okay. Because I have no idea what looks fun necessarily about it. And that game is definitely costing a lot of money. So it's been in development. It's been rebooted over the course of 6 years, I think now. $200 million in cost cuts. And the CEO at Ubisoft sent out an email. It was viewed by Kotaku from, I always mess up his name. How do you say
Yves Guillemot?
It's Yves Guillemot.
Okay, good. That's what I've been saying, I think. Or I said Guillemot. Either way. He said I need your, this was to staff, So MVG, picture this showing up, let's just say, in your email box from the higher up, the CEO, person steering the ship. They say, I need your full energy and commitment to ensure we get back on the path to success. I'm also asking that each of you be especially careful and strategic with your spending and initiatives to ensure we're being as efficient and lean as possible. Ball is in your court to deliver this lineup on time and at the expected level of quality and show everyone what we are capable of achieving.
I'd be updating my resume and and getting feelers out for my next place of employment. That's what I'd be doing if I got an email.
Talking to your fellow employees about starting up a new company together. Just do what you guys want to do.
Start telling people about the carbon engine and come work for you.
But the fact that they're bringing up like expenses and hey guys, be careful with how much money you're spending here and your initiatives. It's basically like reel it in. We got to be careful. We can't just be throwing out too many napkins or anything at in the break room, stuff like that. It sounds like there'd be some serious financial concerns then behind the scenes.
I mean, it sounds like they're set up to fail right now, and I think that's very, very concerning. If you work at Ubisoft, I think I'd be feeling pretty nervous about my time there over the next 12 to 18 months.
Yeah. Oh, OJ's here. OJ.
Hey.
Good to have OJ here. He's in.
Hey, had a birthday party for my nephew. It was lit.
Oh yeah. Nice.
I saw that pic.
Yeah. He was playing Mario Kart. He was happy.
Is that what he got for the birthday present?
I got him a Switch Lite, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I got him a Paw Patrol truck. I got him a Jurassic Park book. I just spoiled him.
That's some king shit. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
He's my favorite.
And then he kicked his butt in Mario Kart, right?
We were just playing single player, so I was just trying to teach him how to play. He doesn't have the motor skills to like play.
Well, it's good because you can, with Mario Kart in particular, you can turn on auto accelerate and auto steering, and they can just kind of look at it and and they'll just win. And that's cool for that, you know.
That's what he was doing. He was getting first and second, so he was happy. But yeah.
Yep, that's all it is. Good to have OJ here.
Sorry to come late. My bad.
We talked about the Xbox show, and now we're going into Ubisoft now and their struggles currently.
Don't mind me.
It doesn't look very good. So we've gone with Ubisoft in the industry for decades now. What do we think was the biggest issue that they've run into? Because they definitely have a successful franchise with Assassin's Creed, right? Like it does well for them, sells plenty of copies. They have a lot of engagement with it, but I've noticed that Far Cry kind of lost a step. Not that 6 is bad, but it definitely doesn't have the same kind of, I don't know, shine or luster or whatever from several entries ago. Like Far Cry 3 is what I'm thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
What's the issue with Ubisoft? What do they do?
So my thought, I did a video about this. I think that it's just exhaustion. I have played a lot of modern Ubisoft games. I've played the latest season of For Honor. I beat Watch Dogs Legion. I played a bunch of Assassin's Creed. Like, their games aren't getting worse, I think. I think if anything, they're getting better, but they're so much the same. Like, you just can't get excited anymore because it's like, I mean, people talk about the Ubisoft formula. There is definitely an Ubisoft formula, and they just print it out. And man, after playing so many of those, like every year, I thought Watch Dogs Legion's like pick a character hacker thing was cool, but after a bit, you're like, okay, like I've done it. It's just another giant map with 8 billion tiny dots on it.
That's just their problem. They're formulaic. That's it.
Yeah.
And once they get comfortable with one thing that works, they apply it to everything until it's exhausted out and they have put themselves in a corner of not knowing what to do. And Assassin's Creed is kind of like their testing ground of trying to expand past that, make it more of like The Witcher for the last couple games, and now they're going back to a smaller Assassin's Creed game for this next one, citing that, fans want a smaller Assassin's Creed game that isn't 130 hours of fluff. So, they're in a bad spot because they rather than trying something new or doing something different, they go with what's easy and what they can do because they can do that a million times and replicate it against all their games. Okay, go to this, go up a tower, see part of the map, do a few missions, go to another tower, and that's about it.
They feel very cookie cutter in that sense, and you're right, they do start feeling the same, or at least you know what to expect. Whereas even years and years ago, it wasn't necessarily like Assassin's Creed. Remember that broke onto the scene with the Xbox 360 and it felt new and original and interesting. And then 2 was even better and they were often running there. But even before that, with their Prince of Persia series that they kind of turned into that 3D action adventure series, and Far Cry was this visual showpiece on the PC, but then they transformed that into this interesting open world style that we were just talking about Far Cry 2, and remember the mechanic of the fire spreading on the ground, stuff like that felt new and different, and now it's all the same.
Ubisoft got stuck where a lot of Western companies found themselves stuck about 5 to 10 years ago, is that budgets have increased, so the cost to develop games is higher than ever. Formulas that are market researched and focus group tested to a T. And what you end up getting are these formulaic releases.
Yeah, but
this is what they believe they need to release to make profit and to appeal to the market. And you can look at some of the games, they do have high sales, but the problems come down to the marketing budgets. The game budgets are still inflated. And they're hoping that by making these focus tested, perfected games, that the market and the audience is going to respond positively to these releases. Right now, they're not getting those results. The market is kind of resisting these releases because they are boring and they're not finding innovation, where they have to look internally and begin to innovate on ideas and on these genres. So when Splinter Cell eventually comes out, it has to deliver an experience that is fresh. It can't be identical to something that we played a decade ago. And if they're able to capitalize on that, Ubisoft can find success. It's just a matter of, do they have the resources and the money to sustain themselves long enough to get to that point? And that is a big question right now.
You know, kind of to your point, Nate, but I also think Ubisoft, they misread the market and they didn't pivot quick enough. And one of the reasons why they're in such a state they are now is because they don't have that one game that is bringing all the money to pay for everything else. They don't have an Apex Legends. They don't have a Fortnite. They don't have a Grand Theft Auto. They don't have a game that is, you know, a live service, games as a service that does so extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, Just Dance. That's about it.
Yeah, so like you're right, the budget's ballooned and all these things, but I think also what gamers wanted also shifted, and the market shifted, and Ubisoft I think didn't realize this until too late, because then they realized it and they're like, all right, well, we got X Defiant, we got this Tom Clancy other game, and we got the Division free to play. And then they basically like make all the free to play games we can do, because that's what people want. But it's all just creatively devoid, and none of them are going to be hits. Right. So now you're in a situation where the video game industry shifted, very much like a shift under Bethesda, right? And I just don't think right now that
they've been too slow to react.
Do you think they're just?
And that's the thing. Like, you can look at Skull and Bones. Probably would have been a good game had it released a year after they announced it. At this point, it is far too antiquated to find success in the current gaming market. 6 years ago, probably would have sold fairly well. They've had some success with that free to play or, you know, games as a service with Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah,
300. Was a huge success for them.
300 million last year in that.
Yeah,
I think all the stuff they're developing is just bleeding them too hard. Like, honestly,
it's just not coming out. Like, the stuff's just not hitting the shelves,
and nobody wants to buy them because they own 42 studios with like 20,000 employees. Like, who would want to acquire them? Certainly not Microsoft or Sony or any of those. Just way too much to take on. And
and even though they do have some IPs that are very valuable, Prince of Persia, Assassin's Creed, all the Tom Clancy stuff, it's just a huge headache to probably absorb probably some debt, and then to have just that amount of employees that you now have to manage. You now have to go through so much tribulation to find what is going to be successful for you.
Well, I think they're just really spread thin. I think they cover like too many things at once, because, and chat was bringing it up soon. I was going to say, like, they had Hyperscape, and they actually like brought a lot of the creators and streamers side. They had like this whole thing where they were really trying to, you know, bring streamers and stuff together with this battle royale, and it was actually a really fun battle royale. But they got the skeleton there, but there was really no meat to it. So people are like, oh cool, this is awesome. What about like the lore? What about the cosmetics? What about the reward system? What about something that's going to keep people wanting to come back to something if you're going to advertise this as a live service? And they're like, well, that's to come in the future. And it's like, but this game is supposed to be launching for beta literally in like 5 days. What do you mean this is something that's going to come in the future? Like, they didn't even have good integrations. Like, you know, they wanted a bunch of us to promote like fun emotes or like integrations with the audience, which was a really cool concept that other games hadn't done. But they weren't fleshed out properly to where they felt rewarding enough. So it's like they had the intention, they had the roadmap, but I don't think they actually had the manpower to make it happen in time. And then it kind of just became this thing where it disconnected from the devs to the Discord community and then to the streamers. And it was kind of unfortunate because it's like it was actually fun for like a good couple weeks. But unfortunately, nowadays, whether you're like Hyperscape or even Apex or Fortnite or Overwatch, when they were trying to dive into that live service creator, streamer, be at the top of the directory list, they really lost that connection with us. And it ended up just being like in the way, like the devs kind of felt like they were playing favorites a little bit. And it felt like the team was too small for the scale they were trying to encompass, that a lot of us just fell off because we're like, you're not really listening to us. Like you want to accomplish it, but the communication just isn't there. And maybe it's just because the manpower isn't there. So it was unfortunate because they had something fun for a very, very short time, but it just fell flat. And I just think again, it's just that they're doing too many things at once.
I just remember immediately hating that game.
I really did like it. I really did like it.
I remember booting into the first game and hearing that crunchy sound that it makes when you like walk around for some reason, and I was like, "What is this audio?" And then just everything felt bad.
You know what? With Ubisoft, dude,
thing to hate.
To Click's point, I think that they tried to do too much, but I don't really think it's something that they can't fix. We've seen some companies kind of get into this, like Capcom to be exact. And, you know, whether we like it or not as gamers, what they did was just double down on what works, and kind of the secondary stuff, DMC and Street Fighter, those are like every now and then we get something new. But so just double down on what works, and you're going to have to probably, you know, cut staff. But if they really seriously work hard on Assassin's Creed and making that into something more, then maybe make like an MMO with like Assassin's Creed, or make an MMO on something else, Rainbow Six. I don't know. Just pick something else and make an actually good MMO and have that as that incoming revenue.
MMOs, even in themselves, OJ, are it's so hard of an expectation to live up to, especially when you've had games that have been around for decades.
I understand.
It's also the most expensive genre to make.
But it's possible. Look at Square Enix with Final Fantasy. Look at Bethesda. They have Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, but the few and far between
Fallout 76. Fallout 76 is now making money.
But for every one of those, you have hundreds of thousands of failures. That's the problem with MMO.
Yeah. They have a big IP that can be more successful. They have Assassin's Creed.
They have Assassin's Creed,
They have Assassin's Creed that can be turned into their side MMO thing that they do, and then they can make the main games, Assassin's Creed, the main Far Cry, make that better, and then really that's your two stuff, and then like maybe every now and then you bring out a dope Watch Dogs, you kind of do something with that, and then all the other crap that they used to do, like the driving stuff. What was that thing? What was that called? That racing
the crew
and all that other stuff.
Oh my
like
god, I forgot that existed.
Riders Republic. Yeah, Riders Republic. All that stuff's got to go. All that stuff goes into legacy content, like Capcom. All that stuff is just legacy. Maybe you bring it out every now and then or something remastered.
Capcom they did get their one game. That was Monster Hunter World. That basically saved them.
Monster Hunter Resident
Look at the company now. Every year they have a big release or two big releases that everyone's looking forward to. In 2023,
turned it around.
We're looking at Resident Evil 4 Remake and Street Fighter 6. Everyone is excited about those two games. If you said this 10 years ago that Capcom was going to be back and being a dominant third party as they were in the PS2 and PS1 generation, people would have said, really? Because they are struggling right now. And they're a powerhouse. Once again, Ubisoft can get to that point, but they have to look internally, look at the IPs that are valuable, where they can find success, embrace innovation. And as OJ said, if it means you have to lay off some employees, you have to downsize, if that's the move they have to do to rediscover themselves, that's what has to happen. And if it's under new leadership or whatever it has to be, they have to look inward and reflect and find a new path forward, because what they're doing now is going to lead to disaster.
They got a roller. What was that Roller-Rama game? What did they have? That's some like
roller drome.
Yeah,
roller champions. Roller championship.
Roller champ. It's like, who cares? Like, there's just too much stuff that nobody. Hyperscape. I mean, nobody cares about this type of stuff. So I know it sounds bad, and I'm not trying to be mean with all the developers and stuff, but like, this type of stuff is going to get you, like, in today's day, it's going to get you cooked. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to get you bodied in today's day.
Ubisoft even like sent out an email a while ago saying like they wanted to get a bunch of people together who had worked previously with them to basically like sit down and be like, what are we doing wrong? What can we do better? I don't know how well that event went.
I gave them advice right there. Me and Nate gave them the best advice.
I do want to ask Jordan about this, because Jordan, big Assassin's Creed fan.
Mm-hmm.
He alone told me how long Assassin's Creed Valhalla is, and I decided no. But you do play through those. Is Assassin's Creed Japan that hype release, you think?
I think it's going to do a lot for just the IP in general. I think it's been the most asked for.
Yep,
Assassin's Creed. They just have to be. There's going to be two things that happen. It's going to come out and it's going to be very close to Ghost of Tsushima, which is also it's a good and a bad thing, right? Because it's like, well, we have this game already, but at the same time, it's also a really good game to just have a similar formula to. So, yeah, I think that one's going to be big. I'm interested to see how this Assassin's Creed does first here,
right?
Mirage, yep. Because it is making it a little bit smaller, more like a classic Assassin's Creed before they changed everything up. So I'm curious to see how that's
a message could be sent to Ubisoft. If that one does well, because they're going to build out this Assassin's Creed platform, is what they're calling it, Infinity. You might get more of those Mirages thrown in with the big Assassin's Creed Red is the code name, I think, and Hex and that kind of stuff. So
yeah, and Hex sounds interesting. So like I think they're having some good ideas that it's taken forever to flesh out. Like this whole like connected Infinity thing has been 10 years in the making of just whatever it's going to be and coming up with it. So I'm hoping that it seems like they're starting to treat, over the last like 5 years, maybe 6 years, it's felt like they're trying to treat Assassin's Creed with a bit more respect, because there is gaps in releases. There isn't a new release every year. It feels like they're taking their time. Whether I think that the last Assassin's Creed game should have had 70 hours worth of nothing filler, it's still a very quality game. There's still a lot of good in the game.
After Assassin's Creed, they got to put some respect back on Ghost Recon. You got to fix that.
There's a lot of properties they have to fix.
Oh, you know what? Just come out with an Assassin's Creed movie that'll fix everything.
They tried that. Didn't they do that already? Yeah,
Yes.
it didn't work too well.
Michael
Fassbender.
Yes, they did.
Where I am with Ubisoft right now is I was actually surprised they didn't just cancel Prince of Persia. Like that's where I am with them.
Yeah,
now.
time.
Yeah, I know, but they actually handed it off to a studio. It's actually pretty talented. So they kind of took it and said it has to be good if we're gonna try this. I assume it's because I don't want to say Prince of Persia's future hinges on it, but it might hinge on it. So
it feels that way.
It does kind of right now, especially. They're like, we're canceling all these things. I feel like Splinter Cell will be good because it doesn't sound like Prince of Persia and Splinter Cell are gonna be live service titles.
You know what I'm worried about though, Spawn?
What's that?
I'm worried that games take so long to make and they cost so much that when Splinter Cell inevitably comes out and it doesn't perform up to the expectations that Yves Guillemot wants, that they'll just be like, oh, see, we were right. Nobody wants Splinter Cell. We're never doing it again.
Splinter Cell's
right?
It's going to do, if it's as good as we think it can be, let's just put it like in the context of, okay, it's really good. Like it's mid-high 80s or 90s, right? Then it'll sell. It'll do well enough.
Yeah, but you got to budget for the response. If you're looking to dump a couple $100 million into it thinking people are going to want it, no, you're not getting that back.
But isn't that the sort of the problem with the current Ubisoft is because things take so long and they cost so much that when one or two titles underperform, it really hurts.
Their
the
expectations
industry.
are pretty
About
high.
Protocol, a new IP that supposedly is that like how much does that hurt when during the 360 era really doesn't?
Another Ubisoft game that they said underperformed, and I have questions about that one too because I don't know if it really did.
It's because of the fact that these companies their budgets grow too much and they expect every fucking game to sell 15 to 20 million, and that's just not realistic. All because a few games do that doesn't mean all games are going to do that. And you see it with what we're going to talk about with Rabbids. You see it with Callisto Protocol. Like, you need to be more realistic about how many copies your game is actually going to sell when you're making the budget for that game, especially if you can't afford it. It's a weird. It seems like such a basic thing, but I guess it's the whole keeping up with the Joneses thing where, people go into debt to, live as good as their neighbor or something and never get out of it.
I do want to pause for a moment to thank the sponsor of the podcast tonight. That's Factor. Evan's got a nice little card for Factor right there. Factor's a great way to meet your nutritional goals while saving time doing it and spending less time dining out, less time, money, all of this. Order in. Just pick up from a large variety of options with 34 meals each week and over 36 add-on options like smoothies. You can also take advantage of their Gourmet Plus option that is perfect if you need a fast upscale pick. I mean, I don't want to say it's absolutely related, but ever since the Factor meals started coming in, we started doing W's in Warzone. It's crazy stuff there. You can change your order up every week with flexible plans from 4 to 18 meals. If I need a quick lunch because I'm running late in the day, I just pop a Factor meal in the microwave and I'm good to go in just a few minutes. Don't stress over the trips to the grocery store, the cooking, cleanup, all of this. Just have it delivered straight to your door. Don't even think about that stuff. Head over to go.factor75.com/spawnwave60. Use code spawnwave60 to get 60% off your first Factor box. That's go.factor75.com/spawnwave60. Use code spawnwave60 to get 60% off your Factor box. Big thank you to Factor for sponsoring tonight's podcast. Okay, let's talk about Mario Rabbids. Mario Rabbids came in under expectations.
Hold on, John.
John, I think Max has to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad motion sickness. I love you, chat. I'm going to go vomit. This week, I have a big video about Monster Hunter Rise on PlayStation 5 and Persona on next-gen consoles. All right, I'm going to go puke. I love y'all. Fuck Callisto.
Yikes.
Damn, man.
That's Factor. Check out Factor. Link down in the description. Shout out to them. Let's talk about Mario Rabbids. And we'll also talk about Callisto as well. But Ubisoft has said that Mario Rabbids, with initial sales, specifically through the holidays, and it seemed like it was covering that last quarter of the year, basically, came in under expectations or underperformed for them. But they did say in the long run they think it'll end up panning out. But I think they were expecting more upfront for Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope. And this was just part of that really bad overall financial report they put out there, discussing cancellations, Skull and Bones still being around, Beyond Good and Evil 2 still being a thing, and asking everyone to kind of cut back a bit. But this brought up the question, what exactly happened here? Because Mario Rabbids Sparks Hope, it's a good game. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty good. I don't know if it still had the same effect as that initial one did, because it was weird seeing Mario with a gun and having it thrown into this XCOM tactical style. But Sparks Hope was more of that, just better. Like, so they did some good stuff with it, but came in under expectations. And this is, once again, we just talked about it. Expectations, are they too high because of these budgets?
It's a combination of budgets and also shareholders. You come in wanting to boast that you're going to have, X amount of sales to get people excited and investing into your company. And then the game comes out and it sells well. But when you're expecting 5 million sales in 3 months and you come in at 2.5 million sales, well, it underperformed. Most companies would be happy with that type of success. But no, you wanted higher. You put your marketing budgets to high ranges. You put in hundreds of millions of dollars into the game. So you set yourself up for failure. And then you're stuck. What do you do?
How does Ubisoft believe this game is going to sell 5 million,
especially on a single console. Like,
yeah, I mean, the first game was really, really cool and interesting and fun and unique. This one is really good. It's a good game. I have it. I really like it, but it's just kind of more of the same. Like, I never really felt like it was going to, sell gangbusters like the first game did. And I don't know. I just feel like they completely just misjudged the amount of sales they were going to make from this game.
The first one definitely sold well as it got cheaper. Like, there was a point where I don't say they're giving it away, but that thing was like $10 at one point on the eShop.
It sold a lot after it got discounted, and I agree with Nate. I'm looking at it. I think that there was some competition, and I know Nate feels that it's not really that big of a deal, but I do think that if you looked at that MPD sales chart for that following month, which would be November, or in November, where they talked about October's, there was multiple games. There was Bayonetta 3, there was Mario plus Rabbids, and Mario plus Rabbids was the top. It outsold Bayonetta, and I think it did better than Persona as well on the Switch charts. On the eShop, it was right up there. On Amazon right now, it's right up there. At the $40 price point, it's still selling really good. So it seems like their expectations was pretty high, considering they didn't have Assassin's Creed, they didn't have anything else, and that was a Mario game, and there was no other big Mario game or no other big, Nintendo type of IP outside of Pokemon. So I was, maybe they were thinking that since, hey, there's not anything outside of Pokemon that's really huge, that we could really sell like maybe 3 million copies or something like that, and they probably sold like half of that or less, or a little bit less. They probably sold like 1 point something.
I wouldn't be surprised if when they were originally giving projections on this title, that they were operating under the assumption that the Mario movie would have released around the time of the game.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that would have helped.
Fair point. Yeah, with marketing.
That would have helped
because even how Nintendo kind of treated this game, it was in almost every direct in 2022. This was getting a huge marketing push. This was the Mario game of 2022. And then it came and went. There wasn't a lot of conversation immediately following its release. Even review coverage and following coverage was very muted in comparison to the original release. And it can be because it's an iterative sequel. It didn't really offer that much in terms of innovation. Because when the first game leaked and was shown at E3, it was it
was a big deal.
Look at this game. This is way better than I was ever considering it could be. And people were excited about it. They were, enthralled by what they saw. This game came, and it was like, it's more of the same. It'll be fun. And then Ubisoft has the stigma of the game comes out in October. By January, it's going to be $25.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why are you going to buy it at full price, knowing full well it's going to be 65% off in 2.5 months?
Does that mean that it's not a gotta have a game then?
No, it's one of those games.
Consumers are just educated enough now that they know they can wait.
It's like that with all Ubisoft games.
Because Madden was like one of the top performing games of the year.
That's because EA has an unfair, and we all know, no competition, and they buy the NFL license. You know what I'm saying? Like, they buy the NFL license. So if you want to play football, American football, it's the only game. If 2K was still allowed to make a football game, it wouldn't be like that for EA. But they're cowards and they're frauds, and they need that, so let's just keep it real. Like, NFL 2K5 is still better than any of the shit.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's still good.
I'm getting angry because I really like American football, and I love to play the Madden games or the games back in the day, and they suck now. They're terrible. 2K5 is still better than all the stuff that they released today. So that's the reason why Madden still sells. It's like, okay, well, there's no other option.
Well, I think in the case for Mario Rabbids is people were intrigued with the idea of the two, the two franchises coming together at first. And it was kind of something that was like a WTF moment. And I think the sequel now, it's like, oh, that's cute. But I think a lot of people were like, I'm just going to watch someone else play it. Or like, I'm just going to I'll catch it in bits and pieces, but I don't really care to play through the whole thing. And the genre is not even necessarily everybody's like the most popular of genres. So I don't know. I just think it's one of those. I think it's one of those things that I think it's like a fun one-time thing. But if you're expecting it, I don't know. I think I actually do think it's kind of similar to how Avatar was, where the sequel for Avatar: Way of Water, has done drastically less. Not only A, was it a substantially more amount of time for the sequel, but B, it's just like, it's not as enthralling anymore because oversaturation of games, and the idea has been done. So
isn't that movie doing like crazy good?
Yeah, Avatar's not the best example. For Avatar,
Yeah.
the first Avatar took forever to make its money. This is hitting almost 2 billion really fast.
Yeah, I was about to say, hold on.
I mean, in the sense, no, because like from what I'm experiencing, is I have a lot of people that were absolutely 1000%, like they were Avatar. They're like everything. Their entire personality was Avatar, and now they're just like.
Yeah, but
Like,
people still
it.
going to see the movie. There's people going to see it multiple times. Like I see people going to see it like 3-4 times though.
I think our feed's different thing because I see a lot of people being like, it was good, but like it's just more the same.
But they're making way more money. Like they're making a hell of money though. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, that's not necessarily the reception that I'm experiencing. Like I'm telling you, when people have literally like they would sacrifice their child to AWA if they could have, like that's how much of their personality it was. That's not the experience that they're having now. Now they're just like,
when you first see when you see Avatar 1 back then when it came out, regardless of what like people thought of the story or anything like that, you experience something new that you've never seen before, a world that looked as tangible and real as anything you could ever imagine, with some of the craziest new invented technology at the time. And now 13 years later, it's that same technology, that same world, but now perfected in a much more crafted light, but it's still the same thing we experience, so it's not as seeing it with fresh eyes again. So to an extent, it's a little bit different.
That's literally what I'm saying, though.
It doesn't hit as hard.
I'm saying Mario Rabbids is not hitting us hard. That's literally what I'm saying.
It's also a boring
I
game.
was just
So
talking about like financially. Like,
I don't care about finances. I'm talking about the wow factor.
Is it?
I don't
I
care
wonder how
about
many people.
finances.
Do you think people bought Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle at first, thinking it was just a Mario game, and then they got it and they're like, "What is this?" And then they didn't look at a sequel.
Potentially, but also, what percentage of the sales ended up being heavily discounted when they were selling it for $19.99 with the DK expansion, where people were getting all this extra content with. Yeah, you can play as Donkey Kong.
Yeah, but if the game is good and you're like, wow, I really like this game, I'm buying the sequel day one when it comes out, then.
But how many people? Yeah, well, that's people saying day one. I mean, we talk about the Ubisoft formula being a problem. What if the true Ubisoft formula is cutting your game's price after a month? Like, what if that's the biggest of the problems?
Like Sparks of Hope could maybe see a sales surge once we get the Rayman expansion coming to the game. Maybe
I'm wondering if
is Rayman fans to the franchise.
Is this it for the Ubisoft and Mario like tactics game? Is this the end of it?
It should.
I think so. I think this is it.
You think they continue with Rayman?
I'd be cool with that.
If they want to lose some
Depending how the
money,
expansion
sure, go
goes,
ahead.
maybe. Sure, they can just use the same engine, use the same thing, Snowdrop, and just they want to make a maybe not as big of a game because Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope is pretty substantially bigger than the first game. Like when it comes to certain things, they just want to maybe cut it down a little bit and make a smaller tactics game with Rayman. I mean, it won't do anywhere near as well, but it can still be like a fun little side thing for them to do if they feel like it. Because like the game is good, the game is like solid. It's fun to play, and I think it'll do well over time. I think that type of game is going to do well, but like Evan said, the real problem is cutting your game. You're not going to make as much money if your game is always discounted all the time. That's a problem that they're dealing with right now. People just look at numbers. You also got to look at how much it actually brings in and like what you're actually selling back to the retailers. If they're only taking orders at $30, $20 or whatever, you're not making much off the game. So that's a big problem with Ubisoft games. And anytime people have mentioned to say, well, no, it's all about day one. It's like, well, no, like the games, people wait for Ubisoft games. That's a big issue. They gotta take care of that.
I don't even think they can change it because if they drop a game and it doesn't go on discount after a month, there'll still be people like, when's it happening? And then it just won't keep happening. And they'll be like, you know what, I don't even want this game anymore. And then just move on.
How you fix that is the quality of the game needs to be higher. I mean, right now they have good quality games, don't get me wrong, but none of them are game of the year type. None of them are up like, let's say like Monster Hunter or go back to Capcom. None of them are up to Resident Evil or like, stuff that's like the highest, right? So they need to increase like their Metacritic score, or they need to increase the quality of the game, so therefore people value it a bit more. So I think that'd be the only way that they can try to fix that.
See, that's the thing with Mario Rabbids, is I think you could look to the first game and you could say, this is innovative, this is creative. The second one just felt formulaic.
I can see that. Yeah.
And that's the Ubisoft problem.
I don't really have much of an opinion on this, but I want to say I think they'll make another one for the Switch 2. Because I did hear my buddy MVG say that the Switch 2 may not have back compat, so if you can't play your older,
What about the Switch Pro?
So you think they'll just remaster it or
you
something?
play this new one. There you go. Right, MVG?
No, they'll make a collection.
Yeah,
of
they'll
all those
remaster
after
1 and
they
2
release
and
it.
just re-release. $60.
We gotta get the Switch Pro first, so we got a long time.
There were a couple of videos today about backward compatibility. Like 3 people on the cast made videos.
Thanks for the olive branch, dude. That video's doing good for me.
You're welcome.
And I linked you guys' video too, so people went and checked out your
there you go.
podcast from it.
Evan, we have Discord questions over there.
After a mini fridge, controller hoodies, and cookies, what do you think the next oddball Microsoft announcement will be?
How dare you forget the soap? They made
Games.
soap.
Dude, the body wash, the American Girl dolls.
Yeah.
Xbox got some off the wall marketing, man.
They
I
do
like
have some good
MVG's
sweatpants,
answer.
though.
MVG, say your answer
Sweatpants
again.
on Xbox scale look pretty legit.
What do they need?
Games.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. That's the number one answer.
I don't know if I'm old or not, but putting like the hoodie on the controller just seemed.
It's
that seemed
cozy
real weird,
gaming,
right?
Come on, it's cozy.
Oh, don't
it's
say that
cozy
to Sean.
gaming.
Don't say that to Sean.
Sean, what's your take on
Get a little chilly, you know?
One day I'll start
just
that
don't-
war. Not
You
today,
just don't
but
care
one
about your
day.
controller enough to keep it warm.
Oh, well, okay. All right. Yeah, another Discord question.
Are the days of game hunting for deals in stores, garage sales, pawn shops over, or are there still opponents out there?
It feels like it's
Over.
over.
No,
Over
no,
years
no,
ago.
no,
You're just not going to swap meets
It's
and
not
flea markets and stuff like that.
It's not completely over, but you're not going to find something every time you go out.
Yeah,
I think there still are deals. I don't care. In a perfect world, I'd get rid of all this shit and buy another car and drive it into a wall.
I did. Run it. There was a
40 miles an
garage
hour.
sale, and I saw Xenosaga 1 and 2 for $35, and I bought another copy of it. So.
Okay. I mean, there's still it's nowhere near like it was a decade ago. It's never gonna be that way because everyone has a fucking cell phone and everyone thinks their fucking games.
Yeah, everyone's checking the prices of the games now before they're putting them out on the curb.
Exactly.
Yeah, to me, if you're out at a flea market and you're selling on dirt, not inside a store, like there's a discount immediately for it. So unfortunately, I would go out at times like years ago, and people would have them priced like retail or higher outside on like a blanket or a table or something. And it's like,
I see.
it was fun while it lasted.
I see people in the chat saying Xbox condoms. That actually existed when Halo 2 came out.
Mm-hmm. Sounds
They had
about right.
promo condoms, and I think it said like Halo 2 coming soon.
They sold them at the midnight release.
I would never do that.
Midnight
None of the
release.
gamers
Another
were using them that night.
It wouldn't be
ancient
for, like,
practice.
Finish the fight. I feel like finish the fight would be a good
No one
one,
was
too.
finishing when they got Halo.
Prepare for the flood.
Hardest I've heard MVG laugh in a long time.
You're welcome, MVG.
Do you have another Discord question?
What?
He's not laughing, man. He's thinking
Jesus.
I've had a couple too many close calls to be laughing.
Which set of these GBA games should I play first? For the first time, Golden Sun 1 and 2, or Fire Emblem and Fire Emblem: The Sacred Stones?
Oh,
Golden Sun.
Fire Emblem, please. Golden Sun's dead franchise.
Golden
That's why you
Sun.
should play it first.
At least our main protagonist doesn't have toothpaste hair.
It's dead.
Oh,
We're not
man.
talking about the new Fire Emblem. He said the old Fire Emblem.
Yeah, but you said Gold Sun's dead. But
Yeah,
your
it is dead.
franchise is now
You play
toothpaste.
3 houses. That doesn't have toothpaste.
That should have been one house. Too many
Children.
houses. Too many houses, not enough doors.
Oh man.
hey, Tears of the Kingdom. There's the door.
There's a door.
All
I'm
right.
excited.
You can glide around
Another
that
question,
door.
Evan?
How do we feel about the public interest of each of the major console developers' big 2023 games? Specifically, like Starfield versus Spider-Man 2 versus Tears of the Kingdom, or like whatever we assume is the big one for Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo.
How do we
public
like
public
public
interest, like
interest?
what people seem to
Oh.
be really interested in?
Oh.
Everyone's hyped, in my opinion. From what
For
I can
all
see.
for all of them, yeah, I feel like everyone's pretty excited for Starfield, Zelda, and Spider-Man.
I mean, of the three, I'd probably say Spider-Man 2 has the most hype around it just because Spider-Man and Marvel and everything is such a hype machine still. So people
You
are
mean
really
from like the
looking forward
mainstream
to it.
perspective?
Yeah, wouldn't that be the public?
I kind of feel like Zelda is gonna have like a crazy reception when that drops. I mean, it's going to have the biggest install size for it.
There's a lot of hype surrounding all the games. Zelda's coming sooner. Obviously, Spider-Man's at the end of the year. But I mean, they're all big. It's hard to really quantify right now. But like, I think that even like Final Fantasy, is that people are getting excited for that as well.
Oh, Final Fantasy, the hype 16. For that game is off the charts right now.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. So I think that there's plenty of hype. I mean, there's enough hype to go around for all these big games, because they're all going to do really well. They're all going to sell extremely well. So, I mean, I don't know. Starfield, it's like Game Pass, so that'll be interesting. But it's going to be
exciting. You just get it on Game Pass.
Yeah, high download numbers. They're all going to have high rate of people playing them.
People playing it, yeah.
But that Starfield is also on Steam, so I'm sure it'll sell really well there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. Yeah,
High on Life was almost top the charts.
Sold very well on Steam. I mean, it's also hard to gauge which game's going to have the best public reception, because none of these games have actually started their marketing cycles. We haven't seen the hyped TV commercials yet, the trailers and everything. So there's a lot of time to really see how the public is going to respond to any of these. Once the marketing kicks in, that's going to be the barometer to really gauge what the public is reacting to.
I think if they advertise Tears of the Kingdom well, like they did the first, like with Breath of the Wild. I mean, granted, they had the launch of the Switch to kind of catapult the advertisement for Zelda as well. I don't know. I'm kind of curious with Tears of the Kingdom seeming darker a little bit. I'm kind of curious how they're gonna approach that, and how they're gonna be able to make it attractive to parents who might not necessarily know it's a sequel. Like how they're gonna make that attractive for them to want to buy it for their kids.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Easier to market. Yeah.
I was gonna ask if it was a mistake to call it Tears of the Kingdom and not Breath of the Wild 2.
I mean.
I mean, I don't know.
I think they'll have like the Legend of Zelda like be like the main, and then like Tears of the Kingdom, obviously as not the main focus for marketing. I think the Legend of Zelda is what's going to be the main, obviously, like the title card, I guess you could say. I don't know. I'm curious what the commercials are going to look like, what they're going to focus on, because like the first trailer from the following trailers were kind of very different. So I think if they went with like the later trailers and showed more doors and stuff, like maybe we'll be okay. But if you're only like showing dehydrated Ganon and stuff like that, I think Spider-Man would have a little bit more of the well-rounded marketing.
Just need more doors.
Let me go to John O, who says, "Congrats again, Click. Hope the move and replacement process is going well.
One step at a time."
And then Sean, how much to bring back the No Mercy commentary videos?
Oh God, I don't know.
Tables, Ladders, and Sean's already set up for it, right? It'd be great.
Oh, there it is.
The channel's dead. I mean, I got rebranded.
Oh, that's right.
Steve said, waiting for that Spawn Wave Studio tour. Okay, cool. There we go. Disruptor says, I think Ubisoft might get bought out by Tencent or possibly Sony. Sony could turn Tom Clancy into their COD if Microsoft Activision deal goes through. I don't know if it's worth. I don't think it's worth Sony buying Ubisoft right now. We just talked about the employee headcount and all this. Farang says, High on Life better than God of Snore. Ooh, I don't know if I'd say that.
That is the hottest take I think I've heard in a very long time.
Life, yeah.
Icy take.
Flaming hot take.
CJ says, what do you think will happen to Squanch Games if Justin Roiland is found guilty?
Nothing.
No idea what happens with all of that. No clue. What, like, I don't know. Not sure.
Rick and Morty ends.
Oh. Sad Brad says, much love to everyone on the cast, finishing up Xenoblade 3 this weekend, and it's a 10 out of 10. After that, I'm moving on to Quest 64, which is also a 10 out of 10.
Let's go. Wait, hold on.
He's got some great judgment there.
Wait a minute there.
No, wait, no.
Good game's a good company.
Rabbit says,
Xenoblade, yes.
This message is brought to you by RG85's Road to 500K. Make sure you click that button.
Click the button. Now Jordan's already got there before me, though. I drove my car into another wall.
You start talking about cartoons.
There you go.
Oh, I don't. What am I going to talk about? Turtles, Simpsons, every Simpsons episode.
You can talk about Dragon Ball Z. I watched Dragon Ball Z for the first time in 2023.
No,
that'd be cool.
Good.
I'm good.
You're welcome.
React to Raditz killing Goku.
You're welcome.
I'm good on
you
that.
just ruined it for him.
Or did I?
Twitch says,
I'm not watching it. So.
What's What's up, everyone? Love you guys.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball.
Dragon Balls.
I just finished playing Uncharted 4 and it was great. Do you think Ubisoft should get a little more linear to focus on story and gameplay, kind of like Naughty Dog? Yes. They need to do something different. JD says the Division launch was a failure. Servers were at capacity for a week and it alienated a lot of would-be players for that series. The Division 2 story was also atrocious.
Completely forgot about that game, to be honest.
Yeah, the Division.
Apparently, Division 2 just came out on Steam as well. Like, they just launched it on Steam.
No
shit.
Really?
And I saw it at the top of the store as like a new release. I was like, what the fuck's this? And it had mixed reviews. I thought it was funny.
Power says, what is everyone's favorite video game boss?
Wow.
Favorite video game boss. I mean, I feel like I can get weird with it and say Psycho Mantis just because of the weird stuff they would do at the time.
Yeah.
But like actually fighting a boss?
I have to say, it's probably got to be like Noah Prime from Astral Chain. Do you remember that final boss of Astral Chain?
I didn't like the final boss. The angel from before it was way better.
I stopped playing after the motorcycle.
The final boss was a rhythm fight.
Take a giant shit all over my personality.
It's how I live.
Like, you're gonna be like,
These are the moments I wake up for.
Evan has never felt so alive.
Evan comes into my chat.
Brush my teeth, look in the mirror, and I'm just like, who am I gonna screw over today?
Click his stream. That's my target.
I mean, I don't know who the best boss fight is, but the one that I've probably had the most trouble with that when I beat, was like, fuck yeah, was Ishin, Sword Saint from Sekiro.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna go Elden Ring and say Melania.
I was going to say Melania.
Yeah,
Melania. After the patch, by the way, Rand. After the patch, not the before the patch.
Not before when I beat her like the third time with
minus the nerfs. Yep.
Yeah. No, but I remember going through that boss. I think I spent 3 hours trying to beat that boss. So it was pretty memorable for me, and that's like the last one I really remember.
Odie from the first level of Garfield Caught in the Act, because most people can't figure it out, but he's a vampire, so people just try to hit him as he's going from coffin to coffin. But you got to go on you got to pull up the blinds. When you pull up the blinds, the sun will hit him, and then you hit him.
Okay.
Right.
Top tier strats right here.
Yeah.
Persona 6 in college, P3 remake for people upset. Oh, P6 isn't high school. And then Tijo says, I think they have too many cooks in the kitchen for every project. Just have one studio on a AAA game and maybe 2 others run support. Also, the Guillermo family needs to give Ubisoft to someone else. It sounds like they were kind of trying, so I don't know. Myth says, Heroes of the Kingdom will launch with $30 expansion and, have that spread out for the next year and a half.
No, they'll do 60 and then they'll still do the expansions.
No, that's what I mean with a $30 expansion. Like they'll have an expansion pass with Tears of the Kingdom. Like, will they reveal that? I assume they would. That they would have like a $25 or $30 expansion.
Yeah, like they did with Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
I think they would reveal it like a direct or so after the game already comes out, so people have time to play it, and then they're like, "But your journey's not over yet."
Well, it's like what they did with the Champions thing at the Game Awards.
Tijo says
the expansion pack was revealed before the game. You were able to pre-order it, and like you can get like that Switch T-shirt and all that. So they were already taking the $30 beforehand.
Tijo says Ubisoft is a horribly mismanaged company, and I think that's the big reason, coupled with the abuse, why Beyond Good and Evil 2 and are delayed to infinity, Skull and Bones. I think employees are scared to work on these games. There was talk, I think, in one of the articles or reports about bonuses and things being tied to the games. And if you work on a game that's just not coming out, then you're just not getting a bonus. So there might be something to that where it's like hot potato who's working on it right now because it's not me. Hiot says the most common thing I saw online was people were waiting on a deep sale with Rabbids. Ubisoft puts their games on sale so much that people will return or wait until later to return and buy them. Who can blame them? Well, it's a good strategy with Ubisoft. It's shown time and time again. And I do want to recognize once again John O. Happy to see the whole gang here. Then John asks, what's the best way to donate to streams to support people, is in who takes the least from you? Well, technically it's if a streamer has Streamlabs, technically there, because when you go through super chats, which it's fine either way, because it's obviously it's convenient for people to go that route with it. It's YouTube takes 30%, and then they generally give you like payout like a month and a half later or something. So, but either any of that's fine, John. But about Mario & Rabbids, I'll support a game day one if it looks good, but Ubisoft I won't, because I know it'll be a third the price in a month. So
what if they just kicked out the door on that game and just dropped it at $10 day one?
And people would be like, is it going to be $3 next month?
Yeah, waiting for it to drop.
When will it be $1.50?
$3.99 special.
Let's and then Mike Odyssey. Shout out to Mike Odyssey. I feel Mario plus Rabbids would have been more successful had they made it with the Mario RPG battle and leveling system. The Mario RPG 2.
It wouldn't really be Mario plus Rabbids. It wouldn't really be what they were building off of, you know.
Let's talk about Callisto Protocol.
Good
Callisto
game.
Protocol. It came in actually well underperformed what they were expecting. We talked about expectations. This one was a little surprising though, because they apparently thought 5 million copies. This is based on a report, by the way, from mk-odyssey.com. It's a news article that went up. So I guess this is correct, although we'll see. But they were expecting 5 million, came in less than 2 million to close out the year. In fact, they're not expecting to hit 2 million within the year. And according to MK Odyssey, $161 million for this game.
Well, what was their gauge? What gave them the 5 million expectation?
Hopes, dreams,
market research, data, focus groups. I don't know. I guess they were just looked around. They're like, this should be 5 million. And that was $161 million for Callisto Protocol. That feels like a lot.
It looks expensive, though. Insane amount of money.
It looks expensive, right?
Yeah, I mean, they got a bunch of B-list actors and mocapped them all. So, you know, like I feel like they went completely overboard with the amount of spending they had to do for this game. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know where that money, that dollar amounts come from, but that is serious amount of money that you're spending on your first game as a new studio trying to kind of get a foothold in the industry. I think they really misjudged a lot of things about the game. And by the way, I really like the game. I'm one of the people that like the game quite a lot. So, but I am quite concerned that they spent so much money on that game and got hardly anything in return.
Marketing was good. Like they had, like I saw it on TV. I saw it on TV quite a bit. And they had that chick from The Boys.
Dude, I saw they were playing Callisto commercials during the World Cup. I mean, that's pretty big.
That's gotta be where most of that budget was.
They paid didn't they pay Jeff Keighley? They were paying Jeff Keighley left and right too, right? For all the
who isn't paying
ads and stuff they ran.
Ads. I mean, they spent a grip on marketing.
So who bankrolled this game?
That's the other question, because this is the studio. It's their first game.
Yeah, but it was published.
Musk. Yeah, but it
was published by Krafton, who does PUBG.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of money. But if you do just some very quick math with the price the game sold at, with the reported figure of 2 million, after all the cuts, licensing, and all that, the revenue would have been in the area of about $98 million, which means you lost $62 million on this project. If this were a normal game company, they probably would have gone bankrupt on this release.
Yeah, that's what it done it, right?
Krafton they just have a lot of money that they can probably weather this hiccup in the road. Now, you obviously have to wonder, are we going to get a sequel now? Or is this kind of put the franchise on pause? What's next for the studio?
I mean, you have to say this is a failure.
Say so. Yeah. I mean, Callisto on its own was average game.
7.5, 8, around there.
I mean, I feel like that people are gonna. I think there are a lot of people consider that high. Even it's just.
Yeah,
I kind of already forgot about it. The ending wasn't good.
I think it's a $70 game in today's day, like how people look at review scores. They look at, and if they see that yellow on that, I know you shouldn't look at that, guys, but it's a part of it. It's just
it is. I mean, bonuses sometimes are apparently tied to Metacritic, which is crazy.
Yeah. So when they see that low 70s, $70, no multiplayer, that's an instant. Nope, I'm good.
It also launched on PC in a dreadful state.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, you're right about that. But like, I think that if the score was higher, maybe it would have maybe more people. But at $70, I mean, I think people are just going to be like,
figured out how some of these games like this come out in that state to where it's basically unplayable on a platform. Isn't that crazy? We like, does no one like think about that? Like, how in the world did this game come out in this state where you can't even play it? Dragon Ball Z Kakarot launched the other day, but it didn't launch because it doesn't work on the Xbox. They had to delay the launch after it came out, and people figured out that it does not work.
Because it's rushed to hit a certain date to meet within their fiscal year.
But they announced that it was happening like months ago. Like with the release date for Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, it was just an update to the already existing game. Like I don't understand.
Well,
I can't even play it anymore.
Out, so
I'm blaming MVG.
I can't even blame it. I'm calling out Bandai.
They said they'll patch it.
I'll take the blame for it.
Thanks a lot, MVG. You ruined Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
Damn it, MVG and your developer friends.
Fuck that game.
Hey.
Man, why didn't you like Callisto?
Why didn't I like Callisto? I think my expectations were a little high based on the pedigree, and I think I was expecting Dead Space more, and what I got was a game that was like almost fighting orientated with the dodging and the focus on the melee, which I didn't really care for the beginning. I did feel the game got a little bit better when you got the weapons, but I also felt the enemy variety was extremely lacking. All the enemies basically were the same. They all did the same attacks. It's like one punch or one punch, two punch. And I didn't find the story interesting, and I thought the acting was pretty substandard, especially for like a $70 game. So my enjoyment was very muted. Like I mean, I thought it was okay, but I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought it would. And if they don't make a sequel, I wouldn't be heartbroken.
I actually wouldn't either. I'd be fine with it. I'd be like, yeah, they tried. Hey, Dead Space coming up soon. We're good. We're good over here.
We got the real one coming soon.
Real one.
We got Dead Space, the better one.
Thank you. Thank you. People over here tell me I'm crazy.
And then please remake Dead Space 2 as well.
I really hope we get remakes of Dead Space 2 and 3 in this quality.
Well, you don't have to remake 3. You can just make a brand new Dead Space 3.
No, you can remake 3. 3 gets
split the timeline. Just do alternate timeline for that one. Just pretend 3 didn't exist.
I don't get the hate for 3. It's not as good as the other ones, but it's not as bad as people like
Didn't
to make
they lock guns behind microtransactions?
Yeah, microtransactions was the problem.
Yeah, you can shit on that. You can shit on EA. That's their fault.
Yeah. Well, if they remake it, maybe they wanted to do that.
Man, I would love Dead Space 2 remade as well. That'd be so sick.
Let's see how this. From what they've shown, it's looking pretty good. So I'm excited for the Dead Space remake. And wow, that's soon. That's
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Wow.
So do we think it's mediocre reviews plus $70 price tag, which scared people away?
Yes. I think those reviews, and when people figured out what it was, that I wasn't expecting the melee rhythm or combat single. I wasn't expecting any of that. I thought it was gonna be closer to like a Dead Space, but
see, that's right there. I think is the real thing that hurt. It's word of mouth. Is that there was nothing after launch to compel people to give the game a shot after seeing negative reviews. So after the holiday season concluded, sales dropped off. And now, why would anyone be saying, oh, you got to play Callisto Protocol when Dead Space is just 2 weeks away? They're going to say, you got to play the Dead Space remake. Then maybe once some future patches, new content comes to Callisto Protocol in the coming months, people can recommend it. It will obviously go on sale by then. But where they also made a huge error is it's a new IP. How could you have had internal expectations of 5 million copies, established IP, take time to get to that figure? And they thought they were going to hit that out of the gate? That's just absurd. That is bad management.
That is absurd, especially for survival horror. Like, look how long it's taken certain franchises to even get to that. I mean, established games like Fire Emblem aren't even to that yet, and that's a highly reviewed game. You know,
did any of the Dead Space trilogy sell over 5 million copies?
I think because EA complained every single time that they didn't sell very well.
So they weren't big sellers. Now think of that. Think of that in this scenario. What were they thinking?
They had to have been looking at Resident Evil
Protocol to sell over 5 million copies when the Dead Space trilogy never did.
Resident Evil, John?
They had to have looked at Resident Evil and been like, look at this massive like revival of the horror genre with some action involved. We'll do that. It'll work.
To hit 5. I mean, I think Resident Evil, it didn't hit 5 million until the
Well, I'm talking about like the Resident Evil 2 remake and Resident Evil 2 remakes over 10 million copies now.
Yeah, but why are you comparing yourself to Resident Evil? Hey, that's
you shouldn't be. I don't know. That's what they were doing. And I don't know.
You mentioned word of mouth. You mentioned word of mouth, Nate. You know what game didn't? It had really good word of mouth.
High on
Life, MVG. High on Life.
It did. It had positive word of mouth immediately following launch, and what happened? It topped the Steam sales chart.
I mean, let's be real. Those expectations were probably built up to get that budget to balloon that much in the first place. They're like, we could push it out in the state, or we get more money put into it, but because we're expecting this many sales. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out ways that they came to that determination that 5 million was going to happen when it's
drugs.
I think they thought they just had a very exciting new IP that was going to hit on every note, and then it came out and it did not hit on those notes. And
did they try to fight more than one enemy at once?
Cyberpunk sold 14 million copies and it didn't even work.
All I know is I'm glad my thoughts on the game are justified. I knew I was right all along, but I couldn't prove it until now.
Wait, you could prove it once the release came out.
I mean, I could prove it when people who played the game, except for apparently Sean, Nate, MVG, basically everyone else. Hey, Rand's here though. He's got my back on it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's got my back.
It's okay. It's just not up to the hype that people were putting it at. And also, obviously, the company was all the different Keeley shows and all the marketing.
I wonder if they also felt since there wasn't a lot of games in the market, they felt that game would do well because there wasn't much else to buy.
I think that was a factor. I also think a factor was when they announced the game, EA did not have an answer to it. There was no Dead Space remake imminent following this release. It seemed as though it was going to have the genre and the market to itself, and then EA kind of comes in and says, yo, let's remake Dead Space 1 as quick as we can and kind of compete with this game. And they released
You think Dead Space heard it, huh? Like everyone's like, we'll wait for Dead Space. It's cool.
Heard it from me.
Okay, let's say Callisto comes out, runaway critical success. Everyone's talking about it. 92 on Metacritic. Does it get close? Does it hit that expectation?
5 million by now.
Close.
Yeah. Yep.
Close, but no.
Okay.
But
closer, maybe another million and a half on top of the 2 million figure.
It would be if it's a 90 something, it'd be in a lot better spot because people were looking for stuff to buy on their PS5. I mean, after Ragnarok and stuff like that. So
visually, it does look really good. If you're trying to see what your PS5 can do or your Xbox, this is a game you can throw up there. But
part of it too, they missed Black Friday too.
Yeah,
so that's also not good to launch it afterwards like that.
Evan, we have Discord questions left.
Who on this podcast has played Chain Echoes, and what are your thoughts on the game?
OJ's probably played more of it than I have. I haven't had a chance to play as much of it, but I do want to show for the record that Sean made fun of me for including that in my December games to watch out for video. Go ahead, OJ.
I'll still do it.
Chain Echoes is phenomenal. It's a great game. Remember, guys?
It's on Game Pass.
Callisto Protocol, that bum ass game.
Good
Chain
game.
Echoes, 90-something rated.
Made in the modern era.
I've never heard of Chain Echoes.
Aren't you RGT Retro Gaming too?
No. Fuck retro. Watch the channel.
Don't you like TMNT? That's a retro inspired game too.
That's good though. It's a good game.
That's good though. You never played it. Anyway, moving on to people that played the game. It's fantastic. Chain Echoes is a fantastic game. It's really good.
From what I've played, it's just like 2 hours of it. It looks like a callback to the old school 16-bit era for JRPGs.
If you like Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, games like that, this game's right up your alley. It's great. And like I said, the fact that it was only made by one dude is the most impressive thing. It's really good.
And hey, like I said, it's on Game Pass. If you just want to try it, just go download it, see what you think.
A lot of the people in my chat were like, I'm gonna try it out on Game Pass. And they're like, yo, thank you for letting me know about this game, because you can just play it right there on Game Pass. That's where Game Pass is awesome, to play a game like this that doesn't get that type of promotion, and it's just right there for you to download and play.
This is a good one for the cloud as well, because it's just turn-based. So if you just want to fire it up now and just I'll try it and see what happens, and then you can go from there. So you don't have to install it.
Game Pass is looking kind of dope now, because you got Persona coming out too. So you got Chain Echoes and you got Persona 3 and Persona 4 coming.
So
that changes Game Pass completely.
They're feeling. Hey, a lot of Persona on there.
For RPG fans, it's pretty lit. Because Persona 3 and Persona 4 are two of the greatest RPGs of all time. So
this changes everything.
I was just saying, it looks kind of lit. That's all I said.
Yeah, but
don't forget Pentiment.
Pentiment is great.
That's what I've said. I've heard.
Disrespect to Pentiment is just absurd.
Where'd I say something wrong? I said it was there. Am I wrong? Is that a lying statement?
It is a hidden gem. And I believe it won Game of the Year from some outlet.
Who gave it Game of the Year?
I don't remember who it was. Maybe Rand remembers.
I can't remember the site though. I know what you're talking about.
Comicbook.com, is that
Screen Rant. Screen Rant. I think it was Screen Rant.
Yeah, it was
right?
Screen Rant. They gave it.
That was close.
Good times.
Hey, Josh Sawyer deserves more respect in this industry. He is an industry legend. He has crafted some of the best games in the modern era.
I just heard of him right now.
Well, you've been living under a rock then.
My name's not Patrick.
You guys are hyping up a flip book.
Still got one more queue.
One more Discord. Okay, here's the last Discord question, Evan.
So just gonna read this one. Why does it seem every industry, specifically software development related, seem to have learned to work around the issues the pandemic brought, yet we still see games studios using COVID as an excuse for delays and bad quality work? It doesn't happen on other media anymore. Why is it still happening in the video game industry?
It is happening in other media.
Yeah.
2023 is the first year that we're going to start seeing the effects of more stuff coming out because of all the delays. There's more games this year. There's more movies this year. Everything is finally happening now.
Bro, I can barely afford eggs. Okay. So
I mean, some games take 6 years to make. So it's think about 6 years ago right now, and they were just like, you know what? Let's start developing that game.
Bro, I gotta choose if I want to spend $70 on a game or $70 on freaking bacon. Okay.
That's a lot.
I mean, this is a tough choice. Would you rather have unlimited bacon and no games, or unlimited games and no bacon?
Unlimited bacon, hands fucking down.
Like if it's turkey bacon, yes. Sign me
Hey,
up.
whoa! Hey, there's no stipulations. The question's bacon or games.
Oh, okay, turkey bacon.
Turkey bacon's its own separate thing. You can have turkey bacon whenever you want.
I'm saying bacon, Jordan. Bacon.
You're going full bacon.
Full bacon.
Got it, Kevin.
Does this include Canadian bacon?
No, don't be silly.
I'm talking. It's regular bacon. Any other sub bacon?
Talking Midwest bacon.
See now you're making the question. You're overthinking it.
You generalize.
It's a simple question.
There's different types of bacon.
Right, but I'm talking just your classic bacon. All right.
But if I'm from Canada,
it's a different thing.
Would be Canadian
Nate,
bacon.
are you from
But
Canada?
are you from Canada?
What if I prefer Canadian bacon?
But that's not the question.
No one prefers Canadian bacon.
I prefer turkey bacon.
I do have one more thing very quickly I wanted to ask Rand about. It was one I threw in at the end because I knew he's coming on. He's the man with $1 million, right?
Bacon or games, right?
Big time.
Bacon.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Rand's from the Midwest. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
A lot of bacon.
Man with $1 million
bacon. Ask me the question, John.
Really into the achievements for Xbox, all of this, right, Rand? I can assume that was. Whoa, what happened? Whoa.
Well, I mean,
now he's got bacon.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, so this was brought up by over on Twitter by Frederick, and I did get people talking a lot about the idea of achievements and trophies in general and how they've been for the last, I didn't say 10 to 15 years. I get 10 years or so. But they said achievements, trophies have been bad for gaming. It narrows games down, it disrupts and diverts attention, and it eats resources that could have made the game better. Now, they did go on to kind of, I guess, explain this a bit more, because on Twitter, you only have so many letters you can put into a tweet. But essentially, hey, achievements haven't really changed much, and it's kind of a one-size-fits-all setup for any game that comes out. Like you have so many achievements. There's a platinum, there's 1,000 gamer score, and you'll divvy up bronze, silver, gold trophies, or with Xbox, you come up with different increments of points that you give for tasks in the game. So you kind of go in knowing, okay, maybe there's a hard mode trophy, maybe there's 20 achievement points for getting the 10 tapes that are sprawled around this area, those sorts of things, right? And I did think about it a little bit because we have seen Sony do the PlayStation Stars stuff, but achievements and trophies have been kind of stagnant since they were introduced mostly.
So is that something you've felt at all, Rand, with the million gamer score that you have?
Yeah, of course, because when you go through the entire 360 gen and you pretty much see all the same achievement lists for, hey, collect all the collectibles or beat it on this difficulty or do these sort of things, and it was fun at first, experiencing new games or trying to play games differently. Eventually, like anything, it sort of loses its luster, I guess. And then you have companies take advantage of it. I'm sure you guys know about those really easy games on the PlayStation Store with all those stacks. Xbox has its own problem with some of these developers releasing just games you could get all the 1,000 gamer score in 5 minutes. It basically becomes so trivial, and it's more about like acquiring the points as it is about the games. I don't agree with the developer at all. But I do feel they've been stagnant for way too long on both sides.
Okay.
And I'm not sure it could ever change, because what could you really do? How could you really change? Like if Xbox decided to, let's say, start over with achievements, people would bitch.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what do you mean? I'm losing all my achievements in my gamer score? Like it would be a non-starter. Same with PlayStation. So you're sort of stuck in that formula, and developers probably are. I wouldn't say maybe they're sick of it, but it's not a priority for them.
Yeah, because you get the guys that phone it in for like chapters during games, and that's your only achievement. That kind of
like
stuff.
Callisto Protocol's achievements were just beat this chapter, get to this part, whatever, use this certain amount of times, and beat the game on the hardest difficulty, and you're done. I don't really see how it really took anything away from making the game better. I mean, I'm not a developer, but MVG is, and MVG. Do you think that's true? Did it achievements take away from making a game as good as possible?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've worked on achievements and trophies for games, and I will say that it's one of those things where no one really wants to do them. It's one of those things you do at the end of the game. I mean, you kind of think about what kind of achievements you're going to make during development, but it's kind of one of the last things that you do at the end. And then there's, you got to take the time to test them all, right? And you got to make sure that even like the platinums unlock and all that stuff. So there's quite a bit of, stuff that goes into it, but I don't think it takes away from the game at all. I think I've always liked achievements and trophies in video games. And I think, honestly, I don't think they should really change the model of them, but I do also get your point, Rand, and that is a lot of games just follow the same formula, because I mean it's easy just to slap 20 achievements in a game and then push it out. But no, I think it's fine. I like them, and I don't want to see them go away personally.
Well, if it encourages people to put more hours into a game to accomplish it, like wouldn't that be the goal? Is to give someone, even if it's not necessarily a good reason, just a reason to play your game more than they probably would, than just like a run through and done.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, and also what you want is more hours, more report time.
I mean, Rand, is it fair to say that, like, obviously at some point, especially during the 360 days, you were like trying to just 100% or unlock all the achievements for every single game you could? And probably these days, and I don't know how you play these days, but I'm guessing these days you don't really do that as much. You just want to experience the game.
Well, because at some point, during the 360 days, I was like, I want to play as many games as possible. I was even playing genres I didn't like racing games, and I discovered I love arcade racers, right? But eventually, the achievements sort of became a commodity that game developers are using to sell their games. And then these really easy games started to show up where you could get all the achievements really fast without any work. And it sort of cheapened the experience that I used to get by completing these games. Yes, even though I would play stuff like Hannah Montana and Barbie's Puppy Adventures in the 360 era.
You haven't played Zelda games, but you've played.
Oh, man.
Okay, but in my defense, back then, I was like top 20 in the world. So like I had a goal, and my goal was to be in like top 5 by the time.
Kid.
I'm sorry. Then look, I'm sorry, OJ. I'm sorry, Click, but.
Nice to me. I don't care if you waste your time.
Because you're the Nintendo guy. And then OJ knows I Nintendo doesn't mean anything to me. I'm sorry. I didn't really grow up with Nintendo, so like Zelda doesn't mean anything to me, right? So
Hannah Montana,
right? I had
achievement points.
Hey man,
have fun.
I had fun. I had fun getting those
I
achievements.
honestly don't give a shit how people waste their time. If you
Rand, I heard you played Sword and Shield though.
Fine by me.
I played Sword and Shield. And Sword and Shield is one of the worst games I've ever played in my life.
That's pretty bad. They're gonna come for you, man.
I'm not exaggerating when I say that. It is literally one of the worst games I've ever had the displeasure of playing ever.
They're gonna come for you.
What about
I don't
Avatar
care.
on the 360?
People don't like
where you
Sword
just
and
had to hit
Shield.
B?
People shit on Sword and Shield like daily and then like buy the game.
I would rather play Hannah Montana again than play another Pokemon game.
What did you do in the Hannah Montana game anyway? I don't. I'm trying to envision
really
how
remember.
Caught them all.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Clay.
I don't really remember.
Sorry, Clay. Go ahead.
Not what? I
had to get to the bottom of what exactly made up a Hannah Montana game because I just cannot.
Well, yeah.
think
What were
of
the
that would
achievements
be.
though? Like.
I mean, it was just basically just
Get
like
through this
beat
level
the
without losing
game.
your wig.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, beat the game.
Oh.
I mean, hell, I even played like all the Connect games. Like I literally had to.
Oh man.
There was
Wow.
literally like a door
You didn't have
explorer
to.
game. Well, no, I did because I had to get all the achievements.
But
bro.
you didn't have to.
But I did have to.
But you didn't.
Well, I didn't have to. I literally. This is when I hit rock.
You wanted
bottom,
to play that Dora game.
Look,
Just admit
I
it.
hit rock bottom. It was like a Door Explorer like dancing game where there was a Double Fine Sesame Street game where you needed two people and you couldn't full connect. So I literally had to pay my sisters like $20 to play these games with me, and I just remember sitting there like they're looking at me and I'm looking at them like, this is the lowest point of my life. but that's fine. I got the million. I did it in top 5. I got flown out to eat. Well, I didn't get flown out. I went to E3. I met Phil Spencer. I met Phil Spencer because of the million. Became friends with him. So like it all worked out in the end. And then eventually I grew sick of it because of how the way it was treated and how it's basically what was always meaningless, but now it's even more meaningless. And I don't. When I play a game now, it's like if I get them, great. If I don't, whatever.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Your achievement score or unlimited bacon?
If you would have asked me years ago, I would have said my achievement score.
But now you'd give up the million plus for bacon.
I'm not as attached to it now as I used to be.
But we're talking like turn back time. Like you never meet any of these people.
Yeah, you can't. You just get bacon now.
My gamer score then.
But now if you keep the gamer score, you have no bacon forever. You can't have bacon.
I can live without bacon.
You can live without bacon?
I could live without bacon.
And you can't live without your gamer score?
I couldn't live without Barbie Puppy's Adventures on my gamer card. Yeah.
Let me I have some super chats to finish up here. We are going to go to Sean. You have your after show rolling in a bit. We'll go to that afterwards. So let me go through these super chats and we'll do some outros. El Comanche says, "Hey, all, first time catching you live. Much love to you all. Here's a blessed 2023 for you. John, please give me a Saturn Tech Wave, please. People have asked for that, and I will look into a Sega Saturn. I actually have one that I ordered that I was going to use it for. It's
talk about the planet.
And no, well, it's actually a Sega Saturn from Japan that I was going to change the BIOS chip out and make it region free. So
you just see an Action Replay cartridge. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, but that's not as fun.
Yeah, but it's easier.
Yeah, but I can also burn the BIOS chip myself, so I don't have to order that. I can do it all like here because I have an EEPROM burner and everything for it. Is 2023 the year for gaming or another wash? I think 2023 is going to be pretty good for gaming. It's
the beginning of this year is stacked.
Yeah, I'm excited.
It is absolutely stacked.
Shinru says, "Can 8-Bit Doe make a PlayStation controller, please?" We'll see. Cristobal says, "It's a great night because the full Spawncast was together on here for a bit tonight, plus a guest, and the Niners won. Anyone play Chained Echoes?" We actually just talked about Chained Echoes, Cristobal. And I will say, Nate and Sean told me that the Geno Smith was going to light up the 49ers and win. I have that on record. I have screenshots.
This guy was silent until about 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter because the game was too close for him to say anything.
Do you know why?
All of a sudden, a non-call hold on DK Metcalf that leads to a fumble that leads to an immediate touchdown. All of a sudden, he gets a little arrogant.
They couldn't stop the Niners all game. They were running up and down the field all game. Stop it. They couldn't stop them on defense all game. Cut the cap.
Do you know why? I try to stay off social media when the 49ers playing in those kind of games, because I said something when they were up by 10 against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl and there was 10 minutes left and then they lost. So I'm like, you know what? When playoffs hit, I'm gonna be real careful about what I'm doing.
You guys all knew Geno was gonna Geno at some point, and he
played well in the first half.
He Geno though. He Geno.
I don't know who Geno is.
Geno from Super Mario RPG.
That's what I'm thinking.
Steven says, got a Series X for Christmas, so I got a 4K TV only to find out it wasn't 120 hertz. Now I got to get a new TV. Tips on getting the most out of the Series X. You want VRR support as well. That's pretty important. Yeah.
HDMI 2.1.
LG's making some good gaming TVs right now, so I would look to them.
That's what I would recommend.
Sweet. Yeah. Ruffle says, just finished Scarlet, and I understand why folks were shocked by the ending. By the way, Fringe, what's your take on the possible connection between Kilos and Pedalo due to the Area Zero? You know what? I see these words on the screen as I'm playing it.
Kalos?
And I don't. Yeah. Oh, they just said yeah, and I don't say Kalos, it out loud.
Kalos, okay.
Due to the
Kilos, I was like, what?
3K years old guy.
I don't know. It depends.
I wasn't going to talk about the end of Scarlet and Violet because Game Freak needs help. So I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't have too many opinions on it.
They got a bit out there towards the end of Scarlet and Violet, but it was different. It's different. I'll say that.
Yeah, sure.
It's shockingly interesting for Pokemon. I did not expect them to.
Did voice acting come in at the end?
Do that? No,
you better believe it didn't.
Ricketts says Immortals Phoenix Rising better than recent Assassin's Creed.
I don't know about that, but it's a good game.
But yeah. I mean, they obviously there's a lot more money put into Valhalla. So Disruptor says I think
Ghost Monsters.
Ubisoft Star Wars game might be the game that would be the deciding factor in the company's future redemption or failure. I would say yes. The only You say Mandalorian.
You say Mandalorian?
I thought it was just an open world.
The Ubisoft one?
Star Wars 1313's coming back.
You leaking something, Nate? What's going on?
Yeah, hold on, Nate.
Yeah.
Is it the Mandalorian?
Idle Sloth, let's go.
Yeah, sloth it, tweet it.
I want to say it would, but it's not their IP. They need an original IP to go crazy to do well. Austin says, did you guys see that PS6 article that got out? I did not. I will look. I can't imagine there's a lot of substantial information in it, but I'll look.
I haven't even played a PS5 game.
Stovo says that the people are still waiting on RGT to do a playthrough of Quest 64, the greatest game ever made. Make it happen.
I hate that game.
South Coast says, please do not buy games at $70 release after a release is proving the patient gamers get rewarded the most. Also, Star Wolf and Star Fox 64 for the best boss fight. Then Retro says, great show, guys. As always, greets from Ire. Shout out especially to MVG for his great videos. Amiga, if you know, you know.
I know, buddy. I know.
Or Nor.
Let me go around here. I'm going to double check Streamlabs as well. Oh, Malice says, trophies more exciting, like Platts versus game score. Oh, wait, Platts versus. What's more exciting?
Number of platinum trophies versus the actual gamer score, I'm guessing.
I mean, the gamer score is pretty quick to look at and be like, okay, that's a lot or that's not a lot kind of thing. Whereas trophies, got to go through how many bronze, silver, gold, and then platinum. I don't care as much about the 1,000 or the platinum most times. If I get it while I'm going through the game, I get it. That's kind of where I am with it.
How do you just conveniently get a platinum?
I don't know. I almost got it I don't say by accident because I played through the game, but with Ratchet and Clank, I only needed 2 more trophies. And one of them was turning the TV on in their lair, and I forgot to do it. So I was like, I guess.
Do you look at the list? Do you look at the list and then do?
Sometimes I beat the game and I look and I'm like, how many trophies did I get? And then it's like, you did 95%. And I'm like, well, what's the other 5%? So other times, like, you got 50%. And then I'm just like, all right, I'm good.
Yeah.
Nice, move on.
That's me with every game.
Oni says, games need avatar awards on Xbox again. Poor avatars hidden in the back of your dashboard. Randall Thor, where can everyone find you?
Playing Hannah Montana.
Yeah, not playing on my Nintendo Switch. That's where they can find me. No, you can find me at youtube.com/RandallThor19. where me and Jez do the Xbox 2 podcast every Friday. Or if you want to hear any sort of Xbox news or my takes on that stuff, I'll put out some videos.
You got to follow Rand for the Xbox talk. All right, the podcast they have there is good. Puts out the videos covering all the stuff. Definitely check them out.
My number one source for the Xbox stuff. I'm always love the podcast. It's great, guys.
Thanks.
I want to check Streamlabs real quick. JR said, hey guys, what do you guys think when you look at Famitsu Media create sales and how big titles on PS4 or 5 struggle to match sales of big titles on the Switch? I would say that Japan is basically just Switch territory. It's been like that for a long, long time. So
yeah,
we look at it, we go, yep, there's the Switch. Hundreds of odd thousand systems. About right.
Yeah, that's just how it is. That's how the market's been in Japan for whole generations.
It's not even surprised. Like, I guess when the Switch first came out, it was like, wow, look at all these. Now it's like, it's weird if it's not a top 10 Switch sweep now. It's kind of how it is when you look at the charts.
Final Fantasy's coming out though, so that's
yeah. Like Gran Turismo was up there this past week, and I think it's because of the bundles that were on shelves, but otherwise it's kind of weird to see a breakup of the top 10. So Liam says, I didn't realize my questions about the next Smash and EU Switch cartridge on Nate's last episode was started debate about backwards compatibility on the next Switch. To be clear, MVG didn't roll it out, but I'm still a little nervous about it now. Yeah, that was going to be a long conversation either way. So I think MVG will throw his 2 cents in at some point in a video, and then we can go from there.
Look what you started.
So keep an eye out for that. Let me go to OJ though. Where can everyone find you?
Yeah, right here on YouTube, Player Essence. I got some cool videos coming up, Persona, and also One Piece, and all the RPG stuff, all the action game stuff. That's coming up. Fire Emblem Engage as well. That's going to be huge, so I'll be covering that.
I did buy One Piece. I have it.
Yeah. Well, I got One Piece sent to me, so I'll definitely be checking that out. And like I said, Persona and all that. So if you're into that, check out the channel, action games and stuff. And yeah, I stream pretty much daily, so you can also catch my streams as well. So thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Adam says, if the Dead Space remake comes out of the gate swinging and ends up doing very good, how fast do you think EA will greenlight a remake of Dead Space 2? They're probably already thinking about it anyway.
I think they're looking at the Resident Evil remakes and going, yeah, we could do that.
Exactly. Zach says, thanks for the stream. By the way, should I play the Last of Us game first before watching the series or what? I think you do either way. I mean, the series will be a lot easier. Just go through and binge while you're doing other things even, but
it's gonna ruin it though. It's gonna ruin the game experience for you, kind of like, because like it follows it pretty close to the T, right?
I guess kind of. Yeah.
I always say do it in launch order. The game came out first.
Yeah.
Let me go to Click. Miss Click, where can everyone find you?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Happy to kick the hornet's nest tonight. I'm still standing by my Avatar statement that it was just okay. You can find me where I'll probably talk about it again on Monday. Twitch.tv/missclick_live. I think we're getting back. Evan, you're banned. You're not allowed to chat anymore. He's gonna come in and be like,
burner
I don't
accounts.
like your kid. I'm gonna freaking give birth to my child and be like, I don't like it. And the head shape's not right for me.
No.
Definitely referring to it as an it.
Bro, it's gonna be like, not
that
a boy.
thing,
Don't
that
like it.
baby thingy.
Yeah. Anyways, then you can find me. We're gonna get back into God of War this week because I have been just dying not being able to play it. And then you can find me on the rest of social media, pissing people off, I guess, at just misclick. So
Michael says, you all rock the party. Thank you, Michael. Austin says, because of the accusation, they found documents of the PS6 supposedly being around 2027.
Oh, that's an internal document that they had redacted.
Was it inside somebody's garage? What was it?
Let me go over to Jordan Fringe.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You can find me on my YouTube channels, Jordan Fringe and Jordan Fringe Gaming. Got a really big year planned. We just hit 500,000 subscribers, so thank you for all the support on the content. It really means a lot, and I appreciate you all. Thanks for having me.
Let's see. It's from Devil says, thank you for making a full house streaming, guys. Also, thanks for joining today, Rand. Let me go to Nate the Hate.
Yes, you can find me on YouTube at Nate the Hate and on Twitter at Nate the Hate, followed by the number 2. Right now, we have an Xbox 2023 predictions video up where we discuss the Gears of War collection, Scalebound, Persona 6 potentially coming to the Xbox now that the rest of the series has found its way to Game Pass. And we will have a new episode next week unsure on the day. Still trying to schedule a recording time.
Would you describe Scalebound as unthinkable?
I would
like
describe it as
revival.
Who gives a shit?
Unthinkable. I'm trying to think of adjectives or ways to describe it. I should say ways to describe it.
I would describe it as this rumor pops up every other year, and then it ends up just being a fossil.
Okay. Juice Man Vaughn says, Randall Thor, why Xbox gamers deserve less? Sad face.
No. Thanks for donating money to John, by the way.
Evan.
Juice? Damn,
Oh.
You can find me on Twitter at Kimmerix Project. Also, I made merch for this whole show we're doing here.
Don't buy it. It looks like shit.
Yeah, it's
I
not.
hate it.
It's not great. It's okay at best. The full art for it's on Twitter because I know people said the resolution was not great for the stuff. And trying to resurrect my channel as a tabletop thing, but that probably happened Friday, so I'm not going to worry about it today.
Okay. How come I'm God on the T-shirt?
You say that, but there's a possibility that you're an AI programmed by MVG who has you on his phone.
What now, bitch?
All right, let me get it.
But I'm also in the sky. I'm looking down on everyone. Like you're in my world.
Yeah.
So
maybe it's MVG.
You're in. MVG
dropping a virus into the universe. Yeah.
And I am the Matrix.
You don't come back from that one, Nate. Stop talking. You talking. You don't. No. MVG one. Just take the L.
And then Sean, you're doing your after show. Where can everyone find you there?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
You back on smoking, bro?
No, I need to be. RGT Live and Extras is the channel name. I don't feel like putting a channel link. And it's going to probably be a short show.
Yeah, we went a little longer here.
Short shit show.
I won't be there.
Apologies to Sean. Okay,
no,
thanks.
Super short shit show.
Thanks for everyone for joining us. Appreciate coming out. Thanks to Rand for joining us tonight as well. Make sure you guys check him out. He is linked down below in the description. We'll be back next Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We'll see you guys then.
Listen to the predictions and find out.
Now, would you rather have unlimited games or unlimited?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spawncast episode 289. We're missing MVG Max and Click. Click is still fighting through the Death Stranding moving situation, so I'm hoping she's back next week. She's been going through it. So make sure you stop by and send some well wishes on Twitter. But Max had a few things to do, and then MVG as well. But I believe MVG will be back next week to account for the Silent Hill stuff. Yeah, actually, that might be why he's not here. Never mind.
I wouldn't show up. That's what I was saying.
He said he didn't feel good. I'm gonna rest. I don't feel good. You resting at fucking 6 p.m.? Is that what's going on, buddy?
He's a bit older, yeah.
That's true. Had his dinner at 4.
We still have a bunch of people here to talk about a ton of video. A lot of stuff happened this week in terms of game releases, and there's a lot of news, and we're not even able to get to all of it. I didn't even add any of the CMA stuff, and I know you guys are all about that.
Oh yeah, Country Music Awards. I love the Country Music Awards.
I think Reba McEntire won again.
Jolie.
Oh, I guess they're not. I guess they. You said they won again. They're definitely not on the Yankees then. Let's.
Not on the Sixers either, my boy.
Oh man, that's true. That's true.
You just say
hopefully the Phillies can close it out here in a couple of days.
Sixers are trash. Nobody cares about the damn Sixers.
They are trash.
You're talking about the Sixers after the 49ers got Christian McCaffrey and the Phillies are fighting to try to go up 3-1.
Tell me about Christian McCaffrey.
The Sixers can hurt me right now, Sean?
Tell me about Christian McCaffrey. That's California right there. That's right. Stanford.
Let me tell you something. Sean, all of a sudden, it was the Homer meme where he just creeps back into the bushes after the Mets lose and then comes back out as a Knicks fan.
Okay, I've always been a Knicks fan. I said during the year I was watching some Mets games. I was like, who do I root for, the Mets or the Yankees? I'm like, well, if the Mets win this game, I will root for them. I don't care. I don't care about baseball like that.
Nate's I don't know. Nate, you heard he was talking that trash with the Subway Series when the Mets swept them. Remember that?
Yeah, he talked
because there was no football or basketball, real sports. There was no fucking real sports on.
You're really being loud about the Giants this year, man. You were kind of quiet about the Giants the past couple of years. You've been a bit quiet. Now all of a sudden you're talking a lot now.
There ain't been shit to talk about with the
Giants. Let's go around here. We have Jordan Fringe with us tonight. Good to have Jordan here.
Glad to be here. I feel like of all the games we have to talk about today, I am the only one who remembered this game was coming out because no one's talking about New Tales from the Borderlands, the sequel to the Telltale game, Tales from the Borderlands, and just because I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who played it here on the cast. It visually is a lot better than Tales from the Borderlands, but it suffers from the problems of Borderlands 3 with the really bad writing so far. The characters are a lot less memorable than the original game's characters, and I haven't beat it yet, obviously, but so far, not really digging the main characters and how their dialogue options are.
Feels
so
like
far.
that would really hurt the solely narrative-driven experience.
It's definitely been like, okay, that's a way to say things. I don't know. It's I haven't beaten it yet, but yeah, in case you forgot, hey, it's out. Because there was no promotion for it. It just showed up at my door and I was like, oh yeah, that's out.
I had no idea it was coming out. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate it. Thank
Glad
you.
to be
Thank you. Let me go over to Sean, RGC85. I will reveal that Sean does indeed have a Knicks room for people asking in the chat. He does. He doesn't watch any Knicks games in the Knicks room, though. There's a TV in there. He just
it's
doesn't
not
watch
as nice of a TV. It's not as nice. But you know what? That TV probably has an app for NBA League Pass. So I got League Pass today, and I was like, okay, I'll download the app on this $2,000+ LG television I have. No, LG doesn't have the NBA TV app, so I'm having to go through my Xbox Series X to play it. But it probably has an app, so maybe I'll watch some games on there.
How much was the League Pass?
$100.
Oh, wow,
That's
really?
not bad, yeah. Because I was looking it up. I was like, man, there's all these games on tonight. Knicks don't play till Monday. I want to watch something. And it was like $100 for the whole season. I was like, God damn, sign me
Do you
up.
buy it online? Do you just like...
Yeah, you just go on NBALeaguePass.com or whatever the website is, and then you can put it on like any device, like your fucking phone, tablet, computer,
I have to pick
Xbox.
that up.
Yeah, dude, it's legit. No, it's been a good week. You know, some receipts were handed out. The Knicks won their home opener, and my car maintenance bill was less than I thought it was going to be. So I'm a happy boy.
Okay.
Good week.
Good. We have OJ Player Essence holding up, of course, the pre-show.
Pre-show was great. Broke a record, most viewers, so that was fun. Shout outs to everybody that came through for that. And yeah, it's been a very interesting week, you know, and I'm excited to talk some games. A lot of cool releases that came out, and because maybe I won't talk about it later. I don't know how much we're talking about Persona 5, but they are giving out records for it. Look at that.
The vinyl
for it.
Wow.
The freaking whole record. The music in Persona 5 is awesome. So everybody go play Persona 5. It doesn't matter what system you're playing it on. Go pick it up. It's on Xbox Game Pass. It is PS5. You don't get a free upgrade, but PS5. But yes, I just want to shill Persona 5 real quick because it's fantastic on any system. It's great on Switch too. So yeah, some stuff. Hashtag the game.
Good stuff. We have Nate the Hate's here, walking in like Vince McMahon. Actually, two reasons. Well, I guess we can talk about them. But yeah, a lot of stuff happened this week that kind of lined up with a lot of stuff Nate's been saying. So shout out to Nate. Good to have him here.
Yes, it's a good week. Silent Hill finally happened. Unfortunately, the Yankees continue to lose, so that kind of dampers the moment a bit because Aaron Boone is a terrible manager and he deserves to be fired at the conclusion of the ALCS, as well as Brian Cashman.
Okay. Good stuff. And then we have Evan, and Evan will be able to have some say with the game release because I think he may have almost marathon that game. So
did finish it at 4 a.m. Yes.
That's how you know it's good. You finish it at 4 a.m. All right, very cool, very cool. So like I said, a bunch of games to go over. Game releases happened. We also had the Silent Hill reveal along with the showcase there that happened, and we had another look at Resident Evil 4 Remake, which looks awesome. We go over that, and we had the Bayonetta 3 controversy. I feel like it's wrapped up. So since we covered it when it was still kind of early on with bits of information here and there, I thought we'd wrap it up with all the info that's out there currently. Evan, do we want to start with a Discord question?
With Nintendo still showing interest in Bomberman, think we'll get Bomberman 64 with online?
Oh,
wouldn't that be Konami, right?
Yeah, that would be Konami. I mean, Nintendo and Konami obviously would collaborate for that to bring it to the online. I mean, why not? I think that'd be cool. Online support, sure. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we kind of know what we're getting until E3 next year, basically, right? Like that's the schedule's kind of in place, so we wouldn't find out until
does he mean
halfway through next year.
Bomberman 64.
Yeah, like on the I guess the online, the expansion pass.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'd be dope.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if they're just going to announce another batch of games at E3 basically next year, which would kind of line up with where their schedule is currently, because everyone basically assumes GoldenEye's happening next month at this point. So, you have another one for us, Evan?
This one's a little specific. What do you guys do, not RGT, when you get stuck on an enemy in an RPG without clear indication of what to do to beat them?
What do I do if it's open enough and it's an RPG? I just go and grind until I can overpower it.
Yeah, you just grind until you overpower it. That's almost always the answer, is just level up.
Yeah, I'll put on a podcast or something, or watch a show and just grind away until you're strong enough to destroy it by brute force. Even if there's some logical way of doing it, just brute force the thing. Yeah. That's me, though. That's what I'll do.
I don't mind grinding in RPGs. I don't think it's bad.
I like how they just left you out of that completely.
Seriously. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I guess you said something.
All right, that's fine. Let's see. What game do we want to start with? We'll start with Gotham Knights, just to get that out of the way, because it's the one I've played the least, even though I'm like 3.5 hours into it. It's also the one I've enjoyed well, no, I can't say that, because their Alan Wake came out as well. But Gotham Knights started it up.
Alan Wake kind of saved that launch then a little bit, just a little.
A little bit. I like I said, about 3.5 hours of Gotham Knights. It is horrendously average, unfortunately, but I will say something good about it. The opening cutscene was awesome, and it set up the story with Batman getting killed and all of this. That was actually pretty cool. Opening. I picked Red Hood to start. He is definitely like the heavy of the group. He's not as agile, I assume, as like Nightwing and Robin and Batgirl, but he lands. It it has the big crashing noise, and he's this big guy that walks around. Jason Todd. And the problem I have mostly with the game is the combat does not click at all. And maybe it's because I'm thinking of the old Batman games, like the Arkham style. It's just nothing flows together very well, and it's just slow. It's very slow. So when you do your chain attacks and you're trying to work stuff together, everything just feels like it's underwater, unfortunately. And part of that is probably the 30 frames, but I just think the combos don't run together very well. Like with Red Hood, you have ranged attack into melee. So instead of always shooting them with a gun, he will take the gun and punch you in the face with his gun. And it hasn't felt like it combos together well, unfortunately. The animations are cool. Like if you counter one, he'll grab them and basically power bomb them out of the air. So something like that looks cool. And then traversal around the town so far around Gotham has been, you basically can just shoot to any point you want with a grappling hook, and it's pretty forgiving, but I'd rather just be gliding everywhere if I could. It's unfortunate because then you get to the customization, and that's confusing with the menus where you're trying to build out your weapons and armor, and I haven't even been able to grasp exactly what I'm doing half the time. So the main loop that I'm in right now is go out, find bad guys, beat them up, collect magnifying glass symbols. It fills up a meter, and then you get a clue for your next part of the main story. And I think it's like rinse and repeat. That's 3.5 hours of my impressions on Gotham Knights. It has not.
You haven't used anybody else?
No, I just been using Red Hood. I'm like, I'll stick with one for now, and then I'll move to someone else in another play, I guess. You're
gonna play through it again?
I'm not. I haven't even tried to change. I'm like, I'll just roll Red Hood for a bit. See, to me, out of the four of them, I think he's the most interesting. His story and all of this, because they even bring up
it's guns
Joker
in a
killed
Batman
him at one
game.
point and all this.
But it's guns in a Batman game, so that's gotta be.
It's funny. They try to explain it in his biography. He's like, he uses non-lethal bullets.
Yeah.
I'm like,
not in the comics.
Non-lethal bullets, great.
I didn't understand. I didn't understand why they put him in there. It should have maybe been just maybe the three characters, just and then just focus on the gameplay a bit more or whatever. Because like 30, I don't think 30 frames ruins it, because Arkham Knight is 30 frames. Batman Arkham City, those are all 30 frames, and you can go play those right now, and it's still even on the Xbox 360, and it'll probably flow and be better than the rest of them. So
the thing with this though that bothers me is the game. It looks good. It doesn't look like, wow, that this is crushing these systems. It has to be 30. It's like I don't feel like it looks that amazing to where it's like the systems are struggling to even do what it like. It sometimes it falls below 30. It's like 20, 25 at times. And it's
Did you see the Digital Foundry on it?
Yeah, the Series S apparently runs the best with it, which is strange. I haven't played any multiplayer co-op, mostly because I don't know anyone else who's playing the game. So, yeah.
You might or get a review copy.
You got a review copy? Oh, no, I bought it. Yep, $70 by the way for this.
That is kind of one of the Discord questions, seeing why something like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla run at 60, but this can't achieve 60. Like that kind of stuff.
The tethered co-op gameplay.
But Odyssey is, I think, much more impressive with its world, and that's years old at this point.
I think Super Mario Odyssey is probably more impressive with its world. I don't know, that game just looks boring to me. Like, I don't know.
It kind of is.
Nice.
Kind of is.
Yeah, Gotham Knights.
I mean, let's be real. You see a Batman game, you kind of just want to play as Batman.
Yeah,
I mean, I like Nightwing and I like Robin.
Yeah.
I loved using Nightwing and Robin in the previous games. Like I do like for like the challenge missions and like the online leaderboards. I loved using them. Robin with like the staff is dope, but like as like the main, like you want to have all the cool gadgets, you want to have like all the Batman stuff, you know?
I think whenever it goes down to the $20 price, like
I'm all over it.
I think then it's worth picking up. Man, it's tough at 70, and like it feels like a game that went into development 10 years ago. That's what it feels like.
Well, it's been in development for quite a while.
I mean, like I'm thinking like beginning of Xbox One, PS4 days almost.
Because it looked so cool when they first showed it. Remember when they first showed it? Or just,
it looked better.
It looked so cool.
I remember like 2 or 3 years ago, they were doing play testing on it. And someone that watches my channel DM'd me on Twitter and pretty much like told me everything about it. It didn't even have a name at that time, but it was the exact concept that the game ended up being. And it was like, it's rough around the edges, but they might make it a pretty fun game. Just thought I'd pass that along to you. I was like, oh, okay, thanks, appreciate it. And then that game just took forever to come out.
It's tough because there are a lot of other games that came out or coming out soon, and it's like you got to start picking and choosing, and unfortunately this is not one to pick necessarily. So I mean, I'll keep playing it. My problem is I hate beat Saints Row basically, and mostly because it was funny and ridiculous at times with how bad the game was. This game's kind of like I'm kind of sad playing it. Almost like I'm not crying playing it, but man, it's close sometimes where I'm like, this could have been amazing. This could have been Batman Arkham World or something. I don't know, just the next one. And it's like, this is unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
I can make a good video though. This game made me cry. And then everyone thinks you're going to be emotional in the video. It's like, no, I cried because it pissed me off.
It's sad. And mostly because the next Batman game, I guess, in the universe from Rocksteady is gonna be Suicide Squad, and I'm just not interested in a Suicide Squad game. As much as they're trying hard to sell it with you hunting down the Justice League, and that might be the only way to make it interesting.
It'll probably be better though, because it's Rocksteady.
I think it will be better. Yes, I do. But I kind of just want another Batman game. Just let's just do Batman. That's fine. So yeah, it's Gotham Knights. I'll keep plugging through it, but I kind of want to play other stuff.
Next Rocksteady game, Batman Beyond. Let's go.
Hey, Batman Beyond. I'm there for that.
Like, has Batman like secretly been canceled or something? Like, is there a reason why we're not getting Batman games? Like, I don't understand.
He asked for too much money, bro. They said, hell no. We canceled him out.
Right, that's crazy.
An offer of $4,000 a game.
I am a little confused though, Sean. You're right, because it seems like you just keep plugging away until it stops working, and it's worked. Yeah. Even through Arkham Knight was kind of like controversial anyway, and that was fine.
It's sold a grip though.
Well, when DC rebooted their storylines for the comics, this was a storyline, and it was one of the better selling Batman storylines. So I'm guessing back when that took off was when they decided to make it a game, and this was the only way they could do it.
Okay. Well, there you go. Let's go over to. You want to talk about Plague Tale, Evan, Nate?
I mean, sure. I'll try.
You guys have next 5 to 10 minutes. Let's hear it.
You just had like 15 minutes on Gotham Knight. You're the only one who played it.
I did 10 minutes on that because you guys spent an intro for like 10 minutes arguing about sports stuff.
Don't be mad.
7 minutes.
6 are puns.
Okay. We'll cut it in the middle. So you got 7 minutes to talk about Plague Tale. I played it up till chapter 4 or 5 or something.
None of you played the first one?
Mario Rabbids came out.
I played a couple hours of the first one. I didn't finish it though.
This is the problem. Okay, so it's kind of spoiler territory, but like the The Plague Tale story is really awesome to me just because of the way the first one got approached, where it feels like a normal world thing, like just medieval world. And then all of a sudden there's magic and you have no idea why it's there. Right. And that was really cool. But this game is like the ending. Like it's the sequel. It goes through everything, ties up all loose ends, brings everything together. Technologically speaking, it's beautiful. It runs really well. And I know we just talked about Gotham Knights and the whole 30 frames per second nonsense, but this game tops out at 40 when you have a 120.
120 hertz. Yep.
Yeah, but apparently in the comparison video that we used, there was on a 4090 it can reach 120 frames. Is apparently the way it works. I don't know why.
Okay,
but it's also a slower game too, so I feel like
it is slower. Yeah, the stealth,
it doesn't matter.
The stealth in it feels really refined, especially in this one. It's an amazing game, and if you haven't played the series, I highly suggest it, especially if you can start at the first, because the Rat Pope fight is so good, and and it's hard to describe it without being hyper spoilery.
The problem is this one's on Game Pass, the other one isn't, so people may just download this on a whim to just see. So a lot of people are probably gonna end up on Requiem.
You don't necessarily need to play the first one, but they will reference a lot of stuff that happens in it without showing you like flashbacks at all. So like you kind of have to take it as you go when they start talking about her parents and stuff. Like it's just out there, man. The story's great. The world building was amazing in this. I
like the rats. The rats are ridiculous. Just sometimes they'll get caught between two different sources of light, and they just kind of huddle up in one big tower and they disintegrate. It's kind of funny. I don't know.
You can usually catch them on the edge of rooms and they'll start tornadoing because they just get stuck on the walls. It's great.
Visually speaking, Nate, how you feeling over there with the Xbox version? Because Evan, you're on PC.
Yeah.
You got that 3080. I know you're.
I took a ton of screenshots and I posted them on my Twitter.
You post them on Twitter?
I have a whole thing on Twitter of like all the best scenes.
Okay. So people curious, they need to go to your Twitter and check it out with the 3080 in full swing over there. But Nate and I, we were checking out on the Xbox. Nate, I will say, looks a bit soft on the Xbox. I know the resolution is lower than 4K, obviously.
I mean, it's a little soft, but when you look at the environments, it's still a remarkably, it looks amazing. The characters at first looked almost a little out of place when you were looking at the environments, but that kind of fades once you get more into the game. But I mean, overall, from what I've played, I'm about halfway through the game, and I mean, it's a gem. The way they use the music is so foreboding. It just starts building up, and then the scene unleashes, and the music is paired well, and the rumble and the controller goes with it perfectly as well. Every facet of the game just seems though it was well designed to complement all these factors. And this is still a relatively small development team. And there's definitely compromises when you look at some of the visuals. So you can watch like an individual washing clothes, and there's no ripples in the water in their little barrel. If you can't walk through all of the rocks and trees and debris around you. It's still a very linear path. So in terms of interaction with the environment, it's very strict.
Okay.
But I mean, the story, as Evan was saying, the story is really engrossing. The stealth gameplay is expertly crafted. You approach all of these areas, and there's definitely one direction the game wants you to go in, but you still have options as how you're going to approach it. And the guards have good AI. And if you put it on hard, it's almost unfair because the guards will detect you almost immediately, almost like they have a magic eye. But you can easily play it on easy or normal and still get a quality experience. Yeah. So anyone with Game Pass, give the game a look. Even if it's not your style of game, try it out for a few chapters and see if it clicks. I never played the first one. I played this one, and I can't wait to finish it.
For a lot of people who talk about like ease of access and trying to just get through the story, even in the settings, there's something called I think invincibility, where there's never a situation where when you're caught you'll die. It's usually just a quick animation of just like, I found you, and then you can try to run away again. So you can even set it so that you never have to worry about their sequence, because the health bar in this game is basically if you get spotted once, that's a warning. If you get spotted twice, you're dead, and then you have to start the section over.
Yeah, she'll always counter that first catch where she'll either beat them with the slingshot, or if you have a knife, she'll stab them.
Just
and some of the
dude.
accessibility options are you don't have to do any of the QTE events. You can choose just to hold down the button instead of mashing. So they definitely allow lots of options as how you want to approach the game and experience it.
Okay, so you recommend it? It's
yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You're saying Game Pass, Evan? Did you bought it?
I bought it day one.
Steam or wherever it's on Steam.
Yeah, on Steam. Moment I saw it, I was like, "Yep, I'm getting it."
You recommend the pickup, the purchase as well? Okay.
It's like what? It's like $40 or something new.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah,
great. Check that.
Like the only thing I find a little odd in game design is some of the partner AI where you have to tell them to do something, where it seems as though that could very easily just be scripted. I don't really see the need to hold down the LB button and Y to have the character say, "Let me turn the crank for you." Why do I have to
it's kind of important in later puzzles. It's also important in context, because depending on which partner you have, you're gonna have a ton of different abilities to use, like involving light
Lucas
refractor.
likes to do a lot of the fire and stuff.
Lucas is the one that creates basically the AoE flashbang. He's the only one that can do it. The soldier kills people. Like, he just kills people. You tell him to go and he'll go do it. And then the girl you meet, the pirate, has the light refractor, which turns into something different later on.
Okay.
Yeah, because some of the stuff with Lucas, I'm kind of saying like, "Oh, let me hold this for you while you go move the platform." You're telling me you're going to do it, so why do I have to hit these two buttons to prompt you to do it? You should just kind of take over instead of. But it's a 5-second nitpick in reality.
Okay, so big recommend, and definitely on Game Pass, and even at the $50.
50, yeah, it's 50.
Okay,
double checked.
Okay, very good.
They went 9 minutes, by the way. You only gave them 7.
That's because John was talking. We don't count him.
Let's all right, Sean. Let's go to your big release of the week. Alan Wake came out on the Switch.
Jesus Christ,
that was a big game for you, wasn't it?
Big game. Okay, Alan Wake is now out on the Switch. Alan Wake Remastered. Alan Wake Demastered.
wait, no.
It's got to be a demaster.
This was an interesting one because it came out of nowhere.
Which should have been that was the big red flag. That's what we were saying. Like, that game stealth drops. There's something wrong with it.
There should have been some marketing if they were confident in it. There wasn't, and it showed up. It showed up for $23, but in Mexico, apparently in the eShop, they didn't alter the pricing to line up with the currency exchange, so it was actually $1.20.
Well, it's 20. I think it's $23.99 on sale because it's a early release sale for like the first week, and then it goes up to $30.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't buy. I wouldn't buy for
$30 for that.
Bro, it's. I don't necessarily think it's a hardware thing. I think it's just a shitty ass port, and they didn't know what the fuck. At that point, you should have just been like, you know what? Let's just try to bring the 360 version over and just try to do a one. I think because there's no signs of a remaster. It runs and looks worse than the 360 version, and there's no excuse for that. It's just, and Alan Wake is, it's a game that I never played it during its heyday. I played it like a year or two ago because I remember you guys kept telling me to play it. So it's still very fresh in my mind. Like, I remember everything I liked and didn't like about the game. I wanted to get to that scene where like the little concert happens or whatever, just to see how bad it would be on the Switch. But I was not subjecting myself to that because I was just like, no, bro, I'll fucking play it on my Xbox. Like, I own the physical edition of it. So yeah, just utter disappointment because it's a game that a lot of people should play. Like, it's actually a really interesting sort of take on the horror genre, but that's not the version to play.
The resolution is incredibly low. I'm shocked at times. For some reason, there's like weird polygonal errors that are going on the mountains on the side when you're coming in on the boat, and it's a very strange situation with this. I mean, I took screenshots. I was like,
I saw your screenshots, and when I was playing it, I was looking for it, and I was like, oh, it didn't happen for me. But I just anytime any sort of combat happens, which, I mean, in the combat in the game, you kind of have to rely on the dodge and, positioning yourself well and shining your light. The frame rate it feels like it goes to like half of what it's trying to run at. It's just so damn choppy. It makes simple things that are simple in the original version of the game damn near impossible. And I think the most jarring thing has to be the transition from the cutscenes to the game, because it's literally like PS2 era shit where like PS2 would have like actual video and then you get a game and like, oh, okay, it doesn't really match it. This is that same feeling. Like, it looks like a completely different thing because they use the I'm guessing that's the remastered part, are the cutscenes. They took those from the.
They did, yeah. They must have pulled them. That's probably where most of the file size comes from. Are those cutscenes?
Yeah, and 64 trees and shit, man. Like all the cliche check marks for like a bad Switch game that like that people overgeneralize. Like this has them all. This it's horrible.
This is by the way, this port was done by D3T.
Why do they sound familiar?
They did Shenmue.
They did Shenmue 1 and 2. Apparently they did something with Guardians of the Galaxy. They did something with Alan Wake Remaster on the other platforms, I believe. They did Assetto Corsa. They did Mafia 2 Definitive Edition. And this will be interesting, something to keep an eye on because of what just happened with Remastered. They're doing Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh,
Switch?
I don't know. It's right next to the Alan Wake Remastered Switch press release. I'm not sure because we didn't know they were doing the Alan Wake Remastered port, obviously, until it came out. And then they put a Switch logo on their website with Alan Wake Remaster. So I'm just saying, keep an eye on that.
But they also did
know much about Hogwarts Legacy on the Switch. So
they did Sega Genesis Classics. Like that was pretty solid.
It's just Sega Genesis games.
But they collaborated on Burnout Paradise Remastered, Mafia, the original Mafia Definitive Edition. I guess they did the PC version of Guardians of the Galaxy, it looks like. And honestly, Shenmue 1 and 2, I thoroughly enjoy those things. So
there's a chance they just showed up and were like, look, we're trying. This is what we have. What do you want to do? And they were like, drop it. And that was it. I don't know. It's
the problem is we could say this is an optimization issue. Then Epic should have put some time and care into this project. They should have given it some resources to make the port quality. This was already a late port as it is, and now you're going to shadow drop it, where we never actually had a formal trailer outside of when it was announced with like an Alan Wake 2 update, and they just showed an individual playing Alan Wake on a Switch. That was all the footage we had up to this point, and you shadow drop it, basically a lure to get impulse buys by offering a sale and people saying, ooh, Alan Wake is on the Switch. I'm going to buy this because I've heard it's a good game, only for the port to be sub-quality. And when you have a release like this, if the publisher doesn't care about the release, the consumer shouldn't care about the release, and this release should ultimately be ignored.
Well, let's be real. What did the screenshots on the eShop look like?
That's a good question.
I have a strong feeling they are not representative of that game. And in this case, Nate, someone would have to buy it to figure out how bad it is, right?
Or they could watch my video.
Well, but you bought it in order to figure out how bad it is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah.
And if you're not plugged in,
that it was bad, I was like, oh yeah, this is.
And if you're not plugged into the internet, like following all this stuff,
or if you see initially and you see it's on sale and you're like, well, the sale could end before I see any on it.
I don't know. I don't like that.
No, look at the pictures, John.
Are they bad?
They're shitty.
Wireframe mountains in the background.
Hey, you know what? They said, hey, look, here it is. It's what it is.
So at least they put up fair screenshots on
there. You go.
Those are definitely the Switch, and those are like a good lighting situation. Here, I'll drop it in the chat there. But yeah, that's definitely the Switch game.
And to Shadow of Nexus, I don't mean Remedy, I mean Epic. Epic published the Switch version, not Remedy.
Okay, so Epic decided. Well, there you go. Not great. Unfortunately,
it is unfortunate.
Where's that?
It's a fantastic game. If you can play it on any other platform, play it there. Do not give them money with the Switch version.
13 gigs too. What took up the 13? I guess you know what else is the cutscenes, the remastered cutscenes.
Well, that's a shame. But there you go, Alan Wake. Don't buy it on the Switch. Can't recommend it. And also, I assume Digital Foundry is going to do something on it, and it's going to be, I'm sure, wild. So,
real quick with the Discord queue. Speaking of Alan Wake on Switch, what is another terrible port you've played?
WWE 2K18.
Worst game ever. Rhyme was fucking atrocious.
Arc
was atrocious.
They might be. I heard they might be fixing that though.
That one.
That's
pending some videos. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I have a feeling there might be some people that will make a video on the update of Arc. What else was bad? I don't know. I can't think of it.
Deadly Premonition.
That
That was actually a decent port.
It ran
at
at 4 frames a second.
Yeah, but it ran 2 when it originally came out. So
Yeah. That was a shoddy game to begin with.
I hope I can make a game so bad that when I port it somewhere else, people say,
Deadly
it's
Premonition
4
2.
frames, but that's just how it is. It's fine. That's the joke.
Deadly Premonition 2 was the problem.
Alan Wake must be hilarious then. Gosh. Troll and I, that's another good one in the chat. I see that.
But that wasn't a good game to begin with.
Yeah, Bloodstained was a really rough port on the
Bloodstained,
Switch.
Yep. All right. That's fine. We can move over to some news and then we'll come back and we'll talk about Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We had the Silent Hill showcase. It's this past week, and I have to give it to Konami. They showed up in force.
Did they?
I thought they were gonna do one game, and they came with more than one game.
But how many games are they making, John?
No. That's the thing, though. This is what I don't want Konami to make games. This is what I wanted. I was like, you know what, Konami, you're probably bad at making games now. Just let other people make them.
No, that's fine. That's fair. That's fair.
And technically, a bunch of their original art team is working on 2 right now, so they're kind of doing it, but in the capacity of just helping.
So we have, let's see, they kicked it off with the big one. Silent Hill 2 is indeed getting a remake. We have no idea when it's coming out. they didn't have any release dates for any of these games at all. Well, actually, I'm sorry, the live one they said next year, but like the games themselves, they didn't really have much to say. PS5 console exclusive for 12 months. So, the CMA, I'm sure, is like, that's a blind spot for them, I guess, right there. But 12 months for the PS5, and then it'll probably go to the Xbox, I assume, afterwards. But Silent Hill 2 Remake, I think it looked good. They didn't have any real gameplay, though. They just kind of showed off some cinematics, I assume in-engine stuff, and that was kind of it. I feel like that's probably enough for people who are fans of the game just to realize that something is happening. George, do you like any of the Silent Hill games, or do you not play them really?
I like the Silent Hill games. I'm not like the biggest fan where I played every single release, but I think I'm excited that at least there's a bunch of stuff happening, for the franchise. Like, what's the last time this happened? 2012, when like an onslaught of just Silent Hill properties wouldn't stop coming out.
Yeah, we had on like the Vita or something. I think was like the last one. I feel like
the book one,
storybook game.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Did you see the alleged leaked gameplay though? It was just like 1 or 2 animations for the combat in the game. I don't know how I felt about that.
They're modernizing it over the shoulder gameplay. I'm curious how that's going to work for the quote unquote scary psychological stuff.
Because when you think of that trailer that they showed, it looked beautiful.
Yep,
but there was no gameplay in there.
That was the big thing. Where I kind of feel like the setup they had originally, where it was kind of a fixed camera, it really helped with a lot of the stuff they were trying to pull off to make it scary. I'm curious how the over-the-shoulder, more action-oriented look's gonna work for them. But
I think it's just them trying to take cues of what the rest of the genre is doing, stuff like Evil Within, stuff like Resident Evil, and just trying to keep up with that. And if they think that's working for everyone else, they're going to try and replicate that as well.
Then we had Silent Hill Townfall. This is from No Code and Annapurna. They didn't really say what it was at all.
I feel like that's going to be like an interactive story type game.
Okay, maybe episodic even.
Yeah.
Okay. And we had a movie, Return to Silent Hill. How we feel about this, Jordan? Do you watch Silent Hill movie?
Yeah, I've seen both of them.
Okay.
The first one is all right. Like it's all right. It's all right. The second one is more stupid fun. Like the pyramid head scenes are just fun in that movie, and the nurses are kind of like creepy, but
got that big battle scene at the end.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the peak of cinema, but they're definitely something. I'd probably rather watch a Silent Hill movie than a majority of the Resident Evil movies.
Apparently, J.J. Abrams is going to be involved in this.
Great, so that means we're just going to get a bunch of questions with no answers. And
that's the next one, Silent Hill Ascension. I'm sorry, this is Christoph Gans, director of the 2006 Silent Hill movie.
Okay, well, that shows me a little something there. That could be cool. We'll see what they do with that.
They announced this very early, by the way, as filming and casting are still going on.
Oh, and that always goes great. Yeah.
It sounds like it's going to be a while, but
is the script finished?
Apparently, it's based on or something with Silent Hill 2.
I thought they said it was supposed to be based around 2. Technically, the first game was a blend of 1 and 2 in like a weird way.
Okay. There you go. And then we had Silent Hill Ascension. This is the game that has J.J. Abrams involved, as well as the Dead by Daylight developer Behavior and DJ2 Entertainment. 2023 launch. I'm not really sure what this one is going to be. I think this is the one that's...
It's like a stream.
This is the live
interactive
real-time
game.
interactive series. Yes. Okay. Yep. So this is one they said millions of people are going to be involved in this. I assume everyone who watches will be able to alter or affect the story.
That's weird, bro.
I don't know how that's going to happen. Do we vote on stuff or?
Yeah, they kind of talked about it. You vote on ultimately like the direction, but it's still somewhat limited in scope. Like the developers do have a goal that they are shooting to. They talked about it a bit after the announcement where they went into detail of how they're approaching the overall design and how people are going to interact with it and be able to vote on the directions and such and decisions.
Okay. Then we had it was a closeout, Silent Hill F. Once again,
Silent Hill 5, right? Is that
I assume this is the next big Silent Hill game, right? Because they didn't really mention much else as to what it was other than just they had a weird like creepy cinematic with the person's like face falling down essentially. Apparently this is being written by Ryukishi 7. People seem really excited about that. I'm not sure that is. When I saw it, I was like
Ryukishi 6, honestly.
I double checked. They've done a lot of visual novel kind of writing, so they must be very familiar with writing a full narrative and all this, but I'm not really sure what to expect from this. I assume it's going to be a full Silent Hill game and it won't be like a visual novel kind of thing.
The one that's like set in Japan or something like that?
Yeah, because the other developer they have was known for Ariverse. Ariverse, I believe.
Yeah, that's a hell of a pedigree.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, that's an interesting pairing, I guess, to do a Silent Hill game. I assume it's not going to be action-based. Neobards Entertainment, that's the other developer with that. Okay.
Rikushi 7 did Higurashi.
Thank you, Sean.
No problem.
I'm sure you pronounced that correctly. I don't know enough to correct you one way or the other.
Hell yeah.
You know what? I got to give it to Konami. Significantly better than I was expecting. There was no pachinko machine. There was no NFT. It was mostly games. There was a movie, but mostly games. So for Konami, when I grade them on the Konami curve, this was like an A+++.
Oh, fuck you. I did say it right according to the chat.
Oh, good. Wow. Okay. Nate, you had something else. You said this in your podcast.
Mm-hmm.
You seem pretty sure that Konami's not done.
They're not.
What is
Konami? Konami is reinvesting in video games. It's been their goal for the last number of years. Silent Hill is really the kickoff project to show that they are back into gaming and they want to bring back their iconic IPs. And there are numerous games in development beyond Silent Hill, including Castlevania, and one I have heard firsthand is a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake.
How do you feel about that, Sean?
You've already broken my heart once with the Batman games on the Switch. If you break my heart again, I will kill you.
Is this Castlevania? You said Castlevania's coming back?
That is their intent, is to make a new Castlevania game.
As a
like
cell phone
2D
game?
or 3D?
I don't know the direction if it's going to be a 2D or 3D game.
What do you know?
They can pull off.
I know that a
2D one.
Castlevania is in development.
But so you just dropped it on Sean there. You're pretty sure you're hearing rumblings of Metal Gear Solid 3 remake.
Like, you don't understand how great that game would be with modern technology. The whole healing system, the whole camouflage system. Bro, that's gonna be fucking. They better not get rid of any of that. Don't get rid of the stamina. Don't get rid of the stamina. Don't get rid of any of that.
Who would do the remake though? Because that's Konami. What they're doing now is licensing out to other companies.
Blooper Team.
Someone. Oh gosh.
No,
I didn't even bring them up with this.
D3T.
Blooper Team 2.
I don't. Who would do that though?
It should be Virtuos.
Ah, Virtuos. I hear they're pretty good.
They're not doing it.
I hear Virtuos is good. Interesting.
They're too busy. Everyone's trying to always get them for things. It takes too long. They ain't getting them. Konami's gonna cheap out on them.
Virtuos, that's a good one to tap. You know what? I'm here for it. Metal Gear, let's do it. Let's get all. You know, if they show up with a Metal Gear presentation like this and they have like 4 things to talk about, I'll be happy.
I mean, there's also been other rumors of a remaster of some of the older Metal Gear games. So it's going to be a question of how do they announce it? Are they going to do the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake first, or will we see the remasters of like Metal Gear Solid 2 and other titles first? I don't know about those remasters. I've never heard of those projects from my contacts. I only know of Metal Gear Solid 3 remake.
Get excited, Sean.
Let's get it going.
Get excited. Get excited. I guess I will bring this up before we move on from the Silent Hill and Konami stuff. Bloober Team. What's the confidence check on this?
They're a company.
Silent Hill 2 remake. They're handling it.
They're awesome. They're gonna do a great job. I can't wait to play the game. Bloober Team has done some great work in the past.
I'm
looking forward to what they got.
I know the original art team's helping out with them, but like I don't know, something about that trailer. I
thought you were serious for a moment. You got me.
Yeah. The facial expressions that he has in like all those scenes don't feel as good as they did in the priors, but I guess it's just the tech limitation of like the old PS2 because you can't really do the facial expressions. But like looking up in the mirror and he's got that like weird squint that he's staring at himself with versus in the PS2 version where he has that like hauntingly dead inside stare. And I was like, oh, it's a little weird, but I mean, I guess it's a choice being made by the art team, so hopefully it's fine.
See, that's going to be the thing with this release, where if there's any deviation from the original game, the immediate blame is going to be to Bloober Team and what they're doing with the project. But Konami will be approving any of the changes made. Bloober Team doesn't just have free reign to do whatever they want with this release. Konami is going to approve of these things. So ultimately, any changes, the blame should shift to Konami and the individuals from even the main Silent Hill team back in the day who are approving of these changes. So Bloober is just kind of, they're going to fall on the sword for anything that happens negatively here.
What is the main Silent Hill team doing? Like, what are they doing?
Silent? They're drugs. Silence.
It's like, does Konami even got developers anymore? Like, what do they do? Like, what's the day to day?
Surprisingly, they do. Surprisingly, they do still have developers there.
But what's the day to day at Konami? We wake up, hey guys, go into the office, just look at each other. Like what? Like you play? Like what do they do?
What's a good team to take on some of these projects?
They go play pachinko machines and go back. Yo, we got paid to do.
I mean, yeah. I assume they're trying to tie the movie and the games and I mean, who knows? Maybe even the pachinko machines together. And so there probably is approval processes, Nate's saying, with their intellectual properties where they're trying to.
Yeah, Konami is going to keep them very close on what's happening with this project. So I saw like a lot of people were making fun of the scene where he's holding the noose. And people are like, oh my God, look how stupid that looks. But that's literally a scene from Silent Hill 2. It's in the original game. So that's nothing new. It's not Bloober Team trying to be subtle with something that happened. It was a mini game in the original release. So some reaction to what the trailer was showing is just blind Bloober hate of no matter what they do, people are going to say, screw this game. Bloober sucks. Whereas it's going to be a case of let's see what they actually deliver. They could impress. They could exceed expectation. And they did go to Twitter and say what you saw in the trailer is in-engine. That is what they're targeting the game to look like when it releases.
Okay.
And I don't think, what we saw outside of like the facial expression had a problem with that visual tier on display. It captured the atmosphere, it captured the feel, and even the face. Like, yes, the animation is a little off, but the face that they were rendering looked exactly like the actor portraying the character that they were motion capturing.
Okay. So. I think Bloober Team, as long as they don't have to try to create a game from scratch, story, narrative, the whole thing, I feel like they have the development. They have the brute force to get it done. Basically,
they have the technology to do it. Their weakness has always been to tell their own narrative, which they will not be doing here. The story isn't in their hands. It's written and composed by someone else. They're just building the visuals to tell that story. So their biggest drawback should be taken out of their hands in this case. and that's kind of a net positive for people concerned that they're going to alter the story in some way and make it Bloober. It shouldn't. It should still be Konami's story. It's going to be what Konami wants you to experience. Bloober is just assisting to deliver the goods.
There you go. Let me go over here to the super chats. We have Emblem. Says, MVG sad I missed you at PRGE. I was wanting you to sign my custom painted NES that I have all my favorite YouTubers sign. Are you going by chance to too many games next year? I would love to see everyone.
He was so afraid of that question, he didn't show up.
We'll try to get MVG out to too many games. He seemed to have fun at PRG though. So.
Did he though?
He said he did.
Wow.
Yeah. They also, pay to fly him out. Too many games going to pony up the bill.
There you go.
No, now he's even further away from too many games.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Man.
My ticket was expensive.
There you go. He's all the way on the other side of the country now. Man.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lars says, is an HP Pavilion RX 5500 good for $350 a steal or a robbery? I'm also looking at an LG monitor for $125. Are these really bargains? HP Pavilion for $350 with an RX 5500? I don't. I'd probably have to see the rest of it.
Something sounds ghetto in there. Like I would hold up on all that.
$350. I have to see the rest of it, like RAM, what kind of SSD is in there, those sorts of things. Because sometimes you'll see like a laptop might have a really good GPU, and then you look, it's like 8 gigabytes of RAM. It's like, what happened here?
Yeah.
So that's I mean, $350 for at this point. Nowadays, with pricing around like across the board, $350 for a working computer appears to be a good price now. So I'd have to see the rest of the build though. But $125 the LG monitor. I don't know what the make is exactly on it. It's okay. It's an IPS. I think you can get. You're starting to see 1440p monitors fall under $200 now even. So I would still look for 1440p either way. If you can, just for some future proofing. El Grudge says, got my Switch limited run copy of Quake in this week. Shout out to MG.
Damn, took long enough. I still haven't gotten my fucking shredder.
Still?
On Monday. Mine's coming Monday.
Okay.
I don't even think I got an email about it.
Amazon, did you get it from Amazon?
No, I got the collector's edition that'll come out in 7 years with a free pizza coupon. Not even a Pizza Hut around me.
I thought the pizza coupon came in all the copies.
Does it?
Yeah,
I want that
it comes
pizza.
in the standard copies too.
Yeah,
That's
I want that.
bullshit.
I want that pizza.
3D says Call of Duty has good graphics. It does. Let's go over that actually real quick. We'll talk about Call of Duty. Actually, no, we'll talk about Mario Rabbids. I'll talk about Mario Rabbids.
Well, played it.
Sparks of Hope came out. I played it. Nate played it. You played. Nate's been playing this thing for a little bit, I think. But I played it. You played it. Nate played it. Sean didn't.
Don't tell my secret.
Sorry. He didn't play Sparks of Hope. My bad. Evan and Fledge. Jordan. Sparks. No. Okay. Cool. So Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope came out Thursday, which was kind of odd anyway. I was happy with it because it gave me a little bit of a head start on it. Because Friday a bunch of stuff started hitting, and so it did come out on Thursday. I picked it up, and I think I'm at the end of the second world. I just finished that, the ice world, and I'm enjoying it so far. I have some thoughts on it though. Nate, you want to start us off? What do you think so far of it? And we'll kind of go around here to OJ and everything.
I finished the game, and
okay, great.
It's a good sequel. It builds upon what the first game offered. My only, I guess, critique on the game is that it never had a wow moment for me. It was just a steady, this is a great game, and it didn't feel like as though it was building up. It was just solid throughout. And I like the way like the Lumas are used. You level them up. It has a nice Mario feel of feeding them. And then, they get fat and give you upgrades and all that. The rabid characters, a little more annoying this time. They're more talkative. But you don't need a rabbit in your party, which is a nice departure from the first game. If you just want Mario characters, you can have Mario characters. You want a full roster of Rabid characters. You can just have Rabid characters. It feels like it's a little more streamlined in terms of character customization options on the first game, which maybe is an intentional design point. But if you were a fan of the first game, I would definitely recommend picking up this one. It's more of the same quality strategy RPG that the first game offered, and plenty to love here.
Okay. Good. What do you think of it, OJ, so far? I know you probably didn't finish like Nate did.
No, I didn't finish it. Got past second area. I enjoy it. Yeah, I agree with Nate in terms of what Nate said for the most part. Although I haven't finished it, so I don't know if like it doesn't build up or whatever the case is. But yeah, it seems like a pretty solid, good sequel. I like you don't have to use the Rabid characters, but they're actually really good. So like they're actually
they are.
They're really good. So it's like you're gonna want to use them. That's like I don't hate rabbits. I absolutely hate the Rabid characters, but they're a little bit more tolerable. In this one, just because they're dressed up like Mario characters, I guess, and they have super dope abilities. Like the Rabid Mario, like up close, he's like unstoppable if you put him like with the cool like Luma and like you power him up and stuff. So it's pretty dope to kind of see the different abilities. I think that the change from like the grid to free movement was a very good addition to the game. I think that's going to help like with the streamlining process, and it also helps separate it from a Fire Emblem or XCOM or a game like that. And it reminds me kind of a little bit more of like a Valkyria Chronicles. And that game's hardly ever done. People usually don't make games like Valkyria Chronicles, so it's cool to see a strategy RPG go back to that format. So very enjoyable on that end. I like the extra challenges and stuff. The side quests are dope. But yeah, it's just like I said, it's safe but really good sequel to the game. So if you're looking for a dope strategy RPG that kind of has like a hybrid between like XCOM, Valkyria Chronicles, all of that, like it's great. I'm enjoying it a lot. The humor's fun.
I like the change to the movement. It got some. I had to get used to it a little bit though. It was kind of weird at first, where they're like, "All right, here's the area, run around in this," because I'm used to just picking the character and then moving them to a certain grid, and like then they run to it. But I got used to it, and then you start chaining together the jumps and the slides as you build up your skill tree, and you're doing a lot of damage all at once, which was pretty cool. The only issue I've had so far, again early on in the game, is I don't know if there's any other progression that opens up. Like Nate, right now I have the skill tree, you have the sparks. I'm waiting for something else to open up. Like some other skill tree, let me give you an example. I thought the weapons would have been more involved with building up your characters, because in the first one they did at least affect some things. It appears that these are just skins that you get.
Yeah, the weapons are more limited this time around in comparison to the first game.
So I'm just like that you basically earn coins by doing quests or different skirmishes on each world. And I spent 2 of them early on like a weapon. I was like, oh, cool. Maybe this gives the weapon innate fire ability or something, and I could mix it with a spark, and like that'd be kind of cool to have like lightning fire or something. And I think they just dress up your guns and stuff. And I now I'm just not buying any, because I don't really know what I would do with them then, other than just change the weapon based on my mood. I don't know. But that was the only thing. I was like, I'm waiting for something else to open, a skill tree, a special power that I get, something. And I'm kind of thinking what I have right now is what I'm going to roll through the game with, like overall.
One area where the game maybe could have been more clear is that maybe for older individuals like us, or people who are seasoned with this genre type, should have defaulted the game to hard mode, because if you play on normal, you're going to steamroll the game.
It's pretty easy. No, this is one of those games.
I wanted to mention that because I just put it on the hard mode from the beginning, because the original game is not hard on normal. The normal mode is the easy mode. The easy mode's the baby mode. The hard mode's the normal mode. So that's how this game is as well. So I already kind of knew it, but yeah, defaulting on hard mode. Although the one thing about that is that like certain bosses, like if you're not good, I mean, like they can kill you in one hit. Like, they can like the first boss, like if he crits you, like he can just hit you and like kill you in one hit on the hard mode. On the hard mode he can. Not on the normal mode, I don't know, but I know on hard mode I was playing and he critted and killed my Rabid Peach. She already had a little bit of damage on her, but like she got critted and just boom, wiped her out. So I think it's one of those things to where I think some people might get a little bit frustrated if they defaulted on that. But yeah, you're absolutely right about it. Like it's too easy on normal. Like it's definitely too easy on normal.
It really is. And when I was first playing it on normal and I was going through it, I was kind of thinking to myself, I was like, well, maybe the game is one of those experiences where it's going to ramp up as I'm going along. It just wasn't getting there. So I just went to the menu. I was like, I have to go to hard because it's too easy right now. But one of the areas where the game really expanded upon is the exploration.
Yes.
Where you're going through all these environments. There's puzzles, there's side quests. Sometimes you have to go back to a planet once you gain, you know, a new Luma ability to do side quests. So the game really has a lot of replay value, and it encourages exploration, solve puzzles, so you could find all the additional stuff hidden throughout the world, or you can ignore all of that and just focus on the main narrative line. So there's a lot of options of how you want to approach the game.
They went back to made it more of an adventure game. More than the first one is how I describe it. But I liked the visuals. They went more into that pastel kind of painting look. It's flatter than the first one, but it feels more colorful when you get outside of the first one you go to it's just raining. It's just so dreary and boring looking, but after you clear it up, it brightens up and it looks fine there. But it's definitely a shift in kind of the art style a little bit too, from the first one. But
yeah, you can change the difficulty too, like during before the mission. So like if you're having trouble, like if you're someone new that's picking it up and you're having trouble with the difficulty, or if you want to try to do a tougher battle and test it out, it's pretty easy just to shift the difficulty right there before each battle. So that's cool too. But yeah, I agree with what you guys were saying when it comes to the other stuff. I'm enjoying it.
I like what I'm seeing here, Sean. I would check it out. I'd pick it up and see what you think. Strategy RPG is pretty good.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll probably pick it up when it's on sale or something because I will.
The first one at one point was on sale for $10, so I don't doubt that this one will eventually get there. Maybe a year or two from now, I could see that.
Yeah, now this is one thing I was kind of feeling as I was going through the game. I'll be curious if either of you agree with it.
Oh, is it getting a Switch Pro patch? Probably.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Even though the game itself is still branded Mario Rabbids and it has the Mario Galaxy theme to it, it felt as though the core of the game was almost moving in a direction where they're not going to rely on potentially having Mario be a staple. Almost where this could just be a franchise on its own, devoid of Mario. Like it wasn't as dependent on like the Mushroom Kingdom this time around. It almost felt like as if Rayman and the Rabbids were doing this exact same game, it still would be a quality experience.
You think Ubisoft is setting it up just in case?
It almost feels like maybe that's something in the back of their mind where they can continue this line for the Rabbids as a franchise, just without Mario being forefront. Maybe like a spin-off for other platforms.
Copies though.
Yeah,
Mario, absolutely.
Mario, but I mean, the gameplay would still be
good.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The gameplay would still be good whether Mario was there or not. Like, could they do this with Rayman and maybe something else? I mean, they could. I mean, I felt that it should have been Mario and Rayman in the first place. Like, it should have been Mario and Rayman characters teaming up together. You know, I don't know. Rabbids are just dumb. I don't like Rabbids. I don't. But I think that you're the gameplay would work even without Mario. Like it would still be a hype game, or it'd still be fun to play. But obviously Mario makes it, you know, way more appealing to so many more people. But yeah, I mean, you're right though, Nate. Like they could, like if Rayman is really dope in the game, like the characters from Rayman, like could they just do like a game that's like Rayman cross whatever or Rabbids, and that would
Mario
be like
and Rabbids, you know, whatever they want to call it. And we know we're getting that DLC eventually, where maybe we're going to get a sampling of the future direction that this IP could take in if the day ever comes where Mario and Rabbids is just no longer a viable path for them. Like I'm not saying that is going to happen. It's just the idea that you're not forced to have like Mario in your party. Whereas in the first one, they made it a focus of Mario is really the main character of this game. Everyone else is complementary. This time it's kind of make whatever play the game how you want. The theme is Mario Galaxy, but you can make your party the way you want it. You can experience the game your way, in contrast to the first one where they basically positioned it as this is a Mario game made by Ubisoft.
Evan, you want to hit us with a Discord question?
I think this one might have a typo in it. How often do you all use Portal emulators on Steam Deck, Miu, Mini, Retroid, Pocket, IDEO, etc.? I'm thinking he means portable emulators.
Oh, okay.
I have them all set up. from the previous owner, but I just used them just to see what they do. I don't know. I feel like I have so many emulation devices already. It's like I just want to play the hardcore shit. Like I was fucking playing Spider-Man. Yeah, like I was playing Spider-Man today while my car was getting serviced, and I was just like, "This is fucking great." And then I got a free corn muffin. It was delicious.
Yeah, that's what I usually
corn muffin. Believe me.
On the Steam Deck, that's what I usually just play like the larger games rather than play like the like there are game systems now that you can get that are pretty easy to find and cheap, and they play a lot of the like Dreamcast games and stuff even. Whereas the Steam Deck is one of those things where I can actually fire up Need for Speed Heat and play that as an example, and you really don't see that in any other handhelds. So that's kind of what I use my Steam Deck for mostly. But in terms of just my PSP Go actually gets used the most right now for the emulation devices that are handhelds because it's smaller and the battery life's not bad on it. So.
My PSP Go, the battery is the internal battery.
Is it?
Dead.
It's not too.
It's not
too.
Stop
bad
it! I'll just play. I'll play something else. I got a million other devices. I'll be fine.
Man. I do want to play around more with the Neo Air that I have here. I'm gonna do a video on because it has an OLED screen.
You could throw that Logitech and just throw that away.
I should do a video on it though.
It sucks, dude.
Well, I have an update.
I'm getting that Razer. I'm getting that Razer. What's that, Jordan?
I have an update to last week. I've officially purchased a Steam Deck.
Okay, cool. When's it gonna be there?
Hopefully, it says in the next 2 weeks. So.
Oh, we'll have to get your first impressions on that.
Yeah, I'm excited.
In the podcast.
I'm excited. I felt left out. Everyone else was having fun with their Steam Deck, and I'm like,
I don't have one. I need to get one.
It's time to get. It's time. It's a good entry. Sean is now a PC gamer. All right,
I am.
He's in. All right, it just took the Steam Deck to do it, but now he's playing as many PC games even as Evan, which is wild.
Yeah, then we'll have a LAN party, and I'll bring my Steam Deck.
You technically could.
Yeah,
you can. You have a dock, don't you?
Yeah.
We can play Dark Tide.
You know,
on
I'm such
LAN.
a fucking idiot. Because I looked at Bob Wolf's video on the Steam Deck dock because I wanted to see if it was any better, and it's not, at least as of right now. But I was such an idiot that I wasn't comprehending that when I'm playing these games in docked mode, I need to adjust things. I need to adjust the screen resolution and stuff like that.
But does it automatically do it?
No, because each individual game has its own individual settings. It's not like just an easy thing. So like I was playing some game, like I was playing Spider-Man. I was like, this is like fucking dog shit. Like it shouldn't look this bad. And I was like, oh, after I watched this video, it kind of clicked for me. So now that $40 J6 deck or whatever the fuck it's called, it's actually good. I like it.
Okay. Very good. Very good. You have another Discord question, Evan?
What are your thoughts on Vampire Survivors as a Game of the Year contender? Anyone here play that, or was it like just me?
I haven't played this game, dude. People say this game is legit. Like it's
cool.
The game.
I do like it, but it's a lot of it's about like who's on the server with you, like what are you doing on that server with people.
At this game real quick. First impressions.
It's cool because it's isometric. It's similar to like a Diablo and stuff like that, but it also involves base building. There's like camps, and there's like NPC people that wander around and do stuff that are technically, I guess you would farm them for blood and stuff. Like it's a cool game. It's just, I don't know. It comes down to who you're playing with and against.
This is not exactly what I was expecting when I typed in Vampire Survivors.
Yeah, when I first started playing it, I was like, oh,
I dropped the screenshot I dropped the screenshot in the Discord for Vampire Survivors.
Oh, I'm thinking the wrong one. Damn.
That's the right one, right? That game?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. It looks kind of like a 16-bit kind of game almost.
Yeah, chat's right. I was thinking V Rising for a second. I think my buddy played Vampire Survivors for like a day. I can't remember what else he did with it.
All right, let me take a look at this.
All right,
I'll be
get it on your Steam Deck. You can double check.
I'm not buying
that. Is that a screenshot of the game?
What the fuck is this bullshit?
It's only $3.99.
It's $4.
First off, it came out early access 2021, so no, it's not. It can't be a candidate for 2022. Cheap minimalistic,
right?
Oh, our second goes. A cheap minimalistic indie game is my game of the year. I mean, just my glasses. Get out of here. I'm sure it's a fine game, but it's a $4 game, like John said. It looks like there's a bunch of shit happening on the screen. This ADD ass generation with a 2-second attention span, they probably like that shit.
I thought you were the PC ambassador over here. What happened? He turned real quick on everybody.
Fucking ADD generation.
Oh, I thought you said EBT.
That would have been funnier though.
Oh no!
You said EBT. Bro, chill.
Sean just turned on the whole PC community immediately.
No, I've been playing Uncharted on my PC.
Man, apparently you got to get this game. You're representing the PC crowd. You got to try Vampire Survivors.
I'm good on that.
There's a lot of games that have come out since it in the same vein that conceptually are better in some ways, so you can take a look around. It's
overwhelmingly positive on Steam.
It's kind of like whenever one of those new titles comes out, or the new concept thing comes out, like PUBG and stuff, and then all the games start coming out after it that refine it or change it. So
which streamer made this a big game?
See, look, people in the chat are saying you got to play it first, Sean, before you judge it.
I mean, it looks fine. Like I'm watching the trailer for the game. I understand it's Gauntlet. See, I'm old. I remember a game called Gauntlet, which is this pretty much same premise. Like, I'm sure it's fine, but
yeah, I think
no.
Brotato's the current one that people are talking about.
Play right on your Steam Deck, Sean. There you go. I can't
the
imagine.
Asmon Gold played it. There you go.
Can't imagine the system requirements are very high. No.
Penny can probably run on the Switch at this rate. Shit.
You can run it on an old Nokia phone.
You have another Discord question, Evan?
What camera are you currently using for YouTube?
That one.
Don't use one.
I have this one right now is a Sony A6400, I think, for the webcam usage. The main one I have is like a Panasonic GH5, and then I have a G7 as well, and then a G85.
I don't know the name.
A lot of Panasonic cameras, actually. I'm thinking about it. They work well. You have another Discord question, Evan?
This is always a rough one.
You have a G7, Sean. Go on.
But I don't use it anymore.
Oh, great.
I just watched some gameplay of this Vampire Survivors game. I mean, it's a bullet hell game.
Yeah, it's bullet hell.
Yeah, it's a bullet hell mixed with Gauntlet.
Actually, the trailer looks pretty awesome.
I mean, it's not something
Sean will be back next week, like just the dancing.
Yeah, Sean's gonna buy it when he can't sleep at 3 a.m. He's gonna say, "This fucking game is awesome."
Bro, my sleep is so jacked up.
I guess what are the worst, least bad, and most bland looter slashers released so far? Talking specifically, he's pointing out things like Godfall, Babylon's Fall, Gotham Knights currently is one of them.
There you go, all those.
The melee looters,
yeah,
sort of. I mean, I'm gonna say Babylon's Fall because it didn't make it a year.
I don't think it made it a week, right? Like,
well, I mean, technically, we all knew it was dead after a week, but yeah, they tried. They canceled seasons, though. It went 11 and a half months, and that was that. And that was Square and Platinum. So that's maybe the looter melee doesn't really work that well. I don't know.
What was that other one? Outriders?
That's a shooter, though. And that actually did well.
Survived a bit. They got an expansion that people liked.
That's the one where I feel like it did all right, and Square just kept telling people can fly it didn't make any money. But they're the ones who have the numbers. So
didn't the developers were like, yeah, we don't even know the numbers, and we're not even getting paid or something like that.
Yeah, we trust them. We trust the publisher, the people who are telling us that it didn't make enough money to give us any money.
Boycott them. Boycott. I'm calling for a boycott.
Agreed.
I did that passively.
Most people did.
You didn't announce it on
Outriders?
Wait, you didn't announce it on Twitter and tell everyone so they can join your cause? What?
I played Outriders.
They were giving out bags for that game, and I never got one, so fuck them.
Let's talk about Call of Duty, Sean. Modern Warfare 2.
People in the chat already said they like the campaign. I find the campaign to be boring.
The campaign's good.
I think it's boring.
My gosh.
I don't care about Hassan. Is Hassan here? Oh, Hassan was here. Oh, we got to find Hassan. We found Hassan. Oh, wait, he beat me up. Oh, wait, now we got to go look for Hassan again. It's like fucking put a tracker on his ass or something. Like,
you're gonna find him pretty soon, Sean. It's actually pretty early on in the game that you do find him. But
what part am I on? I'm on the part. I did the boat part, and now I'm Oh, I did the houses part where I was supposed to be shocked at that. That motherfucker pulled out his shit on me after we identified ourselves. That's on you, my brother. And so, I did that part, and then I found that went into that house where you got to clean out the house. I don't know. It's just it feels very samey to me. Like, and people complain about fucking the Call of Duty or Halo, like, oh, you can't shoot the fruit or whatever. There's like nothing interactive in these. Like, you're in actual people's houses, and there's like a lamp, and I'm like meleeing the lamp, shooting the lamp. Nothing happens to the lamp.
2 liter of soda on one of the counters. I shot it, and it actually deflated, and soda came out.
Yeah, but there's certain things like
choosy.
Very. There's like a bottle that I found that was just in a hallway that led to nowhere where a bunch of guys came out of. So I guess they were like hanging out in there, like playing poker or something, waiting for me to emerge from the boat dock so that they could come out of that door. And there was a singular bottle there that I shot and you could do it. I mean, it's fine if you like Call of Duty campaigns. I've never liked them. I don't care about them. I like military shooters for the multiplayer. They're a guilty pleasure of mine.
So the reason I like what they've done here is because they dropped the campaign before the multiplayer. So when they drop the game completely, you might get pulled away from the campaign to go play multiplayer with some friends or whatever, I kind of like the idea of I got a week, I'm going to play through the campaign and then I'll just roll into the multiplayer. I kind of like that setup there for it. But Jordan, you liked Modern Warfare, the first one. The rebooted one we just had. You liked it.
Yeah, we talked extensively, like the visuals in that game and how impressive.
The ending scene, after credits scene, with Price talking with Laswell, and they start going over the documents and seeing all the people in there because they rebooted the series, and obviously fans of the first trilogy have favorite characters. Throughout that trilogy, they were getting killed off all over the place. The idea of this reboot is they're bringing them back. And I think that there was a lot of hype going to this one because after that post-credit scene, they're starting to name Ghost and Soap, and they reveal Gaz is there, and people got real hyped and they hit credits, and everyone's like, oh, really? Immediately in this, you're just Ghost. Immediately. It's like, here you are. You're going to start running with this. And then you get Soap involved, and they're doing that thing where they're going around between different characters, and they're introducing by like, oh, we need to go out here to this area. I know someone. And it pops in, and it's like, there's Soap, and they're like, so they're doing a lot of that cool stuff for people who liked the original trilogy or the trilogy of Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I really like what I'm seeing here. My only thing is, the stakes don't feel very high, and they're trying to convince me that they are right now. So I think they're leading up to that mid-game climax where something big is going to happen, because early on in the game, there's intercontinental missiles that are stolen by a terrorist group, and the way they did that is they kind of got around U.S. intelligence, so that failed. So now they're concerned that something big is going to happen, where terrorists have missiles that can hit any part of the U.S. And you're kind of going through. You have the set pieces, as Sean's saying, with the CQC, where you're going through the houses like that. That mission in the Modern Warfare that everyone remembers is really good. They kind of redid it like twice in this already. It's still good though. They did a ghillie suit mission. I finished that up, so that's involved. And there are some other cool set pieces that I don't want to ruin, but I'm waiting for that big thing to happen where you're right in front of a nuke that goes off. That was a really big moment a lot of people remember from the Modern Warfare. Or you're at the White House and it's crumbled and you're looking out and they got the flag up there and it like those kind of things. Or somehow they figured out
restaurants.
They figured out how to blow up the International Space Station somehow in that trilogy. I'm waiting for something like that to happen. So that's kind of where I am now. But I'm 10 missions in, and they're quick. They're 8 to 10 minutes. Very quick. So you're on and on and on. You're moving. They don't rest very long. So I like
the path either.
Well, yeah, they kind of, it's a narrative driven single player shooter. It's a shooting gallery with set pieces and characters that you may or may like. If you like the characters, you're going to like this game.
The only thing I've seen on the campaign, because I've been very like I know I'm going to play it regardless, but I saw the pretty impressive visuals of just like, I don't know the context of it, but you're just walking in like first person in like in a town or a city. And it just visually looked pretty impressive, like photorealistic to like maybe not the people so much in their walking movements, but the land that you're walking through looked really good.
So interestingly enough about this is they are using like the I think photogrammetry stuff, but there is an option you can turn off or leave on. It reserves 24 gigabytes of your drive, and what it does is it streams and downloads assets as you need them per area to bring in like super high quality textures. So yes, the game looks really good when it comes to the landscapes and everything that you're running into. It is very impressive stuff. So if you played the beta, the multiplayer, people were like, it doesn't look that great because they're turning down settings to keep that frame rate really high. No, this is like, they just went all out. It actually looks like that moment of, okay, this feels like they're shooting to use the PS5 and the Series X completely. So I like the campaign, what I've seen so far, but I also enjoy the characters, and they're bringing all of them back. And now we're on this big mission where everyone's coming together to save a person. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Don't listen to Sean. It's fun. And it's probably not going to be that long anyway. The Call of Duty campaigns are short. They're like 6 hours maybe. So enjoying it though. Enjoying it. Let's Evan, we got a Discord question over there.
Just two things. One's someone shouting out me doing all this for the Spawncast and editing Newswave. The other is asking, where did I get my video editing experience from? Basically, you just have to look up, I guess, a list of commonly used terminology and then try to figure out what that does or how to do that for like ripple editing.
I feel like we just messed around with the software until we figured it out.
That's part of it, but then you still have to know like the refining stuff, like how to use constant power, when and why, like stuff like that for audio and clipping. And then program wise, if you're just looking to get into it to start, DaVinci's Resolve is usually a good way to go because it's free and it does basically everything. So that one's a solid one.
Okay. Let me go. Yep. Okay, cool. I'll go back to some of the super chats here. Where did I leave off? I think someone was making fun of the Yankees. I gotta find that. 16-bit rival says it's always good to catch everyone live. It's late in the UK. Should voice actors be paid for the amount of work they do or the impact they make? I feel like
the amount of work that they do, and it could be incentive driven if they make an impact. But who's to say what character is going to make an impact? How is the impact justified? I assume you're talking about a main character, but what about a side character? What if people like the side character more than the main character? Did they make more of an impact? It's a very
there's a question. There's an answer. RGT.
What?
They should be paid what they feel that they're worth. And if you don't feel like you're worth that, then go do something else. Then find something else to do. You should be paid what you're worth. You should know your worth as a voice actor and don't do jobs that you feel that aren't paying you what you're worth. So there's not, I mean, I've seen a lot of people say there should be some set amount. Well, if it's a big game, they should get paid this. I'm like, no, that's not how any business works at all. They're not just going to, if it's a big game, what if the game doesn't sell well? What if the game is, some games make more than others. Money. Yeah, some games make more than others. So it shouldn't just be some type of standard amount since it's a big game. That's just not how it works. And if you're a celebrity, how much work have you done? How much experience do you have? I was telling this on the
promotion.
Yeah,
if you have a big social media following, are you going to be promoting this game? Like that shit's important in 2022.
Like with Jordan, like, certain like advertisements, right? Like Jordan gets Genshin Impact, right? They're going to pay Jordan more than they're going to pay me because Jordan has more subscribers, has more followers, has more clout, gets more views. Same thing goes. Like they're not just going to, we can be doing the same thing for a big game. We both have big channels, right? But they're going to pay people more based on what their value is. Jordan's valued higher, right? So it's not just a set amount for a big game, Like some people don't get that, there's also other factors that go into what you get paid for various different things. So yeah, know what you're worth. So shout out to the voice actors though, like know what you're worth and do jobs that you feel is worth, what you're worth.
Liam says, I like the week summary shorts format, John. See that, Sean? Shorts, YouTube shorts.
He was probably paid by you to give
that. Truly Epic says the McRib is back, baby.
Jordan and I looked. It's not back in our regions yet.
Oh man,
I was excited and then disappointed all in the span of 5 minutes.
And I even checked like different food delivery apps because sometimes like Grubhub or DoorDash doesn't update quicker, and Uber Eats does, and now there's nothing.
Brandon says, Cold Steel done. Thoughts? You're killing me. Big fan of y'all in the series. OJ, love you. But East Coast all the way. I'm from Florida. I have not gotten back to Cold Steel. It's rough right now. Things are
East Coast all the way. I'm from Florida, man. You just like dookied on yourself right there, man. But anyway, hey, shout outs though. I appreciate it, homie.
I haven't gotten back to
all the way. Go Florida. Like what?
I haven't gotten back to it, unfortunately, but it's just like so much stuff is happening right now in terms of game releases. I haven't had a chance to get back to. I will though. I will. Tijo says Trails into Reverie just got announced for PS5. I'm hoping Nisa does a free upgrade and save feature despite the PS4 version having VR support. Why must companies like Sega not do this? Sega, yeah, Money. And Atlas. They do kind of go just buy it again. Money. And I don't know. This is from David, who says RGT as a Patreon supporter. Can I get first dibs on the Logitech Cloud handheld? Would you take 150 in sealed Switch games? JK, love your content.
No, if you watch to the end of the video, you'll know what the end game is for the Logitech Cloud.
Okay. Let's see. This is from H Doom says, when the Yankees lose, it's always a good day.
The hell it is.
Nate's going through it right now. Okay, it's either going to be one of the more embarrassing sweeps ever, or it could be one of the greatest comebacks in history. So you can sleep easy with that, Nate.
Nate, he ain't coming back. They're not winning a World Series while Boone is manager.
Nate, just beat Plague Tale and experience the pain of that, and that'll make you lose focus.
Well, I mean, the Yankees probably lose tomorrow, then it's just all over.
But just watch the Sixers. Be like, it could be worse.
I did see that dive. It was hilarious.
Gold Pac-Man says, did you know that Spawn the Demon of Hell once appeared in Archie Sonic comic, and that was before he appeared in Mortal Kombat 11?
I didn't know that. I don't read comics. Although I have some Knights comic books that were made by Archie.
I Live for Retro said, did anyone notice the price of the original Silent Hill 2 go up? You've been kind of
it's always
$100
been high.
right?
It's been expensive for
but it probably went up even more. I think I have that. I think I have the Xbox version of that.
Okay. Rams fan says, after the Silent Hill announcement, is Nate's neck hurting watching MVG duck and dodge him? Big shout out to MJ.
MVG's definitely been trying to avoid Silent Hill hard for the last several weeks. And I was talking to him before we recorded the podcast that the original announcement window for the Silent Hill event was in the first week of September while he was in Australia. And that information was actually confirmed in the metadata where it said 9/09/22 for the presentation itself, and the tease would have been 9/07/22. So MVG's been doing his best to avoid Silent Hill.
It's okay. He's sleeping in his bed now at fucking 7:00 at night, tucked in, a little blankie, hot water bottle.
Hot water bottle?
Yeah. Sure. Sure, Wolf says, since Halloween is coming up, what is the scariest moment you've ever experienced in a game? I vote the entirety of Silent Hill 2. I kind of feel like that.
It depends on your age,
that kind of messes with you a little bit. Because I'm thinking of because I was younger, it was at the PS2, right, with the Metal Gear Solid 2 stuff.
What?
That was kind of freaky.
Well,
where
when
they
it
tell
starts talking,
scared you?
Where they tell you to turn off the PS2 and stuff
it starts
like that.
talking to you about like the save files you have and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that one was kind of like, wait a minute, that's strange. Because I didn't experience Eternal Darkness back then when it had
you didn't
come
play
out.
Resident Evil 1?
Yeah, I would say Resident Evil.
I didn't really find the Resident Evil stuff as scary back then.
No, but here's the thing. I did not have a PS1, and my biological father came down to visit me and my parents. And so he went and we rented a PS1, and I didn't have a memory card. I didn't know you needed one because, I'd been playing cartridge systems. And so I'm playing the game. I get up to the yawn. I'm like, holy fuck, what am I supposed to do here? The yawn kills me. And they're like, oh, go fuck yourself. And I was like, wait. It didn't save anything? You need a memory card? What the fuck? It pissed me off so much.
This is from D'Angelo says, Spawn, watch your video earlier today. I want yours in the cast opinion. Do you some AAA companies will opt out of Xbox over the Series S?
No,
I don't think so either. The Series S is actually selling well for Microsoft too. That's
the guy who started the claim made a game
It was like about a goldfish. Like
he's a mobile developer.
He's a mobile developer. He makes mobile games.
And his first release on the Series X released in such a poor state that none of the inputs on the controller would even register in the game. So I'm not going to take the opinion of a developer who can't release a basic mobile port on the Xbox seriously, when it just seems as though he might have an agenda against Microsoft and the Xbox.
You kind of have to remember the term developer is not the same as it was back in the 90s. You know, the barrier of entry to develop games for anything has completely changed. We're like, one jerk off can make like a fucking huge game. I don't know why I call him a jerk off. He might be a nice person, but like one individual can make like a whole game. And, you know, look at like back on the Wii U, all those indie games that came out that nobody remembers that were made by like one person because nobody was making games for it.
What about Timon Smektala?
Who?
Dying Light 2 lead designer, who said in February 2022, we're fixing the co-op issues, was responding to someone about Dying Light 2, and they were talking about the Series
Oh,
S,
I know what you're talking about.
But the console's GPU is holding us back.
But then that was proved to be bullshit because they said they couldn't do certain graphical things in terms of frame rates and resolution, and then they released a patch to do the frame rates and resolution that they couldn't do.
Yep, they did. Because to my understanding, because I had a good conversation with MVG earlier today about that. Things have improved, obviously, in the background as well as after the system has come out over time, which is development tools too. So, but it seems like Dying Light 2 got worked out. So I assume the Goldfish game will be okay too.
Maybe.
Maybe
we should have him come on. We'll have him come on the after show. Like, what the fuck is your deal?
According to TippyCraft, you can get Ski Sniper on Steam Deck, Sean.
Whoa, that's like the definitive edition.
Might have to check the concurrent player count for that game.
I don't think it would register.
Sicilian Gamers, is everyone more excited for RE4 remake or Silent Hill remake? Also, I specifically don't want to hear RGT85's opinion. You're gonna hear it anyway. Let's talk about the Resident Evil showcase, because I was going into this showcase with pretty low expectations overall. I didn't feel like we're gonna see anything too new in terms of big announcements, like brand new announcements. We already kind of knew about some of the stuff they were going to show. Man, Resident Evil 4.
Oh my goodness.
This is the highlight, right? I mean, yeah, Resident Evil Village, and then the Rose DLC. Sure, that's out next week.
Can we say,
man, Resident Evil 4 remake looks good.
This is a remake,
bro.
This is a remake. Like when people say remake and then you say remake and you're like, wow. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to hate on Sony.
No, fuck that. I took shots at them in my video.
I know you did, but damn, this makes The Last of Us Part 1 look terrible in comparison. Like, goodness gracious, man. Like,
it looks fucking amazing.
It makes it look, because like you've got new moves. The graphics look incredible.
New areas too.
Yeah, new areas. You've got new destruction. Like the chainsaw dude can like close off areas. Like you can block the parry. That was like the cool. I was like jumping up and down.
The chainsaw was getting thrown around. He was knocking pillars over, and like the roof was coming down on him and stuff. And he still come after you. That was wild.
You still have the same strategies. Like even like in that first area, like at the village place, like you can like where like you can go up, you get the shotgun, you can go out the window. But then like they change it up, man. I mean, I was blown away by how awesome this game looks. Like incredible, incredible. This is like the RE engine is like on overdrive.
A chainsaw with a knife.
You know what else was blown away? That cow. Leon murdered that cow. The cow's just chilling. He's like, I'm living life in the barn. I'm not doing anything wrong. Leon's like, fuck you, cow. Shoots the lantern, just bursts him in the flames. I was just sitting there like, Moop.
Well, like they still Ashley, there's a whole different subplot going on with her in the game. Like,
oh yeah.
Holy shit, man. That was bro.
They still have like the corny lines in there too.
Yeah,
where he blew up the thing. He's like, send me the bill for the damages. Like,
yeah, you got to keep those. And did you see my girl, honey? Oh my God. Did you see my girl?
Whew, well, man. They also confirmed that the bingo line's in there too. They're keeping that.
Yeah, but did you see the dog is dead?
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
He's dead.
We'll see. The dog might have
a dog.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Dog might have a cub. Or my
It better be, because if I don't hear Leon say, "Hey, it's that dog," the game automatically loses 1/10 of a percentage point.
Okay, it's still a 9.9 out of 10.
Hey, if they want that 10, that dog better show up.
That game's a 10. It looks like a 10. It looks.
But now we have to talk about the real controversy here with this game.
Shut the fuck up! I know exactly where you're going.
Do to Lewis. That's not my Lewis.
No, my man looks like
what happened to him?
He's been a registered offender. Like he looks like a registered offender, multiple time registered offender. I'm just saying.
Come on, he was cool in the original. Now he looks like some dweeb. That's not my Lewis. That guy can die. I don't give a fuck about him. I felt bad when Lewis died in the original. I want this motherfucker to die already.
He survives. Maybe he survives. In this
that's terrible. Now it's down to a 9. The dog's not there, and Lewis is this weird freaking guy.
This is going to be
Capcom.
next year.
Come on.
Next year is starting to shape up to be pretty. I mean, we said this about this year, and then everything got kind of messed up again, and stuff got delayed and moved around and shuffled. And 2023 is starting to look pretty good already. Well, we got Zelda in there, Resident Evil 4,
Fire Emblem Engage, you piece of shit. Fire Emblem Engage should have been the first thing you said.
Dead Space.
Dead Space. Spider-Man's going to be in there.
Octopath Traveler 2 is Persona 3 and 4, and also One Piece Odyssey, which looks fantastic for One Piece.
Can't be worse than the last one. We're on our way.
Straw Hat fan.
Yeah.
Huge Straw Hat fan. That anime is the fans. The amount of fans for that anime is ridiculous. By the way, considering how many episodes there are.
I said, hey, maybe I'll check it out. Someone was like, "There's 1,200 episodes." I was like, "Yeah, maybe someday." That was it.
I know a YouTube channel that watches them though. He can catch you up to speed.
Yes,
I'll DM you his details.
Oh.
What? Okay.
Oh, you're just gonna say Roger.
I thought you were saying Roger as well.
Oh no, I was thinking of someone else.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Roger's base.
You know what? RE4 remake looks good. People were real worried about this for a bit, though, right? The remake. What are they going to do? Are they going to mess it up? Could they ruin the legacy of Resident Evil 4?
A lot of that concern, though, is when we were coming off Resident Evil 3, where they removed content.
Nate was talking some smack on this. I remember this clearly.
That's Resident Evil 3. Nobody cares about Resident Evil 3.
Like they cared enough
2
to remake it.
Yeah, it was a quick. They wanted quick money. They sold how many copies? Didn't they sell like 4 million or 5 million copies of that? I forgot how much they said that they sold.
The problem with 3 is that it's a good game. It just wasn't worth $60.
Yeah. I'm just saying they just wanted to get it out there. They have the engine.
Yeah.
They just wanted to get it out. They
should have been DLC to 2.
It exceeded 5 million copies in sales.
Yeah, bam, that's tons of money, so that they just wanted to get that out there. But I knew that they were going to take their time with because like Resident Evil 2 was awesome. Everyone loves Resident Evil 2. So with 4, you can't mess 4 up. That's suicide for the for the franchise.
The only thing with 4 that people really had questions were you going to hit all the main story points that the original game had, and based on this latest round of footage, we're seeing all those key areas. We still have the swamp
and more.
Fight. We're seeing that they are expanding upon it. So they're definitely looking to the original, paying respect to it, expanding upon it, and making this a more fuller, coherent game, while retaining that campy, weird one-liners that Leon's going to deliver.
I mean, let's get real for a second here. Will this game be the best-selling Resident Evil game?
Hopefully.
Will it get there?
What's the current one? Is it Resident Evil 6 still?
7. Resident Evil 7.
Oh, 7.
So 7.
11 million units.
Okay.
I did not know Resident Evil. I thought Resident Evil 5 was still their best seller.
Yeah, I'm looking at their platinum list now, and that they have it listed at 11 million.
Well, it's multi-plat. It's available on PlayStation 4. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
And it's showing up early enough in the generation to where it'll probably continue selling throughout it pretty easily. So, like Resident Evil 2, for example, the remake there, 9.8 million.
God damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I knew that's what was sold, but I mean, it's also being sold like it's been discounted for quite a while. It's like down to like,
sure.
So people are picking it up like crazy. But
yeah, just going by the numbers of